You're about to hear the sound of the past. In fact, it's the sound of a ghost. It's a haunting magnetic pulse. It's all that's left of a mighty star. And we can still hear it today, thanks to the Centre for Astrophysics at Jodrell Bank. The explosion that killed this star was so intense that it was seen in broad daylight across Europe, North America and China in the summer of the year 1054. At least that's what the year was called in Europe. So what was our world up to when men and women, however they counted the years, were gazing up to the heavens at this dying star, which they could see and we can still hear? What were they doing, making, thinking? Well, 1,000 years ago in America, pyramids are taking shape on the Mississippi River. The world's first banknotes are circulating in China. A magnificent Baghdad is the largest city in the world. In West Africa, Ghana rules a vast empire. And on a chilly island in northern Europe, there's a nasty surprise on the horizon for a king called Harold. In these programmes, I'm travelling back in time and across the globe to see how we humans over 2 million years have shaped our world and been shaped by it. And I'm going to tell this story exclusively through the things that humans have made. All sorts of things, carefully designed and then either admired and preserved or used, broken and thrown away. I've chosen just 100 objects from different points on our journey, from a cooking pot to a golden galleon, from a Stone Age tool to a credit card. And in each programme, I'm going to be talking about one object from the British Museum's collection.
When I see it, I immediately think of a mastery of technology and art, the welding of the two.
I just thought it was beautiful to look at. That made me feel that it was used and used again and again.
It's a beautiful object, and it's fascinating, of course, because it's probably quite accurate.
Holding this, I can feel what it was like to be out on the African savannas.
And it's extremely striking.
A history of the world in 100 objects. The mummy of Hornegitetep, a wooden coffin from Thebes in Egypt. 3rd century BC.
We will get to the very beginning of human history, but I'm not going to start there, because I want to begin with the mummies, which is where I began when I first came through these doors into the British Museum in 1954 at the age of 8. And I think that's where most people begin when they first visit a museum. It's a pretty safe bet that most of the children you can hear around about me are also headed for the Egyptian mummies. What fascinated me then was the mummies themselves, the thrilling, gruesome thought of the dead bodies. But I'm now much more interested in the mummy cases. And I've chosen one particular mummy case for this opening programme because it carries all the different kinds of messages across the millennia, signals from the past, if you like, that things can communicate to us, and that I'm going to be looking for in all the objects in this series. Telling history through things, whether it's a mummy's coffin or a credit card, is what museums are for. And because the British Museum has collected things from all over the globe, it's not a bad place to try to tell a world history. Of course, it can only be a history of the world, not the history. When people come to the museum, they choose their own objects and make their own journey round the world and through time. But I think what they will find is that their own histories quickly intersect with everybody else's. And when that happens, you no longer have a history of a particular people or nation, but a story of endless connections. Nobody's thought more deeply about this than the Indian economist and Nobel Prize winner Amartya Sen.
I think what is really very important to recognize is that when we look at the history of the world, we are not looking at history of different civilizations. truncated and separated from each other. They have a huge amount of contact with each other. There is the kind of interconnectedness. So I've always felt not to think of the history of the world as a history of civilizations, but a history of world civilization evolving in often similar, often diverse way, always interacting with each other. And this is a very different view from the clash of civilization to which we were exposed some years ago as a way to understand enmity in the world. The enmity has not been the general condition of the relationship between people across the world in history.
Most of us, I think, if we come back to a museum that we visited as a child, have the sense that we've changed enormously, while the things have remained serenely the same. But of course they haven't. Thanks to constant research and to new scientific techniques, what we can know about them is constantly growing. I'm standing now in front of one of the most impressive mummy cases in the museum. It was made around 240 BC for a high-ranking Egyptian priest called Hornegitetef. There's a massive black outer case in the shape of a human body, there's an elaborately decorated inner case, and then the mummy itself. Everything we know about Hornegitetef, we know from this group of things. He is his own document, if you like, and it's a document that continues to give up its secrets. My colleague John Taylor has been researching the mummy of the British Museum for over 20 years. He's with me now. John, what have we learned about Hornegitetef since he came to the museum?
When he arrived at the museum in 1835, the hieroglyphic script had only just been deciphered. So the first step forward was to read all the inscriptions on his coffins, which told us who he was, what his job was, and something about the religious background that he knew.
He was a priest in the Temple of Karnak around 250 BC. Like all Egyptians, he believed that if his body was preserved, he would live beyond death. But before reaching the afterlife, he would have to undertake a hazardous journey for which he needed to prepare with the utmost care. So he took with him charms, amulets, and spells for every eventuality. On the lid of his inner coffin, he even had painted a map of the heavens stretched out above him as an aid to navigation. Hornegitetef has in fact commissioned his own personal firmament and time machine. This elaborate coffin will let him travel through both time and space. And all this meticulous preparation on his part has in fact allowed us to travel in the opposite direction, back to him and to his world.
In the last 20 years, there have been huge steps forward in ways of gathering information. So we're now looking at the condition of the bodies non-invasively, just by scanning them. We can examine the teeth in great detail, look at the wear and the dental disease that they suffered from. We can look at the bones. We see now that Hornegitetef had arthritis in his back, which must have been very painful for him.
But the scientific advances of the last couple of decades have allowed us to find out about a great deal more than Hornegitetef's bad back. If the words on his coffin tell us about his place in society and what that society believed about life after death, the new scientific techniques let us go one stage further, to analyse the materials with which mummies and coffins were made, and to see how Egypt was connected to the world round about it.
But we can also look at substances that are being used in mummification. We can test them, we can look at the chemical composition of them, find out what materials were being used. Maybe now we can look at where they were coming from. We can compare these chemical makeups with substances found in different parts of the Mediterranean and begin to reconstruct the trading networks that supplied these things to Egypt. Some of the mummies have bitumen, the black tarry substance, on the surface. And by analysing the composition, it's possible to track it to its source. Some of it we know came from the Dead Sea. So all of this now is filling in these gaps which the texts don't really tell us about.
And of course, it's not just Hornegitetef's mummy case that's telling us more and more. All the objects we'll be looking at in this series are releasing new information as scholars find new ways of examining them. Most of the material that Hornegitetef had with him in his coffin was designed to guide him through the great journey to the afterlife, with star maps and spells to help him overcome all foreseeable difficulties. The one thing his star map certainly did not predict was that he might ultimately wind up at the British Museum. Let's face it, Bloomsbury might have been a bit of a disappointment to him. But should he and his possessions be here anyway? Questions like this crop up frequently. Where do things from the past belong now? Should everything be exhibited where it was originally made? I'll be coming back to these questions at various points in the programmes, but I asked the Egyptian writer Adaf Swef how she felt about seeing so many Egyptian antiquities so far from home.
Ultimately, it's probably no bad thing to have Egyptian obelisks and stones and statues sprinkled all over the world. It reminds us of ages of colonialism, yes, but it also reminds the world of our common heritage.
It's that idea of a common heritage that's become more and more apparent and more important to me the longer I spend working in the museum. Personally, I think it's never been more important than now to think about the history of the world as one shared story.
If I could decree a universal education program, I would make every child in the world learn a brief history of the entire world that focused on the common ground. It would examine how people perceived their relationship to each other, to the planet, and to the universe. And it would see human history as a kind of ongoing joint project where one lot of people picked up where another had left off.
I started this programme with the sound of a star, whose explosion was seen across half the world around 1066. But the story of people making things began nearly 2 million years ago. And once again, the radio telescope lets us tune in to the echo of another dying star that those ancestors, nearly 2 million years ago, would have been able to see. But at this point, all our ancestors lived in Africa. If at that moment, 1.8 million years ago, you had been gazing up at this exploding star from the Rift Valley of East Africa, you might well have heard a sound like this. It's the sound of the earliest human hands creating the oldest known humanly made thing. Those hands were shaping stone tools, tools that represent the first step on the great journey of shaping our world. For me, it's making things and then coming to depend on things that sets us apart from all other animals and ultimately turns us into the humans we are today. It's one of those very first stone tools that I'm going to be looking at in the next programme. You can see the object described in this programme close up on the A History of the World website, as well as hundreds of others from museums right around the UK. And if you have an object with a history to tell, why not add it to our growing collection? Find all this at bbc.co.uk/A History of the World. Thank you for downloading this podcast of A History of the World in 100 Objects from BBC Radio 4. Perhaps the best thing of all about being director of the British Museum, and one that still gives me the most enormous thrill, is that now and then I'm allowed to take some of the objects out of the cases and hold them. And today, I'm being allowed to hold something absolutely astonishing. I've got to admit that if any of us saw this just lying on the ground, we'd probably walk past it. But in fact, it's the oldest object in the British Museum. And it was made nearly 2 million years ago in Africa. It looks like a large, chipped grey cobble.
Holding this, I can feel what it was like to be out on the African savannas, needing to cut flesh, for example, needing to cut into a carcass in order to get a meal.
This is one of the first things that humans ever consciously made, and holding it puts me directly in touch with them. In this history of the world that I'm trying to tell through things, this chipped stone from Africa, from modern Tanzania, is where it all begins.
A History of the World. in 100 objects. Stone chopping tool. Made 1.8 million years ago, found in Olduvai Gorge, Tanzania, East Africa.
I've come out onto the front steps by the main door of the British Museum. One of the points of any museum is to allow you to travel through time. But our understanding of just how much time there is for us to travel through has expanded dramatically since the museum opened its doors in 1759. At that point, most of the visitors would probably have agreed that the world had begun in 4004 BC. To be precise, at the very beginning of Sunday, the 23rd of October. This astonishingly exact date had been calculated by the mathematically minded clergyman Archbishop Usher, who preached just down the road in Lincoln's Inn. Usher had carefully trawled the Bible, totting up the lifespan of everyone descended from Adam and Eve to reach his date. But as you and I know, we don't now celebrate the 23rd of October as Start the World Day. And that's because, in the last couple of centuries, archaeologists, geologists and museum curators have steadily been pushing back the chronology of human history, back from Archbishop Usher's 6,000 years to an almost unimaginable 2 million. So, if the scientists have been suggesting that Adam and Eve no longer stood at the beginning of human time in the Garden of Eden in 4004 BC, who did and where? There are many theories, but no conclusive answers, and certainly no conclusive date until 1931, when a young archaeologist called Louis Leakey set off on a British Museum-sponsored expedition bound for Africa. Leakey's goal was Olduvai Gorge, a deep crack in the flat savanna of northern Tanzania, not far from the border with Kenya. It's part of the East African Rift Valley, a massive tear in the Earth's surface, thousands of miles long. It was here that time had been frozen within exposed layers of geology, where, as Leakey examined the rocks shaped by the sun, the wind and the rain on the savannas, he reached a layer where the rocks were also shaped by something else: human hands. They were found next to bones, and it was clear that these stones had been shaped into butchering tools to strip meat and break into the bones of animals killed on the savannah. The layer where the tools were found was roughly 2 million years old. This was archaeological dynamite. Leakey's excavations produced the oldest humanly made things anywhere in the world, and they demonstrated that not only human beings, but human culture had begun in Africa. Our stone chopping tool was one of the ones that Leakey found, and Sir David Attenborough is the latest hominid to handle it.
Picking it up, your first reaction is it's very heavy. And if it's heavy, of course, it gives power behind your blow. The second is that it fits without any compromise into the palm of the hand and in a position where there is a sharp edge running from my forefinger to my wrist. So I have in my hand now a sharp knife. And what is more, it's got a bulge on it so that I can get a firm grip, and the edge, which has been chipped specially, which is sharp, I could perfectly effectively cut meat with this. That's the sensation I have that links me with the man who actually laboriously chipped it once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times on one side, 1, 2, 3 times at the other. So 8 specific actions by him, knocking it with another stone to take off a flake and to leave this almost straight line, which is a sharp edge.
In the British Museum, we've recently made a new chopping tool using the same techniques as would have been used in Olduvai Gorge. I'm now holding that new one in my hand, and it becomes very clear how well you can use it to strike meat off an animal. We don't have any African wildebeests to hand, so in fact I'm using a bit of roast chicken. But these chopping tools are marvellous and quick at getting the meat off the bone, and then with one sharp blow I could break the bone and we'd be able to get to the marrow. But you can, of course, use a tool like this also to strip bark off trees or roots so that you can eat them as well. This is, in fact, a very, very versatile kitchen implement. The early humans who used chopping tools like this were probably not hunters themselves, but they were brilliant opportunists. They waited until lions, leopards, or other beasts had killed their prey, and then they moved in with their chopping tools, secured the meat and the marrow, and hit the protein jackpot. Marrow fat doesn't sound tremendously appetizing, but it is hugely nutritious. Fuel not just for physical strength, but also for a large brain. The brain is an extremely power-hungry mechanism. Although it accounts for only 2% of our body weight, it consumes 20% of our entire energy intake, and it requires constant nourishment. Our ancestors of nearly 2 million years ago secured their future by being really rather sneaky. When stronger, faster, fiercer predators were at rest out of the heat, they were able to look for food. Using tools like this one to obtain bone marrow, the most nutritious part of a carcass, they set in train an ancient virtuous circle. This food for body and mind meant that larger-brained individuals would survive to breed larger-brained children, capable in their turn of making ever more complex tools. And you and I are just the latest iteration of this continuing process. Lots of animals use objects, particularly, of course, apes. But what sets us apart from them at this moment in our evolution is that, unlike them, we make tools before we need them. And once we have used them, we keep them to use again. It's the beginning of the toolbox. The human brain then carries on evolving steadily over thousands of years. And what's really interesting is that our brain starts to become asymmetrical as it gets to grips with a whole range of different functions: logic, language, the coordinated movement needed for tool-making, imagination and creative thought. Quite unlike the ape's brain, which remains smaller and symmetrical. So what we're looking at in this chopping tool is the moment at which we became distinctly smarter, and with an impulse not just to make things, but to imagine how we could make things better.
This object sits at the base of a process which has become almost obsessive amongst human beings. This object is something created from a natural substance for a particular purpose and in a particular way, with a notion in the maker's mind of what he needed it for. Is it more complex than was needed to actually serve the function which he used it for? Do you know, I think you could almost say it is. Did he really need to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chips on one side and 4 on the other? Could he have got away with 2? I think he might have done so. I think the man or woman who held this made it just for that particular job and perhaps got some satisfaction from knowing that it was going to do it very effectively, very economically and very neatly. In time, you would say he had done it beautifully. But maybe not yet. The start of a journey.
Without those extra chips on the edge of the chopping tool, this whole series would be impossible, because those chips tell us that right from the beginning we, unlike other animals, have wanted to make things more complicated than they need to be. You see, objects carry powerful messages about their makers, and the chopping tool is the beginning of a relationship between humans and the things they create, which is both a love affair and a dependency. From this point on, we can't survive without the things we make, and in this sense, it's making things that makes us human. Leakey's discoveries in the warm earth of the Rift Valley did more than push humans back in time. They made it clear that all of us descend from those African ancestors, that every one of us is part of a huge African diaspora. We all have Africa in our DNA, and all our culture began in the same place. Wangari Maathai is a Kenyan environmentalist and a Nobel Peace Prize winner.
So far, it seems like the information we have tells us that we came from somewhere within this part of the world in Eastern Africa. And that, of course, for many people, it must be surprising, because I think we are so used to being divided along ethnic lines, along racial lines, and we look all the time for reasons to be different from each other, that it must be surprising to some of us to realize that what differentiates us is usually very superficial, like the color of your skin or the color of your eyes or the texture of your hair, but essentially that we are all from the same stem, the same origin. So I think that as we continue to understand ourselves and to appreciate each other, and especially when we get to understand, for example, that we all come from the same origin, we will shed a lot of the prejudices that we have harbored in the past.
Listening to the news on the radio, it's easy to imagine the world as divided into rival tribes and competing civilizations. So it's good, in fact, it's essential to be reminded that the idea of our common humanity is not just an Enlightenment dream, but a genetic and a cultural reality. It's something we'll see again and again in this series. Our next object is the tool that people took with them when they first left Africa and began to spread around the world. It's been called the Swiss Army knife of the Stone Age. It's the hand axe. You can see the object described in this programme close up on the A History of the World website, as well as hundreds of others from museums right around the UK. And if you have an object with a history to tell, why not add it to our growing collection? Find all this at bbc.co.uk/A History of the World. Thank you for downloading this podcast of A History of the World in 100 Objects from BBC Radio 4. What do you take with you when you travel? Most of us would embark on a long list of objects that begins with a toothbrush and ends with excess baggage. But for most of human history, there was only one thing that you really needed in order to travel: a stone hand axe.
Pretty sharp around the edges, isn't it? I think whoever made this did it very beautifully and carefully.
It looks pretty straightforward, but in fact, it's extremely tricky to make. And for over 1 million years, it was literally the cutting edge of technology.
Once they'd been invented, if you want to use that word, they just never changed the design, and I think that is the ultimate compliment to the design of a superb tool.
It accompanied our ancestors through half of their history, and it was the main reason that they spread first across Africa and then across the world.
A history of the world in 100 objects. Stone hand axe, made 1.2 million years ago, found in Olduvai Gorge, Tanzania, East Africa.
For 1 million years, the sound of making hand axes provided the percussion of everyday life. Anyone choosing 100 objects to tell a history of the world has to include a hand axe. All of this week, I'm looking at objects from the very earliest moments of human history. Every object I've chosen is a document of the world in which it was made, but also marks a critical stage in the process by which we became fully human. And what I think makes this stone axe so interesting is how much it tells us not just about the hand, but about the mind that made it. I'm holding the hand axe now. It doesn't, of course, look anything like a modern axe. There's no handle and there's no metal blade. It's, in fact, a piece of grey-green volcanic rock, a very beautiful grey-green, and it's in the shape of a teardrop. And it's a lot more versatile than a modern straight axe would be. The stone's been chipped to give you sharp edges along the long sides of the teardrop, so to speak, and to give you a sharp point at one end. When you hold it up against a human hand, you're struck by how closely it matches the shape, although this one is unusually large and is bigger than most human hands would be. It's also been very beautifully worked, and you can see the marks of the chipping that have shaped it. A hand axe like this was the Swiss Army knife of the Stone Age, an essential piece of technology with multiple uses. The pointed end could, of course, be used as a drill, while the long blades on either side will cut trees or meat or scrape bark or skins. You can imagine using this to butcher an elephant, to cut the hide and remove the meat. The very earliest tools, like the stone chopper we were looking at in the last programme, would strike all of us as pretty rudimentary. They look like chipped cobbles, and they were made simply by taking one large piece of stone and striking it with another, chipping off a few bits to make at least one sharp cutting edge. But this hand axe is a very different matter.
Now you can see here I've selected a piece of flint which is relatively long and thin. Not a great deal of work to thin it down.
This is the expert stone napper, Phil Harding.
And what I do is I select a hard stone hammer, in this case a quartzite pebble, about the size of a cricket ball, and I elect to hit it in one place. And this is where I start to nap. Now you can see why they call it cracking, can't you, eh? Now once I've taken one flake off, what I do then is I turn the flint over and I take a flake off the other side. And then I turn it back again. And pretty much by the time I've got all the way round, you can actually see that what I've done is made a very crude form of the final implement. It is rounded and it's got flaking on both sides, but crucially, it's got a cutting edge that goes all the way round.
Simply watching a practiced napper at work shows just how many skills the maker of our hand axe must have possessed. Hand axes are not things you just knock off. They're the result of experience, of careful planning, and of skill learned and refined over a long period.
Now, if I really wanted to refine that, and people did want to refine that, they really were creative people. They wanted to make beautiful objects, not just functional objects. What they could then do is change the hammer from a big stone hammer to a hammer that is much softer. A piece of antler is a perfect hammer. And what we would do then is actually thin the piece down and refine the shape, work our way round. And in about perhaps 10 to 15 minutes, there's your hand axe.
But as well as great manual dexterity, what's important for our story is the conceptual leap required. To be able to imagine in the rough lump of stone the shape that you want to make, in the way that a sculptor today can see the statue inside the block of marble. This particular piece of supreme high-tech stone is between 1.2 and 1.4 million years old. Like the chopping tool we were looking at in the last programme, it was found in East Africa, at Olduvai Gorge, that great split in the savannah in Tanzania. But this comes from a higher geological layer than the chopping tool. And there's a huge leap between those earliest first stone tools and this hand axe, because I think it's in this tool that we find the real beginnings of modern humans. The person that made this is, I think, a person we would have recognised as someone like us. All this carefully focused and planned creativity implies an enormous advance in how our ancestors saw the world and how their brains worked. But this hand axe may contain the evidence of something even more remarkable. Does this chipped stone tool hold the secret of speech? Was it in making things like this that we learned how to talk to one another? Recently, scientists have looked at what happens inside the brain when a stone tool is being made. They've used modern hospital scanners to see which bits of the brain are used when a napper is working with stone. And surprisingly, the areas of the modern brain activated when you're making a hand axe overlap considerably with those you use when you speak. It now seems very likely that if you can shape a stone, you can shape a sentence. Of course, we've no idea what the maker of our hand axe might have said, but it seems probable that he would have had roughly the language abilities of a 7-year-old child. But whatever the level, this early speech would clearly have been the beginnings of a quite new capacity for communication. And that would have meant that people could sit down to exchange ideas, plan their work together, or even just to gossip. If you can make a decent hand axe like this one, it's a good bet that you're well on the way to something that we would all recognise as society. So, 1.2 million years ago, where are we? We can make tools like our hand axe that help us control our environment and, in fact, transform it. The hand axe gives us not just better food, but can also skin animals for clothing and strip branches for fire or shelter. Not only this, we can now talk to each other, and we can imagine something that isn't already in front of us. What next? The hand axe is about to accompany us on a huge journey, because with all these skills, we're no longer tied to our immediate environment. If we need to, even if we just want to, we can move. Travel is possible, maybe even desirable, and we can spread beyond the warm savannas of East Africa and survive, perhaps even flourish, in a colder climate. The hand axe is our passport to the rest of the world. And in the study collections of the British Museum, you can find hand axes from all over Africa, Nigeria, South Africa, Libya, but also from Israel and India, Spain and Korea, even from a gravel pit near Heathrow Airport. And as they moved north, these early hand axe makers became the first Britons. Nick Ashton has been excavating on the Norfolk coast.
In front of us here we have these 30-foot cliffs which are composed of these clays and silts and sands, and these were laid down by massive glaciation around about 450,000 years ago, which even reached the outskirts of North London. But it's beneath these clays that a local was walking his dog and found the hand axe embedded in these organic sediments. But these tools were first being made in Africa 1.6 million years ago, arrived in southern Europe and parts of Asia just under 1 million years ago, and reached Britain somewhere between 600,000 and 500,000 years ago. Of course, today we're actually standing on a beach, but the coast 500, 600,000 years ago would have been several miles further out. And if you'd walked along that ancient coastline, you would have arrived in what nowadays we call the Netherlands, in the heart of Central Europe. At this time, there was a major land bridge connecting Britain to mainland Europe. We don't really know why humans colonised Britain at this time, but perhaps it was due to the effectiveness of this new technology that we call the hand axe.
The stone hand axe was made essentially in the same way and in the same shape for over 1 million years, and it must be the most successful piece of human technology in history. But is there one last secret in the stone? Our hand axe is just a bit too large to use easily. Why would you make it like that? I showed it to an expert in ergonomic design, the inventor, Sir James Dyson.
What interests me about this is that it's not really very practical. It's double-sided, it has a sharp edge both sides, and it's symmetrical. It's almost as though it's an object of beauty rather than a practical object. So I wonder actually if it's a decorative thing or even something, like a ceremonial sword to make you look brave, powerful, and maybe to pull women. It doesn't look to me like a practical tool. It looks to me more like a show object, a decorative object, than a practical object, because I can only see that whatever I do with it, I'm going to hurt my hand. So I think it's a beautiful object, but I don't believe it has any intent, serious intent behind it.
Of course, it is still a practical object, but I think it's nonetheless worth speculating, as Sir James Dyson does, whether our hand axe was made a bit too big for easy use in order to show that it was made for somebody important. Are we looking here at one of the oldest of all status symbols, the expression of a social pecking order? And then, the hand axe is so pleasing to the eye as well as to the hand that it's hard not to ask if it wasn't to some extent made quite intentionally to be a thing of beauty. Is this the beginning of the long story of art? And indeed, the long story of art being pressed into the service of power? Or are we just projecting back onto those distant ancestors our own ways of thinking about beauty and status? In the next programme, we're going to be unquestionably in the realm of art. I'm going to be looking at a masterpiece of Ice Age sculpture carved in the tusk of a mammoth. You can see the object described in this programme close up on the A History of the World website, as well as hundreds of others from museums right around the UK. And if you have an object with a history to tell, why not add it to our growing collection? Find all this at bbc.co.uk/A History of the World. Thank you for downloading this podcast of A History of the World in 100 Objects from BBC Radio 4. What does the past sound like? Of course, when we're as far back in deep time as we are this week, we can have no real idea. We can imagine the unchanging sounds of nature, wind, rain, sea, river. But for us, history is silent. But if we can't hear the past, we can certainly see it. I'd like to introduce you to an object that's 13,000 years old, made by one of our ancestors who wanted to show his own world to himself, and in doing so, relayed that world with astonishing immediacy to us.
You can feel that here was somebody making this who almost projected themselves with huge imaginative generosity into the world around and saw and felt in their bones that rhythm.
It is, I think, a masterpiece of Ice Age art, and it's also evidence of a huge change in the way in which the human brain was working.
Something between, say, 100,000 and 50,000 years ago happens in the human brain that allows this fantastic creativity, imagination, artistic abilities to emerge.
A History of the World in 100 Objects. The swimming reindeer, made from mammoth tusk. Carved around 10,000 BC and found in France.
In the last two programmes, we looked at stone tools, which raised the question whether it's making things that makes us human. Could you conceive of being human without using objects to negotiate the world? I don't think I can. But there's another question that follows quite quickly once you start looking at these very ancient things. Our modern species, Homo sapiens, thinking man in the Latin, evolved in Africa at least 150,000 years ago. But around 50,000 years ago, something dramatic seems to have happened to the human brain. Because across the world, humans start to make patterns that decorate and intrigue, to make jewellery to adorn the body, and representations of the animals that share their world with them. They're making objects that are less about physically changing the world than about exploring the order and the patterns that they see in it. In short, they're making art. Why? Why do all modern humans share the compulsion to make works of art? Why does man the tool maker everywhere turn into man the artist? Our two reindeer are the oldest piece of art in any British art gallery or museum, and it's alarmingly delicate. We keep it in a climate-controlled case, and we hardly ever move it, because with any sudden shock it could just crumble to dust. It was made during the end of the last ice age, around 13,000 years ago, and it's a sculpture carved from the tusk of a mammoth. It must have been towards the end of the tusk, because it's slim, slightly curved, and it's about 8 inches long. The two reindeer swim closely, one behind the other, and the sculptor has brilliantly exploited the tapering shape of the tusk. The smaller female reindeer is in front, with the very tip of the tusk forming the tip of her nose, and behind her, in the fuller part of the tusk, comes the larger male. Because of the curve, both animals have their chins up and their antlers are tipped back, exactly as they would when swimming, and along the undersides, their legs are at full stretch, giving a marvellous impression of streamlined movement. It's a superbly observed piece, and it can only have been made by somebody who spent a long time watching reindeer swimming across rivers. And it's probably no coincidence that it was found by a river, in a rock shelter at Montastruc in central France. This carving is an amazingly realistic representation of the reindeer, who 13,000 years ago were roaming in great herds across Europe. The continent at this time was far colder than it is today. The landscape consisted of open, treeless plain, rather like the landscape of Siberia now. And for human hunter-gatherers in this unforgiving terrain, reindeer were one of the best hopes of survival. Their meat, skin, bones and antlers could supply pretty well all the food and the clothing you needed, as well as the raw materials for tools and weapons. As long as you could hunt reindeer, you were going to be all right. So it's not surprising that our Homo sapiens artist knew the animals very well, and that he chose to represent them. The larger male reindeer displays an impressive set of antlers that run along almost the whole length of his back, and we can sex him quite confidently, as the artist has carved his genitals under his belly. The female has smaller antlers and 4 little bumps on her underside that look just like teats. But we can be much more specific than this even, because we're clearly looking at these animals in the autumn, at the time of rutting and migration to winter pastures. Only in the autumn do both male and female have full sets of antlers and coats in such wonderful condition. On the female's chest, the ribs and the sternum have been beautifully carved. And this object was clearly made not just with the knowledge of a hunter, but also with the insight of a butcher, someone who not only looked at his animals, but cut them up. By an astonishing stroke of luck, we know that this detailed naturalism was only one of the styles that Ice Age artists had at their disposal. In the case next to the reindeer, the museum shows another sculpture found in that same cave at Montastruc. By happy symmetry, where our reindeer are carved on mammoth tusk, the other sculpture shows a mammoth carved on a reindeer antler. But the mammoth, although instantly recognisable, is drawn in a quite different way, simplified and schematized, somewhere between a caricature and an abstraction. And this is no one-off accident. Ice Age artists display a whole range of artistic styles and techniques, abstract, naturalistic, even surreal, as well as using perspective and sophisticated composition. These are modern humans with modern human minds, just like our own. They still live by hunting and gathering, but they're interpreting the world through art. So what's driving this?
I think what probably happens around 100,000 years ago is different bits of the brain get connected together in a new way, and they can combine different ways of thinking.
Professor Stephen Mithen from the University of Reading.
So like they can combine what they know about nature with what they know about making things, and this gives them a new capacity to produce pieces of art. But also, I think it's those Ice Age conditions were critical as well. That was a very challenging time for people living in harsh, long winters. The need to build up really intense social bonds, the need for ritual, the need for religion, I think is all related to this fluorescence of fantastically creative art at the time. Must have been astonishing places. They were once described as an Ice Age Serengeti, and I think you can imagine the mammoths and the herds of horses and deer. And the birds, the migrating birds, I think, had a massive impact on these hunter-gatherers. So I think part of the art is an overwhelming sense of delight and appreciation and celebration of the natural world.
And an appreciation not just of the animal world. These people knew how to make the most of rocks and minerals. If you look closely, you can see that this little sculpture is the result, in fact, of 4 separate stone technologies. First, the tip of the tusk was severed with a chopping tool. Then the contours of the animals were whittled with a stone knife and scraper. Then the whole thing was polished using a powdered iron oxide mixed with water, probably buffed up with a chamois leather. And finally, the markings on the bodies and the details of the eyes were carefully incised with a stone engraving tool. In execution, as well as in conception, this is a very complex work of art. And it seems to me that it has all the qualities of precise observation and interpretation that you'd look for in any great artist. Why would you go to such trouble to make an object with no practical purpose? Rowan Williams, Archbishop of Canterbury.
What I think you see in the art of this period is human beings trying to enter fully into the flow of life around them so that they become part of the whole process of animal life that's going on around them in a way which I think isn't just about managing the animal world or guaranteeing them success in hunting or whatever. I think it's more than that. It's really a desire to get inside, almost to be at home in the world at a deeper level. And I think that's actually a very deeply religious impulse, to be at home in the world. We tend to identify religion with not being at home in the world sometimes, as if, the real stuff were elsewhere in heaven. And yet actually, if you look at religious origins, and if you look at a lot of the mainstream themes in the great world religions, it's the other way around. It's how to live here and now and how to be part of that flow of life.
This carving of the 2 swimming reindeer had no practical function, only form. Was it just art, an image made just for its beauty, or does it have a different purpose? By representing something, by making a picture or a sculpture of it, you give it a different kind of life, a kind of magical power, and you assert your relationship to it in a world you're able not just to experience, but to imagine. Is it going too far to suggest that art like this is the earliest physical evidence for religion?
At the beginning, of course, you can't really pull apart religion and art, can you? Art is sacred because it is taking you to this space where you're not just doing the subject-object, arm's-length approach to nature. It takes you to a new place. And that's a religious activity. It's only as time goes on that religion becomes much more involved with issues around power, and art becomes much more involved with issues around self-expression. And these days, the two often look at each other from separate mountain peaks, peering in a puzzled kind of way through the mists. I don't think that primitive human beings just had a ready-made word in their heads that sounded like God, and they immediately knew what it was. They were discovering how to be human in a world that was much more complicated because of their intelligence and because of the new environmental challenges they were working with. And slowly, the world, how should I say it, almost reshapes itself with that. And in your identification with the processes of the world, you begin to understand or intuit what in the Old Testament is called wisdom, a kind of principle of cohesion or cohesiveness underlying it all. And you identify that eventually with the mind of God.
It seems that much of the art made around the world at the time of the Ice Age did have a religious dimension, although we can only guess at any ritual use. This art is part of a tradition that's still very much alive today, and it's also part of an evolving religious consciousness which still shapes many human societies. Objects like these swimming reindeer take us into the minds and the imaginations of people like us, into a world unseen but understood. And I think it's that ability to see beyond the functional and the physical, to use our imaginations, that ultimately makes us modern. At the time our swimming reindeer were carved in Europe, the people of Northeast Asia were about to settle the Americas. That's for the next programme. You can see the object described in this programme close up on the A History of the World website, as well as hundreds of others from museums right around the UK. And if you have an object with a history to tell, why not add it to our growing collection? Find all this at bbc.co.uk/A History of the World. Thank you for downloading this podcast of A History of the World in 100 Objects from BBC Radio 4. Imagine you're in a green landscape studded with trees and bushes. You're working as one of a team of hunters, quietly stalking a herd of mammoths. One of the mammoths, you hope, is going to be your supper. You're clutching a light spear with a sharp, pointed stone at the end of it. You get closer, you hurl your spear, and it misses. The mammoth you wanted to kill snaps the shaft under its foot. That spear is useless now. You take another one and you move on. And you leave behind you on the ground something that's not just a killing tool that failed, but a thing that's going to become a message across time. Because thousands of years after the mammoth trod on your spear, humans will find that pointed stone spearhead and know that their ancestors were in this place far earlier than anyone had imagined.
It looks so tiny, and then it's only sort of 2 or 3 inches in length.
These are people on the move, explorers, and I can really feel quite a bit of empathy with what it must have been like to enter country that nobody had told you about, that nobody had actually been in before you.
It's 13,000 years ago, and you're in America.
A History of the World in 100 Objects. Clovis Spear Point, made of stone. 13,000 years old and found in Arizona, United States of America.
Things that are thrown away or lost can tell us as much about the past as any object carefully preserved for posterity. Broken things tell poignant stories. In fact, mundane, everyday items discarded long ago as rubbish are as much a defining characteristic of being human as great art. And these modest but essential things can tell us some of the most important stories of all in human history. In the case of this programme, how modern humans, the tool makers and the artists we've been following this week, took over the world. How, after populating Africa, Asia, Australia and Europe, they finally got to America. I'm in the North American Gallery of the British Museum, among the magnificent feather headdresses, and here in a case beside the totem poles is a very interesting bit of rubbish indeed. I'm just going to get it out of the case and take it to the study room nearby. I've got it in front of me now. It's the business end of a deadly weapon, a spear. The shaft, of course, is long gone. It's made of stone, and it was lost by a person like you or me in Arizona over 13,000 years ago. The spearhead is made of hard flint, and it's about the size of a small, slim mobile phone, but it's in the shape of a long, thin leaf. The point is still intact, and as I run my finger around the edges, I can feel that they are still very sharp. The surface of both sides has beautiful ripples, and when you look closely, you can see that these are the scars from its making, where the flakes of the flint have been carefully chipped off. It's a lovely thing to touch, and it's very well adapted to its lethal purpose, a thing of beauty and a kill forever. This spearhead raises many questions, but perhaps the most surprising fact is that it was found in America. After all, for most of our history, we humans have been a resolutely landlocked African, Asian and European species. So how did the people who made spears like this get to America, and who were they? This stone spearhead is by no means unique. It's just one of thousands that have been found across North America, from Alaska to Mexico. They're known as Clovis points, after the small town in the state of New Mexico, where they were first discovered in 1936, alongside the bones of the animals they'd killed. So the makers of these stone points, the people who hunted with them, are known as Clovis people. The discovery at Clovis was one of the most dramatic leaps forward in our understanding of the history of the Americas. These spearheads are the firmest evidence yet found for the first human beings to inhabit America. Almost identical Clovis points have been found in clusters from Alaska to Mexico and from California to Florida. And what they show is that these people were able to establish small communities right across this immense area as the last ice age was coming to an end about 13,000 years ago. Are the Clovis people really the first Americans? The leading expert on this period is Professor Gary Haynes.
There's some scattered evidence that people were in North America maybe before these Clovis points were made, which would be before 13,000 years ago, but most of that evidence is arguable. The fact is that Clovis looks like it's the first people. If you dig an archaeological site almost anywhere, the bottom levels are going to be about 13,000 years old, and if there's any artifacts in it, it'll be a Clovis or Clovis-related. So it looks like maybe these are the very first dispersers who filled up the continent and became the ancestors of modern Native Americans. The area that was populated by Clovis was just about all of North America, and they came from somewhere up north because the studies of genetics seem to prove conclusively that the ancestry of Native Americans is Northeast Asia.
So archaeology, DNA, and the bulk of academic opinion are telling us effectively that everybody in America arrived from Northeast Asia less than 15,000 years ago. When history gets rewritten like this, it can lead to head-on collision with deeply held beliefs.
This is an affront to their very specific beliefs.
Historian Gabrielle Tayac is a Piscataway Indian. She works for the Smithsonian's National Museum of the American Indian, and she studies how Native Americans are reacting to this new narrative that science is giving them.
If you look at creation stories, there are certainly people who have very strong beliefs that either they emerged from the earth or fell from the sky or developed out of the back of a water beetle, depending on where they were, and who literally believe this. Native American religions were repressed for a very long time, and so people have become very protective. For some Native people, and not all, the insertion of scientific findings that Native people did not get created from the very site that they emerged from, or that there are findings that might be counter to a specific oral recitation, can be seen as a way of invalidating Native traditions.
By about 40,000 years ago, humans like ourselves had spread from Africa all over Asia and Europe, even crossing seas to get to Australia. But no humans had yet set foot in the Americas, and it needed major changes in climate before they could. Firstly, 20,000 years ago, the Ice Age locked up the water in ice sheets and glaciers, leading to a huge fall in sea level. And the sea between Russia and Alaska, what's now the Bering Straits, became a wide and easily passable land bridge. Animals, mammoths, bison and reindeer, moved across to the American side, and hunting humans followed. The way further south into the rest of America was through an ice-free corridor between the Rocky Mountains on the Pacific side and the vast continental ice sheet covering Canada on the other. 15,000 years ago, as the climate warmed up again, it was possible for large numbers of animals, followed again by their human hunters, to get through this corridor to the rich hunting grounds across what is now the United States. This is the new American world of the Clovis Points. It was clearly a great environment for those go-getting humans from North Asia, but if you were a mammoth, the outlook wasn't quite so rosy. The ripples on the side of the Clovis Point, which I find so beautiful, produce intense bleeding in any animal they hit, so you don't need to be a dead shot and strike a vital organ. You can hit your prey anywhere, and the blood loss will gradually weaken it until you can easily finish it off. And by 10,000 BC, all the mammoths, and a lot of other big mammals, had been finished off. How far it's the Clovis people that are responsible for these extinctions is matter for debate, but Gary Haynes thinks they were.
I think there is a direct connection between the first appearance of people and the last appearance of many of the large mammals, if not all of them, that disappeared in North America. You can actually trace this sort of connection across the world. Wherever modern Homo sapiens turns up, where there had never been a human population before this, it's almost invariable that large mammals disappear. And not just some animals, it's a large proportion. In North America, it's something like 2/3 to 3/4.
This was going to become a familiar story. By around 12,000 years ago, the Clovis people and their descendants had not only spread across North America, but had also reached the southernmost tip of South America. Not long after this, warming climate and melting ice raised sea levels sharply, so that the land bridge to Asia flooded once again. There was no way back. For the next 9,000 years, in fact until European contact in the 16th century, the civilizations of the Americas would develop on their own. So, 12,000 years ago, we had reached a key moment in human history. With the exception of the islands of the Pacific, human beings had settled the whole habitable world. We seem to be hardwired to keep moving, to want more, to find out what's beyond the next hill. Michael Palin's covered a good deal of the globe. What does he think drives us on?
In myself, I've always been very restless, and from when I was very, very small, interested in where I wasn't, what was over the horizon, what was round the next corner. And the more you look at the history of Homo sapiens, it's all about movement, right from the very first time they decided to leave Africa. It is this restlessness which seems a very significant factor in the way you look at the way the planet was settled by humans. It does seem that we're not settled. We think we are, but we're still looking for somewhere else where something is better, that it's warmer, it's more pleasant. Maybe there's an element, a spiritual element of hope in this whole thing, you know, that you're going to find somewhere that is going to be wonderful. It's a search for paradise, search for the perfect land. Maybe that's at the bottom of it all the time.
Hope as the defining human quality. Wouldn't that be an encouraging note on which to end this first week of our history of the world? What stood out for me in this week's long journey of nearly 2 million years is the constant human striving to do things better, to make tools that are not only more efficient but also more beautiful, to explore not just environments but ideas, to struggle towards something not yet experienced. The objects I've looked at this week have tracked that move from tools for survival not so different from what other animals might use to a great work of art and the beginnings of religion. Next week, I'm going to be looking at how, about 10,000 years ago, we began to transform the natural world by starting to farm, in the process changing not just the landscape, but plants, animals, and above all, ourselves. And I'm going to be focusing on 2 favourite pastimes: food and sex. You can see the object described in this programme close up on the A History of the World website, as well as hundreds of others from museums right around the UK. And if you have an object with a history to tell, why not add it to our growing collection? Find all this at bbc.co.uk/A History of the World. Thank you for downloading this episode of A History of the World in 100 Objects from BBC Radio 4. Lunch here at the British Museum staff canteen has always been a pretty international affair. It's not just the scholars and the curators who come from all around the world, it's also, of course, the food. As today is one of my healthy days, I'm at the salad bar, looking in among the greens at a fairly standard run of potato salad, rice, sweet corn and kidney beans. What I find interesting about these vegetables is not just that they come originally from all over the world, but that none of them would exist in the form they do today if the plants they come from hadn't been carefully chosen, cherished and modified in a long process that began about 10,000 years ago with some intrepid and ingenious Ice Age cooks.
Everyone did these things, and the families existed as families because you did it not for yourself, but for the family.
We needed some new evolutionary tricks in order to spread out into increasingly hostile environments.
A history of the world in 100 objects. Bird-shaped pestle, made of stone. 4,000 to 8,000 years old, discovered in Papua New Guinea.
In previous programmes, we've looked at how our ancestors moved around the world. In this week's programmes, I'm going to be focusing on what happened when they settled down. This is a week full of ancient animals, powerful gods, dangerous weather, good sex, and even better food. Around 11,000 years ago, the world underwent a violent and rapid period of climate change, leading to the end of the last ice age. Temperatures increased by as much as 7 degrees centigrade in 100 years, and sea levels rose by over 100 metres. Ice turned to water, snow gave way to grass, and the result were slow but profound changes in the way that humans lived. Over the course of this week, I'll be covering about 7,000 years of human history, when, as the Ice Age ended, people in many different parts of the world began to breed animals, grow plants, and eat differently. "10,000 years ago, the sound of daily life began to change across the world, as the rhythms of grinding and pounding prepared the new foods that were going to change our diets and our landscapes. For a long time, our ancestors had used fire to roast meat, but in the sense that we would use the word today, they were now cooking. There's an enormous range of objects in the museum that we could have chosen to illustrate this particular moment in human history, when people literally start putting down roots and cultivating plants that will feed them all year round. The beginning of this sort of farming is a process that seems to have happened in many different places at more or less the same time. And we recently discovered that one of these places was Papua New Guinea, that huge island just the north of Australia, where this stone pestle that I'm holding now comes from. We think it's about 8,000 years old, but a pestle then would have been used exactly as it is now, to grind food in a mortar and break it down so that you can make it edible. It's a big pestle. It stands just over a foot tall, about 35 centimetres, and the business end is a stone bulb about the size of a cricket ball, and you can feel that it's been much used. Above the bulb, the shaft is very easy to grasp, and the upper part of the handle of the shaft has been shaped in a way that's got nothing to do with making food at all. It looks like a slender, elongated bird with wings outstretched and a long neck dipping forward. It looks a bit like Concorde. We're very familiar now with the idea that making food unites us, either as a family or a society. And we all know how much family memory and emotion is bound up in the pots and pans and wooden spoons of childhood. These sorts of associations seem to date from around 10,000 years ago, from the very beginning of cooking implements, roughly the period of our pestle. The chef Madhu Jaffrey is still very attached to her pestle, which her mother gave her when she left India, and she came to look at ours.
I just thought it was beautiful to look at and had a well-honed, worn look and a patina that made me feel that it was used and used again and again. It is a fundamental act both of cooking and of living, and living with a family and passing on, at least in India. When I left India, which was a long, long time ago, my mother gave me certain utensils to take with me, and they were all heavy. I remember that. There was a wok, a grinding stone, and a huge mortar and pestle. So those are what I left with, and I have all of them, and I use my mortar and pestle to this day.
Other stone pestles and mortars have also been found in New Guinea, and what they show is that there were ancient farmers growing crops in the tropical forests and grasslands here around 10,000 years ago. This relatively recent discovery has upset the conventional view that farming began in the Middle East, in what's called the Fertile Crescent, and from there spread across the world. We now know that, in fact, this particular bit of the history of humanity happened simultaneously in many different places. Clearly, a lot of us became farmers at the same time. And wherever people were farming, they began to concentrate on a small number of plants, selectively harvesting these from the wild, planting and tending them. In the Middle East, they chose particular grasses, early forms of wheat. In China, wild dry rice. In Africa, sorghum, a grain that looks a bit like grass. And in Papua New Guinea, the starchy tuber taro. For me, the most surprising thing about these new plants is that in their natural state you very often can't eat them at all, or at least they taste pretty filthy if you do. Why would you choose to grow food that you can eat only once it's been soaked or boiled or ground to make it edible at all? Martin Jones, Professor of Archaeological Science, sees this alchemy of food as an essential part of human evolution.
As the human species expanded across the globe, we had to have a competitive edge over other animals going for the easy food. So we went for the difficult food. We went for things like the small, hard grass seeds we call cereals that are indigestible if eaten raw and may even be poisonous. We have to pulp them up and turn them into things like bread and dough. And we went into the poisonous giant tubers like the yam and the taro, which also had to be leached, ground up and cooked before we could eat them. And that was our competitive advantage. Other animals that didn't have the big brain couldn't think several steps ahead to do that.
So it takes brains to get to cookery. We don't know what gender the cooks were who used our pestle to grind taro in New Guinea, but we do know from archaeological research in the Middle East that cookery there was primarily a woman's activity. From examining burial sites of this period, scientists have discovered that the hips, ankles and knees of mature women are generally severely worn. The grinding of wheat, then, would have been done kneeling down, rocking back and forth to crush the kernels between two heavy stones. This arthritis-inducing activity must have been very tough, but the women of the Middle East and the new cooks everywhere were cultivating a small range of nourishing basic foods that could sustain much larger groups of people than had been possible before. Most of these new foods were pretty bland, but the pestle and mortar can also play a key part here in making them more interesting. Madha Jaffrey again.
If you take mustard seeds, which have been known in ancient times, if you leave them whole, they have one taste. But if you crush them, they're like Jekyll and Hyde. They become pungent and bitter. So you change the very nature of a seasoning by crushing it.
And Martin Jones believes that in due course, this early farming changed the whole pattern of our society.
We specialise in those smaller number of foods, not stopping the others, but emphasising a smaller number of foods. And that's how agriculture emerges. And it allows people to interact in different ways, to share food in different ways, and to make contact with each other in different ways.
These new crops helped create new kinds of communities, because if you were lucky with the weather, they could produce surpluses, which could then be stored, exchanged, or simply consumed in a great feast. Our pestil's long, thin, elegant body looks far too delicate to have been able to withstand the vigorous daily pummeling of taro, so we should perhaps think of it more as being used to prepare special meals, meals where people gathered as we might do today, to trade, to dance, or to celebrate key moments in life. Sharing food is one of the most basic ways of binding people together. Looking at the food in the British Museum canteen, so much of it flown across the world, I'm struck by the fact that while we all travel more and more freely, we depend on food grown by people who cannot move, who must stay on the same piece of land. We're all increasingly aware of how vulnerable this makes farmers across the world to any change in climate, and this dependency on regular, predictable weather led the farmers of 10,000 years ago to identify gods of food and of climate who needed constant placation and prayer in order to ensure the cycle of nature and safe, good harvests. Now, most people look to governments and to campaigners like Sir Bob Geldof.
The whole psychology of food, where it stands, where it places us, is, I think, more important than almost any other aspect of our lives. Essentially, the necessity to work comes out of the necessity to eat. So this central idea of food is the fundamental in all human existence. You know, it's clear no animal can exist without being able to eat. But right now, at the beginning of the 21st century, it is clearly in the top 3 of priorities for the global powers to address. Upon their success or not will depend the future of huge sections of the world population. There simply isn't enough food for the world at the moment. There's several factors, but the predominant one is climate change.
So a change in climate, like the one that brought us agriculture in the first place, is now threatening our global survival. Just after the Ice Age, the growing population that the new foods allowed was, of course, not a problem, but a positive advantage. The first settled societies increased quickly in numbers, and as long as the weather allowed, they developed new, stable communities. Tomorrow, I'll be focusing on the fertility not of the land, but of the people farming it. I'll be looking at a stone sculpture that's the first representation anywhere of a couple making love. You can see this object in close-up and browse hundreds more at the A History of the World website. Go to bbc.co.uk/A History of the World. Thank you for downloading this episode of A History of the World in 100 Objects from BBC Radio 4. As the last ice age came to an end, somebody picked a pebble out of a small river not far from Bethlehem. It's a pebble that must have been tumbled downstream, banged and smoothed against other stones as it went, in a process that geologists poetically describe as chattering. But about 11,000 years ago, a human hand then shaped and chipped this beautifully chattered, rounded pebble into one of the most moving objects in the British Museum. It shows 2 naked people literally wrapped up in each other. It's the oldest known representation of a couple having sex.
Well, it's the classic thing that we always imagine, that we discovered sex and that all other ages before us were kind of rather prudish and simple. Whereas in fact, obviously, human beings have been emotionally sophisticated since at least 8,000 BC when this sculpture was made, and just as sophisticated as us, I'm sure.
And I think it's clear that sexuality was a very, very important part of the symbolic and social world.
A History of the World. in 100 objects. The Ain Sakri Lovers, a stone sculpture discovered near Bethlehem, approximately 11,000 years old.
At the end of the last ice age, as the climate warmed up across the world, humans gradually shifted from hunting and gathering to a settled way of life based on farming. And in the process, our relationship to the natural world was transformed. From living as a minor part of a balanced ecosystem, we start trying to overcome nature, to take control. In the Middle East, the warmer weather brought a spread of rich grasslands. People had been moving around, hunting gazelle and gathering the seeds of lentils, chickpeas and wild grasses. But in the new, lusher savanna, gazelle were plentiful and they tended to stay in one place throughout the year. So the humans settled down with them. And once they were settled, they deliberately collected grass grains still on the stalk. And by collecting and sowing the seeds, they almost inadvertently carried out a very early kind of genetic engineering. They slowly created the world's great staple crops, wheat and barley. With this more stable life, our ancestors turned to new gods, and they made images which show and celebrate the key elements in their changing universe: food and power, worship, sex and love. And the maker of the Lovers sculpture was one of these people. I'm in the manuscript saloon at the British Museum, and most people walk straight past the case that contains the statue of the Lovers. Perhaps it's because, from a distance, it doesn't look very much. It's a small, muted, greyish stone, about the size of a clenched fist. But when you get nearer to it, you can see that it's a couple, seated, their arms and legs wrapped around each other in the closest of embraces. There aren't any clear facial features, but you know that these two people are looking into each other's eyes. I think it's one of the tenderest expressions of love that I know, comparable to the great kissing couples of Brancusi and Rodin. And I asked the contemporary British sculptor Mark Quinn what he thought of it.
It's incredible to be in the presence of this object, which is from so long ago. To me, what's great about a sculpture is when you move it and look at it in different ways, it changes completely. And so here you have this thing from the side, you've got the long shot of the embrace, you see the two figures. From another side it's a penis, from the other side it's a vagina, from another side it's breasts. It seems to be formally mimicking the act of making love as well as representing it as well. And those different sides unfold as you handle it, as you turn this object round in your hand, so they unfold in time, which I think is another important thing about sculpture. It's not an instant thing. You walk around it and the object unfolds in real time. It's almost like in a pornographic film you have long shots, close-ups. It has a cinematic quality as you turn it, that you get all these different things, and yet it's a poignant, beautiful object about the relationship between people.
But what do we know of the people captured in this lover's embrace? Well, the maker, or should we say the sculptor, of the Lovers belonged to a people that we now call the Natufians, who lived in a region that straddled what is today Israel, Palestine, Lebanon and Syria. And our sculpture came from the area southeast of Jerusalem. In 1933, the great French archaeologist Abbé Henri Breuil and a French diplomat, René Neuville, visited a small museum in Bethlehem.
Towards the end of our visit, I was shown a wooden casket containing various items from the surrounding areas, of which none, apart from this statuette, was of any value. I realized immediately the particular significance of the design involved, and asked the source of these objects. I was told that they had been brought by a Bedouin who was returning from Bethlehem towards the Dead Sea.
Intrigued by the figure, Neuville wanted to know more about its discovery, and he sought out the Bedouin he'd been told about. He managed to track down the man responsible for the find, who took him to the very cave in the Judean desert not far from Bethlehem, in which the sculpture of the lovers had been discovered. The cave was called Ain Sakri, and so these sculptured lovers that had so captivated Neuville are still known as the Ain Sakri lovers. Crucially, the sculpture had been found with objects which made it clear that the cave had been a dwelling rather than a grave, and so our sculpture must have played some kind of role in domestic, everyday life. We don't know exactly what that role might have been, but we do know that this dwelling belonged to people who were living at the dawn of agriculture. Their new way of life involved the collecting and the storing of food. Wild grass seeds fall off the plant and are spread easily by the wind or eaten by the birds. But these people selected seeds which stayed on the stalk, a very important characteristic if a grass is ever going to be worth cultivating. They stripped these seeds, removed the husks, and ground the grains to flour. Later, they would go on to sow the surplus seeds. Farming had begun, and ever since, together, we've been breaking bread. The result was as profound a transformation for human beings as any revolution in history. This process of settling down did, of course, make you more vulnerable to crop failure, pests, diseases, above all to the weather. But while things were good, society boomed. A guaranteed, abundant food source fueled a sustained population explosion, and people began to live in large villages of between 200 or 300, the highest concentration of people the world had yet seen. When your larder is stocked, the pressure's off, and you've got time to think. And these rapidly growing, settled communities had the leisure to work out new social relationships and to contemplate the changing pattern of their lives. Our little sculpture of the entwined lovers may be a response to this new way of living, a different way of thinking about ourselves. What does it mean to depict the sexual act in this way at this time? Archaeologist Ian Hodder has done a lot of work on this period, and he sees here a process that he calls the domestication of the mind.
The Natufian culture is really before fully domesticated plants and animals, but you already have a sedentary society. And so I think that this particular object, because of its sort of focus on humans and human sexuality in such a clear way, is part of that general shift towards a greater concern with domesticating the mind, domesticating humans, domesticating human society, being more concerned with human relationships rather than on the relationships between humans and wild animals and the relationships between wild animals themselves.
As you hold the Ain Sakri pebble and turn it round, what's striking is not just that there are clearly two human figures rather than one, but that it's impossible, because of the way the stone's been carved, to say which is male and which is female. Could that generalized treatment, that ambiguity, have been a deliberate intention on the part of the maker? We just don't know. But we don't know either how this little statue would have been used. Some scholars think that it might have been connected with fertility, but Ian Hodder takes a different view.
This object is one that could be read in many ways, and I think earlier on one would often have thought that these notions of sexual coupling and sexuality itself were linked to ideas of the mother goddess, because it's been assumed that when you have the first farmers, their main concern is the fertility of the crops. My own view is that, in fact, the evidence isn't really supporting this idea of a dominant mother goddess very early on, because there are now very exciting new discoveries that really have no representations of women at all. Most of the symbolism is very, very phallocentric. So my view at the moment is that it is the case that sexuality is important in these early farming societies, but not in terms of reproduction, fertility, children and mothering and nurturing, that sort of thing. It's really more clearly about the sex act itself.
Certainly, to me, the tenderness of the embracing figures suggests not reproductive vigour, but love. People are beginning to settle and to form stable families, to have more food and therefore more children. And perhaps this is the first moment in human history when a mate could become a husband or a wife. All these ideas may be present in our sculpture of the lovers, but we're still largely in the realm of historical speculation. On another level, though, it speaks to us absolutely directly, not as a document of a changing society, but as an eloquent work of art. Sculptor Mark Quinn.
There's a difference between art and artifact. An artifact is something from a time that stays in that time, like a piece of pottery, and it becomes like a relic of that time. And artwork is something that is from a time, but also is eternally in the present moment. And I think you can definitely say this sculpture is in the present moment. That, to me, is the great strength of making artwork, is that you're making essentially emotional time machines. You're making an object of meditation that will communicate with people in 10,000 years' time, were it to survive in a very direct way. I mean, certain things are beyond time.
But in a sense, nearly all objects speak beyond time. Throughout this series, I'll be trying to discover the stories of the people whose hands made the objects, their fears, their hopes, sometimes even their loves. From the Ain Sakri lovers to Rodin's statue of the Kiss, there are 11,000 years of human history, but not, I think, much change in human desire. In the next programme, we're on less romantic territory. I'm with the world's first cowboys, perhaps more accurately, the world's first cattle herders, in Egypt, and with another statue of 4 small cows. You can see this object in close-up and browse hundreds more at the A History of the World website. Go to bbc.co.uk/A History of the World. Thank you for downloading this episode of A History of the World in 100 Objects from BBC Radio 4. Mention excavation in Egypt, and most of us immediately see ourselves entering Tutankhamun's tomb, discovering the hidden treasures of the pharaohs, and at a stroke rewriting history. Aspiring archaeologists should be warned that this happens only very rarely. Most archaeology is, of course, a slow, dirty business, followed by even slower recording of what's been found. And the tone of archaeological reports has a deliberate, academic, almost clerical dryness, far removed from the riotous swagger of Indiana Jones. In 1900, a member of the Egypt Exploration Society excavated a grave in southern Egypt. He soberly named his discovery Grave A23, and he noted the contents.
Body, male. Baton of clay painted in red stripes with imitation mace head of clay. Small red pottery box, 4-sided, 9 inches by 6 inches. Leg bones of small animal. Pots. And stand of 4 clay cows.
These 4 little clay cows are a long way from the glamour of the pharaohs. But you could argue that cows and what they represent have been far more important to human history. Babies have been reared on their milk, temples have been built to them, whole societies have been fed by them, economies have been built on them. Without cows, there are no cowboys, and without cowboys, no Wild West. Our world would have been a different and a duller place without the cow.
They were a very important part of Egyptian economy. It became essentially a symbol for life.
It's not that easy for archaeologists to pin down how food processing worked in these early stages, but some of these artifacts can give us a good insight into it.
A History of the World in 100 Objects. A painted clay model of 4 cattle, approximately 5,500 years old, found at a burial site on the Nile, Egypt.
Four horned cows stand side by side upon fertile land, and indeed they've been grazing their little patch of grass for about 5,500 years. They're ancient Egyptian, more ancient even than the pharaohs or the pyramids. These cows are miniatures, small models hand-moulded out of a single lump of Nile River clay, and on them you can still see very faint traces of black and white paint applied after the clay had been lightly baked. Like toy farm animals of the sort most of us played with as children, they stand only a few inches high, and the clay base that they share is roughly the size of a dinner plate. These cows were buried with a man in a cemetery near a small village near El Amra in southern Egypt. Like all the objects I've chosen this week, these creatures speak of the consequences of climate change and human responses to it. They've got a story to tell about their owner that stretches far beyond grave A23. All of the things found in this grave were intended to be useful in another world, and, in a way never imagined by the people who placed them there, they are. But they're useful for us, not for the dead, because they allow us unique insights into remote societies, their way of death casting light on their way of life, and perhaps even more important, they give us some idea not just of what people did, but of what they thought and believed. Most of what we know about early Egypt, that's Egypt before the pharaohs and the hieroglyphs, is based on burial objects that archaeologists have discovered. Objects like these little cows. They come from a time when Egypt was populated only by small farming communities living along the Nile Valley. Compared to the spectacular gold and tomb ornaments of later Egypt, these little clay cows are a modest thing. Funerals at that point were simpler. They didn't involve embalming or mummifying. That kind of practice wouldn't come for another 1,000 years. Instead, we find a simpler way of burying people. The owner of our 4 clay cows would have been laid in an oval pit. He would have been placed in a crouched position, lying on a mat of rushes facing the setting sun. And around him were his grave goods, items of value for his journey into the afterlife 5,500 years ago. Among them, his 4 clay cows. Cow models like this one are quite common, so we can be fairly sure that cows must have played a significant part in Egyptian daily life. Such an important part, in fact, that they couldn't be left behind when the owner passed through death and on into the afterlife. How did this humble beast become so important to human beings? Martin Jones, Professor of Archaeological Science, is an expert in the archaeology of food.
If we think of the human diet in 2 steps, one is with early modern humans, there's an enormous adventurous diversification. We're eating everything. We're eating seeds, fish, mammoths, birds, anything that moves, we're finding a way to eat it. And then there's a second episode, which starts around 10,000 years ago, where we seem to home in on a small number of target species, particularly grass seeds, what we call cereals, underground tubers, and a small number of animals.
The story begins over 9,000 years ago, in the vast expanses of the Sahara. In Egypt then, instead of today's landscape of arid desert, the Sahara was a lush, open savanna with gazelles, giraffes, zebras, elephant and wild cattle roaming around it. Happy hunting for humans. But around 8,000 years ago, the rains that nourished this landscape dried up. Without rain, the land began to turn to the desert that we know today, leaving people and animals to seek ever-dwindling sources of water. This dramatic change of environment meant that people had to find an alternative to hunting. Somehow, they found a way to tame wild cattle. No longer did they just chase them one by one. They learnt how to gather and manage herds with which they travelled and from which they could live. Cows became almost literally the lifeblood of these new communities. The needs of fresh water and pasture for the cattle now determined the very rhythm of life, as both human and animal activity became ever more intertwined. What role did these early Egyptian cattle play in this sort of society? What did they keep cows for? Professor Fakhri Hassan has excavated and studied many of these early Egyptian graves.
These people had farming villages, and I happened to have excavated sites in the Nagada region. And we found remains of animal enclosures as well as evidence for the consumption of cattle. We found the bones of these animals. And these items, these models of the cattle, were probably produced about a millennium or more after the cattle were introduced into Egypt.
Study of the bones of these ancient cattle shows the ages at which the animals were killed. Surprisingly, many of them were old, at least too old if they were being kept only for food. So, unless the Egyptians enjoyed very tough steak, these are not, in our sense, beef cattle, and they must have been kept alive for other reasons, perhaps to carry water or possessions on journeys. But it seems more likely that they were tapped for blood, which, if you drink it or add it to stews, gives you essential extra protein. It's something we find in many parts of the world, and it's still done today by the nomadic peoples in Kenya. So are our 4 cows a walking blood bank? The more obvious answer that they were dairy cows we can probably rule out, because for several reasons milk was unfortunately off the menu. Not only did these early domesticated cows produce very little milk, but more importantly, for humans, drinking cow's milk is very much an acquired skill. Martin Jones again.
There are a range of other foods that our distant ancestors wouldn't have eaten as readily as we do. Something as commonplace as milk is something that we've had to evolve to tolerate, because milk is biologically designed just for very young mammals, and we needed to genetically evolve in order to tolerate drinking milk as adults. And indeed, a great number of modern peoples around the world don't have that tolerance of drinking milk as adults.
So drinking cow's milk would probably have made these early Egyptians very ill, but they and many other populations eventually adapted. We're not only what we eat, we are essentially what our ancestors, with great difficulty, learned to eat. But in early Egypt, cows were probably also kept as a kind of insurance policy. If crops or the immediate surroundings were damaged by fire, communities could always fall back on the cow for nourishment as a last resort. Perhaps not the best thing to eat, but always there. They were also socially and ceremonially significant. But as Fakhri Hassan explains, their importance went even deeper.
Cattle have always had religious significance, both the bulls and the cows. It's related mostly to life. In the desert, again, a cow was a source of life. And we have many representations in rock art where we see cows with the calves in more or less a religious scene. And in fact, we also see human female figurines, also modeled from clay, with raised arms like if they were horns. So it seemed to me that cattle were quite important in religious ideology.
The cattle in front of me don't show any outward signs of being particularly special, but on closer inspection you can see that they don't look like the cows you find on the farm today anywhere across Europe, North America or the Middle East. Their horns are strikingly different. They curve forwards and much lower than any cows that we know, and that's because they're not like the cows that we know. All the cows alive in the world today descend from Asia. Our Egyptian model cows look different from the ones we know today because they were descended from native African cattle, which have now become extinct. Along the Nile Valley, the cow eventually transformed human existence, and in fact it became so much a central part of the Egyptian world that it even inspired worship. We all need our gods to be close to what we eat. Whether this cow worship started as early as the time of our little model cows is still a matter of debate. But in later Egyptian mythology, the cow takes on a prominent role in religion, worshipped as the powerful cow goddess, Bat. She's typically shown with the face of a woman and the ears and horns of a cow. And we can see just how far cattle have gained in status by the fact that subsequently Egyptian kings were honoured with the title Bull of his mother. The cow had come to be seen as the creator of the pharaohs. In the next programme, I'm moving from cows to corn, but I'm staying with the gods. This time, the all-powerful god of maize in Mexico. You can see this object in close-up and browse hundreds more at the A History of the World website. Go to bbc.co.uk/A History of the World. Thank you for downloading this episode of A History of the World in 100 Objects from BBC Radio 4. This is the sound of worship. It's coming from a Christian church in Chiapas, the southernmost state of Mexico, where the local Indian population are offering their god not just their devotion, but also their food. It's a practice they've been following for thousands of years. Nowadays, we like to say we are what we eat. But for generations amongst the faithful, it's been equally true to say we worship what we eat. This willingness to venerate the food on our plate seems to arrive at a particular moment in human development, and it tells us much more about a society than its favourite supper dish.
It's always present in one way or another, either to be eaten or to be looked at or to be worshipped. It is part of the cultural identity.
A History of the World in 100 Objects. Maya May's God. A stone statue discovered in Honduras, approximately 1,300 years old.
Some archaeologists argue that food must always have had a divine role, even for our earliest ancestors. Just think of the cow goddess of Egypt, or Bacchus and Ceres of classical mythology, or Annapurna, the Hindu goddess of food. But there's a particular time, after the end of the Ice Age, so between 10 and 5,000 years ago, roughly, when a range of new foods seems to be accompanied by a range of new gods. Across the world, people began to identify particular plants that would provide them with food. In the Middle East, as we saw in the last programme, it was wheat and barley. In China, millet and rice. In Papua New Guinea, taro. And in Africa, sorghum. And as they did so, everywhere, stories about gods emerged. Gods of death and of rebirth. Gods who would guarantee the cycle of the seasons and ensure the return of the crops. And gods, more importantly, that represent food itself. Today's object is myth-made material, a food god from Central America. And here, in the heart of the British Museum, we have a god of maize. He's a bust carved of limestone using a stone chisel and a basalt hammer. And the features are large, symmetrical, the eyes closed, the lips parted, as though this god is in communion with a different world, quietly meditating. The arms are bent, the palms of the hands face outward, one raised, one lower, giving an impression of serene power. The head of the god is covered with an enormous headdress, in the shape of a stylized corn cob, and his hair is like the silky strands that line the inside of a cob corn inside the wrapping leaves. Originally, this statue would have sat with many other similar gods high up on a stepped pyramid-style temple in western Honduras. He was found in Copan, a major Mayan city and religious centre whose monumental ruins you can still visit today. All of the temple statues were commissioned by the Mayan ruler of the day to adorn the magnificent temple that he built at Copan around 700 AD. Between the head and the body, you can very clearly see the join. And indeed, the head looks rather too big for the body, because in the temple in Copan, now in western Honduras, from which this came, all the statues fell and heads and bodies were pieced together. But whether this head and this body precisely belong together is actually not the key thing, because all these gods are about the central power, the central role of maize to the local people. Our statue of the maize god is obviously a comparative new boy. He's made as late as 700 AD, but he comes at the end of a very long tradition. Central Americans had been worshipping him and his predecessors for thousands of years, and his mythic story mirrors the annual planting and harvesting of the corn on which all Central American civilization depended. Like the maize plant, the maize god is decapitated at harvest time, and is then reborn fresh, young and beautiful at the beginning of each new growing season. John Staller, anthropologist and author of the book Histories of Maize, explains why the maize god was a common choice for rich, powerful patrons.
The elite from ancient societies focused upon corn as having sacred kinds of properties which they then associated with themselves. And this is pretty obvious in the young maize god. The sculpture was apparently a manifestation of mythological beings resulting from the third Maya creation. There were 8 mythological beings, 4 women and 4 men, who are the ancestors of all the Maya people. The Maya believed that their ancestors essentially came from corn, and they were formed of yellow and white maize dough. Maize was certainly a primary focus of ritual and religious veneration by ancient Mesoamerican people going back all the way before the Maya and even into the Olmec civilization.
So our maize god is not just a hauntingly beautiful statue. He gives us a real insight into the way ancient American society thought about itself and its environment. The maize god represents both the fact of the agricultural cycle of planting, harvesting and replanting, and the faith in a parallel human cycle of birth, death and rebirth. But more, he is the very stuff of which the Central Americans are made. Where the Hebrew god made Adam out of dust, the Mayan gods use maize to make their humans. The mythical story is told in the most famous epic in the whole of the Americas, the Popol Vuh. For generations, this was passed on through oral traditions before finally being written down in the 17th century. Here's a taste of it.
And here is the beginning of the conception of humans, and of the search for the ingredients of the human body. So they spoke, the bearer, begetter, the makers, modelers named Sovereign Plumed Serpent. They sought and discovered what was needed for human flesh. It was only a short while before the sun, moon and stars were to appear above the makers and modelers. Split Place, Bitter Water Place is the name. The yellow corn, white corn came from there. And this was when they found the staple foods. And then the yellow corn and white corn were ground. After that they put into words the making, the modelling of our first mother-father, with yellow corn, white corn alone for the flesh, food alone for the human legs and arms, for our first fathers, the 4 human works.
But why did maize become the favoured food and the revered grain of the Americas? Why not wheat or a certain type of meat? The answer lies not in maize's divine connections, but in the environment that Central America offered. In this part of the world, at this time, around 9,000 years ago, other food resources were very thin on the ground. There were no easily domesticated animals, as you would find pigs, sheep or cattle elsewhere, and the staples were a trinity of plants that were slowly cultivated and tamed: squashes, beans and maize. But beans and squashes don't become gods. Why does maize? Well, the plant from which maize derives, the teosinte, is wonderfully adaptable. It's able to grow in both the lush, wet lowlands and the dry, mountainous regions, which means that farmers can plant crops in any of their seasonal dwellings. On top of that, constant harvesting of the grain encourages the plants to grow larger and more abundantly. So maize quickly became plentiful. Farmers got a healthy return for investing their labour. But crucially, maize is a rich carbohydrate that gives you a rapid energy hit. But it is, let's face it, pretty stodgy. And so from very early on, farmers also cultivated an ingenious and tasty accompaniment, the indigenous chili. Chili has virtually no nutritional value, but as we all know, it's uniquely able to liven up dull carbohydrates. And it shows that we've been foodies for as long as we've been farmers. By 1000 AD, maize had spread north and south virtually through the whole length of the Americas, which is perhaps surprising, because in its earliest form, not only did maize have little taste, it was practically inedible. It couldn't just be boiled and eaten straight away, as it is today. 9,000 years ago, the maize cob was very hard, and eating it raw would have made you very ill. It needed to be cooked in a mixture of water and white lime. This elaborate process of boiling the raw kernel in lime and water was essential. Without it, the two key nutrients in the vegetable, the amino acids and the vitamin B, would not be released. After all that, it had to be ground into a paste and then made into an unleavened dough. The god of maize expected his disciples to work hard for their supper. Even today, maize still dominates much of Mexican cuisine, and it still carries a surprisingly powerful religious and metaphorical charge, as restaurateur Santiago Calva knows only too well.
The continuous spin-offs of maize into the daily life is vast and complex. At some stage there will always be maize around, and it jumps any class barrier or identity. Everybody eats it and drinks it, from the richest to the poorest, to the most indigenous to the least indigenous. And that's one thing that unites more than anything else. Maize culture faces two new problems, one being the use of maize as a biofuel and the increment of prices where it directly affects the Mexican population. The other problem being the genetically modified maize. It's almost personally offensive and religiously that you're playing God, as if it were. It's just very sensitive, and especially when you take corn to be used for other purposes other than to be eaten or be worshipped, but rather to be put into a car, it becomes a highly controversial issue.
So even today, for some people, it's unthinkable that maize, the divine food, should end up in a petrol tank. Well beyond Mexico, the idea of genetic modification of crops still causes deep unease, as much religious as scientific. A sense that the natural order is being disturbed, that humans are trespassing on territory that's properly reserved to the gods. In a very real sense, the Mexican maize god is still alive, and he's not to be trifled with. In the next programme, we'll be turning from the food of the gods to the vessels that it's cooked in. We'll be in Japan, with some of the oldest pottery in the world, and the birth of the stew. You can see this object in close-up and browse hundreds more at the A History of the World website. go to bbc.co.uk/A History of the World. Thank you for downloading this episode of A History of the World in 100 Objects from BBC Radio 4. Thousands of years ago, one of our ancestors must accidentally have made their first pot. We can imagine that a lump of wet clay somehow ended up in the fire, dried out, hardened, and formed a hollow shape, a shape that could hold things in a tough material. Until now, for the Ice Age cook, leaves were soggy, baskets and skins leaked and burned, and meat charred. Suddenly, when that wet clay hardened, a whole world of culinary possibilities and ceramic design opened up. The miraculous accident that produced pottery coincided with some great developments in human history. In the previous 4 programmes, I've been looking at the way humans began to rear animals and to cultivate plants. As a consequence, they started to cook differently, to eat new things, and therefore to live differently. They settled down. Today, we're in Japan, about 7,000 years ago, with an ancient pot made in a tradition that goes back almost 10,000 years before that.
The earliest dates we've got for pottery are around about 16,500 years ago, and that in itself has caused quite a fuss, because this is still what most people recognise as the old Stone Age, with people hunting big game animals, and we don't really expect to find pottery quite as early as that.
It was in Japan that the world's first pottery was born, and with it, possibly, the world's first stew.
A History of the World in 100 Objects. Jomon pot. A clay pot from Japan, approximately 5000 BC.
You find pots in museums all around the world, and here in the Enlightenment Gallery of the British Museum we have pots from all over the world. Greek vases with heroes fighting on them, Ming bowls from China, pot-bellied African jars, and beautiful Wedgwood tureens. The world's pots are so ubiquitous that we take all of them for granted. But human history is told and written in pots, perhaps more than anything else. As Robert Browning put it, time's wheel runs back or stops, potter and clay endure. I'm holding very gingerly an extremely important pot. It's pretty underwhelming to look at. In fact, it's quite dull. It's made of brown-grey clay, a simple round pot about the size of the bucket that children play with on the beach, about 6 inches high, 6 inches across at the top, and it's got straight sides and a flat base. And it was made about 7,000 years ago in Japan. When you look more closely, you can see that it was built up with coils of clay, and then into the outside, fibres had been pressed, so that when you hold it, you feel as though you're actually holding a basket. It looks and feels like a basket in clay. The basket, like markings on this and other Japanese pots of the same time, are in a chord pattern, and that's in fact what the name is in Japanese. They're called jomon, or chord pattern pots. And the word jomon has come to be used not just for the objects, but for the people that made them, and even the whole historic period in which they lived. It was the Jomon people, living in what's now northern Japan, who created the world's first pots. Simon Kainer of the University of East Anglia is a specialist in ancient Japanese culture.
In Europe, we've always assumed that people who made pottery were farmers, and that it was only through farming that people were able to stay in one place because they would be able to build up a surplus that they could then subsist on through the winter months. And it was only if you were going to stay in one place all year round that you'd be making pottery, because it's an awkward thing to carry around with you. The Japanese example is really interesting because what we have here is pottery being made by people who are not farmers. And it's one of the best examples that we've got from anywhere in the world, really, from prehistory, of people who subsisted on fishing, gathering nuts and other wild resources, and hunting wild animals, that they also had a need for cooking pots.
The Jomon way of life seems to have been pretty comfortable. They lived near the sea, and they relied on fish as a main source of food. That is, a food that came to them, so they didn't have to move around as land-roaming hunter-gatherers did. They also had easy access to abundant plants with nuts and seeds, so there was no imperative to domesticate animals or to cultivate particular crops. Perhaps because of this plentiful supply of fish and food, farming took a long time to establish itself in Japan compared to the rest of the world. Simple agriculture, in the shape of rice, arrived in Japan only 2,500 years ago. But in pots, the Japanese were very much ahead of the game. Before the discovery of the pot, people stored their food in holes in the ground or in baskets, both vulnerable to thieving creatures and, in the case of the baskets, to wear and to weather. Putting your food in sturdy clay containers that you can cover keeps freshness in and keeps mice out. And as for the shape and the decoration of the new pots, well, having no pottery tradition to learn from, the Jomon looked at what they already had, baskets. So it's not surprising that they make pots that look like baskets and indeed look like each other. Professor Takashi Doi is a senior archaeologist at the Agency of Cultural Affairs in Japan.
For Jomon people, the decorations are derived from what they saw around them in the natural world. The motifs were inspired by trees, plants, shells, animal bones. The basic patterns are applied using twisted plant fibers or twisted cords, and there is an amazing variety in the ways you can twist your cords. There is an elaborate regional and chronological sequence that we have identified. Over the years of the Jomon period, we can see over 400 local types or regional styles. You can pin down some of these styles to 25-year time slots. They were so specific with their cord markings.
As well as making attractive and stylized storage pots, the Jomon must also have been thrilled at the leak-proof, heat-proof properties of their new kitchenware. The menu would have included vegetables and nuts, but they also cooked shellfish, oysters, cockles and clams. Meat was pot-roasted or boiled, and so Japan appears to be the birthplace of the soup and of the stew. Simon Kaner again.
We're quite lucky. They weren't very good at washing up, these guys. And so they've left some carbonized remains of foodstuffs inside these pots. And they're black deposits on the interior surfaces. And in fact, even some of the very early ones, some of those ones which are now dated to about 14,000 years ago, there's black incrustations, and it's that carbonized material that's been dated. And we think that they were probably cooking up some vegetable materials. Perhaps they were cooking up fish broths. And it's possible they were also cooking up nuts. And they were using a wide range of nuts, including acorns, that you need to cook and boil for a long time before you can actually eat them.
I think this is a really interesting point, that pots change your diet. New foods become available and usable only once they can be boiled. Heating shellfish in water forces the shells to open, making it easier to get at the contents, but also, and no less importantly, it sorts out which ones are bad. The bad ones stay closed. It's quite alarming to think of the trial and error involved in discovering which foods are in fact edible. There must have been plenty of horrible accidents on the way, but it's a process that was going on all over the world. The Jomon hunter-gatherer way of life, enriched and transformed by the making of Jomon pottery, didn't radically change for over 14,000 years. Although the oldest pots in the world were made in Japan, the technique didn't spread from there. Pottery seems to have been invented in different places at different times right across the world. The first pots known in the Middle East and North Africa were made a few thousand years after the earliest Jomon pots, and in the Americas it was a few thousand years after that. But almost everywhere in the world, the invention of the pot was connected with new cuisines and a more varied menu. Nowadays, Jomon pots are used as cultural ambassadors for Japan in major exhibitions around the world. Most nations look back to imperial glories or invading armies, and I think it's extraordinary that a technologically, economically powerful nation like Japan proudly places the very origins of its identity in the early hunter-gatherers. As an outsider, I find the meticulous attention to detail, the patterning on the surface, and the long continuity of Jomon traditions already very Japanese. Professor Takashi Doi again.
Japan has the longest pottery-making tradition in the world. The fine porcelains made by Japan's top craftsmen and women today have an inheritance lasting over 17,000 years. Jomon pots and culture have great resonance for many Japanese people today, perhaps because it speaks of the distinctive nature of Japanese culture that often stresses continuity through change.
But the story of our small Jomon pot doesn't end here, because I haven't yet described to you what is perhaps the most extraordinary thing of all about it, that the inside is, when you look, carefully lined with lacquered gold leaf. What's fascinating about trying to tell a history through objects is that they go on to have lives and destinies never dreamt of by those who made them, and that's certainly true of this pot. That gold leaf was applied somewhere between the 17th and the 19th centuries, when ancient pots were being discovered, collected and displayed by Japanese scholars. And it was probably a wealthy collector a couple of hundred years ago who had the inside of our pot lacquered with a thin layer of gold. After 7,000 years of existence, our Jomon pot then began a new life, as a mizusashi, or water jar, for that quintessentially Japanese ritual, the tea ceremony. I don't think that its maker would have minded. We know that there were all sorts of rituals and ceremonies involving pots in the time of the Jomon. In that society, as in virtually all others, pots quickly went beyond their functional purpose to become objects of desire and display. In their many manifestations, pots resonate throughout human history, from the most primitive domestic meal or drink to the Last Supper, from a nomadic snack to an international banquet. If mealtimes are a microcosm of society, then pots are the very glue that bind hosts and guests, indeed the whole of society, together. This week, we've traced the beginnings of farming and settlement. In the next programmes, we're with the consequences. The world's first cities. You can see this object in close-up and browse hundreds more at the A History of the World website. Go to bbc.co.uk/A History of the World. Thank you for downloading this episode of A History of the World in 100 Objects from BBC Radio 4. There's a compelling showbiz mythology of the modern big city. The energy and the abundance, the proximity to culture and power, the streets that just might be paved with gold. We've seen it and we've loved it, on stage and on screen. But we all know that in reality, Big cities are noisy, potentially violent, and alarmingly anonymous. We sometimes just can't cope with the sheer mass of people. Apparently, if you look at how many numbers we're likely to store in our mobile phone, or how many names we're likely to list on a social networking site, it's very rare even for city dwellers to exceed a couple of hundred. Social anthropologists delightedly point out that this is the size of the social group we'd have had to handle in a large Stone Age village. According to them, we're all still trying to cope with modern city life with a Stone Age social brain. So how do you lead and control a city or a state where most people don't know each other and you can only personally persuade a very small percentage of the inhabitants? It's the central theme of this week's programmes. And it's been the key political question for over 5,000 years, since the growth of the world's first cities and states. These grew up in the world's great fertile river valleys, the Euphrates, the Tigris and the Indus, but I want to start with the most famous river of them all, the Nile.
There's no doubt that warfare and the coercive power of the king is very much at the heart of the regime from an early period.
It's a fine image of bashing. So it's violent, it's elegant, it's expressive, and it's beautiful as well.
Today's object shows us that in the Egypt of the pharaohs, the answer to the question of how to exert leadership and state control over a large population was quite simple: force.
A history of the world in 100 objects. King Den's sandal label, made from hippopotamus ivory, about 3000 BC, discovered in Abydos, Egypt.
If you're going to talk about the Egypt of the pharaohs, the British Museum gives you a spectacular choice: monumental sculptures, painted mummy cases, and much, much more. But as we're talking about a society that was created by its river, I've chosen an object that came quite literally from the mud of the Nile. It's made from a tusk of a hippo, and it belonged to one of Egypt's first pharaohs, King Den. Perversely, for an object that's going to let us explore power on a massive scale, it is absolutely tiny. I'm holding it now. It's about 1.5 inches square, it's very thin, and it looks and feels a bit like a modern-day business card. But in fact, it's a label that was once attached to a pair of shoes. Not any old shoes, these were sandals of the highest status, because this little ivory plaque is a name tag for an Egyptian pharaoh, made to accompany him as he set off for the afterlife. The nearest modern equivalent I can think of to this is the ID card that everybody working in an office now has to wear around their necks to get past the security check. It's not immediately clear who was meant to read these labels, whether they're aimed at the gods of the afterlife or perhaps the servants that might not know their way around. The images themselves are made by scratching into the ivory and then rubbing a black resin into the incisions, so that you get a wonderful contrast between the black and the cream of the ivory. So through this little ivory name tag, we're immediately close to these first kings of Egypt, rulers around 3000 BC, of a new kind of civilization that would produce some of the greatest monumental art and architecture ever. Before the first pharaohs, Egypt was very much a country divided, split between the east-west Mediterranean-facing strip of the Delta in the north and the north-south string of settlements along the river itself. With the Nile flooding every year, harvests were plentiful, so there was enough food for a rapidly growing population, and there was still some surplus to trade with. But There was absolutely no extra fertile land beyond the flooding area, and so, inevitably, people fought over what land was available. Conflict followed conflict, with those from the delta eventually being conquered by the people from the south, and just before 3000 BC, Egypt was united. It's one of the earliest societies that we can think of as a state in the modern sense, and as one of its earliest leaders, King Den had to address all the problems of control and coordination that a modern state has to confront today. You might not expect to discover how he did it from the label on his shoes, but Den's sandals were no ordinary shoes. They were very high-status items, and the keeper of the sandals was one of the high court officials. So it's not so surprising that on the back of the label we have a clear statement of how this pharaoh exercised power. The model evolved in Den's Egypt 5,000 years ago resonates uncannily around the world to this day. On the other side, from the sandals, is their owner, dressed in royal headdress, with a mace in one hand and a whip in the other. King Den stands in combat, authoritatively smiting an enemy who cowers at his feet. Of course, the first thing we look for is his sandals, but disappointingly, he's barefoot. This little label is the first image in our series of a ruler, and it's striking that right at the beginning, the ruler wants to be shown as commander-in-chief, conquering his foe. This is how, from earliest times, power has been projected through images. There's something disturbingly familiar about this kind of image. It looks to us indeed a bit like a contemporary political cartoon. And so we showed it to the political cartoonist Steve Bell to ask him what he made of it.
Well, looking at this tiny object now, it is a genuinely archetypal image of power. It's the exercise of power. It's somebody bossing it over somebody else. And this image of having a larger character dominating a smaller character is obviously not to do with physical size. It's to do with symbolic size, symbolic weight. And that even carries on into the world of naturalistic political cartoons to this very day. I did it myself only yesterday. You find that characters you focus on, often you draw bigger just because that's where the meaning is. Here we are, one of the earliest political images of all time. It is quite something. There's no laughs there, but that comes later.
The label maker's job was deadly serious, to keep his leader looking invincible and semi-divine, and to show that Den was the only man who could guarantee what Egyptians, like everybody else, wanted from their rulers: law and order. Within the pharaoh's realm, everybody was expected to conform and to take on a clear Egyptian identity. The message of our sandal label is that the price of opposition was high and painful, and the message is carried not only in images, but by writing. There are some early hieroglyphs scratched into the ivory. The inscriptions give us the name of King Den, and between him and the enemy are the chilling words, "They shall not exist." This other is going to be obliterated. Who he is, we don't know, but to the right of the label is an inscription which reads, "The first occasion of smiting the East." And as the sandy ground beneath the figures rises to the right-hand side, it's been suggested that the enemy comes from the east, from Sinai. All the tricks of savage political propaganda are already here. The ruler, calm and victorious, the alien, misshapen, defeated enemy. The area that this Egyptian state was able to coerce and control is staggering. At its height, it included virtually all the Nile Valley from the delta to what is modern Sudan, as well as a huge area to the east, up to the borders of Sinai. We asked archaeologist Toby Wilkinson what state building on this scale required.
Well, obviously, this is an early period in Egypt's history when the nation is still being consolidated, not so much territorially as ideologically and psychologically. And the king and his advisors are looking for ways to reinforce Egypt's sense of its own nationhood and support for their regime. And I think they realised, as world leaders have realised throughout history, that nothing binds a nation and a people together quite so effectively as a foreign war against a common enemy, whether that enemy is real or manufactured. And so warfare plays really a key role in, if you like, the consolidation of the Egyptians' sense of their own nationhood.
It's a discouragingly familiar strategy. You win hearts and minds at home by focusing on the threats from abroad. But the weapons that you need to crush the enemy can come in handy when you're dealing with domestic opponents as well. The political rhetoric of foreign aggression is backed up by very brisk policing at home. The apparatus of the modern state had been forged, and the enduring consequences were artistic as well as political. Only power of this order could organise the enormous building projects that these early pharaohs embarked on. Den's elaborate tomb with granite shipped from hundreds of miles away, and the later, even grander pyramids were possible only because of the extraordinary power that the Egyptian pharaohs could exercise over the minds and the bodies of their subjects. In the next programme, I'll be looking further east, beyond Sinai, to Mesopotamia, modern-day Iraq. 2 rivers there, not one, and not one great unitary state like Egypt, but competing groups of rich city-states. But the same problems confront the rulers. How do you control these large, prosperous, but always turbulent populations? And in part at least, they came up with the same answer: force. You can see this object in close-up and browse hundreds more at the A History of the World website. Go to bbc.co.uk/A History of the World. Thank you for downloading this episode of A History of the World in 100 Objects from BBC Radio 4. At the centre of pretty well all great cities, in the middle of the abundance and the wealth, the power and the busyness, you'll find a monument to death on a massive scale. It's the same in Paris and Washington, Berlin and London. At the moment, I'm standing in Whitehall, just a few yards from Downing Street, the Treasury and the Ministry of Defence, where the cenotaph marks the death of millions in the great wars of the last century. Why is death at the heart of our cities? Perhaps one explanation is that in order to retain the wealth and power that our cities represent, we have to be willing to defend them from those who covet them. In this week's programmes, I'm looking at the moment about 5,000 years ago, when people first started living in cities. Today's object, from one of the oldest and the richest of them all, seems to say quite clearly that the power of cities to get rich is indissolubly linked to their power to wage and to win wars.
For the Iraqis, it's a symbol of their very deep, long tradition being one of the center of civilization.
Since the invention of history, 5,000 to 6,000 years ago, large part of history has been the history of competing classes and class conflicts. Marx was not so wrong.
A history of the world in 100 objects. The Standard of Ur, a wooden box inlaid with mosaic, discovered in southern Iraq, approximately 4,500 years old.
Cities started around 5,000 years ago, when some of the world's great river valleys saw a step change in human development. Fertile land, farmed successfully, became in just a few centuries very densely populated. On the Nile, this hugely increased population led, as we saw in the last programme, to the creation of a unified Egyptian state. In Mesopotamia, the land between the rivers Tigris and Euphrates, now Iraq, the agricultural surplus and the population that could support led to settlements of up to 30 or 40,000 people, a size never seen before, and to the first cities. Coordinating groups of people on this scale obviously needed new systems of power and control, and the systems devised in Mesopotamia around 3000 BC have proved astonishingly resilient. They have pretty well set the urban model to this day. It's no exaggeration to say that modern cities everywhere have Mesopotamia in their DNA. Of all these earliest Mesopotamian cities, the most famous was Ur. So it's not surprising that it was at Ur that the great archaeologist Leonard Woolley chose to carry out his excavations in the 1920s. At Ur, Woolley found royal tombs which themselves could have been the stuff of fiction. There was a queen and the female attendants who died with her, dressed in gold ornaments. There were sumptuous headdresses, a lyre of gold and lapis lazuli, the world's earliest known board game, and a mysterious object, which Woolley initially describes as a plaque.
In the farther chamber was a most remarkable thing, a plaque, originally of wood, 23 inches long and 7.5 inches wide, covered on both sides with a mosaic, in shell, redstone and lapis. The wood had decayed, so that we have as yet little idea of what the scene is. But there are rows of human and animal figures, and when the plaque is cleaned and restored, it should prove one of the best objects found in the cemetery.
This was one of Woolley's most stupendous finds. The plaque was clearly a work of high art, but its greatest importance is in what it tells us about the exercise of power in these early Mesopotamian cities. What Woolley had found is now in the British Museum, and I'm just coming into the Mesopotamian galleries to find it. Here it is. It's about the size of a small briefcase, but it tapers at the top so that it looks, in fact, almost like a large bar of Toblerone. It's decorated all over with small mosaic scenes. Woolley called it the Standard of Ur because he thought it might have been a battle standard that you carried high on a pole in a procession or into battle. And we've kept that name, but it's actually hard to see how it could have been a standard of that sort because it's obvious that the scenes are meant to be looked at from very close up. Some scholars have thought that it might be a musical instrument or perhaps just a box to keep precious things in, but we just don't know. We asked Lamia Al-Ghalani, a leading Iraqi archaeologist who now works in London, what she thinks this is.
Unfortunately, we don't know what they used it for, but for myself, it represents the whole Sumerians. It's war, it's peace, it's colorful. It shows how far, went the Sumerians, because the lapis lazuli came from Afghanistan, the red marble came from India, and you've got all the shells which came from the Gulf. And so it's a fantastic piece, and it's beautiful,
So far in these programmes, each of the objects I've looked at has been made in a single material, stone or wood, bone or pottery, all of them substances that would have been found close to where its maker was living. Now, for the first time in the series, and with an object that's made of several different, quite exotic materials. Only the bitumen that held together the different pieces could have been found locally. It's a trace of what is now Mesopotamia's greatest source of wealth, oil. What kind of society do you need to be able to gather materials in this way? Firstly, it needs to have agricultural surplus, but it then needs a structure of power and control that allows the leaders to mobilize that surplus and exchange it for exotic materials along extended trade routes. That surplus will also feed and support priests and soldiers, administrators, and, critically, craftsmen able to specialize in making complex luxury objects like the standard. And this is the society that you can see on the standard itself. I'm looking at one side of the standard now. The scenes are arranged like 3 comic strips, one on top of each other. This side shows what must be any ruler's dream of how a tax system should operate. In the lower 2 registers, people calmly line up to offer their tribute of produce and fish, sheep, goats and oxen. And on the top register, the king and the elite, probably priests, are feasting on the proceeds while somebody plays a lyre. And you couldn't have a clearer demonstration of how the structures of power work in Ur. The land workers shoulder their burdens and deliver offerings, while the elite drink with the king. And to emphasize the king's preeminence, the artist made him much bigger than anybody else, in fact so big that his head breaks through the border of the picture. What we're looking at in the Standard of Ur is a totally new model of how a society is organised. We asked the former director of the London School of Economics, Professor Anthony Giddens, to consider this shift in social organisation.
From having a surplus, you get the emergence of classes, because some people can live off the labour of others, which they couldn't do in traditional small agricultural communities. Everybody worked. Then you get the emergence of usually a priestly warrior class. You get the emergence of organised warfare. You get the emergence of tribute and something like a state, which is really the creation of a new form of power, I think. So all those things hang together, and that was the way it happened, really, the conjunction of all those things. You can't have a division between rich and poor when everyone produces the same goods. So it's only when you get a surplus product which some people can live off and others have to produce that you get a class system. And that soon emerges into a system of power and domination. And you see the emergence of individuals who claim a divine right. That integrates with the emergence of a cosmology. You have the origin of civilization there, but it's bound up with blood, it's bound up with dynamics, it's bound up with personal aggrandizement. You can't really have those things in the same way in a small village community.
If one side of the standard shows the ruler running a flourishing economy, the other side shows the army he needed to protect it. And that brings me back to the thought that I began with, that it seems to be a continuous historical truth that once you get rich, you then have to fight to hang on to it. So it's not surprising that the king of civil society that we see on one side also has to be the commander-in-chief we see on the other. The 2 sides of the Standard of Ur are in fact a superb and alarmingly early illustration of the military-economic nexus, of the ugly violence that underlies prosperity. Let's turn to the war scenes. Once again, the king's head breaches the frame of the picture. He alone is shown wearing a full-length robe, and he holds a large spear, while his men lead prisoners off either to their doom or to slavery. In Mesopotamia, the many different cities, although they were only a few tens of miles apart, fought bitterly with each other for dominance. So it's not surprising that here, victims and victors look very alike, because this is almost certainly a battle between close neighbours. The losers are shown stripped naked to emphasize the humiliation of their defeat. And in the bottom row, we have some of the oldest known representations of chariots of war, and one of the first discoveries of what was to become a classic graphic technique. The artist shows the asses that are pulling the chariots, moving from a walk to a trot to a full gallop, gathering speed as they go. It's a technique that no graphic artist would better until the arrival of film. Woolley's discoveries at Ur coincided with the early years of the modern state of Iraq, created after the collapse of the Ottoman Empire at the end of the First World War. One of the focal points of that new state was the Iraq Museum in Baghdad, which received the lion's share of the Ur excavations. From the moment of discovery, there was a strong connection between Iraqi national identity and the antiquities of Ur. So the looting of antiquities from the Baghdad Museum during the recent war in Iraq was felt very profoundly by the Iraqis.
The plundering of Baghdad has continued for a third day to the consternation of international aid agencies.
At the National Museum in Baghdad, we were shown where Sumerian artefacts were ripped down when it was looted just after the war. But experts say an even greater cultural crime is now being committed. This official calls it a rape of the history of mankind.
But for Iraqis in particular, these objects have a very special place. Lamia Al-Gailani.
For the Iraqis, we think of it as part of the oldest civilization which is in our country, and we are descendant of it. We identify quite a lot of the objects from the Sumerian period that have survived till now. So ancient history is really the unifying piece of Iraq today.
So Mesopotamia's past is a key part of Iraq's future. Archaeology and politics are set to remain closely connected, as, tragically, are cities and warfare. I began this programme by suggesting that all urban societies might ultimately depend on violence to defend their wealth. But in the next programme, I'll be taking a more hopeful view. I'll be in the Indus Valley in modern Pakistan and India, looking at a civilization whose cities were defined not by memorials, kings and victories, but apparently by their peaceful plumbing. You can see this object in close-up and browse hundreds more at the A History of the World website. Go to bbc.co.uk/A History of the World. Thank you for downloading this episode of A History of the World in 100 Objects from BBC Radio 4. Imagine the great cities of the world gone forever. London has slowly disappeared, submerged under the swollen Thames. Cairo, Los Angeles and Sydney have all been abandoned to drought and desert. Climate change has swallowed up our cities and they've vanished without trace. Whether this apocalyptic scenario is our future, or just another Hollywood disaster movie, we, or our successors, will find out. But what's certain is that it has happened before. I want to take you not just to a city that was lost, but to an entire civilization that collapsed and then vanished from human memory for over 3,500 years, largely due to climate change. Its rediscovery in Pakistan and northwest India was one of the great archaeological stories of the 20th century. And in the 21st, we're still piecing the evidence together. What can we now know about this lost world, the civilization of the Indus Valley? The story begins with a small carved stone used as a seal to stamp wet clay.
You could really say that's where all the things that I'm interested in, the civil society, starts.
It speaks to me in so many different ways. And it doesn't appear to be something that is alien just because it belongs to the 3rd millennium BC.
A History of the World in 100 Objects. The Indus Seal. a stone stamp from the Indus Valley in Pakistan. 4 to 4,500 years old.
This week, I'm looking at how the first cities and states grew up along the great rivers of the world, and how these new concentrations of people and of wealth were controlled. Around 5,000 years ago, the Indus River flowed, as it still does today, down from the Tibetan plateau into the Arabian Sea. The Indus civilization, which at its height covered nearly 200,000 square miles, grew up in the rich, fertile floodplains. Excavations have revealed plans of entire cities, as well as vigorous patterns of international trade. Stone seals from the Indus Valley have been found as far afield as the Middle East and Central Asia, but the seals I want to tell you about were found in the Indus Valley itself. I'm in the Asia study room of the British Museum, and in front of me is a small collection of stone seals made to press into wax or clay in order to claim ownership, to sign a document, or to mark a package. They were made between 2500 and 2000 BC. They're all squarish, about the size of a modern postage stamp, and they're made of soapstone, so they're easy to carve. And they have been beautifully carved. They have wonderfully incised images of animals. I've got in front of me an elephant, an ox, a kind of cross between a cow and a unicorn, and in my hand, my favourite, a rhinoceros. All the beasts have above them a few symbols which look like writing, and we'll come back to that later. But in historical terms, the most important of the lot is without question the seal that shows the cow that looks a bit like a unicorn. For it was this seal that stimulated the discovery of the entire Indus civilization. It was discovered in the 1850s near the town of Harappa in what was then British India, about 150 miles south of Lahore in modern Pakistan. Over the next 50 years, 3 more seals like it arrived in the British Museum, but no one had any idea what they were, when or where they'd been made. But in 1906, they caught the attention of the director of the Archaeology Survey of India, John Marshall. He ordered the excavation of the ruins at Harappa, where the first seal had been found, and what was discovered rewrote world history. Marshall's team found the remains of an enormous city, and went on to find many others, dating back to between 3000 and 2000 BC. This took Indian civilization much further back in time than anyone had thought, and it was now clear that this was a land of sophisticated urban centres, trade and industry, and even writing. It ranked as a contemporary and an equal with ancient Egypt or Mesopotamia, and it had been totally forgotten. The largest of the Indus Valley cities, like Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro, had populations of up to 30 to 40,000 people. They were built on rigorous grid layouts with carefully articulated housing plans and advanced sanitation systems which even incorporated home plumbing. They're a modern town planner's dream. The architect Richard Rogers admires them greatly.
When one's faced with a piece of ground where there is very limited constraints, there are not many buildings there, it's a sort of white piece of paper, and the first things you do, you start putting a grid of it, because you want to own it, and a grid is a way of owning it. It's a way of giving order. And architecture is really giving order, harmony, beauty, rhythm to space. You can see that exactly the same in Harappa. That's exactly what they're doing. They're giving exactly those elements. There's an aesthetic element with it because you can see it from their sculptures and so on. They have an aesthetic consciousness, and they also have a consciousness of order, and they have a consciousness of economy. And those things link us straight over the 5,000 years to the things that we are doing today.
As we saw in Egypt and Mesopotamia, the leap from village to city usually required one dominant ruler able to coerce and deploy resources. But just who ran these highly ordered Indus Valley cities remains unclear. There's no evidence for kings or pharaohs, or indeed for any leader at all. And this is largely because, both literally and metaphorically. We don't know where the bodies are buried. There are none of the rich burials which, in Egypt or Mesopotamia, tell us so much about the powerful and about the society they controlled. We have to conclude that the Indus Valley people probably cremated their dead. And while there may be many benefits in cremation, for archaeologists, if I may use the phrase, it's a dead loss. What's left of these great Indus cities gives us no indication of a society engaged with or threatened by war. Not many weapons have been found, and the cities show no signs of being fortified. There are great communal buildings, but nothing that looks like a royal palace, and there seems to be little difference between the homes of the rich and the poor. So what is going on here? We seem to have a quite different model of how to create an urban civilization, without celebration of violence or extreme concentration of individual power. Is it possible that these societies were based not on coercion, but on consensus? Is it going too far to see these Indus cities as an early urban utopia? Architect Richard Rogers sees in them an exemplary balance between the public and the private realm.
All culture stems from that, so the civil society stems from that. And in some ways, things have not changed as much as we would think. The house is still a house. The public domain government building is still a government building. The person sits on the stoop or the step. He faces the sun or away from the sun. There's a relationship between private domain and public domain. So all those are really there, and the beginning of government is there too. We pride ourselves as being, in one level, very different, but actually we're very close to those people.
We could get even closer, if only we could read the writing on our seal and others like it. Above all the animal images on the seals are a series of symbols. One looks like an oval shield, others look like matchstick human figures, there are some single lines, and there's a standing spear shape. But what are they? Numbers? Logos? Symbols? Or are they in fact a language? We don't know. Since the early 1900s, people have been trying to decipher them. Nowadays, of course, using computers, but we just don't have enough material to go on. The seals are often pierced, so they may have been worn by their owners, and they were probably used to stamp goods for trading. They've been found in Iraq, Iran, Afghanistan, and Central Asia. So, we have a vast network of complex organized cities with flourishing trading links to the world beyond, all thriving between 3000 and 2000 BC. And then, around 1900 BC, it all comes to an end. The cities turn to mounds of earth, and even the memory of this, one of the great early urban cultures of the world, appears to have vanished. Why? Possibly the need for timber to fire the brick kilns of the huge building industry may have led to extensive deforestation. More importantly, climate change seems to have caused tributaries of the Indus to change course or to dry up completely. When the ancient Indus civilization was initially unearthed, the entire subcontinent was under British rule, but its territory now straddles both Pakistan and India. We asked Professor Nayanjot Lahiri from Delhi University, a specialist on the civilization, about its importance for both countries today.
I think initially in 1924, when it was discovered, we are looking at a nation which was colonized. So to begin with, there's a great sense of a national pride and a sense that we were equal, if not better, than our colonizers, and that considering this was the case, they should actually leave India. Now, what happens after independence, of course, is that the newly created state of India is left with just one Indus site, this site of Rangpur in Gujarat. So there is an urgency to discover Indus sites in India. Hundreds of Indus sites today are known, not merely in Gujarat, but also in Rajasthan, in Punjab, and even in Uttar Pradesh. On the other hand, in the case of Pakistan, of course, the great cities, Mohenjo-daro and Harappa, which were first excavated, are there. I don't think there's a competition. There is, however, a certain kind of poignant sentiment that at least I have when I think of India and Pakistan in the Indus civilization, for no other reason except that the great remains, the artifacts, the pottery, the beads, etc., that were found at these sites, they're just completely divided among the two states.
We need to know more about these great Indus cities, and our knowledge is still growing steadily. But of course, the big breakthrough would come if we could read the signs on the seals. So, if you've got some time on your hands, this might be the moment to abandon Sudoku and come and look at the Indus seals and become the person that cracked the Indus Valley script. You might just be able to bring a lost civilization back to life. In the meantime, the total disappearance of these great urban societies is a chilling reminder of just how fragile our own city life, indeed our whole civilization, is. In the next programme, we have no writing at all, and a very different kind of society, far from the urban sophistication of India and the Middle East. For the first time in the series, we'll be in Britain, where the ultimate luxury is a piece of jade. You can see this object in close-up and browse hundreds more at the A History of the World website. Go to bbc.co.uk/A History of the World. Thank you for downloading this episode of A History of the World in 100 Objects from BBC Radio 4. For most of history, to live in Britain was to live at the edge of the world. This week, I've been in Egypt, Mesopotamia, Pakistan and India, seeing how 5,000 years ago, cities and states grew up along some of the great rivers of the world. We've explored their styles of leadership and their architecture, their writing and the international trading networks that let them acquire new skills and materials. But in the world beyond these great river valleys, the story was different. From China to Britain, people continued to live in relatively small farming communities, with none of the problems or opportunities of the new large urban centres. What they did share with them was a taste for the expensive and the exotic. And thanks to well-established trade routes, even in Britain, on the outside edge of the Asian-European landmass, they had long been able to get what they wanted.
I think it's an extraordinarily beautiful object. Almost anybody presented with one of these things would just stop in their tracks. They're stunning.
We're in Canterbury in this programme, around 4000 BC, where the supreme object of desire is a polished jade axe.
A History of the World in 100 Objects. Jade axe. Approximately 6,000 years old. Discovered near Canterbury.
At first sight, our axe looks like thousands of others in the British Museum collection, but it's thinner and it's wider than most of them. I'm holding it now very carefully because it still looks absolutely brand new and very sharp. It's the shape of an oversized teardrop, about 7 inches long and at the base about 2 or 3 inches wide. It's cool to the touch and extraordinarily, pleasingly smooth. Axes occupy a special place in the human story. The farming revolution in the Near East took generations to spread across the breadth of mainland Europe, but eventually, about 6,000 years ago, settlers reached British and Irish shores in skin-covered boats, bringing with them crop seeds and domesticated animals. they found thick forests covering the land. It was the axe that enabled them to clear the spaces they needed to plant their seeds and graze their beasts. With axes, the settlers made for themselves a new wooden world. They felled timber and built fences and trackways, houses and boats. These were the people who would also construct huge, mysterious monuments like the first Stonehenge. Stone axes were the revolutionary tool that enabled our ancestors to create a green and pleasant land. Axes like this normally have a haft. That is, they're fitted into a long wooden handle and they're used like a modern axe. But it's quite clear that our axe has never been hafted. In fact, it shows no signs of wear and tear at all. As I run my finger carefully, rather gingerly, round the blade end, I can't feel even the smallest chip. The long, flat surfaces are remarkably smooth and still have a glossy, mirror-like sheen. The conclusion is obvious. Not only has our axe not been used, it was never intended to be used. Mark Edmonds of York University explains how this magnificent prestige object was made.
If you have the good fortune to handle one of these axes, the feel in the hand, the balance, the weight, the smoothness, they've been polished to an extraordinary degree. I mean, we're talking here about hour upon hour of grinding against stone and then polishing with fine sand or silt and water and then rubbing backwards and forwards in the hand, perhaps with grease and leaves, to really give that polish. And that's days and days of work. It gives the edge a really sharp and resilient bite to it. But the polishing also brings out the shape, allows the control of form, and brings out that extraordinary sort of green and black speckled quality to the stone. Makes it instantly recognisable, makes it visually very striking. And those things may be just as important almost as the cutting edge.
But perhaps the most exciting thing about this axe head is what it's made of. Not the usual grey-brown tones that you find in British stones and flints. This axe is beautiful, striking green, because this tool is made from jade, or to give it its precise geological term, jadeite. Jade is, of course, foreign to British soil. We tend to think of it as an exotic material from the Far East or from Central America. In fact, both the Chinese and the Central American civilizations are known to have valued jade far more highly than gold. But both these sources are thousands of miles away. So archaeologists were baffled for many years by where the jade in Europe could have come from. But there are actually sources of jade in continental Europe, and only a few years ago, in 2003, so 6,000 years after our axe head was made, the precise origin of the stone it was made from was discovered. This luxury object is Italian. Archaeologists Pierre and Anne-Marie Petriquin spent 12 hard years surveying and exploring the mountain ranges of the Italian Alps and the northern Apennines. Finally, they found the prehistoric jade quarries that our axe comes from.
Et nous sommes revenus beaucoup plus tard, après un long séjour ou deux longs séjours en Nouvelle-Guinée.
Having worked in New Guinea and studied how and where the stone for the axe heads came from there, that's what gave the idea of going up very high in the Alps to try and find the sources. Because, again, in the 1970s, a lot of geologists had said, oh, they would just have used blocks of jadeite or jadeite that had been washed down the mountains in the rivers and in the glacial moraines. But that's not the case. And so by going much, much higher up, between 1,800 and 2,400 metres above sea level, they found the chipping floors and the actual source material with signs of it having been used.
Mais sur les blocs de jadéite encore en place,
and in some cases, the raw material exists as very large blocks, isolated blocks in the landscape. And it's quite clear that these were exploited by setting fire against them, and then they would be able to knock off large thermal flakes and then work those up. So the sign that's left on the stone, it's a sort of slightly hollow area, a scar, as it were, and then there's large numbers of chips beneath that.
By using a scientific technique developed by astronomers, the geological signature of any piece of jade can be precisely identified and matched. The Petricans found that the British Museum axe could be confidently linked to the Italian Alps. Indeed, the readings of the geological signatures not only matched the mountain, but they did so with such accuracy that the very boulder that the axe came from could be identified. And even more extraordinary, Pierre Petrican was able to track down a geological sibling for our axe, another jade beauty found in Dorset.
En fait, on peut penser, dans les cas favorables, ce n'est pas vrai pour tous les cas.
And in some cases, it's possible to say that this particular axe head here is from the same block of raw material as the other one. So with the Canterbury axe head, that was from the same block as one that was found in Dorset. And it's clear that people must have gone back to that block at different times. It might be centuries apart, but because it's distinctive compositionally, it's now possible to say, yep, that was the same block. Chips off the old block.
The boulder from which the British Museum axe was chipped 6,000 years ago sits today, as then, in a landscape high above the earth and sometimes above the clouds, with spectacular vistas stretching as far as the eye can see. The jade seekers seem to have deliberately chosen this special spot. They could easily have taken jade that was lying loose at the base of the mountains, but they climbed up through the clouds, probably because there they could take the rock that came from a place midway between our world on earth and the celestial realm of gods and ancestors. And so this jade was treated with extreme care and reverence, as if it contained special powers. Having quarried rough slabs of jade, the stoneworkers and miners would then have to labour to get the material back down to a place where it could be crafted. It was a long, arduous task, completed on foot and using boats. Amazingly, big blocks of this desirable stone have been found over 120 miles away, an astonishing achievement, and some of the material had an even longer journey to make. Jade from here eventually spread throughout northern Europe, some even as far as Scandinavia. We can only guess, but we can, I think, make some guesses about the journey of our particular axe. Jade is extremely hard and difficult to work, so much effort must have gone into the shaping of it. It's likely that it was first of all roughly sculpted in northern Italy, and then carried hundreds of miles across Europe to northwest France. It was probably polished there, because it's like a number of other ones found in southern Brittany, where there seems to have been a fashion for acquiring exotic treasures like this. They even carved impressions of the axes into the walls of their vast stone tombs. In Britain, 6,000 years ago, the rarity, the beautiful working, and the distant origins of this foreign material would have given our axe a very high value, and it would have been an exceptional gift, the equivalent of a luxury watch, perhaps, or an expensive piece of jewellery. We can only speculate how the hierarchies of prehistoric British society might have regarded this rare and beautiful thing, or what they might have done with it. Similar axes in less valuable stones have also been found unworn, and their equally pristine condition implies that they may have served special, perhaps ritual, purposes. Mark Edmonds again.
Beyond the practical tasks that you could use one of these things for, axes had a further significance, a significance that came from where they were found, who you got them from, where and when they were made, the sort of stories that were attached to them. Sometimes they were tools to be used and carried and forgotten about in the process. At other times they would come into focus as important symbols to be held aloft, to be used as reminders in stories about the broader world, and sometimes to be handed on in an exchange with a neighbour, with an ally, with somebody you'd fallen out with, and perhaps in exceptional circumstances, on someone's death, the axe was something that had to be dealt with. It had to be broken up like the body, or buried like the body. And we do have hundreds, if not thousands, of axes in Britain that appear to have been given that kind of treatment, buried in graves, deposited in ritual ceremonial enclosures, and even thrown into rivers.
That our axe has no signs of wear and tear is surely a consequence of the fact that its owners chose not to use it. This axe was designed to make a mark not on the landscape, but in society, and its function was surely to be aesthetically pleasing. Its survival in such good condition suggests that people 6,000 years ago found it just as beautiful as we do today. Our love of the expensive, the exquisite and the exotic has a very long pedigree. In the next programme, an object much less beautiful to behold, but that speaks of one of the most momentous changes in human history. We'll be in Mesopotamia, exploring the origins of writing. You can see this object in close-up and browse hundreds more at the A History of the World website. Go to bbc.co.uk/A History of the World. Thank you for downloading this episode of A History of the World in 100 Objects from BBC Radio 4. Can you imagine a world without writing? Without any writing at all? No forms to fill in, of course, no tax returns, but also no literature, no science, no history. It is almost beyond imagining, because our modern life, and above all our modern government, is based almost entirely on writing. Of all mankind's great advances, the development of writing is surely the giant. I think you can say it's had more impact on the evolution of human society than any other invention. But when and where did it begin, and how? This programme's object is a piece of clay, made just over 5,000 years ago in a Mesopotamian city. It's one of the earliest examples of writing that we know. It's about beer and the birth of bureaucracy.
For me, it's a first sign of writing, but it also tells you about the growth of the early beginnings of a state.
It's essential for the creation of what we think of as human civilization. It has a creative capacity that may not even have been intended.
A History of the World in 100 Objects. Clay writing tablet. Approximately 5,000 years old, discovered in southern Iraq.
When, around 5,000 years ago, the earliest cities and states grew up in the world's fertile river valleys, one of the challenges for leaders was how to govern these new societies. How do you control not just a couple of hundred villagers, as it had been, but tens of thousands of new city dwellers? Nearly all these new rulers discovered that, as well as using military force and official ideology, if you want to control populations on this scale, you need to write things down. We've already talked about a sandal label from an Egyptian pharaoh that had early writing on it in hieroglyphs. Now we're back with the Mesopotamians, who made the standard of and we're looking at one of the earliest examples of writing from there, in what is now southern Iraq. It's on a little clay tablet, about 4 inches by 3, made about 5,000 years ago, and it's almost exactly the same shape as the mouse that controls your computer as you move it around your desk. We tend to think of writing as being about poetry or fiction or history, but early literature in that sense was in fact oral, learned by heart and recited or sung. You wrote down what you couldn't learn by heart, what you couldn't turn into verse, so that pretty well everywhere writing seems to have been about record keeping, bean counting, or, as in the case of this little tablet, beer counting. Beer was the staple drink in Mesopotamia and was issued as rations to workers. Money, laws, trade, employment. This is the stuff of early writing. And it's writing like the writing on this little tablet that changes the nature of state control and state power, bureaucratic and economic. Only later does writing move from rations to emotions. The accountants get there before the poets. It's all thoroughly bureaucratic stuff, and so we asked Gus O'Donnell, the head of the British Civil Service, to talk to us about why he thinks the first writing in Mesopotamia was about organising the state.
This tablet is amazing. You've got a civil service here starting to come into place in order to record what's going on. Here is very clearly the state paying some workers for some work that's been done. They need to keep a track of the public finances. They need to know how much they paid. It needs to be fair.
So, by 3000 BC, the people who had to manage the various city-states of Mesopotamia were discovering how to use written records for all kinds of day-to-day administration, keeping large temples running or tracking the movement and storage of goods. Most of the early clay tablets in our collection, like this one, come from the city of Uruk, roughly halfway between modern Baghdad and Basra. Uruk was just one of the large, rich city-states of Mesopotamia that had grown too big and too complex for anyone to be able to run them just by word of mouth. Gus O'Donnell again.
What's amazing for me is, of course, this is a society where the economy is in its first stages. There is no money, there's no currency. So how do they get around that? Well, the symbols tell us that they've used beer, glorious beer. I think that's absolutely tremendous. No liquidity crisis here. They are coming up with a different way of getting around the problem of the absence of a currency and at the same time sorting out how to have a functioning state. And as this society develops, you can see that this will become more and more important, and the ability to keep track, to write things down, which is a crucial element of the modern state, that we know how much money we're spending, we know what we're getting for it. That is starting to emerge, and this tablet is, to me, the first ever equivalent of the Cabinet Secretary's notebook. It's that important.
Writing confers such power that it inevitably became the subject of magic and myth. A later Mesopotamian epic poem gives us one version of how it all began.
Because the messenger's mouth was heavy and he couldn't repeat the message, the Lord of Kulab patted some clay and put words on it, like a tablet. Until then, there had been no putting words on clay.
Clay may not seem to us the ideal medium for writing, but the clay from the banks of the Euphrates and the Tigris proved to be unbeatable for all kinds of purposes, from building cities to making pots, or even, as with our tablet, for giving a quick and easy surface to write on. From the historian's point of view, clay has one huge advantage. It lasts. Unlike the bamboo used by the Chinese to write on, which rots quickly, and unlike paper, which is so easily destroyed, sun-baked clay will survive in the ground for thousands of years. And we're still learning from those clay tablets. In the British Museum, we look after about 130,000 written tablets from Mesopotamia, and scholars from all over the world come to study the collection. While experts are still working hard on the history of the script, some points are already very clear, and many of them are visible in this oblong of baked clay. You can see very clearly how a reed stylus has pressed the marks into the soft clay, which has then been baked hard so that it's now a handsome orange. If you tap it, you can hear that this tablet is very tough indeed. That's why it survived. But one of our problems at the museum is that we often have to re-bake the clay in order to preserve the information inscribed on them. Indeed, we have a separate kiln for re-cooking Mesopotamian tablets. Our little beer rationing tablet is divided into 3 rows of 4 boxes each. And in each box, the signs, typically for this date, are read from top to bottom, moving right to left before you move on to the next box. The signs are pictographs, drawings of items which stand just for that item or something closely related to it. So the symbol for beer is an upright jar with a pointed base, a picture of the vessel that was actually used to store the beer rations. The word for ration itself is conveyed graphically by a human head juxtaposed with a porridge bowl from which it appears to be drinking. And the signs in each one of the boxes are accompanied by circular and semicircular marks, which represent the rationing numbers. You could say that this isn't writing in the strict sense. It's more a kind of mnemonic, a repertoire of signs that can be used to carry quite complex messages. The crucial breakthrough to real writing came when it was first understood that a graphic symbol, like the one for beer on our tablet, could be used to mean not just the thing it showed, but what the word for the thing sounded like. At this point, writing became phonetic, and then all kinds of new communication became possible. When writing in this full sense was taking off, life as a pioneer scribe must have been very exciting. The creation of new sound signs was probably quite a fast-moving process, and as they developed, the signs would have to be listed, the earliest dictionaries, if you like, beginning an intellectual process of categorizing things and relationships that has never stopped since. Our little beer ration tablet leads directly and swiftly to a completely different way of thinking about ourselves and about the world that surrounds us. But what does it do to the human mind when writing becomes part of culture? We asked John Searle, Professor of Philosophy.
I think you don't understand the full import of the revolution brought by writing if you think of it just as preserving information into the future. There are two areas where writing makes an absolutely decisive difference to the whole history of the human species. One area is complex thought. There's a limit to what you can do with the spoken word. You cannot really do higher mathematics or even more complex forms of philosophical argument of the kind that I'm interested in unless you have some way of writing it down and scanning it. So it's not adequate to think of writing just as a way of recording for the future facts about the past and the present. On the contrary, it is immensely creative. But now a second thing about writing, which I think is just as important as that, and that is when you write down, you don't just record what already exists, but there are elements in which you create new entities, you create money, you create corporations, you create governments, you create complex forms of society, and writing is essential for all of that.
Writing seems to have emerged independently in Mesopotamia, Egypt, China, and Central America, all of them expanding population centres. But there's fierce debate and much rivalry about who got to writing first. At the moment, the Mesopotamians seem to be in the lead, but of course that may simply be because their evidence, being in clay, has survived. I began this week looking at how rulers trying to control their subjects in the new populous cities of Egypt and Mesopotamia use military force to coerce them. But in writing, they found an even more powerful weapon of social control. Even a reed pen turned out to be mightier than the sword. Next week, I shall be looking at some of the new worlds that writing opened up. Myth, mathematics, and poetry. You can see this object in close-up and browse hundreds more at the A History of the World website. Go to bbc.co.uk/A History of the World. Thank you for downloading this episode of A History of the World in 100 Objects from BBC Radio 4. When you think about rain that falls for 40 days and 40 nights, you might just be considering the prospect of living through yet another summer in Britain. But of course, what you're really referring to is the biblical story of Noah, his ark and the Great Flood, a story that's become so much part of our language that any child in the country can tell you that the animals went in 2 by 2. But the story of a great flood is itself one that goes back far beyond the Bible to many other societies and is part of a global collective consciousness. Why? How did a story like Noah's flood, so ancient, come into being? And for me, that leads to the next question. When did the idea of writing down a story at all begin? It's no ark, but the main entrance of the British Museum is at least dry. And the visitors certainly come in more than 2 by 2. What's great about museum collections is that they let you stride through the centuries and across the continents in a single afternoon without even getting wet. This week, I'll be striding across a tightly interconnected world that stretched from the southern Nile to the Black Sea and from Greece to Iran. It's a world that flourished about 3,500 years ago, so around 1500 BC. The objects I'm going to be looking at raise big questions and very big ideas, like the origins of mathematics and, in this programme, the beginnings of literature.
There's a really kind of a hymn to the beauty and the fragility of human culture, caught between the world of the gods and the world of an unforgiving nature.
And without that Jewish break with the world of myth, we would never have had science.
A history of the world in 100 objects. Flood tablet, a clay writing tablet from northern Iraq. Approximately 700 to 600 BC.
It's lunchtime at the British Museum, and the place, as usual, is bustling with visitors. Locals from Bloomsbury are dropping in, as they regularly do, for any number of reasons. And just over 140 years ago, one of those locals, a regular lunchtime visitor, was a man called George Smith. He was an apprentice to a printing firm not far from the museum, and he'd become fascinated by the museum's collection of ancient clay tablets. He was so engrossed by these that he taught himself to read them, and in due course he became one of the leading translators of his day. In 1872, Smith was studying a particular tablet from Nineveh, modern Iraq, and that's what I want to look at now. I've walked across the museum, and I'm now sitting in the library where we keep the clay tablets from Mesopotamia. A room filled with shelves from floor to ceiling, and on each shelf a narrow wooden tray with up to a dozen clay tablets in it, most of them fragments. The fragment that George Smith was particularly interested in 1872 is about 5-6 inches high. It's dark brown clay, and it's covered with very densely written text, organised in 2 very close columns. From a distance, it looks a bit like the small ads column of an old-fashioned newspaper. But this fragment, once George Smith had realised what it was going to shake the foundations of one of the great stories of the Old Testament, and indeed raise big questions about the role of Scripture and its relationship to truth. Our tablet is about a flood, about a man who was told by his God to build a boat and to load it with his family and animals, because a deluge is about to wipe humanity from the face of the earth. The tale on the tablet was startlingly familiar to George Smith, because as he read and deciphered, it became clear that what he had in front of him was an ancient myth that paralleled, and, most importantly, predated the story of Noah and his ark. Just to remind you, here are a few snippets of the Noah story from the Bible.
Make thee an ark, and of every living thing of all flesh 2 of every sort shalt thou bring unto the ark. I will cause it to rain upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights, and every living substance that I have made will I destroy from off the face of the earth.
And here's a snippet of what George Smith read on the clay tablet.
Demolish the house and build a boat. Abandon wealth and seek survival. Spurn property, save life. Take on board all living things seed. The boat you will build, her dimensions all shall be equal. Her length and breadth shall be the same. Cover her with a roof like the ocean below. And he will send you a rain of plenty.
That a Hebrew biblical story should already have been told on a Mesopotamian clay tablet was an astounding discovery, and Smith knew it. As a contemporary account tells us,
Smith took the tablet and began to read over the lines which the conservator who had cleaned the tablet had brought to light. And when he saw that they contained the portion of the legend he had hoped to find there, he said, I am the first man to read that after 2,000 years of oblivion. Setting the tablet on the table, he jumped up and rushed about the room in a great state of excitement, and, to the astonishment of those present, began to undress himself.
But this really was a discovery worth taking your clothes off for. This tablet, now universally known as the Flood Tablet, had been written down in what is now Iraq in the 7th century BC, 400 years before the oldest surviving version of the Bible narrative. Was it thinkable that that Bible narrative, far from being a specially privileged revelation, was merely part of a common pool of legend that was shared by the whole Middle East? It was one of the great moments in the 19th century's radical rewriting of world history. George Smith published the tablet only 12 years after Darwin's Origin of Species, and in doing so, he opened a religious Pandora's box. Professor David Damrosch from Columbia University gauges the Flood tablet's seismic impact.
People in the 1870s were obsessed by biblical history, and there was a great deal of controversy as to the truth of the biblical narratives. So it created a sensation when George Smith found this ancient version of the flood story, clearly much older than the biblical version. Prime Minister Gladstone came to hear his lecture describing his new translation. It was reported on front-page articles around the globe, and there was a front-page article in the New York Times in 1872 in which they're already noting that the tablet could be read either in 2 quite different ways. Does this prove the Bible is true or show it's all legendary? And Smith's discovery gave further ammunition in the debate on both sides as to the truth of biblical history, debates over Darwin and evolution, geology. All of these things were coming in.
And of course these debates still continue today. But what does it do to a religious text when you discover that it comes in fact from an older society with a very different set of beliefs? We asked the chief rabbi, Jonathan Sacks.
Clearly there is a core event behind both narratives, which was a great flood, part of the folk memory of all the peoples of that area. What the ancient texts that tell flood stories do is they talk essentially of the great forces of nature being controlled by deities who don't like human beings very much, and for whom might makes right. Now the Bible comes along and retells the story, but does so in a unique way. God brings the flood because the world was filled with violence, and the result is that the story becomes moralized, and that is part of the Bible's program. This is a radical leap from polytheism to monotheism, to a world in which people worshipped power, to the Bible's insistence that power must be just and sometimes compassionate, and from a world in which there are many forces, many gods fighting with one another, to this world in which the whole universe is the result of a single, rational, creative will. So the more we understand what the Bible is arguing against, the deeper we understand the Bible.
But the Flood Tablet was important not just for the history of religion, it's also a key document in the history of literature. Smith's tablet comes from the 7th century BC, but we now know that other versions of the flood story had originally been written down 1,000 years before that. It was only later that the flood story was woven by storytellers into the famous Epic of Gilgamesh, the first great epic of world literature. Smith's tablet forms the 11th chapter of that story. Gilgamesh is a hero who sets off on a grand quest for immortality and self-knowledge. He confronts demons and monsters, he survives all kinds of perils, and eventually, like all subsequent epic heroes, he has to confront the greatest challenge of them all, his own nature and his own mortality. The Epic of Gilgamesh has all the elements of a cracking good tale, but it's also a turning point in the story of writing. Writing in the Middle East had begun as little more than bean counting, created essentially for bureaucrats to keep records. It had been used above all for the practical tasks of the state. Stories, on the other hand, were usually told or sung, and they were learnt by heart. But gradually, around 4,000 years ago, stories like Gilgamesh began to be written down. Insights into the hero's hopes and fears could now be shaped, refined, and fixed. An author could be sure that his narrative and his understanding of the tale would be transmitted directly and not constantly reshaped by other storytellers. Hardly less important, a written text can be translated, and so a story could pass easily into many languages. Literature written down like this can always become world literature. David Damrosch again.
Gilgamesh is now very commonly assigned as the very first work in world literature courses, and it shows, I think, a kind of early globalization. It's the first work of world literature that circulates widely around the ancient world. The great thing about looking at Gilgamesh today is that we see that if we go back far enough, we find there's not a clash of civilizations between the Middle East and the West. We find at Gilgamesh the origins of a common culture. It has offshoots that go up into Homer and the 1001 Nights and the Bible, so it is really a sort of a common thread in our common global culture.
With the Epic of Gilgamesh, represented here by Smith's Flood Tablet, writing changed its nature. And it has changed our nature. For literature like Gilgamesh allows us not just to think our own thoughts, but to inhabit the thought worlds of others. And that, for me, is also the point of the museum, and the power of the objects that make up this thread of human history that I'm tracing. They lead us to other existences. In the next programme, we have the creation of another new world of thought that has changed both us and the world we inhabit. Mathematics. You can see this object in close-up and browse hundreds more at the A History of the World website. Go to bbc.co.uk/A History of the World. Thank you for downloading this episode of A History of the World in 100 Objects from BBC Radio 4. If in 7 houses there are 7 cats, if each cat catches 7 mice, if each mouse had eaten 7 ears of corn, and each ear of corn, if sown, would have produced 7 gallons of grain, how many things are mentioned in total? While you're counting, I'll tell you that this is just one of nearly 100 similar problems, all equally complicated, all carefully written out with the answers and showing the workings in best schoolbook manner, that are recorded in the Rhind Mathematical Papyrus, the most famous mathematical papyrus to have survived from ancient Egypt, and the major source for our understanding of how the Egyptians thought about numbers.
Some of the maths is very, very practical. Other problems are more abstract.
I think we see the beginnings of a realisation that mathematics is not about specific numbers, about specific problems, that you can extract from it general procedures, general rules that you can follow in lots of cases.
A history of the world in 100 objects. The Rhind Mathematical Papyrus. Around 3,500 years old, discovered in Thebes, Egypt.
It owes its name to an Aberdeen lawyer, Alexander Rhind, who in the 1850s took to wintering in Egypt because the dry heat helped his tuberculosis. There, in Luxor, he bought this papyrus, which turns out to be the largest mathematical text we know, not just from Egypt, but from anywhere in the ancient world. As it's extremely sensitive to humidity and to light, we keep it here in the papyrus room, which I'm just going to go into now. It's pretty dry and pretty stuffy in here. In fact, I imagine rather like the conditions in an ancient Egyptian tomb, which suits the papyrus, above all because, of course, it's dark, and therefore the writing doesn't fade. The whole papyrus would originally have been about 17 feet long and would normally have been rolled up in a scroll. Today, it's in 3 pieces, the 2 largest ones in the British Museum. It's simply framed under glass to protect it. The papyrus is about a foot high, and if you look closely, you can see the fibres of the papyrus plant. Making papyrus is laborious, but in fact quite straightforward. The plant itself, a kind of reed that can grow to about 15 feet high, was plentiful in the Nile Delta. The pith of the plant is sliced into strips, which are soaked and pressed together to form sheets. Very conveniently, the organic fibres of papyrus will mesh together without needing glue, and the sheets are then dried and rubbed smooth with a stone. The result is a wonderful surface for writing on. Papyrus went on being used across the Mediterranean until about 1,000 years ago, and indeed gave most European languages their very word for paper. But it was expensive. A 17-foot roll like the Rhind Mathematical Papyrus would have cost 2 copper deben, about the same as a small goat. So this is an object for the well-off. But why would you spend so much money on a book of mathematical puzzles? Is this the ancient Egyptian version of our craze for Sudoku? The answer is not quite, because to own this scroll would in fact have been a very good career move. If you wanted to play any serious part in the Egyptian state, you had to be numerate. A society as complex as this needed people who could supervise building works, organize payments, manage food supplies, plan troop movements, compute the flood levels of the Nile, and much, much more. To be a scribe, a member of the civil service of the pharaohs, you had to demonstrate your mathematical competence. As one contemporary writer put it,
so that you may open treasuries and granaries, so that you may take delivery from one corn-bearing ship at the entrance to the granary, so that on feast days you may measure out the gods' offerings.
The whole Rhind Mathematical Papyrus contains 84 different problems, calculations that would have been used in different scenarios to solve practical difficulties of life. For instance, how to calculate the slope of a pyramid or the amount of food necessary for different kinds of birds. It's mostly written in black, but red is used for each problem's title and to explain the solution. And interestingly, it's not written in hieroglyphs, but in a particular kind of administrative shorthand that's much quicker, much simpler to write, and looks a bit like scribbly handwriting. In short, the Rhind Mathematical Papyrus teaches you all you need to know for a dazzling administrative career. It's a crammer for the civil service exams around 1550 BC. And like self-help publications today that promise instant success, it has a wonderful title, written boldly in red on the front page.
The correct method of reckoning, for grasping the meaning of things and knowing everything, obscurities and all secrets.
In other words, buy me and you can't go wrong. The numeracy of the Egyptians, honed by works like the Rhind Mathematical Papyrus, was widely admired across the ancient world. Plato, for example, urged the Greeks to copy the Egyptians, where
the teachers, by applying the rules and practices of arithmetic to play, prepare their pupils for the tasks of marshalling and leading armies and organizing military expeditions, and altogether form them into persons more useful to themselves and to others, and a great deal wider awake.
But if everybody agreed that training like this produced a formidable state machine, the question of what mathematics the Greeks actually did learn from the Egyptians remains a matter of debate. Professor Clive Ricks of the University of Leicester.
Well, the interesting thing is that the traditional view has always been that the Greeks learned of their geometry from the Egyptians. Greek writers such as Herodotus, Plato, Aristotle all refer to the outstanding skills of the Egyptians in geometry.
The problem is that we have only a very few surviving Egyptian mathematical documents. Many others must have perished. So although we have to assume that there was a flourishing higher mathematics, we just don't have the evidence for it.
If we didn't have the Rhind Mathematical Papyrus, we'd actually know very little indeed about how the Egyptians did mathematics. The algebra is entirely what we would call linear algebra, straight line equations. There are some what now we would call arithmetical progressions, which are a little bit more sophisticated. The geometry is a very basic kind as well. Archimedes tells us how to calculate the area of a circle and how to calculate the area of a triangle. There is nothing in this papyrus that would trouble your average GCSE student, and most of the stuff is rather less advanced than that.
But this, of course, is just what you'd expect, because the person using the Rhind Mathematical Papyrus is not training to be a mathematician. He just needs to know enough to handle tricky practical problems, like how to divide up rations among workmen. If, for instance, you have 10 gallons of animal fat to get you through the year, how much can you consume every day? Dividing 10 by 365 was as tricky then as it is now, but it was essential if you were going to keep a workforce properly supplied and energised. As Eleanor Robson, a specialist in ancient mathematics from Cambridge University, explains.
Everyone who's writing mathematics is doing it because they're learning how to be a literate, numerate manager, a bureaucrat, a scribe. And they're both learning the technical skills of how to manage numbers and weights and measures in order to help palaces and temples manage their large economies. So there must have been a whole lot of discussion of mathematics and how to solve the problems of managing huge building projects like the pyramids and the temples, and managing the huge workforces that went with it and feeding them all.
How that more sophisticated discussion of mathematics was conducted or transmitted, we can only guess. The evidence that has come down to us is maddeningly fragmentary, because papyrus is so fragile, because it rots in the damp and it burns so easily. We don't know where the Rhind Mathematical Papyrus came from, but we presume that it must have been a tomb. There are some examples of private libraries being buried with their owners, presumably to establish their educational and administrative credentials in the afterlife. This loss of evidence makes it very hard to form a view of how Egypt stood in comparison to its neighbours. Eleanor Robson again.
It's quite difficult to tell exactly how representative Egyptian mathematics is in the early second millennium BC, because the only evidence we've got to compare it with at the same time is from Babylonia, southern Iraq, because they were the only two civilizations at that point that actually used writing. So I'm sure that lots of cultures were counting and managing with numbers, but they all did it, as far as we know, without ever writing things down. The Babylonians we know a lot more about because they wrote on clay tablets, and unlike papyrus, clay survives very well in the ground over thousands of years. So for Egyptian mathematics, we have perhaps 6, maximum 10 pieces of writing about mathematics, and the biggest, of course, is the Rhind Papyrus.
The Rhind Papyrus certainly gives us no sense of maths as an abstract discipline through which the world can be conceived and contemplated anew. But it does let us glimpse and share the daily headaches of an Egyptian administrator. Like all civil servants, he seems to be looking anxiously over his shoulder at the National Audit Office, eager to ensure that he's getting value for money. So there are calculations about how many gallons of beer or how many loaves of bread you should be able to get from a given amount of grain, and how to calculate whether the beer or the bread that you've been paying for has been adulterated. For me, the most remarkable thing about this papyrus is how close it lets me get to the fascinating, quirky details of aspects of daily life under the pharaohs, not least culinary. So did the Egyptians really eat foie gras? From the papyrus, you can learn that if you force-feed a goose, it needs 5 times as much grain as a free-range goose will eat. But ancient Egypt also seems to have had battery farming, because we're told that geese kept in a coop, and so presumably unable to move, will need only a quarter of the food consumed by their free-range counterparts, and so will be much cheaper to fatten for market. Whether there were also champions of animal rights in Egypt at this date, we just don't know. But in between the beer and the bread and the hypothetical foie gras, you can see the logistical infrastructure of an enduring and powerful state, able to mobilize vast human and economic resources for public works and military campaigns. The Egypt of the pharaohs was, to its contemporaries, a land of superlatives, astonishing visitors from all over the Middle East by the colossal scale of its buildings and sculptures, as it still does us today. Like all successful states, then as now, it needed people who could do the maths. And if you're still counting the cats and the mice and the ears of grain in the puzzle that I began with, the answer is, of course, 19,607. You can see this object in close-up and browse hundreds more at the A History of the World website. Go to bbc.co.uk/A History of the World. Thank you for downloading this episode of A History of the World in 100 Objects from BBC Radio 4. Taking the bull by the horns. It's a terrifying metaphor. It's how politicians are meant to tackle crises. It's what we're all meant to do with the big moral problems of life. Though most of us, I suspect, hope to avoid doing anything of the sort. But about 4,000 years ago, we have serious archaeological evidence of a whole civilization that seems to have been collectively fascinated by the idea of confronting the bull.
I have seen many paintings of people leaping or cutting the bulls. There always has been a kind of game between men and bulls, always.
It's one of the many mysteries of a society at the crossroads of Africa, Asia and Europe that played a key role in shaping what we now call the Middle East.
A History of the World in 100 Objects. Minoan Bull and Acrobat. A small bronze statue, around 3,500 years old, discovered in Crete.
Out in the middle of the wine-dark sea, there is a land called Crete, a rich and lovely land washed by the sea on every side. And in it are many peoples and 90 cities. There one language mingles with another, Among the cities is Knossos, a great city, and there Minos was 9 years king, the boon companion of mighty Zeus.
That was Homer, singing the praises of Crete, prosperous and cosmopolitan, and of its great king, Minos. Now, in Greek myth, Minos had a very complex relationship with bulls. He was the son of Zeus, king of the gods, but in order to father him, Zeus had turned himself into a bull. Minos' wife, in turn, had conceived an unnatural passion for a very beautiful bull, and the fruit of that obsession was the Minotaur, half man, half bull. Minos was so ashamed of this monstrous stepson that he had him imprisoned in the labyrinth, and there the Minotaur devoured a regular supply of maidens and youths sent every year by Athens, until, that is, the Greek hero Theseus succeeded in killing him. The story of Theseus and the Minotaur, of man facing down his monstrous demons, has been told and retold for centuries by Ovid, Plutarch, Virgil and others, and it's part of the high canon of Greek myth, of Freudian psychology and of European art. Archaeologists were captivated by these tales, and just over 100 years ago, when Arthur Evans explored the island and decided to dig at Knossos, the bulls and monsters, palaces and labyrinths of Crete, familiar from Greek myth, were still very much in his mind. So although we have no idea what the people of this rich civilization around 1700 BC actually called themselves, Evans, believing he was uncovering the world of Minos, called them quite simply Minoans, and Minoans they have remained ever since. In his extensive excavations, Evans uncovered the remains of a vast building complex, finding pottery and jewellery, carved stone seals, ivory, gold and bronze, and colourful frescoes, often depicting bulls. Evans was eager to reconstruct the role that the animals might have played in the island's economic and ceremonial life, so he was particularly interested in a discovery made somewhere else on the island of a small bronze sculpture of a bull with a figure leaping over it. It's now one of the highlights of the British Museum's Minoan collection. The bull and the leaper are both made of bronze, and together they're about 6 inches long and 4 or 5 inches high. The bull's in full gallop, legs outstretched and head raised, and the figure is leaping over it in a great arching somersault. It's probably a young man. He's seized the bull's horns and thrown his body right over so that we see him at the point where his body has completely flipped. The two arching figures echo each other, the outward curve of the boy's body being answered by the inward curve of the bull's spine. It's the most dynamic and beautiful piece of sculpture, and it carries us at once into the reality but also the myth of the history of Crete. It's thought to have come from Rethymnon, a town on the north coast of the island, and it was probably originally deposited as an offering in a mountain shrine or in a cave sanctuary. Objects like this are often found in these holy places of Crete, suggesting that cattle had an important role in religious ritual. Many scholars since Evans have tried to explain why these images were so important. They've asked what bull leaping was for, and even if it was ever possible. Evans thought it was part of a festival in honour of a mother goddess. Others disagree, but bull leaping has often been seen as a religious performance, possibly involving the sacrifice of the animal and even the accidental death of the leaper. Certainly, in this sculpture, both bull and human are engaged in a highly dangerous exercise. Being able to vault the animals would have taken months of training. We can say this with some confidence because the sport in fact still survives today in parts of France and Spain. We talked to Sergio Delgado, a leading modern-day bull leaper, or to use the proper Spanish term, recortador.
There always has been a kind of game between men and bulls, always.
Siempre.
There is not a proper school for recortadores. You just learn how to understand the animal and how he will react to the arena. You only get this knowledge with experience. There are 3 main techniques we had to learn. First, the recorte de riñón, the kidney cut. Second, it's the quiebro, the break or the swing. The third one is the salto or leap, which is mainly jumping right over the bull in a different variety of styles. Remember that the bulls are not injured before the match like in the bullfighting. The bull never dies in the arena. We are risking our lives here. We get butted and gored as frequently as bullfighters. The bull is unpredictable. He is the one in charge. We never lost the respect for the bull.
I think what Sergio Delgado says is quite fascinating, because it confirms scholars' suggestions that bull leaping on Crete at the time of this little statue would probably have had a religious significance. Even the bronze it's made of suggests an offering to the gods. It was made around 1700 BC, in the middle of what archaeologists call the Bronze Age, when huge advances in making metals transformed the way humans could shape the world. Bronze, an alloy of copper and tin, is much harder and cuts much better than copper or gold, and once discovered, it was widely used to make tools and weapons for over 1,000 years. But it also makes very beautiful sculpture, and so it was quickly used, as you can see from this bull leaper, to make precious, probably devotional objects. The BM bull sculpture was cast using the lost wax technique. The artist firstly models his vision in wax, then he moulds clay around it, and this is then put into the fire, which hardens the clay and melts the wax. The wax is then drained off, and in its place a bronze alloy is poured into the mould, so that it takes on the exact form the wax had occupied. When it cools, the mould is broken to reveal the bronze, which can then be finished, polished, inscribed or filed to produce the final sculpture. The bull leaper is quite badly corroded. It's now degraded to a greenish-brown colour. It would never, of course, have been as sparkling as gold, but originally it would have had a powerful, seductive gleam. It's the bronze that makes sculptures like this one gleam, and it's the bronze that lets our bull move from myth into history. At first sight, it's surprising that it's made of bronze at all, considering that neither copper nor tin, both of which are needed, are found on Crete. Both came from much further afield, with copper coming from Cyprus, the very name means the Copper Island, or from the eastern Mediterranean coast. But tin had an even longer journey to make, travelling along trade routes from eastern Turkey and sometimes even from Afghanistan. It was often in short supply, because those trade routes were frequently interrupted, on occasion by pirates. Here, with the sculpture itself, you can actually see something of that struggle to secure the tin supplies. There hasn't been quite enough in the alloy, which explains why the surface is rather pockmarked, and also why the structure has been weak, so that the hind legs of the bull have broken off over time. But even if the proportions of the alloy were less than ideal, the very existence of the tin and copper, both from outside Crete, tells us that the Minoans were moving around and trading by sea. Indeed, Crete was a major player in the vast network of trade and diplomacy that covered the eastern Mediterranean, often focused on the exchange of metals, and all linked by maritime travel. We asked the maritime archaeologist, Dr. Lucy Blue of Southampton University, to tell us more.
The small bronze statuette from Minoan Crete, unique as it is also a very good indicator of this key commodity, bronze, that was sought after throughout the eastern Mediterranean. Unfortunately, we only have a limited number of shipwrecks to substantiate these trading activities, but one of the shipwrecks that we have is that of the Uluburun. This was a vessel that was found off the Turkish coast. The Uluburun was carrying 15 tons of cargo, 9 tons of which was copper in the form of ingots. In addition, the Uluburun was carrying a very rich cargo, amber from the Baltic, pomegranate, pistachio nuts. There are also a wealth of manufactured goods, including bronze and gold statuettes, beads of different materials, large numbers of tools and weapons that were being carried on board. There's a wooden diptych, or essentially the first form of filofax, that would have been carried on board with wax inside, where they would have kept a note of the different cargoes that were being exchanged.
Despite the filofax, there are still many unanswered questions about Minoan civilization. The word palace, which Evans used to describe the large buildings he excavated, suggests royalty, but in fact these buildings seem to have been religious, political and economic centres. They were architecturally complex places, housing a great variety of activities, one of them the administration of trade and produce, organising the large population of skilled artisans who wove cloth and worked the imported gold, ivory and bronze. Frescoes in the palace at Knossos show large gatherings of people, suggesting that these were also ceremonial and religious centres. Despite over a century of excavation, the Minoans remain enticingly enigmatic. Objects like this little bronze statue of the bull leaper tell us a lot about Crete's key historic role in the mastery of metals, which in a few centuries transformed the world. And it also asserts the enduring fascination of mythical Crete, as the perpetual site where we confront the most disturbing links between man and beast in ourselves. When Picasso in the 1920s and 30s wanted to explore the bestial elements that were shaping European politics, he turned instinctively to the palace of Minoan Crete, to that encounter between man and bull that still haunts us all, the Minotaur. You can see this object in close-up and browse hundreds more at the A History of the World website. Go to bbc.co.uk/A History of the World. Thank you for downloading this episode of A History of the World in 100 Objects from BBC Radio 4. For the local workmen, it must have seemed as if the old Welsh legends were true. They had been sent to quarry stone in a field known as Bryn yr Islwllon, which translates as the fairies or the goblins' hill. Sightings of a ghostly boy clad in gold, a glittering apparition in the moonlight, have been reported frequently enough for travellers to avoid the hill after dark. As the workmen dug into a large mound, they uncovered a stone-lined grave. In it were hundreds of amber beads, several bronze fragments, and the remains of a skeleton. And wrapped around the skeleton was a mysterious crushed object, a large and finely decorated broken sheet of pure gold.
It is, in the true sense of the word, unique because there is no other object like it.
When you look at this object, you in one way react by amazement about how beautiful and intriguing it is, and then you also react to it in terms of wondering about who it was made for. What does it mean that that kind of unique, special objects were created?
A History of the World in 100 Objects. Finely worked gold object from North Wales. Over 3,500 years old.
Undeterred by thoughts of ghosts or goblins and exhilarated by the dazzling wealth of their find, the workmen eagerly shared out chunks of the gold sheet, with the farmer taking the largest pieces. It would have been easy for the story to end there. The year was 1833, and burials from a distant past, however exotic, enjoyed little legal protection. The isolated location of the burial site, near the village of Mold, not far from the north coast of Wales, meant that the wider world could easily have continued in ignorance of its existence. That this didn't happen owes everything to a curious local vicar, the Reverend C.B. Clough, who wrote an account of the find that aroused the interest of the Society of Antiquaries hundreds of miles away in London. 3 years after the spoils from the burial had been divided, the British Museum bought from the tenant farmer the first and the largest of the fragments of gold, which had been his share of the booty. Much that the vicar recorded had by that stage disappeared, including virtually the whole skeleton. This left only 3 large and 12 small, crushed and flattened fragments of the decorated gold object. It took another 100 years for the museum to gather together enough of the remaining fragments, and some indeed are still missing, to begin a complete reconstruction of this divided treasure. What was the object that these fragments belonged to? When had it been made? Who had worn it? As more archaeological discoveries were made, it became clear that the mould burial was indeed prehistoric and dated to the newly identified age of bronze, around 4,000 years ago. But it was not until the 1960s that the gold pieces from the mould grave were put together for the first time. All the conservators had was flattened fragments of paper-thin gold, some large, some small, with cracks, splits and holes all over them, altogether weighing just over a pound, about half a kilo. It was like a huge three-dimensional jigsaw puzzle, and solving it took nothing less than the relearning of ancient gold-working techniques that had been lost for millennia. It turned out to be a gold cape, or perhaps more accurately, a short golden poncho, but we call it a cape, and I'm standing in front of it now. It's a stunning punched gold wrapping for a human being. It's about 1.5 feet wide and about 1 foot deep, and it was been put over the head and lowered onto the shoulders, coming down to about the middle of the chest. When you look at it closely, you can see that it's all been made out of one sheet of breathtakingly thin gold, and it's been calculated, in fact, that the whole thing could have been made from an ingot about the size of a ping-pong ball. The very thin sheet of gold has then been worked from the inside and punched out, so that the overall effect is of strings of beads running from one shoulder to another and going all the way round the body. Looking at it now, you're struck with this as an object of enormous complexity and ultimate luxury. We don't know who made this, but it's perfectly obvious that they were very, very highly skilled. These were the Cartiers or the Tiffany's of Bronze Age Europe. But what kind of society could have produced this cape? The sheer opulence and intricate details of the object suggest that it must have come from a centre of great wealth and power, perhaps comparable to the contemporary courts of the pharaohs of Egypt or the palaces of Minoan and Crete, for the cape must have been made around 1700 BC. But archaeology has revealed no obvious palaces, cities or kingdoms anywhere in Britain at this time. There are the vast ceremonial monuments of Stonehenge and Avebury, hundreds of stone circles and thousands of burial mounds which would have dominated the landscape, but little survives of any dwelling places, and what does remain suggests that these were extremely modest. Thatched wooden roundhouses that would normally suggest tribal farming societies led by chiefs. In the past, it was easy to dismiss prehistoric societies as primitive people existing before recognizable civilizations emerged. With few settlements and only burials to work from, it's easy to see why those assumptions were made. But it's partly through the discovery of rare objects like the mould gold cape that in recent years we've come to see them very differently. For while it's unique in its complexity, the cape is just one example of a number of precious objects which tell us that societies in Britain must then have been extremely sophisticated, both in their crafts and in their social structures, and that those societies were not isolated, but part of a larger European trade network. The collection of small amber beads, for example, that were found with the cape must have come from the Baltic, hundreds of miles away from mould. By studying these precious objects, gold, amber, and above all bronze, we can track a web of trade and exchange that reaches from North Wales to Scandinavia, and even to the Mediterranean. The Mould Cape was buried only a matter of miles away from the largest Bronze Age copper mine in northwest Europe, the Great Orme. The copper from here and the tin from Cornwall would have provided the ingredients for the vast majority of British bronze objects. The peak of activity at the Great Orme mine has been dated between 1900 and 1600 BC. Recent analysis of the gold-working techniques and the decorative style of the Cape dates the burial to this very period. So we can only guess, but it's likely that the wearers of this extraordinary object were linked to the mine, which would have been a source of great wealth and a major trading centre for the whole of northwest Europe. But was the gold for the Cape also traded from far away? Dr. Mary Cahill from the National Museum of Ireland.
It has been a huge question. Where did the gold come from? We have learned a great deal about where the early copper sources are, but the nature of gold, especially if it's coming from rivers and streams, and because the early workings can literally be washed away in one flood, for example, it means that it's very, very hard to identify the sites. So what we are trying to do is look more closely at the nature of the gold ore, to look at the objects, to try and relate the analysis of one with the other, in the hope that this will lead us back to the right type of geological background, the right type of geological environment in which the gold was actually formed. And then by doing extensive fieldwork, we hope that we may actually identify an early Bronze Age gold mine. Now, with regard to the Mould Cape, a very rich source of gold must have been available, because the quantity of gold used in making the Gold Cape is way above anything else of the period. So there had to be a very rich source. Gold had to be collected over maybe a long period of time. The object itself is made with exceptional skill. It's not just the decoration of the object that is skillful. The shape of it, the form in which it's made, so that it would fit on the body. We have to imagine that the goldsmith had to really sit down and work this out in advance, how he was going to form the sheet, which is a very skillful matter in itself, how he was then going to decorate it, and how the whole thing would be brought together to make the cape. And this really demonstrates, more than anything, the level of skill and the sense of design that the goldsmith who made it had.
But if the expertise of the maker of the cape is clear, virtually nothing is certain about the person who may have worn it. The object itself provides us with a number of clues. It probably had a lining, possibly of leather, which covered the chest and the shoulders of the wearer. The cape is so fragile, and it would so have restricted the movement of arms and shoulders, that it can only have been very rarely worn. But there are definite signs of wear, so it may have been brought out on a number of different ceremonial occasions, perhaps over a long period of time. But who was wearing it? The cape is too small for a grown man, certainly too small for the mighty warrior of early speculation, and it will fit only a slim, small person, a woman, or perhaps, more likely, a teenager. Archaeologist Marie-Louise Sorensen specialises in the role of the young in these early societies.
We know that in the early Bronze Age, very few people would get older than about 25 years. Most children would not get older than 5. Many women would die in childbirth, and a few would get very old. And these very old people might have had a very special status in the society. It's actually difficult to know whether our concept of children apply to this society, whether you very quickly became a grown-up member of community, even if you was maybe only 10 years old. Because the average age of the communities they lived in, that would mean that most people around them were teenagers. There were very few old people in this kind of society.
What this, of course, challenges is our perceptions of age and responsibility. In many societies in the past, a teenager could be a parent, a full adult, a leader. And so the cape could well have been worn by a young person who already had considerable power. We can only guess. The key evidence, the skeleton that was found inside the cape, was thrown away when the gold was discovered, as it clearly had no financial value. So when I look at the Mould Cape now, I have a strange mix of sensations. Exhilaration that such a supreme work of art has survived, and frustration that the surrounding material, which would have told us so much about this great and mysterious civilization that flourished in North Wales 4,000 years ago, was recklessly discarded. It's why archaeologists get so agitated about illicit excavations today, for although the precious finds will often survive, the context which explains them will be lost. And it's that context of material, usually financially worthless, that turns treasure into history. You can see this object in close-up and browse hundreds more at the A History of the World website. Go to bbc.co.uk/A History of the World. Thank you for downloading this episode of A History of the World in 100 Objects from BBC Radio 4.
My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair.
That was Shelley, writing in 1818, with a poetic vision inspired by the monumental figure here in the British Museum, whose serenely commanding face is looking down at me from a very great height. Shelley's Ozymandias is our Ramesses II, king of Egypt around 1270 BC, and his giant head dominates this space from a gallery plinth, although it would once have been even higher.
It's difficult for us to conceive now, with our air tools and electrical ways of cutting stone, quite what an extraordinary achievement. Not simply the scale and weight of a sculpture of this size is, but also the degree of finish.
There's no way of looking at this man and seeing him as a failure. He absolutely deserves the epithet, the great he really was.
A History of the World in 100 Objects. The statue of Ramesses II, approximately 1250 BC, made of granite, from Thebes in Egypt.
When it arrived in England, this was by far the largest Egyptian sculpture that the British had ever seen, and it was the first object that gave them a sense of the colossal scale of the Egyptian achievement. The upper body alone is about 8 or 9 feet high, and it weighs about 7 tons. This is a king who understood as never before the power of scale, the purpose of awe. Ramesses II ruled Egypt for an astonishing 66 years, presiding over a new golden age of Egyptian prosperity and imperial power. He was lucky. He lived to be over 90, he fathered around 100 children, and during his reign, the Nile floods obligingly produced a succession of bumper harvests. But he was also a prodigious achiever. As soon as he took the throne in 1279 BC, he set out on military campaigns to the north and south. He covered the land with monuments, and he was seen as such a successful ruler that 9 later pharaohs took his name. he was still being worshipped as a god in the time of Cleopatra over 1,000 years later. Ramesses was a consummate self-publicist, and a completely unscrupulous one at that. To save time and money, he simply changed the inscriptions on pre-existing sculptures so that they bore his name and glorified his achievements. But all across his kingdom, he erected vast new temples, like Abu Simbel, cut into the rocky sides of the Nile Valley, and the huge image of himself there, sculpted in the rock, inspired many later imitations, not least the vast faces of American presidents carved into Mount Rushmore. One of his proudest achievements was his memorial complex at Thebes, near modern Luxor. It wasn't a tomb where he was going to be buried, but a temple where he would be venerated in life and then worshipped as a god for all eternity. The Ramesseum, as it's now known, covers an immense area, about the size of 4 football pitches, and contains a temple, a palace, and treasuries. There were 2 courtyards in the Ramesseum, and our statue sat at the entrance to the second one. But magnificent though it is, this statue is just one of many. Ramesses is replicated again and again throughout the complex, a multiple vision of monumental power that must have had an overwhelming effect on the officials and priests who went there. We went to see Antony Gormley in the studio where he created his own monumental sculpture, the Angel of the North.
Well, for me, as a sculptor, the acceptance of the material as a means of conveying the relationship between human lived biological time and, in a way, the eons of geological time is an essential condition of the waiting quality of sculpture. The fact that sculptures persist, endure, and life dies. And all of Egyptian sculpture, in some senses, has this dialogue with death, with that which lies on the other side. For me, there's something very humbling that is, in some senses, a celebration of what a people can do together, because that is the other extraordinary thing, I think, about Egyptian, both architecture and sculpture. This is engaged upon by vast numbers of people and is a absolutely collective act of celebration of what they are able to achieve as a united body of intention. Even if we don't understand it in technical terms, the awe-inspiring thing is the way in which, in spite of its scale, proportion and clarity is brought to the surface of the stone. This surface is created entirely by sand abrasion. It's difficult to conceive of a harder material. This is granite. Extreme resistance that has been overcome by time and elbow grease.
Antony Gormley's point is, I think, a very important one. This serenely smiling sculpture is not the creation of an individual artist, but the achievement of a whole society, the result of a huge, complex process of engineering and logistics, in many ways much closer to building a motorway than making a work of art. The granite for the sculpture was quarried from Aswan and extracted in a single colossal block. The whole statue would originally have weighed about 20 tons. It was then roughly shaped before being moved on wooden sleds and pulled by large teams of labourers from the quarry to a raft which was floated down the Nile to Luxor. The stone would then be hauled from the river to the Ramesseum, where the finer stoneworking would take place in situ. So an enormous amount of manpower and organisation was needed to erect even this one statue. And this whole workforce had to be trained, managed and coordinated. And if not paid, many of them would of course have been slaves, at least fed and housed. To deliver our sculpture, a literate, numerate and very well-oiled bureaucratic machine was essential. And that same machine was of course also employed to manage Egypt's international trade and to organise and equip her armies. Ramesses undoubtedly had something of the magic touch, and like all great masters of propaganda, where he didn't actually succeed, he just made it up. While he wasn't exceptional in combat, he was able to mobilise a considerable army and supply them with ample weaponry and equipment. And whatever the actual result of his battles, the official line was always the same: knockout for Ramesses. The whole of the Ramesseum, like our statue, conveyed this consistent message of serene success.
I start smiling when I see this bust, and I think, you're still there, and he's still dominating everything around him.
This is Egyptologist Karen Exel on Ramesses the Propagandist.
He very much understood that being visible was central to the success of the kingship. So he put up as many colossal statues as he could very, very quickly. He built temples to the traditional gods of Egypt. And this kind of activity has been interpreted as being bombastic, showing off and so on, but we really need to see it in the context of the requirements of the kingship. People needed a strong leader, and they understood a strong leader to be a king who was out there campaigning on behalf of Egypt and was very visible within Egypt. We can even look at what we can regard as the spin of the records of the Battle of Kadesh in his year 5, which was a draw. He fought the Hittites, it was a draw. He came back to Egypt and had the record of this battle inscribed on 7 temples, and it was presented as an extraordinary success, that he alone had defeated the Hittites. So it was all spin, and he completely understood how to use that.
This king would not only convince his own people of his greatness, but would fix the image of imperial Egypt for the whole world. Later Europeans were mesmerized. Around 1800, the new aggressive powers in the Middle East, now the French and the British, competed to acquire the image of Ramesses. Napoleon's men tried to remove the statue from the Ramesseum in 1798, but failed. There's a hole about the size of a tennis ball drilled into the torso, just above the right breast, which experts think came from this attempt. And by 1799, the statue was broken. In 1816, the bust was successfully removed, rather appropriately by a circus strongman turned antiquities dealer called Giovanni Battista Belzoni. Using a specially designed system of hydraulics, Belzoni organised hundreds of workmen to pull the bust on wooden rollers by ropes to the banks of the Nile, almost exactly the method used to bring it there in the first place. It's a powerful demonstration of Ramesses' achievement that just moving half the statue was considered a great technical feat 3,000 years later. Belzoni then loaded the bust onto a boat, and the dramatic cargo went from there to Cairo, to Alexandria, and then finally to London. On arrival, it astounded everybody who saw it, and it began a revolution in how we Europeans view the history of our culture. The Ramesses in the British Museum was one of the first works to challenge long-held assumptions that great art had begun in Greece. We started the week with the mythical hero king Gilgamesh, and we've ended it with a king-hero who created his own myth, the myth of power. Ramses' success lay not only in maintaining the supremacy of the Egyptian state through the smooth running of its trade networks and taxation systems, but in using the rich proceeds towards building numerous temples and monuments. His purpose was to create a legacy that would speak to all generations of his eternal greatness. Yet, by one of the great ironies of history, this statue has come to mean exactly the opposite. Shelley heard reports of the discovery of the bust and of its transport to England. He was inspired by accounts of its colossal scale, but he also knew what had happened to Egypt after Ramesses, with the crown passing to Libyans and Nubians, Persians and Macedonians, and Ramesses' statue itself squabbled over by European intruders. Shelley's poem Ozymandias is a meditation not on imperial grandeur, but on the transience of earthly power. And in it, Ramesses' statue becomes a symbol of the futility of all human achievement.
My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair. Nothing beside remains. Round the decay of that colossal wreck, boundless and bare, the lone and level sands stretch far away.
You can see this object in close-up and browse hundreds more at the A History of the World website. Go to bbc.co.uk/A History of the World. Thank you for downloading this episode of A History of the World in 100 Objects from BBC Radio 4. 3,000 years ago, the world was, as usual, at war. On the face of it, this might seem surprising, as the entire population of the world 3,000 years ago was only about 50 million people, roughly the number that now live in England. So you'd have thought that there might have been enough land and wealth to go around without major conflict. But however you look at human history, it's quite clear that one of the constants is the urge to fight. And around 1000 BC, we find evidence for war on a quite new scale, but with exactly the same results as war always brings with it.
Rulers wished to establish their total power. It was a demonstration of their supremacy.
There's always wars, there's always deaths, there's always refugees. They're a byproduct of war and have been since the very, very earliest times.
A History of the World in 100 Objects. The Lachish Relief. A stone panel from northern Iraq, approximately 700 BC.
This warfare transformed the political landscape from the Mediterranean to the Pacific. In what's now Iraq, the Assyrians created a model of empire which would last for centuries. Established powers ruling Egypt and China were invaded by outsiders, and indeed across the whole world we encounter new peoples and new powers. This week's objects take us into the minds of these peoples and powers of 3,000 years ago, and our first object takes us straight into the heat of battle. I'm in a room whose walls are completely covered with stone carvings about 8 feet high. They tell the story of a great siege, the siege of Lachish in Judea in 701 BC. Think of a film in stone, an early Hollywood epic perhaps, with casts of thousands. The first scene shows the invading army marching in. Then comes the bloody battle around the besieged town, and then we move on to the dead, the injured, and the columns of passage refugees. And finally, we see the victorious king presiding triumphantly over his conquest. Sennacherib, ruler of the great Assyrian Empire and the terror of the ancient Middle East. By 700 BC, the Assyrian rulers, based in northern Iraq, had built an empire that stretched from Iran to Egypt, covering most of the area that we now call the Middle East. Indeed, you might almost say that this is the beginning of the idea of the Middle East as one single theatre of conflict and control. It was the largest land empire that had yet been created, and it was the result of the prodigious Assyrian war machine. Lachish, about 25 miles southwest of Jerusalem, is today known as Tel Ed-Duwer. At the time of the siege, it was a heavily fortified hill town, the second city, after Jerusalem, of the Kingdom of Judah, which had managed just to stay independent of the Assyrians. Lachish stood at a vital strategic point on the key trade routes linking Mesopotamia to the Mediterranean and to the immense wealth of Egypt. But around 700 BC, the king of Judah, Hezekiah, rebelled against the Assyrians. It was a big mistake. Sennacherib mobilized the Assyrian imperial army, fought a brilliant campaign, seized the city of Lachish, killed its defenders, and deported its inhabitants. And the resounding success of the Assyrian campaign is what is celebrated in these carvings. They're in shallow relief, and they'd have run like a continuous frieze pretty well from floor to ceiling all around the walls of Sennacherib's palace at Nineveh, near modern Mosul in Iraq. They would once have been brightly painted, but even without any colour today, they're astonishing historical documents. Like any good propaganda war film, the sculptor has shown us the Lachish campaign as a perfectly executed military exercise. He sets the city among trees and vineyards, while below the Assyrian soldiers, archers and spearmen are marching. As you look across the frieze, wave after wave of Assyrians scale the city walls and eventually overwhelm the resident Judeans. The next scene shows the aftermath. Survivors flee the burning city, carrying what they can. These lines of people carrying their worldly goods and heading for deportation must be one of the earliest depictions of refugees that exist, and they're almost unbearably poignant. It's impossible, looking at them close up, not to think of the millions of refugees and displaced people that this same region has seen over the centuries and is still seeing. We showed the Lachish reliefs to Paddy Ashdown, soldier, politician and international diplomat, who's had long experience of the human cost of military conflict, especially during his work in the Balkans.
I saw refugee camps right across the Balkans, and frankly I could never stop the tears coming to my eyes, because what I saw was my sister and my mother and my wife and my children. But I saw Serbs driven out by Bosniaks, Bosniaks driven out by Croats, Croats driven out by... and so on. I even saw the most shameful refugees of all were the Roma people, a huge camp of Roma people, maybe 40, 50,000, and they were driven out when my army, the NATO army, was in charge, and we stood aside as their houses were burnt, and they were driven from their homes, and that made me feel not just desperately sad, but also desperately ashamed. What is true is, and what the reliefs show, is, in a sense, the immutable and unchangeable character of war. There's always wars, there's always deaths, there's always refugees. Refugees are normally the sort of flotsam and jetsam of war. They're left where they were washed up when the war finished.
The heartland of the Assyrian Empire lay on the fertile river Tigris, over 500 miles northeast of the devastated Lachish. It was an ideal location for agriculture and trade, but it had no natural boundaries or defences, and so the Assyrians spent huge resources on a large army to police their frontiers, expand their territory, and keep potential enemies at bay. Lachish was just one victim in a long series of wars. But, and this is what I think makes Lachish so fascinating, we know about this particular war from the other side as well, from the Hebrew Bible. The Book of Kings tells us that Hezekiah, king of Judah, refused to pay the tribute that Sennacherib demanded.
And the Lord was with him, and he prospered whithersoever he went forth. And he rebelled against the king of Assyria, and served him not.
The Bible, understandably, glosses over the disagreeable fact that Sennacherib responded by brutally seizing the cities of Judah until Hezekiah was crushed, gave in, and paid up. An Assyrian account of the episode, also here in the British Museum, gives us Sennacherib's view of what happened, allegedly in his own words.
Because Hezekiah, king of Judah, would not submit to my yoke, I came up against him, and by force of arms and by the might of my power, I took 46 of his strong fenced cities, and of the smaller towns which were scattered about, I took and plundered a countless number. From these places I took and carried off 200,156 persons, old and young, male and female, together with horses and mules, asses and camels, oxen and sheep, a countless multitude.
These are the people that we see on the relief, the victims of war who pay the price of their ruler's rebellion. Families with carts packed high with bundles are being led into exile, while Assyrian soldiers carry their plundered spoils towards the image of the enthroned king Sennacherib. An inscription credits the king himself with the victory. Sennacherib, king of the world, king of Assyria, sat on a throne and watched the booty of Lachish pass before him. He presides over the sacked city and its defeated inhabitants as an almost divine overlord. watching the citizens as they're deported to another part of the Assyrian Empire. This practice of mass deportation was standard Assyrian policy. They shifted large groups of troublesome people from their homelands to resettle them in other parts of the Assyrian Empire, including Assyria itself. Deportation on this scale must have been logistically challenging. But the Assyrian army had been through so many campaigns by now that this program of moving people had been refined to a point of industrial efficiency. The strategy of shifting populations has been a constant phenomenon of empire ever since. Perhaps our nearest equivalent, just about in living memory, is Stalin's deportation of peoples during the 1930s. Like Sennacherib, Stalin knew the value of moving rebellious peoples out of strategic areas and relocating them far away from their homelands. Military historian Antony Beevor puts these two imperial heavies, Sennacherib and Stalin, in historical perspective.
Well, I think one sees the way that in the past, for example, the deportation of the Judeans after the siege of Lachish, rulers wished to establish their total power. It was a demonstration of their supremacy. By the 20th century, there was much greater element of notions of treason, particularly political treason, as one saw with Stalin and the Soviet Union. When it came to the real waves of deportations, which were punishing whole peoples, this was because Stalin suspected that they had collaborated with the Germans during the invasion of the Soviet Union from 1941 onwards. And the peoples who were most famously affected were, of course, the Crimean Tatars, the Ingushes, the Chechens, the Kalmucks. One's certainly talking of 3 to 3.5 million. In many cases, they reckon that 40% of those died during transport and, of course, during the forced labour when they arrived. When I say arrived, usually what happened was a lot of them were just literally dropped by the railhead with no tools, no seeds, and were literally left there in the desert. So it's hardly surprising how many died. It was interesting to see that Lachish in the earlier deportations of sort of pre-Christian times, that they took their sheep with them, but in these cases they had to leave everything there.
So Sennacherib may not have been quite as bad as Stalin. Cold comfort for the victims. The Lachish reliefs show the misery that defeat in war always entails. But of course their main focus is not the Judeans, but Sennacherib in his moment of triumph. They do not record Sennacherib's less than glorious end, assassinated by two of his sons while he was at prayer to the gods who had appointed him ruler. He was succeeded by another son, whose son in his turn conquered Egypt and defeated the pharaoh Taharka, who is the subject of our next programme. And so the cycle of war that these reliefs show, brutal, pitiless, and devastating for the civilian population, was about to begin all over again. You can see this object in close-up and browse hundreds more at the A History of the World website. Go to bbc.co.uk/A History of the World. Thank you for downloading this episode of A History of the World in 100 Objects from BBC Radio 4. If you were to ask which country the River Nile belongs to, most people would immediately say Egypt. But in fact, of course, the Nile is a river that can be claimed by 9 different African countries. And as water resources get scarcer, the question of its ownership today is a burning political issue.
A History of the World in 100 Objects. Sphinx of Taharqa, made of stone, approximately 680 BC, discovered in Kawa, northern Sudan.
A critical fact of modern Egypt's life is that most of the Nile is actually in Sudan. Egypt has always been wary of its huge southern neighbour, but for most of its history it has been by far the stronger of the two. But there was a moment, around 3,000 years ago, when for a century or so it all looked very different.
It really was the centre of a very powerful, vibrant civilization in the heart of Africa, Black Africa.
And it was one of the major civilizations of the ancient world, although it's always seen as being on the periphery of that world.
This week, I'm investigating the world around 700 BC. Even though populations were tiny, only about 1% of today's world population occupied the whole of the globe then, large-scale conflicts were frequent and bitter. War was everywhere, and one of the features of the period was the conquest of long-established centres of wealth and civilization by poorer peoples living on the edge. In the case of Egypt, this meant that the mighty land of the pharaohs was conquered and ruled by its southern neighbour, what is now northern Sudan, but was then called the Kingdom of Kush. I'm walking through the galleries of the British Museum, heading for a stone sphinx. Sphinxes, statues with a lion's body and a man's head, are creatures of myth and legend, but they're also one of the great symbols of Egyptian royalty and power. The most famous of all, of course, being the Great Sphinx at Giza. Here it is now, and compared with the one at Giza, this Sphinx is very small. It's about the size of a spaniel. But it is particularly interesting, because it's not just a hybrid of a man and a lion, but a fusion of Egypt and Kush. It's made out of sandy grey granite, and it's beautifully preserved. The muscular lion's back, the mane of hair, and the powerfully outstretched paws are all classically Egyptian. But it's not a typical Egyptian pharaoh's face, because this man is unquestionably a black African, and this Sphinx is the image of a black pharaoh. Hieroglyphics on the Sphinx's chest spell it out. This is a portrait of the great King Taharqa, the fourth pharaoh to rule over the combined kingdoms of Kush and Egypt. Kush occupied what is now the north half of Sudan. For thousands of years, Egypt had looked on its southern Kushite neighbour essentially as a rich but troublesome colony that could be exploited for its raw materials. There was gold and ivory and, very important, slaves. In this almost colonial relationship, Egypt was very much the master. But in 728 BC, the balance of power flipped. Egypt had become fragmented and weak, and the Kushite king Pianki took the opportunity to send his armies north, capture the cities of Egypt one by one, until finally the north was quashed, and the Kushites were in charge of an empire that ran roughly from modern Khartoum to modern Alexandria. And in order to govern this new state, they created a new national identity, a hybrid that would combine both Egypt and Kush. Taharqa, represented in the BM Sphinx, is the most important of all the Kushite kings. He initiated a golden age for his immense new kingdom, and he succeeded largely because, rather than imposing Kushite customs on the Egyptians, he absorbed and adopted theirs. Even in Kush itself, Taharqa built pyramids on the Egyptian model, and he worshipped the Egyptian god Amun. He restored temples in the Egyptian style, and his officials wrote in Egyptian hieroglyphics. It's a pattern that we see again and again in successful conquests. They use the existing symbols and vocabulary of power because those are the ones that are already familiar to the population. It makes sense to keep using a language of control that everybody is accustomed to accept. The Sphinx of Taharqa, in its calculated mixture of the two different traditions, is not just a striking portrait of the Kushite ruler as a traditional Egyptian pharaoh, It's also a lesson in political method, and for a short period, that method worked brilliantly. This brief Sudanese conquest of Egypt is now very much a forgotten history. The official narrative of Egypt underplayed the Kushite disruption, blandly calling the reign of the Kushite kings the 25th dynasty, thus quietly incorporating them into an unbroken story of an eternal Egypt. But Kush's historical role is now being energetically reassessed, and Sudanese history, in some measure, rewritten. In the British Museum, we have a curator who has been central to this work of recovery and re-evaluation. Derek Welsby, a leading expert on the archaeology of the Sudan, has been digging along the Nile for many years. He's done a lot of work at Kawa, north of Khartoum, where this sphinx came from. It was made to go into a temple there that had been restored by Taharqa. Derek's description of the working conditions at his excavation give an idea of what this land would have been like for the Kushites.
Often it's incredibly hot on site. Even in the middle of winter it can be very hot, but sometimes early in the morning it's incredibly cold as well. It's like 4 or 5 degrees and then you've got a very strong wind. But by 11 o'clock it can be 35, 40 degrees, so it changes very dramatically. The temple that Taharqa built at Kawa is purely Egyptian in design. It was actually built by Egyptian workmen and architects sent by Taharqa from his capital at Memphis in Lower Egypt. But it was built in the heart of Kush. But the Egyptian influences are just a veneer over Kushite culture. The indigenous African culture continued right the way through the Kushite period. It used to be considered that the Kushites were just slavishly borrowing things from Egypt and just copying Egyptian models. But what we see, they're picking and choosing. They're choosing the things that are enhancing their view of the world, the status of their ruler and so on. And they're retaining many of their local cultural elements as well. And you see this particularly in the religion, because not only do you get the Egyptian gods like Amun, but you also get the major local Kushite gods such as Apedemak being worshipped sometimes in the same temples.
As originally placed in the temple, Taharqa's sphinx would have been seen only by the ruler and by his closest circle, which would have included priests and officials from both Egypt and Kush. Coming upon it in an inner sanctuary, Kushites would have been reassured by its black African features, while Egyptians would have immediately felt at home with its peculiarly Egyptian iconography. Taharqa's sphinx is a very sophisticated piece of political imagery, for it's not just a mix of north and south, it also combines the present with the long distant past. The form of the lion's mane and his ears closely resemble elements found in ancient Egyptian sphinxes as far back as the 12th dynasty. That's about 1,000 years before this. The message is clear. This black pharaoh, Taharqa, stands in a long line of great Egyptian rulers who have held dominion over all the lands of the Nile. Taharqa was eager to expand Egypt beyond Sinai and its northeast border, an aggressive policy that led to conflict with the Assyrian king Sennacherib, whose stone reliefs were the subject of the last programme. Around 700 BC, Taharqa allied himself with Hezekiah, king of Judah, and fought alongside him. But this challenge to the Assyrian war machine ultimately led to Taharqa's downfall. 10 years later, the Assyrians came looking for him, seeking the colossal wealth of Egypt, and although he repelled them that time, they soon returned. In 671 BC, they forced Taharqa to flee south to his native Kush. He lost his wife and his son to the enemy, and after more attacks from the Assyrians, he was finally expelled. In the long history of Egypt, Kushite rule was a brief interlude of not even 150 years. Yet it reminds us that the border between what is now Egypt and Sudan is a constant fault line, both geographic and political, that has frequently divided the peoples of the Nile Valley and frequently been fought over. We'll see that fault line again later in these programmes, because both the Roman and the British empires bloodily revisited this contested boundary between Egypt and Kush. Geography has determined that this will always be a frontier, because it's here that the first cataract breaks up the Nile into small rocky channels that are very hard to navigate, making contact between north and south highly problematic. For Africans, the Nile has never been just an Egyptian river, and it's claimed as fiercely by the Sudanese now as it was in the time of Taharqa. The Sudanese-born political commentator, Zainab Badawi.
Ideologically, I wouldn't say that there are any huge differences between the Sudanese and the Egyptian government, certainly, and there is a huge affinity between the people. I think that the biggest source of friction and potential tension between Egypt and Sudan has been in the Nile and how the waters of the Nile are used. The feeling that a lot of northern Sudanese might have is that the Nile actually, in a sense, runs obviously much more through Sudan than it does through Egypt. Sudan is the biggest country in Africa. It's the 10th biggest in the world, the size of Western Europe. It is the land of the Nile. And maybe there is a kind of slightly brotherly kind of resentment by the northern Sudanese that the Egyptians have, in a sense, kind of claimed the Nile as their own, whereas the Sudanese, in a sense, feel that they are the proper custodians of the Nile, because after all, most of its journey is through the territory of Sudan.
Zainab Badawi's words perhaps make it clear why the union of Egypt and Sudan just under 3,000 years ago was easier to achieve in the sculptured form of Taharqa's Sphinx than in the unstable world of practical politics. Recovering the story of Kush has been one of the great achievements of recent archaeology, showing how an energetic people on the edge of a great empire were able to conquer it and appropriate its traditions. It's a familiar pattern in the story of empires, and it's one that was taking place somewhere else at almost exactly the same time, in China. And that's where we'll be going in the next programme. You can see this object in close-up and browse hundreds more at the A History of the World website. Go to bbc.co.uk/A History of the World. Thank you for downloading this episode of A History of the World in 100 Objects from BBC Radio 4. How often do you dine with the dead? It may seem a strange question, but if you're Chinese, it may not be quite so surprising, because many Chinese, even today, believe that deceased family members watch over them from the other side of death and can help or hinder their fortunes. When somebody dies, they're equipped for burial with all kinds of practical bits and pieces. A toothbrush, for instance, money, food, water, possibly a credit card and a computer. The Chinese afterlife often sounds depressingly, or perhaps I mean reassuringly, like our own. But there is one great difference. The dead are paid huge respect. A well-equipped send-off is just the beginning. Ritual feasting, holding banquets with and for the ancestors, has been for centuries a part of Chinese life.
The primary and most ancient religion in China consists of preparing ceremonial meals for the dead.
In Chinese way, it's ritual, or particularly kind of banquets, offering your ancestor food.
A History of the World in 100 Objects. Bronze Gui, a ritual food vessel from Western China. Approximately 1050 BC.
Today's programme is about a spectacular bronze bowl, which around 3,000 years ago was used for feasting in the company of both the ancestors and the gods. Families offered food and drink to their watchful dead, while governments offered to the mighty gods. This is a vessel that addresses the next world, but emphatically asserts authority in this one. And around 1000 BC, at a troubled transitional moment for China, the link between heavenly and earthly authority was all. From the Mediterranean to the Pacific, around 3,000 years ago, existing societies collapsed and were replaced by new powers. In China, the Shang dynasty, which had been in power for over 500 years, was toppled by a new dynasty, the Zhou. The Zhou came from the west, from the steppes of Central Asia. Like the Kushites of Sudan, who conquered Egypt at roughly the same time, the Zhou were a people from the edge, who challenged and overthrew the old established prosperous centre. The Zhou ultimately took over the entire Shang kingdom, and again, like the Kushites, followed it up by appropriating not just the state they had conquered, but its history, imagery, and rituals. Central to the ritual of Chinese political authority was the practice of elaborate feasting with the dead. And this involved magnificent bronze vessels, which are both instruments of power and major historical documents. I'm in the Asia Gallery at the British Museum, and I'm with a handsome bronze vessel called a gui. It's about the shape and size of a large punch bowl, about a foot across, with two large curved handles. What you first notice, I think, looking at the outside, is the elaborate flower-like decoration that run on bands at the top and the bottom. But undoubtedly it's the handles that really are the most striking element, because each handle is a large beast with tusks and horns and huge square ears, and it's caught in the act of swallowing a bird whose beak is just emerging from its jaws. Bronze vessels like this one are among the most iconic objects made in ancient China. They often carry inscriptions, which are now a key source for Chinese history. And this bronze, made about 1000 BC, is just such a document. It's part of the story about the end of one Chinese dynasty, the Shang, and the beginning of another one, the Zhou. The Shang dynasty had seen the growth of China's first large cities. Their last capital, at Anyang on the Yellow River in North China, covered an area of 30 square kilometres and had a population of 120,000. At the time, it must have been one of the largest cities in the world. Life in Shang cities was highly regulated, with 12-month calendars, decimal measurement, conscription, and centralised taxes. As centres of wealth, the cities were also places of outstanding artistic production, in ceramics and jade, and above all, in bronze. And all these skills continued to flourish after the Shang had been replaced by the victorious Zhou. Now, making a bronze vessel like our gui bowl is an extraordinarily complicated business. First, you need to mine and smelt the ores that contain both copper and tin in order to make the bronze itself. Then comes the casting, and here Chinese technology led the world. Our gui was not made as a single object, but as separate pieces, cast in different moulds, which were then joined together to make one complex and intricate work of art. The result is a vessel that at that date could have been made nowhere else in the world. The sheer skill, the effort and expense involved in making bronze vessels like these make them immediately objects of the highest value and status, fit, therefore, for the most solemn ceremonies.
All ritual vessels, or such bronzes as we describe as ritual vessels, were made for giving food and wine to the dead.
Dame Jessica Rawson, renowned expert on Chinese bronze.
The first dynasties of China, the Shang and the Zhou, made large numbers of fine bronze containers for food, for alcohol, for water, and used these in a big ceremony, sometimes once a week, maybe once every 10 days. The belief is that if food in wine or alcohol is properly prepared, it will be received by the dead and nourish them. And those dead, the ancestors, will look after their descendants in return for this nourishment. The bronze vessels, which we see today, were prized possessions for use in life. They were not made primarily for burial, but when a major figure of the elite died, it was believed that he would carry on offering ceremonies of food and wine to his ancestors in the afterlife, indeed entertain them at banquets.
Our bowl would have been one of a set of vessels of different sizes, rather like a set of saucepans in a smart modern kitchen, although we don't know how many companions it might once have had. Each vessel had a clearly defined role in the preparing and serving of food at the regular banquets that were organised for the dead. If you look inside our basin, there's a surprise. At the bottom, where it would have normally been hidden by food when in use, there's an inscription written in Chinese characters that are not so unlike the ones still used today. And this inscription tells us that this particular bowl was made for a Zhou warrior, one of the invaders who overthrew the Shang dynasty. At this date, any formal writing is prestigious, but writing in bronze carries a very particular authority. The inscription at the bottom of the Gui tells us of a significant battle in the Zhou's ultimate triumph over the Shang.
The king, having subdued the Shang country, charged the Marquis Kang to convert it into a border territory, to be the Wei state. Since Mei Situ-yi had been associated in effecting this change, he made, in honour of his late father, this sacral vessel.
So the man who commissioned the Gui, Mei Situ-yi, did so in order to honour his dead father, and at the same time, as a loyal Zhou, he chose to commemorate the quashing of a Shang rebellion in about 1050 BC by the Zhou king's brother, the Marquis Kang. It's through inscriptions in bronze, like this one, that we can reconstruct the continued tussling between the Shang and the Zhou throughout this period. As writing on bamboo or wood has perished, these bronze inscriptions are now our principal historical source. It's not at all clear why the smaller and much less technically sophisticated Zhou were able to defeat the powerful, well-organised Shang state. They seem to have had a striking ability to absorb and to shape allies into a coherent attacking force. But above all, they were buoyed up by their faith in themselves as a chosen people. In first capturing and then ruling the Shang kingdom, they saw themselves, as so many conquering forces do, as enacting the will of the gods. So they fought with the confidence born of knowing that they were to be the rightful inheritors of the land. But, and this was new, they articulated this belief in the form of one controlling concept, which was to become a central idea in Chinese political history. The Zhou are the first to formalize the idea of the mandate of heaven. The Chinese notion that heaven blesses and sustains the authority of a just ruler. An impious and incompetent ruler would displease the gods, who would withdraw their mandate from him. So on this view, it followed that the defeated Shang must have lost the mandate of heaven, which had passed to the virtuous, victorious Zhou. From this time on, the mandate of heaven became a permanent feature of Chinese political life, underpinning the authority of rulers or justifying their removal, as Wang Tao, archaeologist at the University of London, tells us.
That transformed the Zhou because that allowed them to rule other people. If you killed the king or a senior member of the family, it's the biggest crime you could make. So to turn the crime against the authority or against the ruler into some justifiable action, you had to have an excuse, and that excuse is the mandate of heaven. Here in the West, we have the concept of democracy, and in China, it's mandate of heaven. For example, you can see if you offend the heaven, or if you offend the people, and then you will see the omens from heaven, thunder, rain, earthquake, That's why every single time when China has an earthquake, the political rulers were scared because they were reading that as some kind of mandate of heaven.
So the Zhou's ritual feasting with vessels like our Gui was in part a public assertion that the gods endorsed the new regime. Gui, such as ours, have been found over a wide swathe of China, because the Zhou conquest continued to expand until it covered nearly twice the area of the old Shang kingdom. It was a cumbersome state, with fluctuating levels of territorial control, but nonetheless the Zhou dynasty lasted for as long as the Roman Empire, and indeed longer than any other dynasty in Chinese history. And as well as the mandate of heaven, they bequeathed one other enduring concept to China. It was the Zhou who 3,000 years ago gave to their lands the name of Chung Kuo, the Middle Kingdom. And the Chinese have thought of themselves as the Middle Kingdom, placed in the very center of the world, ever since. You can see this object in close-up and browse hundreds more at the A History of the World website. Go to bbc.co.uk/A History of the World. Thank you for downloading this episode of A History of the World in 100 Objects from BBC Radio 4. Fashion, as we all know, is glamorous and extravagant, frivolous and ephemeral, but is also a great way to grasp how a society thinks about itself. Looking at clothes is a key part of any serious looking at history. But as we all know to our cost, clothes don't last. They wear out, they fall apart, and what survives gets eaten by the moths. Compared with stone, pottery or metal, clothes are pretty well non-starters in a history of the world told through things. So, regrettably, but perhaps not surprisingly, it's only now, well over 1 million years into our story, that we're coming to clothes, and to all that they can tell us about economics and power structures, climate and customs, the living and the dead.
Textiles just have a very unusual place.
It's a constant amazement when we discover these things and find that they're not new and that they were invented years ago.
It's 2,500 years ago, and we're in Peru.
A History of the World in 100 Objects. Textile fragments from the Paracas Peninsula on the southern coast of Peru. Approximately 300 BC.
The theme of our week so far has been one of empires collapsing, new regimes, and massive bloodshed. In the South America of 500 BC, there were no empires yet to be overthrown, but as we shall see, there certainly was blood. We're learning new things all the time about the Americas at this date, but compared to what we know about Asia, much is still relatively mysterious, belonging to a world of behaviour and belief that we still struggle to interpret from fragmentary evidence. I'm in a study room in the British Museum, and in front of me are pieces of cloth well over 2,000 years old. They're usually kept in specially controlled conditions, so I'm not going to leave them all exposed to ordinary light and humidity for long. The first thing that strikes you about them is their extraordinary condition. They're each about 3 or 4 inches long, and they're embroidered in stem stitch using wool, either from llamas or alpacas. We're not sure which, but both animals are native to the Andes and were soon domesticated. The figures have been very carefully cut out, and they must once have been part of a larger garment, a mantle or a cape or something like that. They're strange beings, not entirely human in form, because they appear to have talons instead of hands and claws for feet. At first glance, you might find these figures rather charming, as they appear to be flying through the air with their long pigtails or topknots trailing behind them. But when you look more closely, they're disconcerting, because you can see that they're wielding daggers and they're clasping severed heads. Perhaps the most striking thing about them, though, is the intricacy of the sewing and the surviving brilliance of the colours, with their blues and pinks, yellows and green, all sitting very carefully judged next to one another. These jewel-like scraps of cloth were found about 150 miles south of modern Lima. With the coast in front of them and the Andes Mountains behind them, the people of Paracas produced some of the most colourful, complex and distinctive textiles that we know. These early Peruvians seem to have put all their artistic energies into textiles. Embroidered cloth was for them roughly what bronze was for the Chinese at the same date, the most revered material in their culture and the clearest sign of status and authority. These particular pieces of cloth have come down to us because they were buried in the dry desert conditions of the Paracas Peninsula, just like the textiles that have survived from ancient Egypt from the same period, thousands of miles away. And in Peru, as in Egypt, the textiles were intended not just for wearing in daily life, but also to wrap the dead. The Paracas textiles were used to clothe Peruvian mummies. The Canadian weaver and textile specialist Mary Frame has been studying these Peruvian masterpieces for over 30 years, and she finds in these funeral cloths an extraordinary organisation at work.
Some of the wrapping cloths were immense in these mummy bundles. One was 87 feet long. It would have been a social enactment, a happening, to lay out the yarns to make these cloths. You can have up to 500 figures on a single textile, and they're organized in very set patterns of color repetition and symmetry patterns. The social levels were reflected in cloth to a tremendous degree. Everything was controlled about textiles. What kind of fiber, colors, materials could be used by what groups. And I think there's always been a tendency to do that, and that in a stratified society, to use something major like textiles to visibly reflect the levels in the society.
There was no writing that we know of at this time in Peru, so these textiles must have been a vital part of the visual language. The colours must have been electrifying against the everyday palette of yellow and beige hues that dominated the landscape of the sandy Paracas Peninsula. They were certainly very difficult colours to achieve. The bright red tones were extracted from the roots of plants, while the deep purples came from mollusks gathered on the shore. The background cloth would have been cotton, spun and dyed before being woven on a loom. Figures were outlined first, and then the details, like clothes and facial features, were filled in different colours with exquisite precision, presumably by young people, as you need perfect eyesight for stitching like this. Production would have required coordinating large numbers of differently skilled labourers, the people who reared the animals for the wool, who grew the cotton, who gathered the dyes, and then the many who actually worked on the textiles themselves. A society that could organise all this and devote so much energy and resource to materials for burial must have been both prosperous and very highly structured. Making the mummy bundles, in other words preparing the Paracas elite for burial, involved an elaborate ritual. The naked corpse was first bound with cords to fix it in a seated position. Wrapped pieces of cotton or occasionally gold were put in the mouth, and grander corpses had a golden mask strapped to the lower half of their face. After this, the body was wrapped in a large embroidered textile. Our fragments must come from one of these, and the encased body was then seated upright in a big, shallow basket, containing offerings of shell necklaces, bird feathers from the Amazonian jungle, animal skins, and food, including maize and peanuts. Then body, offerings, and basket all together were wrapped in layers of plain cotton cloth to form one giant conical mummy bundle, sometimes up to 5 feet wide. It's impossible to know exactly what our embroidered figures represent. Apparently floating in the air with bared teeth and clawed hands, it's easy to imagine that they're not human, but creatures from the spirit world. But as they hold daggers and severed heads, perhaps we're in the realm of ritual sacrifice. What is this killing for, and why would you embroider it on a textile? We're clearly in the presence here of a very complex structure of belief and myth, and the stakes are as high as they can be. For these are embroideries about life and death. Mary Frame again.
The severed heads, the wounds, this strange posture seem to be depicting a whole set of stages of transformation between the human into the mythic ancestor. Blood and fertility seem to be themes that are intertwined with this. These textiles are really directed like a supplication for success with crops. Peruvian land is very marginal. It's terrifically arid down there. I think the people had an intense focus on rituals that would ensure continued success. Water's necessary for plant growth. Blood is conceived of as being even more potent for plant growth.
Mary Frame's hypothesis sounds convincing, not least because when the first Europeans arrived in Central and South America over 2,000 years later, they found societies structured around blood sacrifices to ensure the continuing cycle of seasons and crops. So these 4 little embroideries give us a huge amount of information and stimulate a great deal of speculation about how the people of the Paracas lived, died, and believed. But quite apart from that, they are great imaginative achievements, masterpieces of needlework that still speak directly to contemporary fashion designers, like Zandra Rhodes.
My first reaction when I see these wonderful ancient textiles is, isn't it fantastic that they've survived? And they've survived with colours and they're being preserved. And then the magnificence of being able to look at them. And when I get the chance, I would like to do a drawing of them, because it's only when you draw them that you can understand the shapes and how they've achieved it and see the way the threads go. By being able to study them, you get to feel a closer connection and even start to think, could I do a whole Peruvian-inspired collection by starting to study the way the patterns go?
While the Americas, before the Europeans arrived, are still in many ways a mystery, continuing archaeology and research on textiles like these ones are helping us to piece together a clearer picture. But it's certain that American societies at this date, even advanced ones like the Paracas, were much smaller in scale than the contemporary states in the Middle East and in China that we've been looking at this week. It was to be many centuries yet before empires like the Incas would emerge. But these textiles and embroideries of the Paracas, produced over 2,000 years ago, remain among the greatest in the world. And it's not just designers who see them as having significant potential today. So do politicians. These textiles are now seen, literally, as part of the fabric of the nation, And in contemporary Peru, there's a determined effort to revitalise these traditional weaving and sewing practices in order to connect modern Peruvians directly to their ancient, indigenous, and entirely non-European past. You can see this object in close-up and browse hundreds more at the A History of the World website. Go to bbc.co.uk/A History of the World. Thank you for downloading this episode of A History of the World in 100 Objects from BBC Radio 4. Get rich quick, trumpets the promo on a buzzy financial website. Start with $50, it says, and very soon you'll become rich like Croesus. It's a promise that's been made countless times through the centuries, despite financial booms and busts. But what intrigues me most about finding it on this hyper-modern website is that the name of Croesus still stands for the ultimate in wealth. After so many centuries, Croesus is still the worldwide symbol of the man who's made it. The real King Croesus was indeed fabulously rich. And until a horrible twist at the end of his life, he did have a wonderful time with his money. We don't know who first coined the phrase, as rich as Croesus, but it's now embedded not just in our language, but in many others. And we're going to be looking at some of the world's first proper coins in this programme.
I imagined it was flatter and more circular, but this is sort of convex, with a design only on one side.
The stamps on them are the guarantee of the weight and the purity.
A History of the World in 100 Objects. Gold coins of Croesus, King of Lydia, around 550 BC.
Croesus was a king in what's now western Turkey. His kingdom, Lydia, was among the new powers that emerged across the Middle East about 3,000 years ago, so it was part of that wider political upheaval that I've been exploring this week. But in this programme, I want to look at a different kind of new power. Or more precisely, I want to look at the creation of a new type of object that would ultimately become a power in its own right: coinage. We've all grown so accustomed to using little round pieces of metal to buy things that it's easy to forget that coins arrived quite late in the history of the world. For over 2,000 years, states ran complex economies and international trading networks without a coin to hand. The Egyptians, for example, used a sophisticated system that measured value against standard weights of copper and gold. But as new states and new ways of organising trade emerged, coinage began to make an appearance. And fascinatingly, it happened independently in two different parts of the world at almost the same time. In China, they began using miniature spades and knives in very much the same way that we would now use coins. And virtually simultaneously, in the Mediterranean world, the Lydians started making actual coins as we would recognise them today. Round shapes in precious metals. I have here some of the original gold coins that made Croesus so rich. They come in all different sizes, from about the shape of a modern one-penny piece right down to something the size of a lentil. But Lydian coins are not all the same shape. The largest one we've got here, it's in my hand now, is a kind of figure of eight shape, an oblong slightly squeezed in the middle, and on it a lion and a bull facing each other as if in combat and about to crash together head on. These coins were minted under Croesus around 550 BC, but in a very real sense they're already part of our modern world, as the financial journalist and novelist James Buchan explains.
There is a continuity between this coin of Croesus and today. When you look at it, it has concealed in it the entire future, including the bonuses at Goldman Sachs and the career of Sir Fred Goodwin. In modern times, what money does is it incorporates a wish and displays that wish to the world. And in the way that human beings are, they tend to become fascinated by the potential of objects. And certainly it's a feature of the present day that people accumulate fortunes that nobody could possibly spend, and yet people still compete to accumulate ever larger fortunes. But what makes this inequality of fortune possible is having money. There's nothing either natural or God-given about the use of money. It's just a historical process, quite a complicated one, that is built up over time. Over that period, money's worked pretty well and has played a very important role in the triumphs of humanity and also, of course, in its miseries. But it's allowed the population of the world to expand beyond limits that were thought possible. Even a few years ago, it's raised the standards of living. All these possibilities are in this little object.
So Croesus's gold coins really have changed the world. It's said that Croesus found his gold in the river that once belonged to the legendary Midas, he of the golden touch, and it's certain that the region was very rich in gold, which would have been extremely useful in the great trading metropolis of Lydia's capital city, Sardis. In small societies, there isn't really a great need for money, because you can generally trust your friends and neighbours to return any labour, food or goods in kind. The need for money, as we understand it, grows when you're dealing with strangers that you may never see again and can't necessarily trust. That is, when you're trading in a cosmopolitan city like Sardis. Before the first Lydian coins, payments were made mostly in precious metal, effectively just lumps of gold and silver. It didn't really matter what shape the metal was, just how much it weighed and how pure it was. But there's a difficulty. In their natural state, gold and silver were often found mixed with each other, and indeed mixed with other metals. Checking a metal's purity was a tedious task, likely to hold up every business transaction. And even when the Lydians and their neighbours invented coinage, about 100 years before Croesus, this problem still remained. They used the naturally occurring mixture of gold and silver, not the pure forms of the metals. The Lydians eventually solved this problem, speeded up the market, and in the process became hugely rich. They realized that the answer was for the state to mint coins of pure gold and pure silver, of consistent weights that would have absolutely reliable value. It was the currency that you could trust in completely and, without any checking, spend, spend, spend. How did the Lydians manage to pull this off? Paul Craddock, expert in historical metals, explains.
The Lydians hit on the idea of the state or the king issuing standard weights and standard purity. The stamps on them are the guarantee of the weight and the purity. And of course, if you're guaranteeing the purity, then it is absolutely necessary that you have the ability not just to add elements to the gold, but also to take them out. And to some degree, taking out elements like lead and copper, that's not too bad. But unfortunately, the main element that came with the gold out of the ground was the silver, and this had not been done before. So I guess that sort of Croesus sent to his research team and said, your problem today, lads, is discover how we can get the silver out of the gold so that we can then make a consistent coinage. Now, silver is reasonably resistant to chemical attack, and gold, of course, is very resistant to chemical attack. So what they did was to get either very fine powder of the gold straight from the mines, or else get bigger pieces of old gold and hammer it out into very thin sheets, a bit like the old-fashioned cigarette papers, and then put these in a pot along with common salt, sodium chloride, and then heat that in a furnace to about 800 degrees centigrade, and ultimately you are left with pretty pure gold.
So the Lydians learned how to make pure gold coins. But no less importantly, they then employed craftsmen to stamp on them symbols indicating their weight and thus their value. These first coins have no writing on them. Dates and inscriptions on coins were to come much later, but archaeological evidence allows us to date our coins to around 550 BC, so the middle of Croesus's reign. The stamp he used to indicate weight on his coins was a lion, and as the size and therefore the value of the coin decreased, ever smaller parts of the lion's anatomy were used. So, for example, the smallest coin shows only a lion's paw. What this new Lydian method of minting did was to move the responsibility for checking the purity and weight of the coins from the businessman to the ruler, a switch that made the city of Sardis an easy, swift, and extremely attractive place to do business in. No wonder that Croesus and his kingdom became enormously wealthy. It was thanks to that wealth that Croesus was able to build one of the 7 wonders of the world, the great temple of Artemis at Ephesus. Because people could trust Croesus's coins, they used them far beyond the boundaries of Lydia itself, giving him a new kind of influence, financial power. Trust is, of course, a key component of any coinage. You've got to be able to rely on the stated value of the coin and on the guarantee that it implies. It was Croesus who gave the world its first reliable currency. The gold standard starts here. But did Croesus's money bring him happiness? We're told that he was warned by a wise Athenian statesman that no man, however rich and powerful, could be considered happy until he knew his end. Everything would depend on whether he died happy. Lydia was powerful and prosperous, but it was threatened from the east by the rapidly expanding power of the Persians. Croesus responded to this threat by seeking advice from the famed oracle at Delphi, and he was told that in the coming conflict a great empire would be destroyed. But actually it was his own empire, Lydia, that was conquered. Croesus was captured by the great Persian king Cyrus, and he became the world's favourite moralizing example of how fortune can turn even against the richest. In fact, his end wasn't so bad. Cyrus shrewdly appointed Croesus as an advisor, I like to think as his financial advisor, and the victorious Persians quickly adopted the Lydian model, spreading Croesus's coins along the trade routes of the Mediterranean and Asia, and then minting their own coins in pure gold and pure silver at Croesus's mint in Sardis. It's an intriguing fact that coinage was invented at pretty well the same time in both China and in Turkey, and it's probably not a coincidence. Rather, I think they're both responses to the fundamental changes seen across the world around 3,000 years ago, from the Mediterranean to the Pacific. There were military, political, and economic upheavals that brought us not only modern coinage, but something else that's resonated till the present day. New ideas about how people and their rulers saw themselves. In short, the beginning of modern political thinking, the world of Confucius and of classical Athens. That's what we're going to be looking at next week. And we're going to start with the people that toppled Croesus, the Persians. You can see this object in close-up and browse hundreds more at the A History of the World website. Go to bbc.co.uk/A History of the World. Thank you for downloading this episode of A History of the World in 100 Objects from BBC Radio 4. This week, we're in very exalted intellectual company. We're with Confucius in China, Pericles in Greece, and Cyrus in ancient Persia. It's the 5th century BC, and across the world, societies are beginning to articulate very clear ideas about themselves and about others. They're inventing and defining what we would now call statecraft. This is the era of what some have called the empires of the mind. I'm going to begin with the world superpower of 2,500 years ago, Persia.
This was an empire that was run on a rather different principle to previous empires, which were really based on might being right.
Persian occupation, I suppose you could compare to a light morning mist settling over the contours of their empire. You were aware of it, but it was never obtrusive.
A history of the world in 100 objects. Oxus chariot. A gold model from the ancient Persian Empire, almost 2,500 years old.
We're about 70 miles north of Shiraz, and the low camel-coloured hills have opened out into a flat, windy plain. It's a pretty featureless landscape, except that right in front of me is a huge stone plinth rising in 6 gigantic steps to what looks like a gabled hermit's cell. It dominates the entire landscape. It's the tomb of Cyrus, the first Persian emperor, the man who 2,500 years ago built the largest empire that the world had then seen and changed the world, or at least the Middle East, forever.
Centred in modern Iran, the vast Persian Empire ran from Turkey and Egypt in the west to Afghanistan and Pakistan in the east. To control an empire like this required land transport on a quite unprecedented scale. And so the Persian Empire is the first great road empire of history. In front of me is a chariot made of solid gold and pulled by 4 golden horses. It's easy to imagine a chariot like this racing along those great Persian imperial roads. It's got 2 figures in it, the driver, who stands holding the reins, and the much larger and clearly very important passenger, who sits on a bench at his side. He's probably meant to be a high-up administrator, visiting the distant province that he rules on behalf of the king of Persia. And this chariot was found in a very distant province, right on the far eastern edge of the empire, somewhere on the borders of modern Tajikistan and Afghanistan, part of a huge hoard of gold and silver objects, which for over 100 years have formed one of the great collections here at the British Museum. This magnificent chariot sits quite comfortably on the palm of my hand, where it looks like an exquisite toy for a privileged child. We can't be certain that the chariot was in fact a toy. It could have been made as an offering to the gods, either asking them for a favour or thanking them for one. But whatever it meant then, this tiny golden chariot allows us today to conjure up a whole empire. But what kind of an empire was it? It was more a collection of kingdoms than what we might immediately think of as an empire. Cyrus called himself the Shah, the King of Kings, making clear that this was a confederation of allied states, each with their own ruler, but all under firm Persian control. It was a model that allowed a great deal of local autonomy and all sorts of diversity, very different from the later Roman model. Historian and writer Tom Holland.
The Roman approach, of course, was to encourage those they had conquered to identify with their conquerors, so that ultimately everyone within the borders of the Roman Empire came to consider themselves to be Romans. Persians went for a very different approach, in that the method that the Persian kings liked to employ with those they conquered was to encourage the elites, in particular, to collaborate. So as long as you paid your taxes and you didn't revolt, then you'd pretty much be left alone. That said, however, you do not conquer a vast empire without spilling an immense amount of blood. And there was no question that if you dared to stand up to the Persian kings, then you would be obliterated.
And they obliterated troublesome people by sending their armies along those wonderfully straight and fast imperial roads. But bloodshed was generally avoided, thanks to a huge and hugely effective administrative machine. The King of Kings, of course, controlled everything, but at local level he was represented by a governor, a satrap, who would keep a close eye on what was going on in these subordinate kingdoms. He would enforce law and order, levy taxes, and raise armies. Which brings us back to our golden toy, because the passenger in our chariot must be a satrap on tour. He sports a stylishly patterned overcoat, he's obviously spent a great deal of money on it, and his headdress leaves you in no doubt that this is a man who's used to being in charge. His chariot is made for serious travel. The large spoked wheels are as high as the horses themselves and are clearly designed for long distances. Nothing tells you more about a state than its transport system. You need think no further than modern Britain. And so our chariot tells us a great deal about imperial Persia. Public order was so secure that people could travel long distances without armed guards. And they could travel fast. With its horses specially bred for strength and speed, and with its large, steadying wheels, this chariot was the Ferrari or the Porsche of its time. Broad dirt roads were kept wheelworthy in all weathers, and there were frequent staging posts. Commands from the centre could be transmitted at speed across the whole territory, thanks to an entirely reliable royal postal service that employed horsemen, runners, and express messengers. Foreign visitors were deeply impressed, among them the Greek historian Herodotus.
There is nothing in the world which travels faster than these Persian couriers. It is said that men and horses are stationed along the road, equal in number to the number of days the journey takes, a man and horse for each day. Nothing stops these couriers from covering their allotted stage in the quickest possible time, neither snow, rain, heat, nor darkness.
But our chariot doesn't just tell us about travel and communications. It sums up the diversity that was at the heart of the Persian imperial system. Although found on the eastern frontier near Afghanistan, the technique of its metalworking shows that it must have been made in central Persia. The driver and his passenger wear the costume of the Medes, and on the front of the chariot, prominently displayed, is the head of the Egyptian god Bes. Now, Bes, a dwarf figure with bow legs, is perhaps not your most likely candidate for a divine protector, but he looked after children and people in trouble, and he was a good god to have guarding your chariot on long journeys. I suppose he's the equivalent of a modern-day saint or talisman dangling from the car mirror. But what, you might ask, is an Egyptian god doing protecting a Persian on the frontiers of Afghanistan? Well, it's a perfect demonstration of the Persian Empire's striking capacity to tolerate different religions, and indeed, on occasion, to adopt them from the people that they conquered. This unusually inclusive empire was also perfectly happy to use foreign languages for their official proclamations. Here's Herodotus again.
No race is so ready to adopt foreign ways as the Persian. For instance, they wear the Median costume as they think it handsomer than their own, and their soldiers wear the Egyptian corselet.
The multi-faith, multicultural approach that's summed up in our little chariot, when combined with huge military power, created a flexible imperial system that lasted for over 200 years. It gave the king the opportunity to present the image of a friendly empire, whatever the facts on the ground might actually have been. So when Cyrus invaded Babylon, near modern Baghdad, in 539 BC, he could issue a grandiloquently generous decree in Babylonian, presenting himself as the defender of the people that he'd just conquered. In his own words,
"When my soldiers in great numbers peacefully entered Babylon, I did not allow anyone to terrorize the people. I kept in view the needs of the people and all their sanctuaries to promote their well-being. I freed all slaves.
The most famous beneficiaries of Cyrus's shrewd political decision after the conquest of Babylon were the Jews. Taken prisoner a generation before by Nebuchadnezzar, they were now allowed to return home to Jerusalem and to rebuild the temple. It was an act of generosity that they never forgot. In the Hebrew scriptures, and especially by the prophet Isaiah, Cyrus is hailed as a divinely inspired benefactor and hero. And in 1917, when the British government declared that it would establish in Palestine a national home to which Jews could once again return, images of Cyrus were displayed with photographs of George V throughout Eastern Europe. Not many political ploys are still paying dividends like that 2,500 years later. One of the perplexing things about the Persian Empire is that the Persians themselves wrote very little about how they managed it. Most of our information comes from Greek sources, and as the Greeks were for long the enemies of the Persians, it's rather as though we knew the history of the British Empire only through documents written by the French. But modern archaeology has provided new sources of information, and in the last 50 years the Iranians themselves have rediscovered and reappropriated their great imperial past. Any visitor to Iran today feels it at once.
There is a huge and unavoidable pride in the past in Iran.
Michael Axworthy, director of the Centre for Persian and Iranian Studies at the University of Exeter, is the author of Empire of the Mind, a history of the enduring ideal of the ancient Persian Empire.
It's a culture that is at ease with complexity, that has faced the complexity of different races, different religions, different languages, and has found ways to encompass them and to relate them to each other and to organise them, not in a loose way or in a relativistic way necessarily, but in a principled way that keeps things together. And Iranians are very keen for people to understand that they have this long, long, long history and this ancient heritage.
Axworthy's phrase, empires of the mind, sums up pretty well the theme that I'm trying to tackle this week. But perhaps states of mind would be more accurate, because I'm talking about objects that show us how different people imagine and devise an effective state. For Persia, I've been looking at a toy chariot. For Athens, I'll be looking at a temple. As you'd imagine, because they were for so long at war, Greeks and Persians had very different ideas of what a state should be. But precisely because they were at war, each tended to define the ideal state in opposition to the other. In 480 BC, Persian troops destroyed the temple on the Athenian Acropolis. In its place, the Athenians built the Parthenon that we know today. There are few objects that over the last 200 years have been so widely seen as embodying a set of ideas as the Parthenon. And I'll be looking at one of the sculptures that decorated it in the next programme. You can see this object in close-up and browse hundreds more at the A History of the World website. Go to bbc.co.uk/A History of the World. Thank you for downloading this episode of A History of the World in 100 Objects from BBC Radio 4. Around 1800, Lord Elgin removed some of the sculptures from the ruins of the Parthenon in Athens, and a few years later put them on public show in London. For most Western Europeans, it was the first time they had ever been able to look closely at Greek sculpture, and they were overwhelmed and inspired by the breathing vitality and the beauty of these works. But in the 21st century, the Elgin marbles, as they've long been known, are famous less as art objects than as objects of political controversy. For most people today, the Parthenon sculptures in the British Museum provoke only one question: should they be in London or in Athens? The Greek government insists they should be in Athens. The British Museum's trustees believe that in London they're an integral part of the story of world cultures.
For me, the Parthenon sculptures reveal to us the tensions, the discontents, the conflicts, and also the sheer brilliance of ancient Greek culture. For the modern Greeks, the Parthenon sculptures are a rallying cry and a remembrance of things lost.
The whole Parthenon, not only the sculptures, but the building became emblematic, the symbol of New Greece. It still is, and we're still restoring it. And naturally, of course, the sculptures of the Parthenon are part of this.
It's a passionate debate in which everyone has their own view. But in this programme, I want to focus on one sculpture in particular, and what that sculpture meant to the people who made it and looked at it in Athens in the 5th century BC.
A history of the world in 100 objects. Fight between Centaur and Lapith. A marble sculpture from the Parthenon in Athens, approximately 440 BC.
The Parthenon sculptures set out to present an Athenian universe, made up of gods, heroes and mortals, woven together in complex scenes drawn from myth and daily life. They are, I think, some of the most moving and uplifting sculptures ever made. They've become so familiar and have shaped so much of European thinking that it's hard now to recover their original impact. But at the time of their making, they were a quite new vision of what it meant intellectually and physically to be human, and indeed Athenian. They're the first and supreme achievements of a new visual language.
The idea of the new style was to create a new equilibrium between the human body and the human movement and the garments.
Olga Pelagia, Professor of Classical Archaeology at the University of Athens.
The effort was to achieve the perfect proportions of the human body, which were not there before. The key word for the new classical style is harmony and balance. That is why the sculptures of the Parthenon are so timeless, because the figures they created are indeed timeless.
But the sculptures were, of course, made at a very particular time and with a very particular purpose. And like all the objects I'm looking at this week, they sum up how this society thought about itself. The Parthenon was a temple dedicated to the goddess Athena Parthenos, meaning Athena the Virgin. It was built on the Acropolis, a rocky citadel at the heart of the city. Its central hall housed a colossal statue of the goddess herself, made of gold and ivory. And everywhere there was sculpture. Around all four sides of the building, above the columns and easily seen by everybody approaching, was a series of 92 square relief carvings, known as metops. Like all the other sculpture in the building, these would originally have been brightly coloured in red, blue and gold. And it's one of these metops, now without its colour, that I want to take as our object to think about Athens around 440 BC. The metops are all about battles. Battles between the Olympian gods and the giants, between Athenians and Amazons, and, in the ones I want to focus on, between Lapiths and Centaurs. The figures are almost freestanding, and the human ones are about 4 feet tall. Centaurs, half horse, half human, are attacking the Lapiths, who are a legendary Greek people. According to the story, the Lapiths made the mistake of giving the Centaurs wine at the marriage feast of their king. The Centaurs got horribly drunk and attempted to rape the women, while their leader tried to carry off the bride. A general bitter battle ensued, and the Lapiths, the Greeks, were ultimately victorious over their half-animal Centaur enemies. The one I'm looking at now is particularly moving. There are only 2 figures, a Centaur rearing triumphantly over a fallen Lapith, who lies dying on the ground. As with so many of the Parthenon sculptures, this one is damaged, and we can no longer see the expression in the dying Lapith's face or the aggression in the eyes of the centaur. Nonetheless, it remains a wonderful and moving piece of sculpture. But what does it mean, and how can it sum up in itself a view of the Athenian state? I'm fairly certain that these sculptures are using myths to present a heroic version of recent events. A generation before these sculptures were made, Athens was one of a number of fiercely competitive city-states who were suddenly forced into a coalition with each other by the Persian invasion of the Greek mainland. So in the Metops, when we see Greeks fighting centaurs, these mythical battles stand proxy for the real-life struggle between Greeks and Persians. Mary Beard, Cambridge classicist, on what the sculptures would have meant to the people who first saw them.
Ancient Greece is a world which sees issues in terms of conflict, of winning and losing. It's a conflictual society. I mean, one of the ways that Athenians thought about their position in the world and their relationship to those they conquered or abominated was they saw the enemy or the other in terms that were not, in a sense, human. So what you have on the Parthenon is different ways of understanding the otherness of your enemy. And the best interpretation of the Metops is that you see the heroic conflicts that are necessary in order to ensure order. And part of that is a feeling that we can very easily empathise. I mean, we don't want to live in a culture that the centaurs, the half men, half horse, runs. We don't want to live in centaur world, nor do we want to live in Amazon world. We want to live in Greek world, an Athenian world.
Centaur world for the Athenians would have meant not just the Persian Empire, but other competing Greek city-states, and above all, Sparta, with whom Athens was frequently at war. The struggle against the centaurs that we see in the Metops becomes an emblem of the perpetual battle that for the Athenians every civilized state has to fight. Rational man has to keep struggling against brute irrationality. Dehumanizing your enemy like this takes you down a dangerous path, but is a magnificent rallying call if you're waging war. If chaos is to be kept at bay, so the message goes, reason will have to fight unreason again and again. But I chose this particular sculpture because it gives us the bitter insight that in the short term, reason does not always prevail. The defence of the rationally ordered state will cost some of its citizens their lives. And yet, and this is why this sculpture is such a supreme achievement, the dying human body is shown with such pathos, the fierce struggle depicted with such balance, that the victory goes not to the strutting half-beast, but to the Athenian artist, who can turn conflict into beauty. In the long run of things, this sculpture seems to say, intellect and reason alone can create things that endure. The victory is not just political, it's artistic and intellectual. This is all very high-minded stuff, but what did the Parthenon look like if you came from one of the other Greek cities? You might expect that because the Parthenon is called a temple, it would have been a place of prayer and sacrifice. In fact, it became a treasury, a war chest to finance the defence of Greece against the Persians. In time, though, this fighting fund became protection money, demanded by Athens from the other Greek cities when Athens placed itself at the head of them. It forced them into becoming satellites of its growing maritime empire. And a great chunk of that money was then siphoned off by the Athenians to fund the Acropolis building programme. Mary Beard again, on the non-Athenian view of the Parthenon.
I think the Parthenon must have been the kind of building that you spat at and kicked if you could. You knew, if you were one of Athens' subjects, that this was a statement of your own subordination. There was a clear and vociferous faction in Athens when the Parthenon was built, which said the money shouldn't be spent that way, that this was, in the words of one, dressing Athens up like a harlot. Now, that's very odd, I think, for us to empathise with now, because the Parthenon sculptures seem so austerely beautiful. I think it's hard to think of them in terms of prostitution. It's very discomforting, I think, to think of our touchstone of good classical taste as having appeared vulgar, but it clearly did, to some.
One of the many extraordinary things about the Parthenon is that it's meant so many different things to different people at different times. Conceived as the temple of the Virgin Athena, it was for centuries the Christian cathedral of the Virgin Mary, and it later became a mosque. By the end of the 18th century, it was a neglected ruin in a diminished Athens ruled by the Turks. But in the 1820s and 30s, the Greeks fought for and won independence, and they were given a German king by their European allies. The new state needed to define what kind of society it wanted to be. Olga Pelagia again.
Greece was resurrected in about 1830. We had a German king who came to Greece from Bavaria, and the Germans decided they were going to resurrect the Athens of Pericles. This initiated, I think, the perennial identification of the new Greek nation with the Parthenon. So we have been restoring it from 1834, and I'm sure this will never end. It will be a constant attempt to restore and redefine the Parthenon as a symbol. So the seed the Germans sowed in 1834 has really become very big and important.
And so this great building had, by the 1830s, acquired yet another meaning, not as the self-image of one ancient city, but as the emblem of a new modern country. And it was an emblem familiar to all educated Europeans through the sculptures in the British Museum. One of the most striking things about recent European history is how countries wanting to define and strengthen their present identity look to particular moments in the past. In the last 100 years or so, more and more people in Ireland, Scotland and Wales have wanted to see themselves as the heirs of a people that flourished in northern Europe at the same time as the Athenians were building the Parthenon. And it's those other Europeans of 2,500 years ago, Europeans dismissed by the Greeks as barbarians, that I'm going to be talking about in the next programme. You can see this object in close-up and browse hundreds more at the A History of the World website. Go to bbc.co.uk/A History of the World. Thank you for downloading this episode of A History of the World in 100 Objects from BBC Radio 4. This is the sound of a Saturday night out. We're in Scotland, and as you can hear, people are having a really good time. Ever since someone discovered how to make alcohol, and that's at least 7,000 years ago, we humans have been partying. And Celtic Northern Europeans, so the story goes, party harder than most, and they consume a great deal of alcohol in the process. It's a stereotype that goes back over 2,500 years, and it still shapes the way Mediterranean Europe thinks about the North, and even the way the North thinks about itself.
There's an undoubted bias against the culture of Northern Europe. It's not seen as ideal in the way that the culture of the Mediterranean was for many years.
There's been a revolution in our understanding of who the Celts really were. The revolution makes us aware just how complicated the situation is.
A History of the World in 100 Objects. The Bass-Yurts flagons. made of bronze, about 2,500 years old, discovered in northeastern France.
There are no written records from the people of Northern Europe of 2,500 years ago. They're mentioned briefly and disparagingly by the Greeks, but we've got nothing written from them. And so the only way we can really get to know these people, our close neighbours and, for some of us, indeed our ancestors, is through the things that they left behind. Luckily, we've got a good deal to go on. Here, I've got a pair of spectacular wine jugs, which are key objects in helping us understand the society of early Northern Europe. They were found in Lorraine in northeastern France, near the town of Basse-Yutz, and they're always referred to as the Basse-Yutz flagons. They're bronze, extremely elegant, and highly elaborate. They're about the size of a large bottle of wine, a magnum, and they hold about the same amount of liquid, but they're in the shape of large jugs with handle, lid, and very pointed spout. They've got a very broad shoulder which tapers to a narrow, rather unstable base. But what really strikes you about these two flagons is the extraordinary decoration at the top, where animals and birds cluster, and that must have been what everybody looked at as they were feasting with these amazing objects. These elaborately decorated flagons were stumbled on in 1927 by workmen digging in Basse-Yutz. Nothing quite like them had ever been found before in Western Europe, and the strangeness of their style and their decoration led many experts to assume that they must be fakes. But the curators at the British Museum were convinced that they were genuinely ancient, that they represented a new and unknown chapter in European history, and so the flagons were acquired for the then colossal sum of £5,000. Betting the bank on this kind of acquisition is a huge gamble on curatorial knowledge. But in this case, it paid off, and research since has confirmed that the flagons were indeed made about 2,500 years ago. That is, at roughly the same time as the Parthenon was being built in Greece, the Persian Empire was at its zenith, and Confucius was teaching in China. And the flagons are now celebrated as two of the most important and earliest pieces of Celtic art anywhere. In Northern Europe at this time, around 450 BC, there were no towns or cities, no states or empires, no writing or coinage. From the steppes to the Atlantic, there were small communities of farmers, connected across thousands of miles by trade, by exchange, and frequently by war. It was a precarious existence for most, but life for those at the top of the pile in the Iron Age Rhineland could be very glamorous indeed. The smartest graves in the region where the flagons were found have wagons and chariots, hangings of silk, exotic hats, shoes and clothes, and, of course, all the things you need for throwing parties. Mere death was not going to keep these Northern Europeans from the good life, and so the graves have lots of drinking equipment, bowls and cauldrons, drinking horns and flagons. Many of these objects must have been traded over the Alps. There are Greek pots and vessels, and lots of flagons made in the Etruscan cities of northern Italy. Unkind commentators might call the owners of the Basse-Yutz flagons the Iron Age nouveau riche, northerners looking to use Mediterranean design and taste to show off their own sophistication and aspirations. Is this where the myth of the divide between an uncouth northern Europe and a cultured south begins? It's one that many of us will still recognise, and I think it's one that over the centuries has done a great deal of damage. Jonathan Meades, cultural commentator and food writer.
I don't think there's a single Northern European identity more than there is a single Southern European identity. However, there has been a marked bias throughout Western European history towards the south. The north has looked south, the south has barely looked north. So there is an imbalance. This is largely occasioned by the paramountcy of classics, of Greek and Latin as languages, of Greek and Latin literature, of Greek and Roman architecture.
The bronze, the design and the craftsmanship of the flagons make a nonsense of the Greek myth of these northern Europeans as crude barbarians, and they tell us a great deal about the scope of their world. These people lived in small communities, but the material from which our flagons are made makes it clear that they had plenty of international contacts. For the source materials for making this bronze are copper from the Alps to the south, and the tin comes probably from Cornwall in the far west. Patterns on the base of the flagons are familiar to us from Brittany and from the Balkans, while there are shapes inspired by palm fronds found in the art of ancient Egypt. And then the very idea of a flagon itself is foreign. It's a shape created by people living in northern Italy. A feast with these flagons at the centre would leave the visitors to these new rulers in no doubt at all that the people they were visiting were sophisticated, international, cosmopolitan and rich. On each flagon there are at least 120 separate pieces of coral, probably from the Mediterranean. They've now faded to white, but of course originally they would have been bright red, giving a striking contrast to the original golden shine of the bronze. You can imagine them standing by blazing firelight, with the flames reflected in the bronze and deepening the red of the coral, while the wine, the beer or the mead they contained was ceremonially poured for important guests. The animals on the flagons tell us a great deal about these people. The curved handle is a lean, elongated dog, stretching forward, fangs bared, and holding in its mouth a chain that connects to the stopper. Dogs would, of course, have been an essential part of hunting life, and two more, smaller dogs, lie on either side of the lid. All three dogs have their attention focused on a tiny bronze duck that sits right at the end of the spout. It's a lovely touch, both moving and funny. When somebody poured from the flagon, it would certainly look as though the duck was swimming on the wine, mead or the beer. Especially, I suspect, if the drinker had already had several cups from this flagon. But what would be clear to anyone whose cup was being filled from these flagons was that these luxury goods were locally made. No piece of Italian design actually ever looked like this. Their extravagant shape, their unique combination of decoration, the animal imagery, all said loud and clear that these were made north of the Alps. Examples of a new wave of creativity among craftsmen and designers, a rare confidence in taking elements from different foreign and local sources to forge a new visual language. So who were these drinkers who could make such wonderful things? We don't know what they called themselves because they couldn't write. The only name we have to go on is the one given to them by foreigners, the Greeks. They called them Keltoi, and that's the first written reference to the peoples that we know as Celts. And this is part of the reason that we call the new art style seen on these flagons Celtic art, although it's very doubtful that the people who made or used this art called themselves Celts, or indeed called the language they spoke a Celtic language. Professor Barry Cunliffe is a leading expert on the Iron Age and the Celts.
The relationship between Celtic art and the people we call Celts is very, very complex indeed. And I think one can simplify it by saying that in most of the areas where Celtic art developed and was used, people spoke the Celtic language. That doesn't mean to say they necessarily thought of themselves as Celts or that we can give them that sort of ethnic identity, but they probably spoke the Celtic language and therefore they could communicate with each other. We could go a bit further and say that the area in which Celtic art developed, and that is roughly sort of eastern France, southern Germany, that kind of region, in that area people had probably been speaking the Celtic language for quite a long time.
The people we now call Celts live far to the west of the Rhine Valley where our flagons were made, in Brittany and Wales, Ireland and Scotland. But throughout these Celtic lands we find artistic traditions that echo the decoration on the flagons. It's what, since the 19th century, has been called Celtic art. Celtic art connects our two ornate, if rather over-the-top, flagons with the Celtic crosses, the Book of Kells and the Lindisfarne Gospels, made in Ireland and Britain more than 1,000 years later. In metalwork and stone carving, inlays and manuscript illumination, it's possible to trace the legacy of a language of decoration across much of Western and Central Europe, including the British Isles. But this is no easy lineage. The problem of studying the ancient Celts is that we're looking at a 5th century Greek stereotype, compounded by a much later 19th century British and Irish one. The Greeks constructed an image of the Keltoi as a barbaric, violent people. That ancient typecasting was replaced a couple of hundred years ago with an equally fabricated image of a brooding, mystical Celtic identity that was far removed from the greedy practicalities of the Anglo-Saxon industrial world, the romanticised Celtic twilight of Ossian and Yeats. Since then, being Celtic has taken on further constructed connotations of national identity. Just look at the Celtic clovers and the crosses that for many Scots, Welsh and Irish are visible statements of their tribal identity, or the fact that visitors are welcome to modern Edinburgh with greetings in Gaelic, a Celtic language never historically spoken there. The notion of Celtic identity, although strongly felt and articulated today by many, turns out on investigation to be disturbingly elusive, unfixed and changing. The challenge when looking at objects like the Bas-Yurt's flagons is how to get past those distorting layers of later myth-making and let the objects speak as clearly as possible about their own place and their own time. But there may nonetheless be some truth in the enduring stereotype that Northern Europeans, Celtic or not, do know how to drink. You can see this object in close-up and browse hundreds more at the A History of the World website. Go to bbc.co.uk/A History of the World. Thank you for downloading this episode of A History of the World in 100 Objects from BBC Radio 4. I'm holding a face in my hand, and it's very definitely a face and not a head. It's made in polished green stone and it's hollowed out at the back, so in fact it's a miniature mask. The dark stone is flecked with white snake-like streaks, which gives it its name, serpentine. And when you look more closely, you can see that the face has been pierced and has been ritually scarred. The people of this mask are the Olmec, who ruled in what's now Mexico for around 1,000 years, from 1400 to 400 BC. They've been called the mother culture, the cultura madre, of Central America. And it was this Olmec mother culture that produced this unsettling face. So far this week, the objects in this world history have taken me along the royal roads of the Persian Empire, into mythical battles in Athens, and to some heavy drinking in Northern Europe. Each object has shown how the people who made it defined themselves and the world around them about 2,500 years ago. In Europe and Asia, it's striking that that self-definition was usually in distinction to others, partly by imitation, but usually in opposition. Today, I'm on the continent of the Americas, to be precise, in the lowland rainforests of southeast Mexico, and my object, this Olmec face mask, shows me a culture looking only at itself.
To go as far back as the Olmecs is to go as far back as the Egyptians, because the culture of Egypt, of the pharaohs, and the Olmec culture of Mexico are contemporary. So it's part of our continuity, the great continuity of Mexican culture.
A History of the World in 100 Objects. Stone mask from Mexico. approximately 2,500 years old.
Most of us don't learn a lot about Central American civilizations at school. We're all taught about the Parthenon, and we've all heard of Confucius as a great Chinese thinker, but we don't know a lot about the great civilizations occurring at the same time in Central America. Yet the Olmecs were a highly sophisticated people who built the first cities in Central America, mapped the heavens, developed the first writing, and probably evolved the first calendar there. They even invented one of the world's earliest ball games that the Spanish would encounter about 3,000 years later. It was played using rubber balls, rubber being readily available from the local tropical gum trees, and although we don't know what the Olmecs called themselves, it's documented that the Aztecs called them Olmen, meaning the rubber country. It's only relatively recently that Olmec civilization was uncovered from the jungles of Mexico. It was after the First World War that their sites, their architecture, and above all their sculptures were found and investigated. Finding out when the Olmecs lived took even longer. In the 1950s, radiocarbon dating came in. That allowed archaeologists to date the buildings and therefore the people that lived in them. And the results showed that this great civilization had flourished about 3,000 years ago. The discovery of this ancient and long-standing culture has had a profound effect on the cultural identity of Mexicans today. We asked the celebrated Mexican writer Carlos Fuentes what it means to him.
It means that I have a continuity of culture that is quite astonishing. Many Latin Americans who are merely migrants from European countries or do not have a strong Indian culture behind them, do not have the extraordinary strength of the culture of Mexico, which begins very, very long ago, as proven by the Olmeca culture, which begins in the 12th, 13th century before Christ. We consider ourselves heirs to all these cultures. They are part of our makeup. They're part of our race. We're basically a mestizo country, Indian and European. The Indian culture has infiltrated into our literature, into our painting, into our habits, into our folklore. It is everywhere. It is part of our heritage as much as the Spanish culture, which for us is not only Iberian, but also Jewish and Moorish. So Mexico is a compound of many, many civilizations, and part of them, of course, are the great Indian civilizations of the past.
So who were the Olmecs? Whose face does this mask show, and how was it worn? Olmec masks have been intriguing historians for a long time. Scrutinizing their features, many scholars believe that they were looking at Africans, at Chinese, or even at Mediterraneans who'd come to colonize the New World. I suppose if you look at our mask wanting to see an African or a Chinese face, you can just about persuade yourself that you can. But the features, in fact, are totally characteristic of Central American people. This face is one which can still be seen in the descendants of the Olmecs still living in Mexico today. I find this desire to discover European or Asian elements in ancient American societies fascinating. I think it's because the similarities between the cultures of the old and the new worlds are so strong. Both produced pyramids and mummification, temples and priestly rituals, social structures and buildings that function in similar ways, that scholars found it hard to believe that these American cultures could have evolved like this in isolation. But they did. At only 5 inches high, the mask is obviously far too small to have been worn over anybody's face, and is much more likely you would have worn this round your neck or in a headdress, possibly for some kind of ceremony. Small holes have been bored at the edges and at the top of the mask, so you could easily fasten it with a bit of twine or thread. On either cheek you can see what, to my European eyes, look like 2 candles standing on a holder. To the eyes of the great Olmec specialist, Karl Tauber, they're more likely to be the cardinal points of the compass, and they suggest that this person may have been a king.
For the Olmec, we have these great colossal heads, we have thrones, portraits of kings, and very often, important here too, is the concept of centrality. And so on this finely carved serpentine mask, we see 4 elements on the cheek, which are probably the 4 directions. And so for the Olmec, a major concern were the world directions and world center, with the king being in the pivotal world axis in the world center.
Here we are again. Every culture this week, and indeed most cultures in this history, see themselves quite naturally as the centre of the world. As well as honouring a wide range of gods, the Olmecs also revered their ancestors, so it's possible that this mask with its particular features and markings might represent a historic king or a legendary ancestor. Carl Torbe again.
There's also, in a number of jades, a person's face. We call him the Lord of the Double Scroll, and it looks like he has tattooing, quite similar. This piece also in the British Museum, that's probably tattooing on his face, that light incision. And so we see a number of jades of this Lord of the Double Scroll, suggesting this was an individual who had this facial marking. And so portraiture was obviously important here, denoting the king as an individual and an historic figure.
Whoever he was, the man of the serpentine mask must have cut quite a dash when he appeared in public. The ears are pierced in several places, presumably for gold earrings. But at the corner of his mouth are what look like enormous dimples. They must in fact represent circular holes. We're used now to face piercings and studs, but this man must have been wearing plugs. We know that piercings and plugs are common throughout the history of Central America. Alterations like these, in the name of Olmec beauty, would have transformed the face. And today it's only in masks like this that we can have any idea what the Olmecs would have looked like, for the skeletons have completely dissolved in the acid soil of the rainforest. But the Olmec sense of personal beautification could go far beyond cosmetics or jewellery.
They would modify their heads. It's often called cranial deformation, but I think that's a loaded word. For them, it was a mark of beauty. For newborns, they would bind their heads, and so they would become elongated. Some people call it avocado head, but really what they're evoking is their head as an ear of corn. And so the Olmec really were truly the people of maize.
Sadly, there are only a few Olmec inscriptions, or glyphs, now surviving, and decipherment of their writing is tentative at best. There just isn't enough continuous writing to let us be certain of what the symbols mean. But there are lots of objects bearing symbols, marks and glyphs, such as pottery and sculptures, and they show us that writing was originally widespread across the Olmec heartland. Even if we can't yet read their writing, we can learn a lot about the Olmecs from the buildings and their cities that have recently been uncovered. Major cities like La Venta near the Gulf of Mexico had impressive step pyramids with temple monuments for the worship of the gods and the burials of the kings. These would have formed the centre of the city. The pyramid itself was often topped by a temple, just as at the same time the Parthenon was built overlooking Athens. But whereas the Parthenon stood on the naturally formed rock of the Acropolis, the Olmecs built artificial mountains, platforms is far too mild a word, on which to put their temples to overlook the city. The layout of the city and its placing in an ordered landscape typified not just Olmec, but most later Central American urban centres, like the Mayas and the Aztecs. All were a variation of the Olmec model of a temple overlooking an open square, flanked by smaller temples and palaces. By 400 BC, La Venta, along with all the other Olmec centres, was abandoned. It's a pattern that occurs with disconcerting frequency in Central America. Great population centres are suddenly, mysteriously abandoned. In the case of the Olmecs, it could have been the overpopulation of this fragile tropical river valley, or a shift in the Earth's tectonic plates making rivers change their course, the eruption of one of the local volcanoes, or a temporary climate change caused by the shifting patterns of the El Niño ocean current. All of them are possibilities. I've just climbed about 300 steps up a great pyramid in central Mexico. We're around 240 feet high, and it's blazing hot. Below me are the ruins of the ancient city of Teotihuacan, a city that was founded several centuries after that mysterious collapse of the Olmec heartland. But what Teotihuacan demonstrates is the continuing power of the Olmec culture. In the ruins, you can see monumental avenues, pyramids, and public buildings of a city that in its day was the same size as ancient Rome. But it's a city that owes a great deal of its shape to the models given them by the Olmecs. The culture of the Olmecs cast a very long shadow, establishing models and patterns that were going to be followed by other cultures for centuries to come. My object in the next programme also embodies a cultural model that lasted for thousands of years, and also one that's quite separate from developments in Europe. It's a bell, made in China. You can see this object in close-up and browse hundreds more at the A History of the World website. Go to bbc.co.uk/A History of the World. Thank you for downloading this episode of A History of the World in 100 Objects from BBC Radio 4.
The rain is falling, Eddie. The band is playing, the pipe band of the Royal Hong Kong Police.
This is the music that was played at the ceremony marking Britain's handover of Hong Kong to the People's Republic of China in 1997. The choice of music on each side had some very interesting aspects. The British played the last post on a bugle. The Chinese a specially composed piece of music called Heaven, Earth, Mankind. Part of it played on a set of ancient bells. On the European side, a solo instrument connected with war and conflict. On the Chinese side, a group of instruments playing in harmony. It may be stretching it a bit, but I think you can see in that choice of instruments two very different views of how society works. Bells in China go back thousands of years, and they carry great resonances for Chinese people. So perhaps this was the Chinese leaders' way of reminding Hong Kong of the cultural and political traditions it would be rejoining. My object in this programme is, as you'll by now have guessed, a bell. And through this bell, I'm going to be exploring Confucius's ideas of how a society can work in harmony.
What Confucius and the other political philosophers of the day were trying to do was to devise a philosophy that would establish the predominance and the unity of one ruler.
Every single bell truly does have its own unique voice. It's difficult to compare one to the other.
A History of the World in 100 Objects. Bronze bell from China. Approximately 2,500 years old. Discovered in the Shaanxi province.
Our bell is about the same age as the bells that were played at the Hong Kong ceremony. So have another listen. They're about 2,500 years old. When those bells were first played, in the 5th century BC, China was in military and political disarray, essentially just a collection of competing fiefdoms, all battling for supremacy. There was widespread social instability, but also lively intellectual debate about what a society ought, ideally, to be. And by far the most famous contributor to those debates was Confucius. Perhaps not surprisingly, given the insecurity of the times, he places a very high value on peace and harmony. We're told that one of his celebrated sayings was, "Music produces a kind of pleasure which human nature cannot do without." For Confucius, music was a metaphor of a harmonious society, and its performance could actually help bring that better society about. It's a view of the world that still resonates strongly in China today, and it brings us back to our bell. I hope Confucius would approve that I want to speak of him through a bell. I'm standing next to one now. I can even tap it for you to give you some sense of the bronze it's made of. As it's a museum piece and as it's 2,500 years old, we don't play it very often, and as you can hear, it's not perhaps the most thrilling sound. But if we listen to composer Tan Dun's bells, they give us a very good idea of what this sort of bell would once have sounded like. The bell here at the British Museum is large and very handsome. It's about the size of a beer barrel, but it's not circular but elliptical. In fact, it reminds me of nothing so much as an outsized Swiss cowbell. Nonetheless, it's a pretty impressive sight. It's covered in decoration, elaborate strap work that swirls all over, round medallions with dragons' heads swallowing geese, and at the top, 2 magnificent standing dragons holding the handle from which the bell would have hung. This was a bell that was not only made to be heard, but to be seen. Like the Hong Kong bells we heard earlier on, our bell would originally have been part of a set owned by a warlord or by a powerful official in one of the numerous small states. Owning a set of bells, and even more being able to afford the orchestra to play them, were visible and, of course, audible signs of great wealth and status. The principal message of our bell would originally have been about its owner's power, but it would also have represented that owner's view of society and the cosmos. Confucius himself spoke a great deal about music, and although many of his sayings have been lost, enough has survived to let us know that he saw music as playing a central part in the education of the individual and indeed in the shaping of the state. At the core of the teachings of Confucius was the fundamental need for every individual to understand and accept their place in the world. It was perhaps in this spirit that sets of Chinese bells took on such philosophical importance, reflecting the diversity but also the harmony that's created when each different bell is perfectly tuned and played in its proper sequence. Isabel Hilton, writer and expert on modern China.
Harmony was very important to Confucius, and the way Confucius conceived of it was that he had an idea that men could best be governed by virtue, by benevolence, by righteousness, and if the leader exemplified those virtues, then so would his people. And by cultivating these virtues, you did away with the need for punishment and law, because you ruled by a sense of what was appropriate and by shame. The application of all these ideas produced a harmonious society.
So a harmonious society is the consequence of virtuous individuals working together in a complementary way. It's a short step for a philosopher to see in a set of highly tuned, graduated bells a metaphor for this ideal society, everyone in their allotted place making music with their fellows. Bells in China go back about 5,000 years. The earliest would have been simple handbells with a clapper inside to produce the sound. Later, the clapper was abandoned, and bronze bells were played by being hit on the outside with a hammer. Our single bell would once have been part of a set of either 9 or 14. Each would have been of a different size and would produce 2 different tones, depending on where it was struck. We asked the famous percussionist Evelyn Glennie to come and have a look at our bell and to talk about the power of bells.
Every single bell has its own unique sound. It can be a very tiny sound that you've really got to pay attention to, or it can just be a huge, huge resonant experience that a whole community can register. I remember in the early years when I went to China, and they had a whole rack of bells that decorated the back of the stage. And of course I couldn't help but go up to them and just admire the craftsmanship that went into this huge, huge structure. However, I did ask if I could possibly strike one, and I was given this long wooden pole, and of course the whole body has to be implemented in order to create a sound, and the right striking point is particularly important. And I think that there was this immense respect as to what actually I was going to do. It wasn't just a case of, well, hit the bell or something. This was something that I wanted to really treasure. And it was an incredible experience to just create that one strike and then to really live the sound, the experience of the resonance after that strike had been made.
By European standards, these ancient Chinese bronze bells are enormous. Nothing on this scale would be cast in Europe until the Middle Ages, over 1,500 years later. But the role of bells in China could go far beyond the musical. To produce perfect tones, they had absolutely standardized shapes, and the consistency of these shapes meant that the bells could also be used to measure volume. You had, so to speak, a pint bell or a quart bell, and as the amount of bronze in each one was also carefully controlled, they could just as well provide standard weights. So you could have, as it were, a 100-weight bell, and so on. So there's a sense in which a set of bells in ancient China could also serve as a sort of local weights and measures office, bringing harmony to commerce as well as society. Intriguingly, bells also played a major role in the etiquette of war. The Chinese held that no attack could be considered fair and above board without the sounding of bells or drums. From then on, you could honourably fight without restraint. But more commonly, the bells were used for rituals and entertainments at court. Played at grand occasions, banquets and sacrificing ceremonies, the complex music of the bells marked the rhythm of court lives. The bells and the ancient methods of playing them travelled well beyond the boundaries of China, and the closest surviving form of this ancient music is today found not in China, but in Korean court music that originated in the 12th century and is still played in Korea now. In Europe, we rarely listen to music that's more than 500 or 600 years old, but the music of the ancient Chinese bells has been resonating harmoniously for over 2,500 years, symbolising not only the sound of an era, but the underlying political ideals of an ancient society and its modern successors. It's a Confucian principle that China once again finds very appealing, although that hasn't always been the case. Isabel Hilton again.
Confucianism was really the soul of the Chinese state for the best part of 2,000 years. But in the early 20th century, it was very strongly criticised by the modernizers, the revolutionaries, the people who blamed Confucianism for the decline of China in the previous 200 years, and it fell out of favour. But Confucianism never really went away. Curiously enough, harmonious society is what we hear today on the lips of Chinese leaders. What the leadership today wants is a society that is more content, in which people are content, if you like, with their station, so no more class struggle, in which the leaders are seen to embody virtue, as in the old Confucian idea, and it is their virtue that makes people accept their right to rule. So we've seen the taking of this very old idea of harmony, and we're seeing it in a modern form to justify a static political system, a system in which the right to rule is not questioned.
And bells are still going strong. The ancient bells used for the 1997 Hong Kong ceremony were played again at the 2008 Olympic Games in Beijing. Tan Dun was once more the composer. And Confucius is now, it seems, the flavour of the decade. He has his own $25 million biopic, a best-selling book, a TV series, and a 100-part animated series on his teachings. The age of Confucius has come again. It seems a happy coincidence that the sound of bells should bring us to the end of this part of our radio history of the world. I began with a 2-million-year-old chopping tool, and we're pausing now with a 2,500-year-old bell. So we've come a long way in 30 programmes. I do hope you'll rejoin me on Radio 4 in a couple of months' time, when we'll have left the age of Confucian harmony for the age of empire and conquest, with Alexander the Great. You can see this object in close-up and browse hundreds more at the A History of the World website. go to bbc.co.uk/A History of the World. Thank you for downloading this episode of A History of the World in 100 Objects from BBC Radio 4. Welcome back to this second part of A History of the World in 100 Objects here at the British Museum. I'm starting this week just over 2,000 years ago with the great empires of Europe and Asia, empires whose legacies are still strongly felt in the world today. The Roman Empire in the West, the Empire of Ashoka in India, and the Han Dynasty in China. In this age of great rulers, I'll be looking at how power is constructed and projected. Military might is just the beginning. You might say it's the easy part. How does a ruler stamp his authority on the very minds of his subjects? As always, images are more effective than words. And the most effective of all images are those that we see so often that we hardly notice them. The ambitious ruler shapes the currency. The message is in the money.
I'm standing in front of the very coin that shows the idealized Alexander, struck 40 years or more after his death by his successor Lysimachus in beautiful silver.
I think the nearest we've had in the modern world to the spread of Alexander's portrait in the Hellenized world, I suppose it's Napoleon, where busts of Napoleon were all over Europe. Then you have to come through to the dictators, I suppose Hitler and Mussolini.
A History of the World in 100 Objects. Silver coin showing Alexander the Great. Minted in Western Turkey between 305 and 281 BC.
I'm going to China soon, and I've just got back from my local bank where I was changing sterling for yuan. And what struck me most as the red notes were being counted out was that almost every one of them has on it the portrait of Chairman Mao. It's ironic, isn't it? This spectacularly successful capitalist economy carries on its currency the portrait of a dead communist revolutionary. We all know why. Mao reminds the Chinese people of the heroic achievements of the Communist Party, which is still in power. He stands for the recovery of Chinese unity at home and prestige abroad. And every Chinese government wants to be seen as the inheritor of his authority. Of course, this kind of appropriation of the past, this kind of exploitation of an image, is nothing new. In the world of high politics, it's been around for thousands of years. And what's happening today to Mao's image on the Chinese currency was happening over 2,000 years ago to the image of another great ruler. Today's object is one of the earliest coins that we know with the image of a leader on it. It's from about 2,300 years ago, and it carries the head of the most glamorized military ruler of his age, and possibly of all time, Alexander the Great. He's on a coin, about 1.5 inches in diameter, so slightly larger than a twopenny piece. What I'm looking at is the profile of a young man. His straight nose and his strong jawline show classical good looks and strength, and he's looking keenly into the distance, the tilt of the head commanding and suggestive of vigorous forward movement. We've got no way of knowing whether this is an accurate likeness of Alexander, but it must be him, because as well as human hair, this man has ram's horns. It's the horn symbol, well known throughout the ancient world, that leaves the viewer in no doubt that we're looking at an image of Alexander the Great. The horns are associated with the god Zeus Ammon, a hybrid of the two leading Greek and Egyptian gods, Zeus and Ammon. So this small coin is making two big statements. It asserts Alexander's dominion over both Greeks and Egyptians, and it suggests that in some sense he is both man and God. Alexander the Man was the son of Philip II of Macedon, a small kingdom a few hundred miles north of Athens. Philip expected great things of his son, and he employed the great philosopher Aristotle as Alexander's tutor. Alexander came to the throne in 336 BC at the age of 20, with an almost limitless sense of self-belief. His goal was to reach the ends of the world and the great outer sea. And to do this, he embarked on a series of wars, crushing rebellions by Athens and the other Greek cities, and then turning east to confront the long-standing enemy of the Greeks, Persia. Persia was at that point the greatest empire on earth, sprawling from Egypt across the Middle East and Central Asia to India and almost to China. The young Alexander campaigned brilliantly for a total of 10 years, until he defeated the whole of the Persian Empire. What drove him on? We asked the leading expert on Alexander, Robin Lane Fox.
Alexander was driven by the heroic ideals that befitted a Macedonian king ruling over Macedonians, the ideals of personal glory, prowess. He was driven by a wish to reach the edge of the world, in his case first the eastern edge, denied by his men in India. He was driven by a wish to excel forever. His father Philip, who was a man of significance, but pales almost to a shadow beside Alexander's global reputation.
Alexander's victories didn't just depend on his armies. They needed money, and lots of it. Luckily, his father Philip had conquered the rich gold and silver mines of Thrace, the area that straddles the modern borders of Greece, Bulgaria and Turkey, and that financed the early campaigns. But this inheritance was later swelled by the enormous wealth he captured in Persia, and Alexander's imperial conquests were bankrolled by nearly 5 million kilos of Persian gold. With irresistible force, huge wealth, and enormous charisma, it's no wonder that Alexander became a legend, seeming to be more than mortal, literally superhuman. And for many, he was just that. In one of his early campaigns in Egypt, he visited the oracle of the god Ammon, and there the oracle named him not just the rightful pharaoh of Egypt, but a god. He left the oracle with the title Son of Zeus Ammon. And that explains the characteristic ram's horns on images of him like the one on our coin. He was received by many of the conquered peoples as though he were a living god, but it's not altogether clear whether he actually believed himself to be one. Robin Lane Fox.
He certainly believed he was the son of Zeus in some sense. Zeus had entered into his begetting, story possibly told to him by that mother Olympias herself, though he is in earthly terms the son of the great king Philip. He is honoured as a god spontaneously by some of the cities, by no means all, in his empire, and he is not displeased to receive honours equal to the gods. But he knows he's mortal.
Alexander conquered an empire of over 2 million square miles and founded many cities in his own name, the most famous, of course, being today's Alexandria in Egypt. Although nearly every large museum in Europe has an image of Alexander in its collection, they're not consistent, and there's no way of knowing whether he actually looked like any of them. It was only after Alexander's death in 323 BC that an agreed, idealized image, constructed for public consumption, came into being. And that's the image found in our coin, which, if I turn it over, actually reveals that this is not Alexander's coin at all. He's making a posthumous guest appearance in somebody else's political drama. This side shows the goddess Athena Nikephorus, bringer of victory, carrying her spear and shield. She is the divine patroness of Greeks and a goddess of war. But it's not Alexander that she's favouring, because the Greek letters beside her tell us that this is the coin of King Lysimachus. Lysimachus had been one of Alexander's generals and companions. He ruled Thrace from Alexander's death until his own death in 281 BC. So why didn't Lysimachus mint a coin that showed himself as king? The answer is quite simple. He's trying in this coin to appropriate the glory and the authority of his predecessor. This is image manipulation, almost identity theft, on a heroic scale. Robin Lane Fox again.
It's a superb example of Greek Hellenistic coin portraiture based on the prototypes of the great gems commissioned by Alexander, who controlled the artists who could make his image. It reminds us it's a world of monarchy. It's a world of association with Alexander. It's a world of exquisite art. And it's a world of publicity, forming a climate of opinion. All too familiar.
Alexander died in his early 30s, and his empire quickly disintegrated into a confusion of shifting territories under competing warlords. Lysimachus was just one of these. All of the warlords claimed that they were the true heirs of Alexander, and many of them minted coins with his image on them to prove it. This was a struggle fought out not just on the battlefield, but on the coinage. It's a textbook early example of a timeless political ploy, harnessing the authority and the glamour of a great leader of the past to boost yourself in the present. Dead reputations are usually more stable and more manageable than living ones. Since the Second World War, for example, Churchill and de Gaulle have been claimed by British and French political leaders of all hues when it suited the day's agenda. But in democratic societies, this is a high-risk strategy, as Andrew Marr, the political commentator, points out.
The more democratic a culture is, the harder it is to appropriate a previous leader. I mean, it's very interesting at the moment to see the revival of Stalin, for instance, in Putin's Russia as an admired figure, having been knocked down as a bloodthirsty tyrant before. So the possibility of taking a figure from the past is always open. But as I say, the more conversational, the more confrontational, more democratic, the more argumentative a political culture is, the harder it is. You can see this in the case of Churchill, because there are still lots and lots and lots of people who know a great deal about what Churchill thought and said. Any mainstream party which tried to say, "We're the party of Churchill," would get into trouble because Churchill changed his mind so much that he can be quoted against you as often as he can be quoted in favour of you.
Dead rulers are still very present, and they're still on the currency. A thoughtful alien handling the banknotes of China and the United States today might well assume that one was ruled by Mao and the other by George Washington. And in a sense, that's exactly what the Chinese and American leaders want us all to think. Political giants like these lend an aura of stability, legitimacy, and above all of unquestionable authority to modern regimes struggling with huge problems. Lysimachus's gambit still sets the pace for the world's superpowers. And it worked for Lysimachus himself, up to a point. He's a mere historical footnote in comparison to Alexander. He didn't get an empire, but he did get, and he hung on to, a kingdom. 20 years after Alexander's death, it was clear that his empire would never be reconstituted, and for the next 300 years, the Middle East would be ruled by many cultured but competitive Greek-speaking kings and dynasties. In a later programme this week, I'll be looking at probably the most famous monument of any of these Greek-speaking states, the Rosetta Stone. But in the next programme, I'll be in India, where the great Emperor Ashoka linked himself to a different kind of authority to strengthen his political position. Not the authority of a great warrior, but of one of the greatest of all religious teachers, the Buddha. You can see the object described in this programme close up on the A History of the World website, as well as hundreds of others from museums across the UK. And if you have an object with a history to tell, why not add it to our growing collection? Find all this at bbc.co.uk/A History of the World. Thank you for downloading this episode of A History of the World in 100 Objects from BBC Radio 4. In 1947, on her 21st birthday, the future Queen made a heartfelt speech dedicating her adult life to the service of her people. She did it in a BBC radio broadcast from South Africa.
There is a motto which has been borne by many of my ancestors, a noble motto, I serve. Those words were an inspiration to many bygone heirs to the throne when they made their nightly dedication as they came to manhood.
As she went on to point out in her speech, None of her forebears could have spoken so directly to their subjects. She and other rulers now have a huge range of mediums for their messages. But without any of these modern communication tools, how do rulers reach out and speak to their people and tell them of their commitment to their welfare? 2,000 years ago, the Indian emperor Ashoka the Great carved his messages in stone.
He is associated with the unity of India as one of the first emperors ruling all over the land, the entire land.
It really puts at its heart the welfare, the happiness, and the harmony of the people.
A history of the world in 100 objects. Pillar of Ashoka, 238 BC. Erected in Uttar Pradesh, India.
This week, I'm looking at the great powers of Europe and Asia around 2,000 years ago, and the leaders whose legacies are still with us in the world today. The objects pose perennial questions. What is the right way for a leader to rule? How should rulers construct their image and project their power? How does a ruler actually change the way people think? Today's leader, Ashoka the Great, took on a vast empire and through the strength of his ideas began a tradition which leads directly to the ideals of Gandhi and still flourishes today, a tradition of pluralistic, humane, non-violent statecraft. And it's those ideas that are carried, literally, by the object for this programme. I'm with the object now. It's a fragment of stone, sandstone to be exact, and it's about the size of a large curved brick. Not much to look at all, but it opens up the story of one of the great figures of world history. On the stone are 2 lines of text, inscribed in round, spindly-looking letters, appropriately first described as Pinman script. And these 2 lines are the remains of a much larger, longer text that was originally carved on a great circular column, about 30 feet high and 3 feet in diameter. Ashoka had pillars like this put up across the whole of his empire. They're great feats of architecture, and they would stand either alone by the side of the highways or in the city centres, much as public sculpture does in our city squares today. These pillars are different from the classical columns that most of us in Europe are familiar with. They've got no base, and they're crowned with a capital in the shape of lotus petals. And on top of the most famous of all Ashoka's pillars are the 4 lions facing outward, the lions that are still one of the emblems of India today. The pillar that our fragment comes from was originally erected in Meerut, a city just north of Delhi, and that pillar was destroyed in an explosion in the early 18th century at the palace of a Mughal ruler. But many pillars have survived, and they range across Ashoka's empire, which covered the great bulk of the subcontinent. These pillars were in fact a sort of public address system. Their purpose was to carry, carved on them, proclamations or edicts from Ashoka, which could then be promulgated all over India and beyond. We now know that there are 7 major edicts that were carved on pillars, and our fragment is from what's known as the 6th Pillar Edict. It declares the Emperor Ashoka's benevolent policy towards every sect and every class in his empire.
I consider how I may bring happiness to the people, not only to relatives of mine or residents of my capital city, but also to those who are far removed from me. I act in the same manner with respect to all. I am concerned similarly with all classes. Moreover, I have honored all religious sects with various offerings, but I consider it my principal duty to visit the people personally.
I presume that there must have been somebody to read these words out to the mostly unlettered citizens. And I think they would probably have been received with pleasure and considerable relief, for Ashoka had not always been so concerned for their welfare. He'd started out not as a gentle, generous philosopher, but as a ruthless and brutal youth, following the military footsteps of his grandfather. His name was Chandragupta, and he'd risen to the throne following a military campaign that created a huge empire, reaching from Kandahar in modern Afghanistan in the west to Bangladesh in the east, and including the great majority of modern India. It was the largest empire in Indian history. In 268 BC, Ashoka took his place on the throne, but not without considerable struggle. Buddhist writings tell us that he killed 99 of his brothers, presumably metaphorical as well as actual brothers, in order to obtain the kingship, and the same writings create a legend of Ashoka's pre-Buddhist days, filled with self-indulgent frivolity and cruelty. When he became emperor, he set out to complete the occupation of the whole subcontinent and attacked the independent state of Kalinga, modern-day Orissa, on the east coast. It was a savage, brutal assault, and one which seems afterwards to have thrown Ashoka into a state of terrible remorse. He changed his whole way of life, embracing the defining concept of dharma, a virtuous path that guides the follower through a life of selflessness and piety, duty, good conduct, and decency. Dharma is applied in many religions, including Sikhism, Jainism, and of course Hinduism, but Ashoka's idea of dharma was filtered through the Buddhist faith. He described his remorse and announced his conversion to his people through a rock edict.
The Kalinga country was conquered by the king, beloved of the gods, in the 8th year of his reign. 150,000 persons were carried away captive, 100,000 were slain, and many times that number died. Immediately after the Kalingas had been conquered, the king became intensely devoted to the study of Dharma. The beloved of the gods, conqueror of the Kalingas, is moved to remorse now, for he has felt profound sorrow and regret because of the conquest of a people previously unconquered, involved slaughter, death, and deportation.
From now on, Ashoka sets out to redeem himself, to reach out to his people. And to do so, he writes his edict not in Sanskrit, the official language of the state, but in local dialect, depending on where they're placed, and in everyday speech, as spoken by the people. With his conversion, Ashoka renounced war as an instrument of state policy and adopted human benevolence as the solution to the world's problems. But while he was inspired by the teachings of Buddha, and his son was in fact the first Buddhist missionary to Sri Lanka, he didn't impose Buddhism on his empire. Ashoka's state was in a very particular sense a secular one.
Now secularism, that's a very big thing.
Nobel Prize-winning Indian economist Amartya Sen.
The state has to be equidistant from all religions. Buddhism doesn't become official religion, excepting it's the emperor's religion. But all other religions have to be tolerated and viewed with respect. So secularism in the Indian form, not no religion in government matters, but no favoritism of any religion over any other.
Religious freedom, conquest of self, the need for all citizens and leaders to listen to others and to debate ideas, human rights for all, men and women, the importance given to education and health, these are all ideas which are still central in Buddhist thinking. There is still today a kingdom in the Indian subcontinent that is run on Buddhist principles, the small kingdom of Bhutan, sandwiched between northern India and China. Michael Rutland is a Bhutanese citizen and the official envoy to Britain from this Buddhist monarchy. He also tutored the former king, and we asked him how Ashoka's ideas might play out in a modern Buddhist state. He began by offering us a quote.
"Throughout my reign, I will never rule you as a king. I will protect you as a parent, care for you as a brother, and serve you as a son. As the king of a Buddhist nation, my duty is not only to ensure your happiness today, but to create the fertile ground from which you may gain the fruits of spiritual pursuit and attain good karma." Now, I wonder if you can guess who wrote that. It could well have been written by the Emperor Ashoka, but it wasn't. It was actually an excerpt from the coronation speech 2 years ago of the 27-year-old 5th king of Bhutan. The 4th king, the king that I had the great privilege to teach, he lived and continues to live in a small log cabin There's no ostentation to the monarchy. He is probably the only example of an absolute monarch who has voluntarily persuaded his people to take away his powers, and he has instituted elective democracy. The fourth king also introduced the phrase gross national happiness. It arose to be a contrast to the concept of gross national product. Again, as Ashoka would have felt, the happiness and contentment of the people was more important than conquering other lands. Let's put that in today's terminology of gross national product. And the fifth king has followed very much the Buddhist precepts of monarchy.
Ashoka's political and moral philosophy, as he expressed it in his imperial inscriptions, initiated a tradition of religious tolerance, non-violent debate, and a commitment to the idea of happiness, which have animated Indian political philosophy ever since. But, and it's a big but, his benevolent empire scarcely outlived him. And that leaves us with the uncomfortable question of whether such high ideals can survive the realities of political power. Nevertheless, this was a ruler who really did change the way that his subjects and their successors thought. Gandhi was an admirer, as was Nehru, and Ashoka even today finds his way onto the currency. On all the Indian banknotes, we see Gandhi facing the 4 lions of Ashoka's pillar. The architects of Indian independence had him often in their mind. Amartya Sen again.
So that's one part, the duty of the ruler to do good to the world and to his subjects. That's the point that H.G. Wells picks up in locating Ashoka as a big figure in the history of the world. But the one that the Indians particularly emphasized at the time of independence is his secularism and democracy in Ashokan thoughts. But he's a big figure also in China, in Japan, in Korea, in Thailand, in Sri Lanka. And so he's also in that sense a Pan-Asian figure.
In the next program, we're dealing with another inscription and another ruler closely linked with a religious system. But in this case, the religion is now dead and the ruler is no longer of any consequence. Indeed, he never really was. But the inscription is one of the most famous objects in the British Museum, and possibly in the world, because it's written on the Rosetta Stone. You can see the object described in this program close up on the A History of the World website, as well as hundreds of others from museums across the UK. And if you have an object with a history to tell, why not add it to our growing collection? Find all this at bbc.co.uk/A History of the World. Thank you for downloading this episode of A History of the World in 100 Objects from BBC Radio 4. Every day I walk through the Egyptian Sculpture Gallery at the British Museum, and every day there are tour guides speaking every imaginable language, addressing groups of visitors who are craning to see the object that I'll be talking about in this programme. It's on every visitor's itinerary, and with the mummies, it's the most popular object in the British Museum. Why? To look at, it is decidedly dull. It's a grey stone about the size of one of those large suitcases you see people trundling around on wheels at airports, and the rough edges show that it's been broken from a larger stone, with the fractures cutting across the text that covers one side. And when you read that text, it's pretty dull too. It's mostly bureaucratic jargon about tax concessions. But as so often in the museum, appearances are deceiving, because this dreary bit of broken granite has played a starring role in 3 fascinating and different stories. The story of the Greek kings who ruled in Alexandria after Alexander the Great conquered Egypt, the story of the French and British imperial competition across the Middle East after Napoleon invaded Egypt, and the extraordinary but peaceful scholarly contest that led to the most famous decipherment in history, the cracking of hieroglyphics.
In the Memphis Decree, we find a Greek view of the world in Egyptian terms.
I think it's quite weird why you would put this sort of a statement, which is basically a statement of tax exemption, on such a heavy stone. I mean, 760 kilograms. Why did they do that?
A history of the world in 100 objects. The Rosetta Stone, erected in 196 BC, found at El Rashid, Egypt.
This is a week of objects connected to shifting empires and legendary rulers, from Alexander the Great to the Emperor Augustus. Over 2,000 years ago, from the Mediterranean and the Middle East to India and China, these leaders found different ways of physically projecting their power and their authority. Today's programme is particularly fascinating, though, because it's a special case. It's about a ruler who's not strong, but weak, a king who has to bargain for and protect his power by borrowing the invincible strength of the gods, or, more precisely, the priests. We're in Egypt, with Ptolemy V, a Greek boy king who came to the throne as an orphan in 205 BC, at the age of 6. Ptolemy V was born into a great dynasty. The first Ptolemy was one of Alexander the Great's generals, who around 100 years earlier had taken over Egypt following Alexander's death. The Ptolemies didn't trouble to learn Egyptian. They simply made all their officials speak Greek, and so Greek would be the language of state administration in Egypt for 1,000 years. Perhaps their greatest achievement was to make their capital city, Alexandria, into the most brilliant metropolis of the Greek-speaking world. For centuries, it was second only to Rome. It was a cosmopolitan magnet for goods, people, and ideas. The vast library of Alexandria was built by the Ptolemies. In it, they planned to collect all the world's knowledge. And Ptolemies I and II created the famous Pharos Lighthouse, which became one of the 7 wonders of the world. Such a lively, diverse city needed strong leadership. When Ptolemy V's father died suddenly, leaving the boy as king, the dynasty and its control of Egypt looked fragile. The boy's mother was killed, the palace was stormed by soldiers, and there were revolts throughout the country, which delayed the young Ptolemy's coronation for years. It was in these volatile circumstances that Ptolemy V issued the Rosetta Stone, and others like it. The stone is not unique. There are another 17 similar inscriptions quite like it, all in 3 languages, and all proclaiming the greatness of the Ptolemies. These were put up in major temple complexes across Egypt. The Rosetta Stone was made in 196 BC, on the first anniversary of the coronation of Ptolemy V, by then a teenager. It's a decree issued by Egyptian priests, ostensibly to mark the coronation and to declare Ptolemy's new status as a living god. Divinity went with the job of being a pharaoh. The priests had given Ptolemy a full Egyptian coronation at the sacred city of Memphis, and this greatly strengthened his position as the rightful ruler of Egypt. But there was a trade-off. Ptolemy may have become a god, but to get there, he'd had to negotiate some very unheavenly politics with his extremely powerful Egyptian priests. Dorothy Thompson, Emeritus Professor at Cambridge University, explains.
The occasion which resulted in this decree was in some respects a change. There had been previous decrees, and they take much the same form. But in this particular reign, the reign of a very young king, whose kingdom was under attack from many quarters, one of the clauses of the Memphis Decree, the Rosetta Stone, is that priests should no longer come every year to Alexandria. Alexandria was the new Greek capital. Instead, they could meet at Memphis, the old centre of Egypt. This was new, and it may be seen perhaps as a concession on the part of the royal household.
The priests were critical in keeping the hearts and minds of the Egyptian masses on side for Ptolemy, and the Rosetta Stone was their reward. Not only does the decree allow the priests to remain in Memphis rather than coming to Alexandria, it also gives them a number of very attractive tax breaks. Of course, no teenager is likely to have thought this up. Somebody behind the throne was clearly thinking strategically on the boy's behalf, and more importantly, on the dynasty's behalf. So the stone is simultaneously an expression of power and of compromise, although to read the whole content is about as thrilling as reading a new EU treaty written simultaneously in several languages. The content is bureaucratic, priestly, and dry, but that, of course, is not the point. What matters about the Rosetta Stone is not what it says, but that it says it 3 times and in 3 different languages. In classical Greek, the language of the Greek rulers and the state administration, and then in 2 forms of ancient Egyptian, the everyday writing of the people known as Demotic, and the priestly hieroglyphics, which had for centuries baffled Europeans. It was the Rosetta Stone that changed all that, and while the text of the stone itself is pretty unexciting, it dramatically opened up the entire world of ancient Egypt. By the time of the Rosetta Stone, 196 BC, hieroglyphs were no longer in general use. They were used and understood only by the priests in the temples. 500 years later, even this restricted knowledge of how to read and write them had disappeared. The script of ancient Egypt was lost. The Rosetta Stone survived unread through 2,000 years of further foreign occupations. Romans, Byzantines, Persians, Muslim Arabs, and Ottoman Turks all had stretches of rule in Egypt. At some point, the stone was moved from the temple at Sais in the Nile Delta, where we think it was first erected, to El Rashid, or the town of Rosetta, as we now know it, about 40 miles away. Then, in 1799, Napoleon arrived. The French invasion was not only military, but intellectual. With the French army came scholars. Soldiers rebuilding fortifications in Rosetta dug up the stone, and the scholars knew immediately that they had found something of great significance. The French took the stone as a cultural trophy of war, but it never made it back to Paris. Pursued by Nelson, Napoleon was defeated, and in 1801 the terms of the Treaty of Alexandria, signed by the French, British and Egyptian generals, included the handing over of antiquities, and the Rosetta Stone was one of them. Most books will tell you that there are 3 languages on the Rosetta Stone, but if you look on the broken side, you can see that in fact there are 4, because there, stencilled on in English, you can read "Captured by the British Army in 1801, presented by King George III." Nothing could make it clearer that if the text on the front of the stone is about the first European empire in Africa, Alexander the Great's, the finding of the stone stands at the beginning of another European adventure, the bitter rivalry between Britain and France for dominance in the Middle East and in Africa, which continued from Napoleon until the Second World War. We asked the Egyptian writer Adav Suef for her view of this history.
So this stone so makes me think of how often Egypt has been the theatre of other people's battles. It's one of the earliest objects through which you can trace Western colonial interest in Egypt, because of course it was found by the French in the context of Napoleon's invasion of the country, and then appropriated by the British when they defeated him. And the French and the British argued over it, but no one seems to have considered that it belonged to neither of them. But Egypt's foreign rulers, from the Romans to the Turks to the British, have always made free with Egypt's heritage. Egypt, for 2,000 years, had foreign rulers. And in 52, much was made of the fact that Nasser was the first Egyptian ruler since the pharaohs. And I guess we've had 2 more since, although with varying results.
The stone was brought back to the British Museum and immediately put on display, in the public domain, freely available for every scholar in the world to see, and copies and transcriptions were published worldwide. European scholars now set about the task of understanding the mysterious hieroglyphic script. The Greek inscription was the one that every scholar could read, and was therefore seen to be the key, but everybody was stuck. A brilliant English physicist and polymath, Thomas Young, correctly worked out that a group of hieroglyphs repeated several times on the Rosetta Stone wrote the sounds of a royal name, that of Ptolemy. It was a crucial first step, but Young hadn't quite cracked the code. A French scholar, Jean-François Champollion, then realized that not only the symbols for Ptolemy, but all the hieroglyphs were both pictorial and phonetic. They recorded the sound of the Egyptian language. For example, on the last line of the hieroglyphic text on the stone, 3 signs spell out the sounds of the word for stone slab in Egyptian, ahai, and then a 4th sign gives a picture showing the stone as it would originally have looked, a square slab with a rounded top. So sound and picture work together. By 1822, Champollion had finally worked the whole thing out. From now on, the world could put words to the great objects, the statues and the monuments, the mummies and the papyri of ancient Egyptian civilization. By the time of the Rosetta Stone, Egypt had already been under Greek rule for over 100 years, and the Ptolemies dynasty would last for another 150. The dynasty ended infamously with the reign of Cleopatra VII, the Cleopatra, who beguiled and seduced both Julius Caesar and Mark Antony. But with the death of Antony and Cleopatra, Egypt was conquered by Augustus, whose image I'll be talking about later this week, and the Egypt of the Ptolemies became part of the Roman Empire. In the next programme, I'll be in Rome's great contemporary, China, looking at how the Han dynasty operated a superstate and expanded their frontiers while keeping close control over every aspect of society. All this through a lacquer cup. You can see the object described in this programme close up on the A History of the World website, as well as hundreds of others from museums across the UK. And if you have an object with a history to tell, why not add it to our growing collection? Find all this at bbc.co.uk/A History of the World. Thank you for downloading this episode of A History of the World in 100 Objects from BBC Radio 4. This is a week about different kinds of power, about how to achieve it and how to keep it. Millions of words have been written on the subject of influencing others, but 2,000 years ago, which is the period of this week's programmes, leaders weren't given many handily packaged tips explaining their methods. No books at the airport then on how to be a better emperor. Rulers just had to get on with it. In our less confident times, a new ruler could find lots of literature on just this subject, and one bestseller has become so famous that its title has entered the language. How to Win Friends and Influence People has sold over 15 million copies, telling us all how to do exactly what it says on the cover. But strangely, nowhere in that book does it mention one very obvious strategy that the power brokers in imperial China of 2,000 years ago knew very well and practiced brilliantly. Don't just say encouraging things, give your target a hugely extravagant present. Throughout history, as any anthropologist will tell you, the simplest way to bind people to you has been to give them a special gift, a present that only you can give and only they are worthy to receive. A present like the object in this programme.
Lacquerware in cups such as these would have been the equivalent of silver plates for the Romans or blue and white porcelain in Europe in the 17th and 18th century.
I mean, what you have here is a very high standard both of craftsmanship and of technology, exquisite artisanship, exquisite decoration, very simple lines, very beautiful, combined in this one intriguing object.
A History of the World in 100 Objects. Chinese Han lacquer cup. 4 AD. Found near Pyongyang, North Korea.
In the last few programs, I've been considering how the leaders of vast kingdoms and empires built and retained their supremacy, whether by borrowing the image of Alexander the Great, preaching the ideals of the Buddha in India, or buying off the priesthood in Egypt. In this program, we're in Han Dynasty China, 2,000 years ago, exploring the giving of imperial gifts, an activity which straddles the murky boundary between diplomacy and bribery. Our cup comes from a turbulent period in the Han Dynasty, when at the centre the emperor was under severe threat, and at the edges of the empire he was struggling to keep control. The Han had extended Chinese power as far south as Vietnam, west to the steppes of Central Asia, and north to Korea, and in each of these places they'd set up military colonies. As Han commerce and settlements grew in these outposts, so their governors gained in power, and there was always a risk that they might turn into independent fiefdoms. What the Chinese would now call splitism was a worry even then. The governor's loyalty to the emperor needed to be secured, and one of the ways the emperor kept them on side was to give them gifts that carried huge imperial prestige. In the British Museum, we have an exquisite lacquer wine cup, which was probably given by the Han Emperor to one of his military commanders in North Korea around the year 4. I've got it with me now. It's very light to hold, and it's less like a wine cup and more like a small serving bowl, but a bowl that would hold the equivalent of a very large glass of wine. It's a shallow oval, about 7 inches long, so roughly the size and shape of a large mango. And on each of the long sides, there's a gilded handle. And it's these handles that give the cup its name. It's known as an ear cup. The core of the cup is wood, and through some of the damage, you can just see that wood. But of course, most of it's covered in layer after layer of reddish-brown lacquer. The inside is plain, but the outside has been decorated with gold and bronze inlay. Pairs of birds face each other, each sporting exaggerated claws against a background of geometric shapes and decorative spirals. The whole effect is of a costly, highly wrought object, elegant, stylish, confident. Everything about it speaks of assured taste and controlled opulence. Roel Sterckx, professor of Chinese history at Cambridge, knows exactly how much effort would go into making one of these drinking cups.
Lacquerware takes an enormous amount of time to make. It's a very labor-intensive and a very tedious process, because the extraction of the sap of the lacquer tree, followed by all sorts of procedures, mixing with all sorts of pigments, letting it cure, applying successive layers onto a wooden core, to finally produce the beautiful piece, and it would have involved several sets of artisans.
High-quality lacquer was brilliantly smooth and virtually indestructible. Fine pieces, like our cup, required up to 30 or more separate coats, with long drying and hardening times between each, and so it could have taken up to about a month to make. Hardly surprising, then, that they were inordinately expensive. You could buy more than 10 bronze cups for the price of one in lacquer. So lacquer cups were strictly reserved for top management, the imperial governors controlling the frontiers of the empire. Although the Han Chinese and the Roman empires covered roughly the same land area, a census conducted in China only 2 years before our cup was made came up with the wonderfully precise figure of a population of 57,671,400 individuals.
One of the things we need to keep in mind is, of course, that the Chinese Empire is immense and that it straddles a hugely diverse geographic region. And in the case of the Han, we're talking about a distance that stretches from North Korea to Vietnam. contact between people is obviously not always very obvious. And so the circulation of goods, the circulation of imperially sanctioned objects, together of course with texts, is part of that sort of symbolical assertion of what it means to be an empire. You might not see people who are part of the same empire, but you might actually, by witnessing the goods that are produced across the empire, feel or have a sense of belonging to that greater imagined community in many ways.
Fostering that sense of an imagined community was a key imperial strategy, and it didn't come cheap. Typically, the emperor paid out a large chunk of state revenue every year to provide allies and vassal states with luxury gifts, including thousands of rolls of silk and hundreds of lacquer cups. So our cup is very much part of a system. It was given either as an imperial gift or in lieu of a salary to a senior official at the Han military garrisons near present-day Pyongyang in North Korea. We can be pretty sure that, apart from its sheer monetary value, it was intended to bestow prestige and to suggest a personal link between the commander and the emperor. At this point in the Han's history, however, the affairs of state were not in the hands of the emperor, but of the Dowager Empress, the formidable Grand Empress Dowager Wang, who effectively ran the state for 30 years, as none of the emperors had much time for business. She had one emperor son who spent most of his time with his concubine, Flying Swallow, who it was said was so light that she could dance on the palm of his hand. One grandson emperor who was besotted with his male lover, and another grandson, the one on the throne at the time of our cup, who had exceeded at the age of 9 and was to be poisoned with pepper wine at the age of 15, just 2 years after our cup was made. So this cup lived in interesting times, and its making was almost certainly organised by the Grand Dowager Empress. The machinery of the state and the production of luxury goods was so well structured that it could work perfectly well despite any foibles at the top. This cup is remarkable for the supreme craftsmanship of its making, and even more so because it was subjected to a level of quality control that far exceeds any designer handbag today. Looking at the cup again, I can see that round the oval base runs a thin band with 67 Chinese characters on it. Now, in Europe, you might expect this kind of band to be a motto or a dedication or something like that. But in fact, here, the characters list 6 craftsmen involved in the different processes involved in manufacturing the cup. Making the wooden core, undercoat lacquering, topcoat lacquering, gilding the ear handles, painting, and then final polishing. The name of every one of the craftsmen. And then, and this could surely happen only in China, it goes on to list the 7 product inspectors, whose responsibility was to guarantee quality. 6 craftsmen, 7 supervisors. This is the stuff of real bureaucracy. The list reads:
The wooden core by Yi, lacquering by Li, topcoat lacquering by Dang, gilding of the ear handles by Gu, painting by Ding, final polishing by Feng.
What I find fascinating about this cup is that it is such a powerful document of the link between craft production and state administration.
Chief Administrator Liang, his deputy Feng,
Bureaucracy as a guarantee of beauty.
And Chief Clerk Bao.
It's not something that's familiar to the modern European, but for the journalist and China expert Isabel Hilton, it's a continuing tradition in Chinese history.
Well, in Han times, the government had a major role in industry, partly to deal with its military expenditure in order to finance the kind of expeditions that it required against the aggressive peoples of the north and the west, again, echoes of today. The government nationalised some major industries, and it regulated major industries for quite a long time. So they were often run by private entrepreneurs or people who had been private entrepreneurs, but under state control. And again, if you like, there are modern parallels here, because what we've seen in the past 3 to 4 decades is the emergence of a hybrid system in China from an economy that was completely under state control on a socialist model, on a planned economy model, to a more market-oriented model connecting with a global economy, but nevertheless very firmly under state direction. And if you look at where the capital gets invested and what the structure of ownership is of Chinese industry, it is still largely state-controlled.
So, exploring this lacquer cup of 2,000 years ago takes us into territory that turns out to be disconcertingly familiar. Private enterprise under Chinese state control, cutting-edge mass production allied to high technology, deft management of relations between the Chinese capital and North Korea, and the skillful deployment of diplomatic gifts. The Chinese still know that the best gifts are always the ones that only the giver can command. In the time of the Han Dynasty, that was silk and lacquer cups. Today, when China wants to establish friendly relations, it still gives the present that nobody else can match. It's known as panda diplomacy. In the next programme, we move from gift-giving as a power strategy to image-making. I'll be looking at how the Roman emperors struggled to control their outlying provinces. We'll be on the Nile with the Emperor Augustus. You can see the object described in this programme close up on the A History of the World website, as well as hundreds of others from museums across the UK. And if you have an object with a history to tell, why not add it to our growing collection? Find all this at bbc.co.uk/A History of the World. Thank you for downloading this episode of A History of the World in 100 Objects from BBC Radio 4. I'm looking into the eyes of one of the most famous leaders in the history of the world, Caesar Augustus, the first Roman emperor. We have his bronze head here in the Roman galleries in the British Museum, and tarnished as it is, it radiates charisma and raw power. It's impossible to walk past. The eyes are dramatic and piercing, and wherever you stand, they won't look at you. He's looking past you, beyond you, to something much more important, his future.
Well, he was about the greatest politician the world has ever seen. If you wanted to have a first 11 of the world's leading politicians, most accomplished diplomats and ideologues of all time, you'd have Augustus as your kind of midfield playmaker, captain of the 11.
The curling hair is short and boyish, slightly tousled, but it's a calculated tousle, one that clearly took a long time to arrange, because this is an image that's been carefully constructed, projecting just the right mix of youth and authority, beauty and strength, will and power.
The portrait was very, very recognisable and very enduring, and it was a very successful marketing of an image because Augustus has never had a bad press.
His head's a bit over life size and it tilts as if he's in conversation, so that for a minute you could believe that he's just like you and me. But he's not. This is the Emperor Augustus. He's recently defeated Antony and Cleopatra, he's conquered Egypt, he's well on his way now to imperial glory, and is firmly embarked on an even greater journey, to become a god.
A History of the World in 100 Objects. The head of Augustus. A 2,000-year-old bronze statue found in Merowe, northern Sudan.
In this week's programmes, we've been looking at how rulers commissioned objects that asserted their power, somewhat obliquely and essentially by association. In China, the Han dynasty used exquisite craftsmanship as an emblem of imperial wealth and order. In India, the Emperor Ashoka invoked philosophical ideals. But in this programme, we have something completely different. A ruler, the one in whose empire Christ was born, who quite simply projects himself and uses his own body and his own likeness to assert his personal power. The Roman Emperor Augustus. His bronze, over-life-sized head gives a brutally clear message. I am great, I am your leader, and I stand far above everyday politics. And yet, ironically, we have this commanding head here at the museum only because it was captured by an enemy and then humiliatingly buried. The glory of Augustus is not quite as unalloyed as he wanted us to believe. Augustus was Julius Caesar's great-nephew. The assassination of Caesar in 44 BC left Augustus the heir to his fortune and to his power. He was only 19, and he was suddenly catapulted into a key role in the politics of the Roman Republic. Known at that point as Octavian, he quickly outshone all his peers in the scramble for absolute power. The pivotal moment in his rise was the defeat of Mark Antony and Cleopatra at the Battle of Actium in 31 BC. Already holding Italy, France, Spain, Libya and the Balkans, Augustus now followed the example of Alexander the Great and seized the richest prize of them all, Egypt. The immense wealth of the Nile kingdom was now at his disposal. He made Egypt part of Rome and then turned the Roman Republic into his personal empire. Across that empire, statues of the new ruler would now be erected. There were already hundreds of statues portraying him as Octavian, the man-of-action party leader. But in 27 BC, the Senate acknowledged his political supremacy and awarded him the honorific title of Augustus, the revered one. This new status called for a quite different kind of image, and that is what our head shows. Our head comes from this time, a year or two after Augustus became emperor. It was once part of a full-length statue that showed him as a warrior, slightly larger than life-sized. It's broken off at the neck, but otherwise the bronze is in very good condition. It's an image that in one form or another would have been familiar to hundreds of thousands of people, because statues like this were set up in cities all over the Roman Empire. This is how Augustus wanted his subjects to see him. And although every inch a Roman, he wanted them to know that he was also the equal of Alexander and heir to the legacy of Greece. The distinguished Roman historian Susan Walker explains what's going on.
When he had become master of the Mediterranean world and took the name Augustus, he really needed to find a new image, and he really couldn't copy Caesar's image because Caesar looked like a crusty old Roman. He had a real warts and all portrait, very thin and scraggy and bald and very austere, very much in the manner of traditional Roman portraiture. So that image had become a little bit discredited. And in any case, Augustus, as he now was setting up an entirely new political system. So he needed to have a new image to go with it. And having assumed this image when he was still in his 30s, he stayed with it until he died, aged 76. So there's no suggestion in his portraits, even any subtle suggestions, such as we see in the portraits of our Queen, for example, of any aging process at all.
This was an Augustus forever powerful, forever young. His deft, some might say devious, mix of patronage and military power, which he concealed behind the familiar offices and titles of the old republic, has served as a model and a masterclass for ambitious rulers ever since. He built new roads and developed a highly efficient courier system so that the empire could be effectively ruled from the centre, and so that he could be visible to his subjects everywhere. He reinvigorated the formidable Roman army to defend and extend the imperial borders, and he established a long-lasting peace during his 40 years of steady rule, initiating a golden period of stability and prosperity, famously known as the Pax Romana. He'd brutally fought and negotiated his way to the top, but now he was there, he wanted to reassure people that he would not be a tyrant. So he set to work to make people believe in him, and more astonishingly want to follow him, brilliantly turning subjects into supporters. We asked Boris Johnson, a classicist and a political leader, how he rated Augustus.
He became a vital part of the glue that held the whole Roman Empire together. You could be out there in Spain or Gaul or Cyrenaica, you could be all over the world, and you could go to a temple and you would find women with images of Augustus, of this man in this bust, sewn onto their cowls. People at dinner parties in Rome would have busts exactly like this above their mantelpieces. That was how he was able to infuse the entire Roman Empire with that sense of loyalty and adherence to Rome. If you wanted to become a local politician in the Roman Empire, you became a priest in the cult of Augustus.
It was a cult sustained by constant propaganda. All across Europe, towns were named after him. The modern Saragossa is the city of Caesar Augustus, while Augsburg, Autun and Aosta all derive from Augustus. His head was on coins, and everywhere there were statues. But the British Museum's head is a head from no ordinary statue. It takes us into another story, one that shows a darker side of the imperial narrative, for it tells us not only of Rome's might, but of the problems that threatened and occasionally overwhelmed it. This head was once part of a complete statue that stood on Rome's most southerly frontier, on the border between modern Egypt and Sudan, probably in the town of Saini near Aswan. It's a region that's always been a geopolitical fault line, where the Mediterranean world clashes with Africa. In 25 BC, so the writer Strabo tells us, an invading army from the Sudanese kingdom of Meroe, led by the fierce one-eyed queen Candace, captured a series of Roman forts and towns in southern Egypt. Candace and her army took our statue back to the city of Meroe and buried the severed head of the glorious Augustus beneath the steps of a temple dedicated to victory. It was a superbly calculated insult. From now on, everybody walking up the steps and into the temple would literally be crushing the Roman emperor under their feet. And if you look closely again at the head, you can see tiny grains of sand from the African desert still embedded in the surface of the bronze, a badge of shame still visible on the glory of Rome. But there was further humiliation to come. The indomitable Candace sent ambassadors to negotiate the terms of a peace settlement. The case ended up before Augustus himself, who granted the ambassadors pretty much everything they asked for. He had secured the Pax Romana, but at a considerable price. It was the action of a shrewd, calculating political operator, who then used the official Roman propaganda machine to airbrush this setback out of the picture. Augustus's career became the imperial blueprint of how to achieve and retain power, and a key part of retaining power was the management of his image. Susan Walker again.
He always looked exactly as he did on the day that he became Augustus, and he presented himself very modestly. He often showed himself wearing the Roman toga and drew it over his head to show his piety, and sometimes he was shown as a general leading his troops into battle, even though he never actually personally did so. And this was a very enduring image. We have surviving even today over 250 images of Augustus, which come from all over the Roman Empire. And they are pretty much the same. The variations are really not very significant. So the portrait was very, very recognizable and very enduring.
This eternal image would be coupled with an eternal name. After his death, Augustus was declared a god by the Senate, to be worshipped by the Romans. His titles Augustus and Caesar were adopted by every subsequent emperor, and the month of Sextilius was officially renamed August in his honor.
Augustus was the first emperor of Rome, and he created from the Roman Republic an institution that in many ways everybody has tried to imitate for the succeeding centuries. If you think about the Tsars, the Kaiser, the Tsars of Bulgaria, Mussolini, Hitler, and Napoleon, everybody has tried to imitate that Roman iconography, that Roman approach, a great part of which began with Augustus and the first Principate, as it was called, the first imperial role that he occupied.
All through this week, we've been looking at how a few privileged individuals imposed their will on the world around them. Next week, we'll still be looking at the world in the time of the Pax Romana. But the objects will be focusing on the passions, pastimes and appetites that have always governed more ordinary people's lives. It'll be a week of vices and spices. And we begin with a silver cup made for a pederast in Palestine. You can see the object described in this programme close up on the A History of the World website, as well as hundreds of others from museums across the UK. And if you have an object with a history to tell, why not add it to our growing collection? Find all this at bbc.co.uk/A History of the World. Thank you for downloading this episode of A History of the World in 100 Objects from BBC Radio 4. I'm in Tate Modern in London, and I've been standing for a while looking at Rodin's famous sculpture, The Kiss. It's a life-size white marble carving of a naked man and woman engaged in passionate embrace. Almost everybody here circles the statue with unembarrassed curiosity. But just 100 years ago, this amorous couple was seen very differently, as unforgivably and, more important, unexhibitably erotic. When the wealthy American Edward Warren, who'd commissioned the statue from Rodin, offered it to the Sussex town of Lewes, the townspeople rejected it as pornographic, as did the city of Boston. In 1914, neither Boston nor Sussex was ready for Rodin, and neither may yet be ready for the other famous artwork that Warren owned and also kept in his Sussex home. It's a Roman silver cup, 2,000 years old, with scenes of sexual coupling between adult men and adolescent boys.
I think this is one of the most beautiful objects in the British Museum. I love it because I just think it is so tender. I've got two daughters, and I've actually determined that this is how I'm going to introduce the subject of homosexuality to them, bring them to have a look at the Warren Cup, and then explain what's going on.
There is certainly an idea that the Greeks and Romans were a much more sexy culture than we are.
A History of the World in 100 Objects. The Warren Cup. 5 to 15 AD. From Betia, near Jerusalem.
Last week we looked at power and how it was exercised around the world 2,000 years ago. The theme of this week's programme is pleasure, social activities. We're spinning the globe again, taking in pipe smoking and ball games in North and South America, and in China, a kind of Debrett guide to court etiquette for women. We start and end the week, though, with the Roman Empire, and with spice, both actual and metaphorical. We end with pepper, and we're going to begin with porn. The Warren Cup's made of silver. It's a goblet, and it looks as though it would hold a pretty large glass of wine. It's in the shape of a small sporting trophy, standing on a small base, a bit wonkily now, and it would once have had two handles, although those are now lost. But you can see at once that this is a work of supreme craftsmanship. The scenes on the cup are in relief and they've been created by beating out the silver from the inside. Given the subject matter, it must have been used at private parties, but it would certainly have commanded the admiration and the attention of everybody present. Lavish eating and drinking was one of the key rituals of the Roman world, which 2,000 years ago ran from Spain to Syria. Throughout the empire, Roman officials and local bigwigs would use banquets to oil the wheels of politics and business and to show off wealth and status. Roman women were generally excluded from events such as the drinking parties where our cup would have been found, and I think we can assume that it was intended for an all-male guest list. So I'm afraid you'll have to imagine that you're a man, arriving at a grand villa near Jerusalem somewhere around the year 10. Slaves lead you through to an opulent dining area where you recline with the other guests. The dining table is set with beautifully embellished silver platters and ornate vessels, and this is the context in which our cup would have been passed around among the guests. On it are shown 2 scenes of male lovemaking, set in a sumptuous private house. The lovers are depicted on draped couches, similar to the ones that you, the guests, are lounging on, and you can see a lyre and pipes waiting to be played as the participants settle to their sensual pleasure. Classical historian Bettany Hughes.
What you have on this cup are 2 different varieties of the homosexual act. On the front you've got an older man, and we know he's older because he's got a beard. And sitting astride him is a very handsome young man. It's all very vigorous and virile. This is kind of camera verite, if you like. I mean, it's very realistic. This isn't an idealised view of homosexuality. What's quite interesting if you go around the back is here you've got something which is more a kind of standard portrayal of homosexuality. 2 very beautiful young men. We know that they're young because they've got locks of hair hanging down their backs. One is lying on his back and the slightly older man is looking away. It's a lot more kind of lyrical, a rather idealised view of what homosexuality was.
Although the homosexual scenes on the cup are ones that today strike us as explicit, some might say shocking and taboo, homosexuality was very much part of Roman life. But it was a complicated part, tolerated but not entirely accepted. The standard Roman line on what was acceptable in same-sex coupling is neatly summarised by the Roman playwright Plautus in his comedy Curculio.
Love whatever you wish, as long as you stay away from married women, widows, virgins, young men and free boys.
So if you wanted to show sex between men and youths who weren't slaves, it made sense to look back to the age of classical Greece, where it was normal for older men to teach younger, free-born boys about life in general in a mentoring relationship that included sex. The early Roman Empire had idealised Greece and adopted much of her culture, and the cup shows what is clearly a Greek scene. Is this a Roman sexual fantasy of a classical Greek male coupling? Perhaps by placing it in a Greek past, any moral discomfort is put at a safe distance, while adding to the titillation of the forbidden and the exotic. And perhaps everybody, everywhere, believes that the best sex happens somewhere else. Professor James Davidson, author of The Greeks and Greek Love, explains.
What's interesting is that although this vase looks back to the classical period, the Greek vase painters, who were by no means prudish or modest when it came to depicting sex, nevertheless carefully avoided scenes of homosexual intercourse, at least penetrative intercourse. So, in a way, the Romans are showing what couldn't be shown 500 years earlier. So you can say, if you like, that the Greek world, as it did for Warren and as it did since the 18th century or even in the Middle Ages, provided an alibi for societies to think about homosexuality, to talk about homosexuality, to represent homosexuality. It made it into a piece of art more than pornography. So it's a kind of cover, if you like, for something which is not necessarily very easy to depict. It needs some kind of excuse, if you like, and the excuse is provided by classical imagery.
Looking at the scenes on the cup more closely, there's no doubt where these encounters are taking place. The musical instruments, the furniture, the clothes, and the hairstyles of the lovers all point to the past, and indeed to the classical Greece of several centuries earlier. Interestingly, we can tell that the two adolescents shown here were not slaves. The style of their haircut, with a long lock of hair trailing down the neck, is typical of free-born Greek boys. Between 16 and 18, the hair would be cut and dedicated to the gods as part of their passage into manhood. So both the boys that we see here are free and from good families. But we can also see another figure who might have been part of the Roman banquet at which the cup was used. He stands in the background, peeping at one of the scenes of lovemaking from behind a door. We only see half his face. He's clearly a slave, although it's impossible to know whether he's simply indulging in a bit of voyeurism or apprehensively responding to a call for room service. Either way, he's a reminder that what we and he are witnessing are acts to be conducted only in private, behind closed doors. Bettany Hughes again.
In Rome, there's a kind of notion that you have good wives and that you should somehow manage without resorting to male sex. But we know from the poetry, we know from the laws, we know from the kind of back references to homosexual relations that actually this was something that did happen throughout the Roman world, and the Warren Cup is a good bit of exquisite hard evidence that proves that. This cup is telling us what actually went on, how homosexual activity was something which took place in high aristocratic circles. I think it's very interesting with this cup because it's actually physically made from the inside out. So it's beaten from the inside, and that's how you get the form on the outside. And that is almost what the Warren Cup is. It's a covert demonstration of what was actually going on in the real world outside.
Silver cups of this date are now exceptionally rare, as so many were melted down, and among the survivors, few in the world can match the virtuoso skill of the Warren Cup. To buy a cup like this, you would have had to be rich, for it would have cost you somewhere around 250 denarii, and for that money you could have bought 25 large jars of the best wine, 2/3 of an acre of land, or even an unskilled slave like the one we see peering round the door. So this indulgent little dining piece places its owner firmly in the echelons of high society, in that very world that St. Paul was so eloquently condemning for its drunkenness and its fornication. We don't know for certain, but it's thought that the Warren Cup was found buried at Bithyr, a town a few miles southwest of Jerusalem. How it got to this location is a mystery, but we can make a guess. We can date the making of the cup to around the year 10. About 50 years later, the Roman occupation of Jerusalem sparked tensions between the rulers and the Jewish community, and in AD 66 that exploded and the Jews took back the city by force. There were violent confrontations, and it's thought that our cup may have been buried at this date by the owner fleeing from the fighting. After this, the cup disappears for almost 2,000 years, until it was bought by Edward Warren in Rome in 1911. For years after his death in 1928, it proved impossible to sell. The subject matter was just too shocking for any potential collector. In London, the British Museum declined to buy it, as did the Fitzwilliam Museum in Cambridge. And at one point, it was even refused entry to the United States of America when the explicit nature of its imagery offended a customs official. It was only in 1999, long after public attitudes to homosexuality, and indeed the law, had changed, that the British Museum bought the Warren Cup, then the most expensive acquisition it had ever made. A cartoon at the time showed a Roman barman saucily asking a customer, "Do you want a straight goblet or a gay goblet?" 100 years after he bought it, Warren's Cup is now on permanent public display here in the museum. And it serves, I think, a very useful purpose. It's not just a superb piece of Roman imperial metalwork. From party cup to scandalous vessel, and finally to an iconic museum piece, this object reminds us that the way societies view sexual relationships is never fixed. And it's not only changing views of sex that the museum can demonstrate. In the next programme, we have an object that once carried enormous social importance. but which is now virtually banned from all public gatherings. The tobacco pipe. You can see the object described in this programme close up on the A History of the World website, as well as hundreds of others from museums across the UK. And if you have an object with a history to tell, why not add it to our growing collection? Find all this at bbc.co.uk/A History of the World. Thank you for downloading this episode of A History of the World in 100 Objects from BBC Radio 4. Pick up a packet of cigarettes and you're confronted at once with predictions of inevitable impotence, disease and death. To smoke, we're told, is to be in danger. But no modern government health warning can begin to match the verve of the great counterblast to tobacco, published by James I in 1604, just months after he'd come from Edinburgh to succeed Elizabeth. The newly arrived king denounced smoking as a custom loathsome to the eye, hateful to the nose, harmful to the brain, dangerous to the lungs, and in the black, stinking fume thereof, nearest resembling the horrible Stygian smoke of the pit that is bottomless. Smoking, with its pleasures and its perils, has a long history. It's one that begins 2,000 years ago in North America.
They are power objects and they're not symbolic. They're actually considered to be alive. For example, if it's a pipe that's made of the red pipestone, it's considered to be the blood and bones of buffalo.
In the morning, the first thing I do before I have breakfast is perhaps light my pipe, and the last thing I do before I go to bed at night is to have a few puffs of my pipe. And it's a great comfort and a friend. I live alone.
A History of the World in 100 Objects. North American otter pipe, made of stone, from Mound City, Ohio, 200 BC to 100 AD.
This week I'm looking at the pleasures that bound people together around 2,000 years ago, in the centuries following the birth of Christ. In China and America, Europe and Mexico, people shared many of the pleasures and pastimes, the obsessions and the intoxications that continue to connect us across the millennia. In the last programme, we had alcohol and sex. Today, we're with smoking and altered states. Although smoking now is largely seen as a fatal vice, 2,000 years ago, in North America, pipe smoking was a fundamental ceremonial and religious part of human life. Different groups of Native Americans lived across the continent, in ways much more varied than what's been caricatured since in the Westerns. Those Americans living in Middle America, the lands around the mighty Mississippi and Ohio rivers, from the Gulf of Mexico to the Great Lakes, were farmers. They had no cities, but they did reshape their vast landscape with extraordinary monuments. While the small farming and trading communities seem to have lived apart, they died together, joining forces to build enormous earthworks as gathering places for ceremonies and to bury their dead. And within them were graves rich with weapons and decorative objects crafted from exotic raw materials traded over huge distances. There were the teeth of grizzly bears from the Rocky Mountains, conch shells from the Gulf of Mexico, mica from the Appalachian Mountains, and copper from the Great Lakes. These spectacular sculpted burial mounds would later astonish visiting Europeans. One in particular is in present-day Ohio, popularly known as Mound City, an enclosed 13-acre site with 24 separate burial mounds. And in one of them there were around 200 stone pipes, one of which is our otter pipe. The The pipe I have here is about the size and shape of a kazoo, the children's toy music pipe that makes buzzing sounds when you blow through it. So it's not like any normal modern pipe with a long stem and a bowl at one end. This one is carved in reddish stone and has a flat base about 4 inches long, so it's almost exactly the colour and the size of a Bourbon biscuit. And at one end is carved a small hole to serve as the mouthpiece. The pipe bowl is halfway down, but it's no simple hollow for holding the tobacco, because it's in the shape of the upper half of a swimming otter, with its paws perched on the bank of the river, and it looks as though it's just popped up out of the water to look around. The stone is smooth, and to me it beautifully suggests the sleek, wet fur of the animal. The otter looks along the pipe, so that as you smoke it, both you and the otter will be looking into each other's eyes. But in fact, you're even closer to this animal than that suggests, because if I try to smoke it now and put it to my mouth, I discover that I'm literally nose to nose with the otter. And that contact would have been even more striking than it is now, because the empty eye sockets would have been inlaid with freshwater pearls. This wonderfully crafted and evocative object pinpoints in history the world's earliest use of tobacco pipes. Sherlock Holmes probably didn't know it, but this is where the story of pipe smoking begins. Our pipe is about 2,000 years old, which is the period from which we have the earliest evidence for tobacco use in North America. Tobacco was first cultivated in Central and South America, smoked wrapped in the leaves of other plants, and then enjoyed like a cigar. In the colder north, though, there were no wrapping leaves to be had through the long winters, so smokers had to find another way of containing their tobacco, and so they made pipes. The cigar-pipe divide seems very much to have been a result of climate. Stone pipes are found consistently in the Ohio burial mounds. This indicates, I think, that they must have had some special place in the lives of the people that made and used them. Although archaeologists haven't yet understood their precise meaning, we can get an insight into how they may have been regarded. Here's the Native American historian Gabrielle Tyack.
There's a whole cosmology and theology that go with pipes that are extremely complex. They carry with them all of the meanings of religious teachings. They're definitely considered to be living beings that should be treated as such rather than just objects, or even sacred objects that particularly come alive and come into their own power when the bowl is united with the stem. There are rituals and initiations that go along with it. There are tremendous responsibilities that go along with being a pipe carrier in particular places. I even hesitate to call them objects.
We know that 2,000 years ago, only select members of the community were buried in the mounds, and that many of these people must have played a part in rituals, because fragments of ceremonial costumes have been found with the bodies, headdresses made from bear, wolf, and deer skulls. The animal world appears to have had a central role in the spiritual life of these people, and perhaps the animals on the pipes had a role in some kind of shamanic ritual that would connect the physical and the spiritual worlds. The tobacco smoked at the time was Nicotiana rustica, and we know that that produces a heightened state of awareness and even has a hallucinogenic effect. Our otter pipe is just one of a whole pipe menagerie. There are bowls shaped as wild cats, turtles, toads, squirrels, birds, fishes, and even birds eating fishes. And given that you would be eyeball to eyeball with the creature sculpted on it, we can imagine the smoker entering into a kind of transcendent state in which the animal would come to life. Perhaps each animal served as a spirit guide or totem to the person smoking. Certainly for later Native American peoples, it's known that they might dream of an animal whose spirit would then protect them throughout their life. Gabrielle Tyack again.
Native people still use tobacco. It's a very sacred item. The usage of tobacco smoke, it's a way of transforming prayer and thought and community expression. Could either be smoked individually or passed around a community or a family, so that it's a way of unifying the mind and then sending up the power of the mind into the vast universe, to the creator or to the intercessors for the creator. When you talk about what was called the quote-unquote peace pipe at a treaty negotiation, that is more meaningful than to sign a document. So it's a way of sealing a deal, not just legally, but by giving a vow and confirming that to the larger universe. So it's not just between humans, it's between humans and the greater powers that are there.
Even today, in Native America, smoking tobacco can still be a spiritual act. The smoke rises and mingles, bearing unified prayers skyward, and as it does so, it combines the hopes and wishes of the whole community. For Europeans, though, who discovered smoking very late, in the 16th century, smoking tobacco quickly became less about religion than about relaxation. It was first of all about enjoyment, and then about money. When the British colonised Virginia, the growing tobacco market in Europe rapidly became of prime economic importance. Bremen and Bristol, Glasgow and Dieppe all grew rich on American tobacco. As Europeans explored deeper into the continent in the 18th and 19th centuries, tobacco became an article of trade and currency in its own right. The European acquisition of tobacco and European pipe smoking symbolise for many Native Americans the expropriation of their homeland. From then on, in Europe and indeed in most of the world, smoking became an activity associated with pure pleasure, daily habit, and considerable cool. For most of the 20th century, film stars puffed away on screen, while their cinema audiences admired them through answering clouds of smoke. Smoking was not only sophisticated, it was intellectual and meditative, and Sherlock Holmes famously described one particularly testing case as quite a three-pipe problem. And there was, of course, also the intensely enjoyable personal engagement with the physical object.
It's a beautiful object. I've never seen it before, and I do find it quite hard to imagine how you would smoke anything like that, but still, I'm sure if you had to, you would.
The politician Tony Benn.
Stanley Baldwin smoked a pipe, Harold Wilson smoked a pipe. It was a very normal thing to do, and of course the pipe of peace and sitting round together and friendship pipes are associated with friendship and so on. So they do have a meaning over and above the satisfaction of smoking. It's a sort of hobby in a way. You scrape it and clean it and fill it and tap it and light it, and it goes out and you light it again. And if you're asked a question at a meeting, not that you can smoke in meetings anymore, but if you were asked a question, light your pipe and say that's a very good question, gives you a little bit of time to think of the answer. But I wouldn't recommend anybody else to start smoking.
The overthrow of smoking in the Western world in the last 30 years has been an extraordinary revolution. In Hollywood now, only the baddies smoke, and the audience not at all. Anybody caught smoking would be hounded out of the cinema. James I would be delighted. As with the Warren Cup in the last programme, what is allowable as pleasure is constantly redefined. We can only guess what lies in store for alcohol. If this story of the American pipe is about community, passion, heightened senses and an almost religious fervour, then those same characteristics might be as easily applied to sport. In the next programme, I'll be with an extraordinary game that prompted a passionate following over 2,000 years ago. It's not yet football, but it is the first known organised team sport. And it began in Central America. You can see the object described in this programme close up on the A History of the World website, as well as hundreds of others from museums across the UK. And if you have an object with a history to tell, why not add it to our growing collection? Find all this at bbc.co.uk/A History of the World. Thank you for downloading this episode of A History of the World in 100 Objects from BBC Radio 4. The stirring sound of Welsh rugby fans singing hymns at Cardiff Arms Park. Whether it's Maradona's infamous Hand of God, which he claims scored the goal against England in the 1986 World Cup, or the carrying of the flame from the sanctuary at Olympia in Greece at the start of each Olympic Games, competitive sport and religion seem often to be closely and disconcertingly related. It's a connection that goes very far back. I suspect that few supporters today, singing hymns or cheering for their teams with fanatical enthusiasm, know that the world's earliest known team sport also had a strong religious dimension, or that the story begins not in ancient Greece, but in Central America.
It was a team sport. In fact, it was the first team sport that we know of in world history, and it was played with rubber.
It looks more like something that would have been invented when every other game had already been thought of first. You know, that this is a sort of gimmicky thing introduced by maybe the Americans in the 1980s rather than the first organised sport.
A History of the World in 100 Objects. Ceremonial ball game belt. Made of stone. From Mexico, between 100 and 500 AD.
This week I'm exploring the world around 2,000 years ago, looking at what fueled our enjoyment and spiced up our daily lives. Today, from the woodlands pipe smokers of North America that we had in the last programme, I'm moving south to the playing fields of Central America. I'm in the Mexican gallery in front of what looks like a giant stone horseshoe. It's about 20 inches long and about 4 inches thick, and is made of a very beautiful grey-green speckled stone. When it first came to the British Museum in the 1860s, they thought that it was a yoke for something like a cart horse, but there were two immediate problems with this theory. First, the object is very heavy. It's about 5 or 6 stone, too heavy even for a horse's neck. And secondly, there were no cart horses or draft animals in Central America until the Spaniards brought them from Europe in the 16th century. It was only just over 50 years ago that it was generally understood that these stone carvings had nothing to do with animals. They were meant to be worn by men. They represent the padded belts made of cloth or basket work, worn to protect the hips during ancient Central American ball games. Indeed, some of these stone belts may have been moulds, used to shape lighter cloth or leather padding. But the one we have in the museum is made of solid stone, so heavy that if it was worn, it can only have been very briefly. Nowadays it would perhaps be for a quick photo call, but we don't actually know exactly when or how it might originally have been worn. We asked the leading expert on these games, Michael Whittington, what he thought these stone belts were for.
I believe these were ceremonial objects. Wearing an object that's 75 to 100 pounds around your waist during an athletic competition will slow you down considerably. So they probably were worn as part of the ritual ceremonies at the beginning of the game. They do represent the real yokes that were worn during the ball game. But those real yokes were of perishable materials, and they probably, in almost all circumstances, have not survived.
We know a bit about the Central American ball game because it was quite frequently represented by local artists who over hundreds of years made sculptures of player figures and models of pitchers with the public sitting on the walls of the court watching the players. Later European visitors wrote accounts of the game, and a number of stadia built specially for it still survive today. The Spaniards, when they arrived, were amazed by the actual ball that the game was played with. It was made of a substance entirely new to Europeans, rubber. The very first view of a bouncing ball must have been extremely disconcerting. This round object defying gravity and shooting around in random directions. The Spanish Dominican Friar Diego Duran reported a sighting.
They call the material of this ball hule, rubber. Jumping and bouncing are its qualities, upward and downward, to and from. It can exhaust the pursuer running after it before he can catch up with it.
These balls also became a kind of currency. Spaniards recorded the Aztecs exacting tribute payments of 16,000 rubber balls. Not many have survived, but excavations and finds made by farmers across Mexico and Central America have turned up a few, as well as hundreds of stone belts like ours, and stone reliefs and sculptures showing players with these yokes or belts around their waists. This was not an easy game. The aim was to keep the heavy rubber ball in the air and to land it eventually in the opponent's end of the court, and the ball itself could weigh anywhere from 8 pounds to an immense 30 pounds, almost 15 kilos, and you're not allowed to use your hands, head or feet. Players had to use their buttocks, forearms, and above all their hips, which is where a padded belt would be most useful. The actual belts used in the game, probably made of leather, wood and woven plants, had to be strong in order to protect the wearer from the heavy rubber ball, but light enough to allow the wearer to move about the court in them. In 1528, the Spanish brought 2 Aztec players to Europe, and a German artist painted them in mid-game, back-to-back, virtually naked, wearing what looks like specially reinforced briefs, with the ball in flight between their buttocks. The exact rules of the game are unclear, and they may have changed over the centuries, as well as varying throughout Central America's different communities. What we do know is that it was played in teams of between 2 and 7 players, and scoring was based on the result of faults, as in tennis today. These faults could be touching the ball with a prohibited part of the body, such as the head or the hand, failing to return it, or sending it out of the court. By the time our belt was made, around 2,000 years ago, elaborate stone courts built specially for the game were being used. Many were rectangular in shape, and several had long, sloping walls off which the ball could be bounced. Spectators could also sit along the top of these great stone structures and watch the matches unfold. Clay models show supporters cheering on the players and enjoying the game, just as football fans do today. But these games were far more than just competitive sports. They held a special place in the belief system of the ancient Central Americans, and our stone belt is a clue to these hidden beliefs. Along the outside of the belt are carved designs, and on the front of the curve of the horseshoe shape, cut into the polished stone, is the stylized image of a toad. I can see a broad mouth stretching the whole length of the curve, and behind the eyes, bulbous glands that extend back to the crouched hind legs. Zoologists have even been able to identify the species as the giant Mexican toad, Bufo marinus, but to us it's just an ugly, rather sinister animal. Perhaps the key to understanding this object is that this toad excretes a hallucinogenic substance, and Central Americans believed that it represented an earth goddess. Belts for ball games were made with various underworld animals carved into them, and this tells us that they were meant to be viewed not individually, but rather as part of a broader ritual. It seems that the painful intensity of the ball game symbolized the constant cosmic struggle between the forces of life and death. Michael Whittington again.
Well, I think it's absolutely a metaphor for how Mesoamericans view the world. When you look at one of the great creation stories in Mesoamerica, the Popol Vuh, there are twins. Their names were Xbalanque and Hunahpu. They were ball players. They lived in the underworld and they played ball with the Lords of Death. Regardless of who was playing that game, it re-emphasized how Mesoamericans viewed themselves in the cosmos and in relation to the gods. So they were playing out a game of gods and the Lords of Death every time they took to the ball court.
It used to be thought that the losing team was always sacrificially slaughtered, but while this did later occasionally happen, at the time of our belt, we don't know what lay in store for the losers. Mostly, the games were an opportunity for a community to feast, to worship, and to create and reaffirm social ties. It's thought that early on, this was a game that both men and women could play, but by the time the Spanish encountered the Aztecs in the 16th century, the game was being played only by men. The ball courts were designed to be sacred spaces in which offerings were buried, so making the building a living entity. The Spanish recognised the religious significance of the courts and, of course, wanted to replace the old local pagan religion with their new, superior Catholic one. It cannot have been by accident that they built their cathedral in what is today Mexico City on the site of the great ball court of the ancient Aztec city Tenochtitlan. But if the courts were destroyed, the game survived the brutal conquest of Mexico and the destruction of the Aztec culture. A form of it is even played today, called ulama, proof, if any was needed, that once a sport embodies national identity, as this one does, it has enormous staying power. The author Nick Hornby has written about the passion and the camaraderie of organised sport.
I think there are very few things that we care about collectively. I don't think we do care about religion or God in the same way that we used to. I don't think we care about politics in quite the same way. But when the England football team plays, then there is a great collective desire and there is a sense that we're all pulling in the same direction. We all want the same thing. There is a kind of contemplation involved in that. The experience of subjugating one's will to a collective, whether that's a crowd or a team, is probably akin to a religious service, because there is this sense that time has stopped and that everybody is focused on the one thing. You can feel the collective will inside a stadium, and I think there is some displacement involved with sport where it matters just enough for us to care a great deal, while at the same time it empties our minds of other things. I want my football team to win, and while I'm wanting them to win, everything else is forgotten, and I think this has an enormous value, especially in stressful times.
And one of the striking characteristics of organised games throughout history is their capacity to transcend cultural differences, social divisions, and even political unrest. Straddling the boundary between the sacred and the profane, they can be great social unifiers and dividers. As Nick Hornby says, perhaps there are few other things that we collectively care about so much in our society today. Our Mexican ceremonial belt acts as a powerful symbol of exactly how far all societies can take the obsession for mass organised sport. Tomorrow, we stay with pleasure, but we're a world away from vast crowds bonding in almost mystic union as they watch the shifting fortunes of a ball game. We're with the rarefied, exquisite, and very private pleasures of Imperial China. You can see the object described in this programme close up on the A History of the World website, as well as hundreds of others from museums across the UK. And if you have an object with a history to tell, why not add it to our growing collection? Find all this at bbc.co.uk/A History of the World. Thank you for downloading this episode of A History of the World in 100 Objects from BBC Radio 4. This week, we're roaming the globe around 2,000 years ago, looking at what occupied us when we were at leisure. We've had banqueting and gay sex in the early Roman Empire, smoking and ceremony in North America, ball games and belief in Mexico. Today, we're with what is, for me certainly, one of the greatest pleasures of all, looking at painting. And this programme is about a masterpiece of painting from China. It's a scroll painted around the years 400 or 500, and it embraces three separate art forms, known in China lyrically as the Three Perfections: painting, poetry, and calligraphy. As a hand scroll, it was made to be viewed in private, and as a fine work of art, it was cherished by emperors over hundreds of years. It's known as the Admonitions of the Instructress to the Court Ladies, or the Admonitions Scroll for short. And it's a kind of ancient guide to manners, and above all to morals, for ladies of the Chinese court. It tells powerful women how to behave.
To me, it's an incredibly seductive artwork. It's both delightful and frustrating at the same time.
And it tells a story of, obviously, a very powerful woman.
A history of the world in 100 objects. The Admonition Scroll, a Chinese painting from the 6th to 8th century AD.
A common theme that's emerged from the objects of this week has been the changing views of what constitutes an acceptable pleasure. At different times in world history, spice has turned into vice, or vice versa. But enjoying a work of art like the Admonition Scroll has always been entirely acceptable, and the scroll itself carries the record of those who, through the centuries, have been lucky enough to look at it and enjoy it. And today, astonishingly, I am one of their number. I'm in the specially built East Asian Painting Conservation Studio here at the British Museum, where the entire painting is laid out. It's about 20 feet long. The story of its creation is a process that brings together artists of different periods, and since it was completed, the scroll has been continually cherished. The starting point was a long poem written by the courtier Zhang Hua in 292 AD. Then, about 100 years later, so around 400, a famous painting, now believed to be lost, incorporated the poem. The painted scroll that I have in front of me now was probably completed 100 years or so after that, but it faithfully copied and captured the spirit of the great painting. And there are indeed some who think that this may be the celebrated original painting itself. But whatever its precise status, this scroll is one of the most celebrated examples of early Chinese painting to have come down to us. About half of the scroll is made up of painted scenes, each one divided from the next by lines from the poem. As the scroll was slowly unrolled for you, you would have read the poem and then been able to see only one part at a time. And that sense of unfolding is a key part of the pleasure. The frame in front of me now shows a disturbing scene. A beautiful and seductive woman of the court harem is approaching the emperor. The billowing robes and red ribbons that she's wearing accentuate her movement as she flutters coquettishly towards him. But as we look more closely, we can see that she's actually just faltering. She's just been brought up short by the emperor's outstretched arm and hand, raised in an uncompromising gesture of rejection. Her body twists as she abruptly begins to turn away, and on her face is the expression of a shocked, thwarted vanity. At the time that the poem was written, China was in a state of fragmentation following the collapse of the Han Empire, and competing forces jostled for supremacy, constantly threatening to dethrone the emperor. The emperor himself was mentally deficient, and so his wife, Empress Jia, had a great deal of power, which she spectacularly misused. The poem was written by her courtier, Zhang Hua, who was a minister at court, and according to a written history of the time, Zhang Hua was increasingly horrified by the way the empress and her clan were usurping the authority of her husband. She was jeopardizing the stability of the dynasty and of the state by murder, intrigue, and riotous sexual affairs. Zhang Hua wrote the poem ostensibly to educate all the women of the court, but his real target was, of course, the empress herself. He hoped, through the inspiring and beautiful form of poetry, that he'd be able to lead his wayward ruler to a life of moral correctness, restraint, and decorum.
Keep an eager guard over your behavior. for thence happiness will come. Fulfill your duties calmly and respectfully. Thus shall you win glory and honour.
The painting that illustrates this poem also has a high moral purpose. And, interestingly, although the lessons are ostensibly for women, they can also speak to men. When the emperor refuses to be seduced by his vain wife, he sets an example of male judgment and strength. Dr. Shane McCausland, a leading expert on early Chinese painting, has studied the admonition scroll in detail.
I think it's about positive criticism. He's trying to not tell people what not to do, but to tell them how to do something better. And each of the scenes describes ways in which ladies of the court could improve their conduct, their behaviour, their character. Admonition is really about learning, improving yourself. But in order to do that, if your audience is very jaded, I think you need to inject quite a lot of wit and humour into it. And I think that's exactly what this artist has done. It bears very closely on kingship, on the tradition of statecraft, of principled government. It's a really incredibly insightful portrayal of the human interactions which go to governing.
Unfortunately, Empress Zhao was impervious to the poem's moral message, and she carried on with her scandalous sexual exploits and her murderous activities. Some of her ruthlessness may have been warranted, since there were rebels stirring up civil war, and ultimately, in 300 AD, there was a successful coup. She was captured and forced to commit suicide. 100 years later, around the year 400, the court was once again beset by the same old problems. One day, the Emperor Xiao Wudi observed to his favourite consort, "Now that you're 30 years old, it's time I exchanged you for somebody younger." He meant it as a joke, but she didn't take it well, and she murdered him that evening. The court was scandalised. It was obviously time to remind everybody how to behave by republicising Zhang Hua's poem in a scroll painted by the greatest artist of the day, Gu Kaizhe. The resulting masterpiece was the Admonitions Scroll. Jan Stewart leads the Department of Asia here at the British Museum and is very familiar with this painting and its purpose.
The scroll before us fits into a tradition of didactic imagery established in the Han Dynasty and influenced by the great philosopher Confucius. When you read the text alongside the images, you realize that there's a deep message being communicated here. Confucius had the idea that everyone in society has a proper role and place, and if they follow that, then a very healthy and effective society is ensured. Now, that message must have been especially important at the time that the poem that this scroll is based on was written and at the time it was painted, because these were times of social chaos. So what the message is that the woman, even one with great beauty, must always evince humility. She must always abide by rules and never forget her position in relationship to her husband and family. And by doing so, she is a positive and active force in promoting social order.
Advisors to the powerful have always attempted to guide their leaders, both male and female. Charles Pole knows very well how to advise artfully and loyally. One powerful woman in particular. He was Margaret Thatcher's foreign policy advisor in the 1980s, and he frequently worked with her on China.
Well, this magnificent object tells a story of a very powerful woman. Powerful women in modern history are actually quite rare, really powerful women. Margaret Thatcher was an exception I don't think is going to be repeated anytime soon in this country. It shouldn't be difficult to approach superiors. After all, if one's chosen to be an advisor to somebody, then you've got to give them your honest advice and be fearless in doing so. So the idea that advisors are simply courtiers who say what the leader wants to hear is not true at all. But it is true that Margaret Thatcher benefited from the fact that most of her cabinet ministers were public school educated British men, brought up not to be rude to a lady and to defer to the other sex, and perhaps sometimes this unconsciously qualified their willingness to go head to head with her on difficult issues.
In the Admonition Scroll, we find that a lady ought never to exploit the manners or the weaknesses of her man. The only time that a lady should put herself before the emperor is to protect him from danger. Another scene in the scroll illustrates a true event. when a ferocious black bear escaped from its enclosure during a show put on for the emperor and the ladies of his harem. In this particular scene, we first see two harem ladies running away from the wild beast, but looking back in horror. We next see the emperor seated, frozen with shock, and in front of him the valiant lady, who has not run away, but has rushed to place herself between the emperor and the bear, which is leaping at her, snarling fiercely. But the emperor is safe. This, the picture tells us, is the kind of self-sacrifice we need and expect from our great ladies. This scroll became the prized possession of many emperors, who may have found it to be a useful aid in subduing troublesome wives and mistresses, but who also admired its sheer beauty and used the act of collecting this precious masterpiece as a way of showing just how culturally astute and powerful they were. We can know exactly whose courts it was viewed in because each imperial ruler has left their mark on it, in the form of a stamp carefully placed in the blank spaces around the paintings and the calligraphy. Some of the previous owners have also added their own comments to the scroll, and this brings a kind of pleasure that you can never find in European painting, the sense that you are sharing this delight with people from centuries past, that you now are joining a community of discerning art lovers over centuries who've cherished this painting. For example, the 18th century Qianlong emperor, the contemporary of George III, sums up his appreciation of the scroll and that of his predecessors.
Gu Kaizhe's picture of the admonitions of the instructress with text, authentic relic, a treasure of divine quality belonging to the inner palace.
It was such a treasured relic that only very small audiences would ever have been given access to it. And that's true now as well, but for a different reason. The silk that this is painted on suffers greatly if exposed to light, and it's too delicate to be put on display except very rarely. But thanks to digital imagery, everyone can now share this pleasure, which was once the preserve of the few. And although we're not allowed to put our own stamp on it to record our delight, we can all join the Qianlong Emperor and the other people who through the decades have so enjoyed gazing at the admonitions scroll. The private pleasure of the Chinese imperial court has become universal. From the privileged enjoyment of high art on the eastern coast of China, tomorrow we move to high dining among friends in Suffolk. We explore the zenith of the Roman Empire in Britain and its fall through a little silver pepper pot. You can see the object described in this programme close up on the A History of the World website, as well as hundreds of others from museums across the UK. And if you have an object with a history to tell, why not add it to our growing collection? Find all this at bbc.co.uk/A History of the World. Thank you for downloading this episode of A History of the World in 100 Objects from BBC Radio 4. For thousands of years, Western Europeans have been entranced by the spices of the East. Long before curry became the British national dish, we dreamed of transforming our dull island food with exotic flavours from India. For the poet George Herbert, the phrase, "the land of spices," evoked a metaphorical perfection at once unimaginably remote and infinitely desirable. So it's perhaps not surprising that spice has, through the centuries, always been not just high poetry, but big business. The spice trade between the Far East and Europe funded the Portuguese and Dutch empires and provoked many bloody wars. Already, at the beginning of the 5th century, it was a trade that embraced the whole of the Roman Empire. When, in 408, barbarian Visigoths attacked the city of Rome, they were induced to leave only on the payment of a huge ransom that included gold, silver, large quantities of silk, and one further luxury, a ton of pepper. This precious spice had made its lucrative way all over the Roman Empire, from India to East Anglia. And that's where this programme's object was found.
The trade was very important to the Romans, and they made a lot of profit from it.
They just couldn't get enough of it. Wars were fought over it. And if you look at Roman recipes, every one starts with take pepper and mix with.
A history of the world in 100 objects. The Hoxton pepper pot. Made of silver, from the 4th century AD, found in Suffolk, England.
This week we've travelled the globe, looking at objects of leisure and pleasure from around the world about 2,000 years ago. We began with sex and feasting near Jerusalem, in what was then the Roman Middle East. We've been to North America for tobacco smoking, moved to Mexico for early team sports, and then went on to the moralising pleasures of painting and poetry in China. Today, I'm back with the Romans, in what they might have called the Far West, what we think of as Suffolk. We're around the year 400, and in England, centuries of unprecedented peace and prosperity are about to end in chaos. Across Western Europe, the Roman Empire is fragmenting into a series of failed states, and in Britain, the Roman leadership is conducting a phased withdrawal. At moments like this, it's tricky to be rich. There was no longer any organised military or civil force to protect them or their possessions. And as they fled, they left behind them some of the finest treasure ever found. Our object belongs to a fabulous collection of gold and silver, buried in a field at Hoxton, Suffolk, around 410, and found nearly 1,600 years later, in 1992. I'm holding a small statue of the upper half of a Roman matron, wearing very elaborate clothes and long, dangly earrings. Her hair is fantastically complicated. It's twisted and plaited in an elaborate updo, and she's obviously a seriously grande dame and very, very fashionable. She's about 3 inches high, so the size of a silver pepper pot. Indeed, that's exactly what she is, a silver pepper pot. And when I pick it up, I can see that on the underside there's a clever mechanism which allows you to determine how much pepper will come out. You turn the handle and you can either close it completely, have it fully open, or in a kind of sprinkling mode. This pepper pot would clearly have been owned by very wealthy people, and it's obviously designed to amuse. Although the face is of silver, the eyes and the lips are picked out in gold, so that as the candles flickered, the eyes and the lips would have appeared to move. She would have been quite a talking point at Suffolk banquets. On a table laden with nosh for the posh, she is, without question, a bit of kitsch for the rich. Britain had become part of the Roman Empire in the year 43. So by the time of our pepper pot, it had been a Roman province for over 300 years. Native Britons and Romans had intermingled and intermarried, and in England, everyone did as the Romans did. Roman trade expert Roberta Tomber.
When the Romans came to Britain, they brought a lot of material culture and a lot of habits with them that made the people of Britain feel Roman, that they identified with the Roman culture. Wine was one of these, olive oil was another, and pepper would have been a more valuable one in this same sort of set of Romanitas.
The Romans were seriously interested in food, and slave chefs would man the kitchens to create great delicacies. A high-end Roman menu could include dormice sprinkled with honey and poppy seeds, followed by a whole wild boar being suckled by piglets made of cake, inside which were placed live thrushes, and to finish, quince apples and pork disguised as fowls and fish. None of these opulent culinary inventions could have been created without ample seasoning, and the primary spice would have been pepper. Why has this particular spice remained so constantly attractive? We asked the author and academic Christine McFadden about the importance of adding a bit of pepper to your recipe.
As an early 20th century French chef said, that no other spice can do so much for so many different types of food, both sweet and savoury. It contains an alkaloid called piperine, which is responsible for the pungency. And what it does to the body is it promotes sweating, which cools the body, which is essential for comfort in hot climates. It also aids digestion. It titivates the taste buds and makes the mouth water. And the other thing, there's research which suggests that it might be a factor in transforming the chemical energy we get from food into what's called heating energy. So in other words, it keeps us warm.
The closest place to Rome where pepper actually grew was India, and so the Romans had to find a way of sending ships to and fro across the Indian Ocean and then carrying their cargo overland to the Mediterranean. Whole fleets and caravans laden with pepper would travel from India to the Red Sea, then across the desert to the Nile. It was then traded around the Roman Empire by river, sea and road. This was an immense network of trade, complicated and dangerous, but highly profitable. Roberta Tomber again.
We have Strabo in the 1st century A.D. saying that 120 boats left every year from Myos Hormos, that's a port on the Red Sea, to India. Of course, there were other ports on the Red Sea and other countries sending ships to India. The actual value of the trade was enormous, and one hint we have of this is from a 2nd century papyrus known as the Museris Papyrus. And in that, they discuss the cost of a shipload, and it is estimated at 7 million sestertia. Now, just to put that in context, at that same time, a soldier in the Roman army would have earned about 800 sestertia a year.
So regularly filling a large silver pepper pot like ours would have taken its toll on the grocery bills. And the household that owned our pepper pot had another 3 silver pots for pepper or other spice, one shaped as Hercules in action, and 2 in the shape of animals. This is dizzying extravagance, the stuff of bankers' bonuses, but the pepper pots are just a tiny part of the great hoard of buried treasure. They were found in a chest containing 78 spoons, 20 ladles, 29 pieces of spectacular gold jewellery, and over 15,000 gold and silver coins. 15 different emperors are represented on the coins. The latest is Constantine III, who came to power in 407, and it's this that helps us to date the hoard, which must have been buried for safekeeping sometime after that year, a time when Roman authority in Britain was rapidly breaking down. Which brings us back to our pepper pot, which you'll remember is in the shape of a high-born Roman matron. With her right forefinger, she points to a scroll, and she holds this very proudly, rather like a graduate showing off her degree scroll in a graduation photograph. And it's this that tells us that this woman is not only from a wealthy family, but that she's also highly educated. There's no doubt that this lady's lunches would have had a very literary flavour. Although Roman women were not allowed to practice professions such as the law or politics, they were taught to be accomplished in the arts. And so singing, playing musical instruments, reading, writing and drawing were all accomplishments expected of a well-bred lady. And while a woman like this could not have held public office, she would certainly have been in a position to exercise real power. We don't know who the woman on the pepper pot was, but there are clues to be found on other objects from the Hoxton hoard. A gold bracelet is inscribed Uteri Felix Domina Juliane, meaning, use this happily, Lady Juliane. We'll never know if the Lady Juliane is the lady on our pepper pot, but she may well have been its owner. Another name, Aurelius Ursicinus, is found on several of the other objects. Could this perhaps have been Juliane's husband? All the objects are small, but extremely precious. This was the mobile wealth of a rich Roman family, and it's precisely this type of person who is in danger when a state fails. There were no Swiss bank accounts in the ancient world. The only thing to do with your wealth in time of danger was to bury it and hope that you lived to come back and find it. But Juliane and Aurelius never did come back, and the buried treasure remained in the ground until 1600 years later, a farmer, Eric Laws, went to look for a missing hammer. What he found, with the help of his metal detector, was this spectacular hoard. And he did find the hammer, which is now also part of the British Museum's collection. It's perhaps worth noting that many of the objects in this series we wouldn't know much about, were it not for the work of thousands of people, archaeologists, anthropologists, historians, and many others. And we wouldn't even have found many of these objects without metal detectorists like Eric Laws, who in recent years have been rewriting the history of Britain. When he found the first few objects, he alerted local archaeologists so that they could record the detail of the site and lift the whole hoard out in blocks of earth. Weeks of careful micro-excavation in the laboratories of the British Museum revealed not only the objects, but the way in which they had been packed. Although their original container, a wooden chest about 2 feet wide, had largely perished, its contents remained in their original positions. Our pepper pot was buried alongside a stack of ladles, some small silver jugs, and a beautiful silver handle in the shape of a prancing tigress. And right at the top, lovingly wrapped in cloth, were necklaces, rings, and gold chains, placed there by people uncertain of when or whither they would ever wear them again. These are objects that bring us very close to the terrifying events that must have been overwhelming these people's lives. Written on one of the spoons in the hoard are the words Vivas in Deo, may you live in God, a common Christian prayer, and it's likely that our fleeing family was Christian. By this date, Christianity had been the official religion of the empire for nearly 100 years, and like pepper, it had come to Britain via Rome. Faith and trade often travelled together, and both the peppercorn and the cross had a reach far wider than the Roman Empire itself. Next week, I shall be moving away from earthly pleasures to examine some of the new spiritual structures that humanity was creating around the world about 2,000 years ago. We'll be starting in India, with an image that sits most happily in our contemporary Western imagination: a seated Buddha. You can see the object described in this programme close up on the A History of the World website, as well as hundreds of others from museums across the UK. And if you have an object with a history to tell, why not add it to our growing collection? Find all this at bbc.co.uk/A History of the World. Thank you for downloading this episode of A History of the World in 100 Objects from BBC Radio 4. It's morning in Battersea Park in London, and I'm standing near the river, next to the Peace Pagoda. Every day, watched by 4 gilded Buddha statues, a Japanese Buddhist monk drums his way over the grass. His name is the Reverend Gyoru Nagase, and he knows these gilded Buddhas very well. But then, so, in a sense, do we all. Here, looking out over the Thames, is the Buddha sitting cross-legged, his hands touching in front of his chest. I hardly need to describe the figure any further because the seated Buddha is one of the most familiar and most enduring images in world religion. Today you can find statues of the Buddha seated and serene all over the world. But it hasn't always been like this. The Buddha has not always been there for us to contemplate. For centuries, he was represented only through a set of symbols. The story of how this changed and how the Buddha came to be shown in human form begins in Pakistan around 1800 years ago.
The presence of the image of the Buddha creates a very interesting and deep spiritual and calm ambiance on the site where you have it.
It's really the need for worshipping for seeing the gods, for having them visible. and not only thinking of the Buddha as a man who lived 400 or 500 years before and who have initiated a new way of looking at life.
A history of the world in 100 objects. Seated Buddha from Gandhara, Pakistan. A stone statue from the 2nd to 3rd century AD.
This week in our history, we're with the gods, or, in this case, as near to the gods as it's possible for humans to get. All religions have to confront the key question: how can the infinite, the boundless, be apprehended? How can we, humans, draw near to the other, God? Some aim to achieve it through chanting, some through words alone, but most faiths have found images useful to focus human attention on the divine. In this week's programmes, I'll be looking at how, a little under 2,000 years ago, great religions used the visual as a route to prayer. Is it more than an extraordinary coincidence that at about the same moment, Christianity, Hinduism and Buddhism all start showing Christ, Hindu gods and the Buddha in human form? Coincidence or not, all three religions established then artistic conventions which are still very much alive today. Around 1800 years ago, Buddhism had already been in existence for centuries. The historical Buddha was a prince of the Ganges region in North India in the 5th century BC, who abandoned his royal life to become a wandering ascetic, wanting to comprehend and therefore to overcome the roots of human suffering. After many experiences, he finally sat under a peepal tree and meditated without moving for 49 days, until, at last, he achieved enlightenment, freedom from greed, hate and delusion. At this moment, he became the Buddha, the enlightened or the awakened one. He passed on his dharma, his way, his teaching, to monks and to missionaries, who eventually travelled across the vast expanses of Asia. As the Buddha's message spread north, it passed into the region known as Gandhara, the area in what is now northeastern Pakistan, around Peshawar in the foothills of the Himalayas. From the 1850s onwards, it was in Gandhara that vast numbers of Buddhist shrines and sculptures were discovered and investigated. In fact, more Buddhist sculpture and architecture comes from Gandhara than from any other part of ancient India. And here, in the British Museum, we have a Buddha sculpture that perfectly matches the pose of the one in Battersea Park. But this one isn't gold. It's carved from grey schist, a rock that contains fragments of crystal, which make the stone glint and gleam in the light. The Buddha's hands and face are more or less life-size, but the body is smaller, and he sits cross-legged in the lotus position with his hands raised in front of him. On both shoulders, he wears an overrobe, and the folds of the drapery form thick, rounded ridges and terraces. This drapery hides most of his feet, except for a couple of the toes on the upturned right foot, which you can just see. He looks serenely into the distance, his eyelids lowered, and his hair is gathered up into what seems to be a bun, but which is in fact a symbol of the Buddha's wisdom and enlightened state. And rising from the top of his shoulders, surrounding his head, is what looks like a large grey dinner plate, but of course is in fact his halo. This virtually life-sized and lifelike figure must have been a startling sight for any Buddhist 1800 years ago. Until shortly before then, the Buddha had been represented only by sets of symbols, the tree under which he achieved enlightenment, a pair of footprints, and so on. To give him human form was entirely new. The move towards representing Buddha as a man is described by the historian Claudine Baude-Picheron.
There is a movement going towards representations of, I would say, in brackets, gods and goddesses, because the Buddha was, in fact, a real historical character, so he was not a god. And so there is this movement 2,000 years ago when they started representing these various deities and human wise men who had lived a few hundred years before. The first evocation of the Buddha's presence is carved around these circular monuments, which are called stupas. There, the Buddha is referred to through the tree below which he sat, where he became awakened, which is the meaning of Buddha, in fact, to be awakened. The worship of footprints are a major element in India still today. They refer to persons who are no more there, but who have left their traces on earth. This will develop towards even a more elaborated structure where you can have in place of the tree a flaming pillar, which means that out of the Buddha emerges light. So there were symbols which were creeping in the artistic world and which really opened the way to the physical image of the Buddha.
It's still not entirely clear just why the bodily image appears at this time. Our sculpture, one of the earliest known, probably dates to the 3rd century AD, when Gandhara was ruled by the Kushan kings of northern India, whose empire stretched from Kabul to Islamabad. It was a wealthy region, thanks to its position on the Silk Road, the trade routes linking China, India, and the Mediterranean. From Gandhara, the main route ran west through Iran to Alexandria in Egypt. Gandhara's prosperity and political stability allowed the construction of a great landscape of Buddhist shrines, monuments and sculpture, and further missionary expansion. It's something that will be a recurring feature through this week. The religions that survive today are the ones that were spread and sustained by trade and power. It's profoundly paradoxical. Buddhism, the religion founded by an ascetic who spurned all comfort and riches, flourished thanks to the international trade in luxury goods. With the luxury goods, like silk, went the monks and the missionaries, and with them went the Buddha in human form, perhaps because such an image helps when you're teaching across a language barrier. There are 4 standard poses for the Buddha that we know today. He can be shown lying, sitting, standing, and walking, and each pose reflects a particular aspect of his life and activity, rather than a moment or an event. Our sculpture shows him in his enlightened state. He's robed as a monk, as might be expected, but unlike a monk, his head is not shaved. He's dispensed with finery and removed his princely jewellery. His ears are no longer weighted down with gold, but the elongated lobes still have the empty holes that show that this man was once a prince. He's seated cross-legged in the lotus position, a pose used for meditation and, as here, for teaching. But this statue, and the thousands made later that look so like it, has a purpose. Tibetan Thupten Jinpa, a former monk and interpreter to the Dalai Lama, explains how you use an image like this one as a help on your journey towards enlightenment.
What the religious practitioners do is to bring the image of the Buddha by first looking at the image and then bring that image of the Buddha within oneself in a sort of a mental image, and then reflect upon the qualities of the Buddha, Buddha's body, speech and mind. The image of the Buddha plays a role of recalling in the mind of the devotee the historical teacher, the Buddha, and his experience of awakening, and also the key events in his life. There are different images, forms of the Buddha that actually kind of, symbolizes those events. For example, there is a very famous posture of the Buddha, which is seated but with his hand in a gesture of preaching. Technically, this hand gesture is referred to as the gesture of turning the wheel of Dharma, Dharma Chakra.
And this is the hand gesture of our seated Buddha. The Dharma Chakra, or Wheel of Law, is a symbol that represents the path to enlightenment, and it's one of the oldest known Buddhist symbols found in Indian art. In the sculpture, Buddha's fingers stand in for the spokes of the wheel, and he's setting in motion the wheel of law to his followers, who will eventually be able to renounce the material states of illusion, suffering, and individuality for the immaterial state of the highest happiness, nirvana.
It is only the fool who is deceived by the outward show of beauty. For where is the beauty when the decorations of the person are taken away? The jewels removed, the gaudy dress laid aside, the flowers and chaplets withered and dead. The wise man, seeing the vanity of all such fictitious charms, regards them as a dream, a mirage, a fantasy.
All Buddhist art aims to detach the faithful from the physical world, even if it uses a physical image, like our statue, to do so. In the next programme, we have a religion that believes in the delights of material abundance, and that has a profusion of gods covered in decorations, flowers and garlands. It's Hinduism. But for the moment, let's end with this statue of the Buddha, the thing which leads us to no thing, nothing, and to the greatest sound of all, silence. You can see the object described in this programme close up on the A History of the World website, as well as hundreds of others from museums across the UK. And if you have an object with a history to tell, why not add it to our growing collection? Find all this at bbc.co.uk/A History of the World. Thank you for downloading this episode of A History of the World in 100 Objects from BBC Radio 4. This week, I'm looking at how, almost 2,000 years ago, many of the great religions of the world began reimagining the divine, creating new human forms for the gods in order to focus the devotion of their followers. Today, I'm in northwest London, in Neasden, walking into what must be one of the most startling buildings in the capital. It's the BAPS Sri Swaminarayan Mandir, the Neasden Hindu temple, and it's a vast white building elaborately carved in India by over 1,500 craftsmen and then shipped to England. I've taken my shoes off and come inside to a large hall sumptuously decorated with sculptures of the Hindu gods carved in white Carrara marble. Images like these of Shiva, Vishnu and the other Hindu gods strike us as timeless, but there was one particular moment when this way of seeing the gods began. The visual language of Hinduism, just like Buddhism and Christianity, crystallizes somewhere around the year 400. And this exuberant crowd of deities in Neasden can be traced back pretty well directly to India's great Gupta Empire of around 1600 years ago.
Every culture, every civilization had to have a golden age. So the Gupta period was latched onto as the golden age.
God is a person in your life and you're manifesting that in your life. If the Queen was to come to your home, how would you treat her? It's the best china, it's the best tea, etc., etc. Same thing with God, except this is a daily occurrence.
A History of the World in 100 Objects. Gold coin of Kumaragupta I. From 5th century India.
I'm here in the temple at 4 in the afternoon. I couldn't be here before because the gods were asleep, and what you're hearing now is the music played every day to waken them up. They are woken up now, so I'm allowed to go and to engage with them. It's rather obvious, I suppose, but to interact with a god in this intimate way, we need to be able to recognize them. But how are they to be identified? Well, I've already found the great gods Shiva and Vishnu because I'm familiar with them from the museum. Here's Shiva with his wife Parvati and his trident, and here is Vishnu sitting with his forearms, holding discus and lotus flower. And on a pillar nearby is a god who was particularly important for the Gupta kings, Shiva's son, Kumara. All these Hindu gods began to assume the shapes we recognize today in the brand new temples built by the Gupta kings. The Gupta dynasty began a little after the year 300, and it rapidly expanded from its base in northern India until it covered a good deal of the subcontinent, so that by 450 the Gupta Empire, along with Iran and the Eastern Roman Empire, Byzantium, was one of the world's three superpowers. Not long after Constantine in Rome had established Christianity, the Gupta kings in North India set many of the enduring forms of Hinduism, creating the complex apparatus of faith with temples and priests and commissioning the images of the gods that we know now. Why does this happen at this point in history? As with Christianity and Buddhism, which around the same time portray both Christ and Buddha in human form, it seems to be to do with empire, wealth, and the power of art. Only stable, rich, and powerful states can commission great art and architecture, which, unlike text or language, can be instantly understood by anyone, very valuable in multilingual empires. But whereas in Rome, Christianity was soon imposed as the exclusive religion of the empire, for the Gupta kings, worship of the Hindu gods was always only one of the ways in which the divine could be apprehended and embraced. This is a world that seems to be at ease with complexity, happy to live with many truths, and indeed to proclaim them all as an official part of the state. And we can glimpse something of the richness of this Gupta religious landscape through 2 gold coins. I'm in the study room of our coins and medals department, and in front of me I've got 2 coins of the Indian king Kumaragupta I, who ruled from AD 414 to 455, and they're 2 coins that show very different aspects of this king's religious life. They're each almost exactly the size of a 1-penny coin, but they're made of solid gold, and like all small gold objects, they sit quite heavily in the hand. On the first coin, where you'd normally expect to see the king, there's a horse, a magnificent standing stallion. He's decorated with ribbons, and a great pennant flutters over his head. And around the coin, in Sanskrit, is the inscription that translates King Kumaragupta, the supreme lord who has conquered his enemies. Why put a horse on the coin instead of the king? This looks back to an ancient sacrificial ritual established long before Hinduism that had been observed by the Indian kings of the past and was preserved and continued by the Guptas. It was an awesome and elaborate year-long process that a king might opt to do once in his reign. It cost a fortune, and it culminated in a massive theatrical event, the sacrifice itself. Kumaragupta decided that he would perform this rite. A stallion was selected and ritually purified, then released to roam for a year, followed and observed by a vast escort of princes, heralds, and attendants. A key part of their job was to prevent it from mating. The stallion had to remain pure. At the end of its year of sexually frustrated freedom, the horse was retrieved in a complex set of ceremonies before being killed by the king himself, using a gold knife in front of a vast audience. Our gold coin commemorates Kumaragupta's performance of this ancient pre-Hindu ritual that had reaffirmed his legitimacy and his supremacy. But at the same time, Kumaragupta was vigorously promoting other, newer religious practices, invoking other gods in support of his earthly power. He was spending large amounts of money on building temples and filling them with statues and paintings of the Hindu gods, making them manifest to the worshippers in a new and striking form. He was, in fact, creating the gods anew. What sort of relationship between devotee and deity was being encouraged during this flourishing of Hinduism under the Guptas? Shaunaka Rishi Das, Hindu cleric and director of the Oxford Centre for Hindu Studies, explains.
Hindus will see a deity on the whole as God present. God can manifest anywhere, so the physical manifestation of the image is considered to be a great aid in gaining the presence of God. By going to the temple, you see this image that is the presence. Or you can have the image in your own home. So they'll invite God to come into this deity form. They will wake God up in the morning with an offering of sweets. The deity will have been put to bed in a bed the night before, raised up, will be bathed in warm water, ghee, honey, yogurt, and then dressed in handmade dresses, usually made of silk, and garlanded with beautiful flowers, and then set up for worship for the day. So it's a very interesting process of practicing the presence of God.
The god whose presence Kumaragupta chose to practice most intensely is obvious from his name. He chose as his special god the god of war, Kumara. And it's Kumara that we see on our second gold coin. Naked to the waist, he holds a spear and is mounted on a sacred peacock. Not the vain, glorious peacock of Western tradition, but an aggressive and terrifying bird that he's riding into war. This image, created 1600 years ago, is still immediately recognizable today. You can see it in many shrines, but there's one final detail that's worth mentioning. Kumara and his peacock are shown standing on a plinth. What we're looking at is a statue of the god, as you would see it in a temple, just the sort of statue that Kumaragupta himself might have commissioned. It's a tradition of temple imagery that emerges here and continues to the present day. And on the other side of the coin is King Kumaragupta, also with a peacock. But unlike Kumara, he doesn't ride this peacock. Instead, he elegantly offers grapes to his god's sacred bird. Crowned and haloed, the king wears heavy earrings and an elaborate necklace, and the inscription tells us that this is Kumaragupta, deservedly victorious, with an abundance of virtues. The gold coin does what coins have always done uniquely well. They tell everyone who handles them that their ruler enjoys the special favour of heaven, and in this case, the special favour of heaven's commander-in-chief, because he's linked in a particular way to the god Kumara. It's a form of mass communications invented around the death of Alexander that rulers have exploited ever since. The grace of God claimed for the Queen on every British penny stands in the same tradition as Kumaragupta's coin. But Kumaragupta's image of his god is about much more than the theology of power. It also speaks of a universal human desire. Like all the objects this week, it's evidence of the longing for a direct personal connection with the divine, which everyone, not just the king, could access. Mediated by statues and images, it's a relationship that's been central to Hinduism ever since. Under the Guptas, the central deities of Hinduism and their worship assumed a form that has dominated the religious landscape of India from that day to this. And in recent years, this Hindu aspect of the Guptas' religious activities has loomed large in historians' accounts of their reign. As the Delhi-based historian Romila Thapar explains, the Guptas continue to make their presence felt in India today, not only in the monuments left behind, but also in the way that the period is used politically.
When colonial history began to be written, and then there was nationalist historical writing, the Gupta period was latched onto as the Golden Age. There has grown in India in the last few decades a way of thinking which has been called Hindutva, which is an attempt to suggest that the only person that has legitimacy as a citizen of India is the Hindu, because the Hindu is supposed to be the indigenous inhabitant. Everybody else, the Muslims, the Christians, the Parsis, all came later and came from outside. They were foreign. Never mind the fact that they're all, 99% of them, of Indian blood. And the Gupta period then came in for a great deal of attention as a result of this kind of thinking.
This seems surprising because, as the two coins we've looked at show, the Guptas not only established temple Hinduism in something like its modern form, but they also honoured older religious traditions and were generous protectors of both Buddhism and Jainism. In short, Kumaragupta takes his place in the great Indian tradition, inspired by Ashoka, the Buddhist king of 600 years earlier, a tradition that sees the state as tolerant of many faiths, a tradition later embraced by the Islamic Mughal emperors, by the British, and by the founders of modern India. In the next programme, we'll be looking at a completely different way of thinking and visualising the relationship between God and the world. We'll be with India's powerful Western neighbour and fellow superpower, Iran, and with an image that takes us to the heart of the enduring Zoroastrian struggle between good and evil. You can see the object described in this programme close up on the A History of the World website, as well as hundreds of others from museums across the UK. And if you have an object with a history to tell, why not add it to our growing collection? Find all this at bbc.co.uk/A History of the World. These days, most of us are pretty unsure about what Zarathustra actually did speak, or even who he was, which is perhaps surprising, because Zarathustra, or as he's more widely known, Zoroaster, was the founder of one of the great religions of the world. For centuries, along with Judaism, Christianity and Islam, it was one of the four dominant faiths of the Middle East. It was the oldest of the four, the first of all the text-based religions, and it profoundly influenced the other three. There are still significant Zoroastrian communities all over the world, especially in the religion's homeland, Iran. Indeed, the Islamic Republic today guarantees reserved seats in its parliament for Jews, Christians, and Zoroastrians. In the Iran of 2,000 years ago, Zoroastrianism was the state religion of what was then the Middle Eastern superpower. My object today is a dramatic visualization of power and faith in that Iranian empire. It's a silver dish from the 4th century, and it shows the king apparently out hunting. But in fact, he's keeping the world safe from chaos.
This is the image of what the Persians called Shah, king of kings. He rules because he is strong, because he is mighty, because he is powerful. And this was absolutely fundamental to the way that the Persians saw the functioning of the world.
A History of the World in 100 Objects. Silver plate, showing Shapur II. 4th century. Made in Iran.
This week's programmes are about ways in which people all over the world around 1700 years ago found new ways of giving physical expression to religious belief, constructing images that would become so widespread that we're still familiar with them today. How those images came to be made, and the role that political and economic power played in spreading and sustaining these religions, are still matters of passionate debate. In Rome at this time, Christianity became the state religion, and almost contemporaneously, in Iran, the Sasanian dynasty built a highly centralized state in which secular and religious authority were bound together. At its height, this Iranian empire stretched from the Euphrates to the Indus, in modern terms from Syria to Pakistan, and for several centuries it was the equal and the rival of Rome in the long struggle to control the Middle East. The Sasanian king out hunting on this programme's silver dish is Shapur II, who ruled with resounding success for 70 years, from 309 to 379. It's a shallow silver dish. I suppose it's about the size and the shape of a small frisbee, but it's made of very high-quality silver, and as you move it around, you can see that it's got highlights in gold. The king sits confidently astride his mount, and on his head he wears a very large crown with what looks like a winged globe on the top of it. Behind him, ribbons flutter over the silver, giving an impression of movement. Everything about his dress is rich. Pendant earrings, long-sleeved tunic with carefully embroidered shoulder pads, highly decorated trousers, and ribboned shoes. What we're looking at is an elaborate, carefully worked out ceremonial image of wealth and power. So far, you might think that this is all pretty predictable stuff. Kings have always shown themselves dominating animals and overdressed. But as we'll see, this is much more than a conventional display of prowess and privilege. For the Sasanian kings were more than just secular rulers. They were agents of God. And Shapur's full titles emphasize his religious role. The good worshipper of God, Shapur, the king of Iran and non-Iran, of the divine race of God, the king of kings. The God here is, of course, the God of Zoroastrianism, the religion of the state. Historian Tom Holland tells us about the great prophet and poet Zoroaster.
Zoroaster is the very first prophet in the sense that you would describe Moses or Muhammad as a prophet. No one is entirely sure when or if indeed if he lived, but if he really did exist, then he probably lived in Central Asian steppes in around 1000 BC. And gradually, over the course of the centuries and then the millennia, his teachings became the focus for what we could probably call a Zoroastrian church. And this increasingly became the state faith of the Iranian people and therefore of the Sasanian Empire when it was established. The teachings of Zoroaster will sound very familiar to anyone who's been brought up as a Jew or Christian or a Muslim. Zoroaster is the first prophet to teach that the universe is a battleground between rival forces of good and evil. He is the first to teach that time will not go round in an endless cycle, but will come to an end, that there will be an end of days. There will be a day of judgment. And all of these notions have, of course, passed into the Abrahamic mainstream of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam.
And it's when you come to the animal that the king is riding on the silver dish that you get a shock, because he's not on a horse, but on a fully antlered stag. He straddles the beast without either stirrups or saddle, gripping it by the antlers with his left hand, while his right hand deftly plunges a sword right into its neck. Blood sprays out, and at the bottom of the plate we see the same stag in the throes of death. This whole image is quite clearly a fantasy. From the great crown at the top, which would quite clearly have fallen off if you'd been riding, to the idea of killing your own mount in full leap. We're in the realm of symbol. What's really going on here? In the Middle East for centuries, hunting scenes have been a common way of representing royal power. Assyrian kings, well protected in their chariots, are shown bravely killing lions from a safe distance. But Shapur is doing something else. This is the monarch in single combat with the beast, and he's risking himself not out of pointless bravado, but for the benefit of his subjects. As protective ruler, we see him killing certain kinds of animals, the beasts that threatened his subjects, big cats which preyed on cattle and poultry, wild boar and deer which ravaged crops and pastures. So images like this one are visual metaphors for royal power, conceived in Zoroastrian terms. In killing the wild deer, the hunter king is imposing divine order on demonic chaos. Shapur, acting as agent for the supreme Zoroastrian god of goodness, will defeat the forces of primal evil, and so fulfill his central role as king. Giti Azarpai, Professor of Asian Art at the University of California.
It is both a secular image because, of course, hunting was enjoyed by most people, by most nations, and especially in Iran. It was also an expression of the Zoroastrian ideology of the time. Man is God's weapon against darkness and evil, and serves towards the ultimate victory of the Creator by following the principle of right measure, living a life that is prescribed as having good speech, good words, and good actions. In this way, the pious Zoroastrian can hope for the best of existence in this life and the best paradise spiritually in the hereafter. The best king is one who, as head of state and guardian of religion, creates justice and order, is a supreme warrior and a heroic hunter.
This dish is quite clearly meant not just to be seen, but to be shown off. It's an ostentatiously expensive object made from a heavy single piece of silver, and the figures have been hammered out from the back in high relief. The different surface textures have been beautifully rendered by the craftsman, who's chosen different kinds of stippling for the flesh of the animal and the clothing of the king. And the key elements of the scene, the king's crown and clothing, the heads, tails and hooves of the stags, are highlighted in gold. When this was displayed in the flickering candlelight of a banquet, the gold would have animated the scene and focused attention on the central conflict between the king and the beast. This is how Shapur wanted himself to be seen and his kingdom to be understood. And silver dishes like this one were used by the Sasanian kings in vast quantities, sent as diplomatic gifts across the whole of Asia. As well as sending silver dishes with symbolic images, Shapur also sent Zoroastrian missionaries. It was an identification of the faith with the state that was ultimately to prove very dangerous, especially after the Sasanian dynasty was swept away and Iran was conquered by the armies of Islam. The historian Tom Holland again.
Well, Zoroastrianism has really pinned its colours to the Sasanian mast. It has defined itself through the empire and through the monarchy. And so when those collapse, Zoroastrianism is really crippled. And although over time it is accepted that Zoroastrianism should be tolerated, Islam never affords it the measure of respect that they give to Christians or to Jews. A further problem is that Christians, of course, even those who have been conquered by Muslims, can look to independent Christian empires, independent Christian kingdoms, and know that there is such a thing as Christendom still in existence. Zoroastrians don't have that option. Everywhere that is Zoroastrian has been conquered by Islam. And so as a result, there is an increasing sort of spiral of decline to the degree that now, in the land of its birth in Iran, Zoroastrians are a tiny, tiny minority.
But if Zoroastrians today are relatively few in number, some of their faith's core teachings about the eternal conflicts of good and evil, about the ending of the world, are still very powerful today. The politics of the Middle East are still haunted and in some measure shaped by belief in an eventual apocalypse and the triumph of justice, an idea that Judaism, Christianity and Islam all derive from Zoroastrianism. And when politicians in Tehran talk of the great Satan and politicians in Washington denounce the empire of evil, one's tempted to point out that thus spake Zarathustra. In the next programme, we move from Iran to Britain of almost exactly the same date. From today's silver dish that symbolically combines power and faith at the heart of empire, I shall be with an object that offers us a very different view of sacrifice and redemption. We'll be in Dorset, with one of the earliest representations of the face of Christ. You can see the object described in this programme close up on the A History of the World website, as well as hundreds of others from museums across the UK. And if you have an object with a history to tell, why not add it to our growing collection? Find all this at bbc.co.uk/A History of the World. Thank you for downloading this episode of A History of the World in 100 Objects from BBC Radio 4. I'm walking with the gods. I'm in the gallery that's got objects from the time when Britain was part of the Roman Empire, around 1700 years ago. Here's Mars, there's Bacchus with his wine cup, Pan piping on a silver dish, and now I've arrived at what looks like another pagan god, this time in mosaic. It's a shoulder-length portrait. He's roughly life-size, clean-shaven, his fair hair swept back, and he's wearing a tunic and a robe tightly wrapped around his shoulders. But which God is this? There's a clue, because this is a man with a monogram. Behind his head are the two Greek letters Chi and Rho. And that tells me at once who he is, because they're the first two letters of the word Christos. And this is, in fact, Christ. It's one of the earliest images we have of him anywhere, and it's an astonishing survival, made not for a church in the Eastern Mediterranean or in imperial Rome, but for the floor of a villa in Dorset, somewhere around the year 350.
I think this is an experiment. It's an experiment in how to depict Christ in familiar iconographic form.
I find it a rather distant object. The image of Christ is not, I think, an attractive one. There's that desperate down chin.
I like the way that the eyes of the face are so not quite staring, but they are very piercing.
I can't imagine anybody nominating it as their favourite image of Christ.
A history of the world in 100 objects. The Hinton St. Mary mosaic, 4th century. From a Roman villa in Dorset, England.
This week, we're looking at how, about 1700 years ago, a number of great religions began to use human images to aid our prayers. But for the first 2 or 3 Christian centuries, the very idea of looking on the face of God, even of a God in human form, would have been inconceivable. Firstly, because there was no record of Christ's appearance that artists could have based a likeness on, but even more because the Jewish inheritance of a God to be worshipped in spirit and in truth, but emphatically not to be represented in art, inhibited the early Christians from any such attempt. Yet now we all live in a world where the likeness of Christ is commonplace, a face that can be instantly recognized. How did we get there? The decision to try to show the face of Christ, probably taken because the Roman elite were so used to seeing their gods in statues, paintings and mosaics, was both a major theological step and one of the decisive turning points in European visual culture. This face of Christ from Dorset was made in the last century of Roman rule in Britain, which was in many ways a golden age. It was a lavish world in which the ruling class could spend enormous sums of money decorating their villas and putting their wealth on display in the form of spectacular tableware. In the cases around us, you can see the hoards of silver vessels, spoons, and even pepper pots like the ones I talked about last week, that show a society that seems to have accommodated itself comfortably to both paganism and Christianity. The great silver dish found at Mildenhall in Suffolk shows Bacchus drunkenly cavorting with pliant nymphs, while the spoons found in the same hoard carry Christian symbols. A pagan dish with Christian spoons. That pretty well sums up Britain at this period, and it wouldn't have disconcerted anybody at the time. In Britain of the 3rd and 4th century, Christ is merely one god among many others. The floor was mostly made of local Dorset materials, black, red and yellowish stones, all of them set in that greatest of Roman building inventions, cement. As you went into the room, the first thing you'd have seen on the floor was a roundel, with the mythical hero Bellerophon riding the flying horse Pegasus and overcoming the Chimera, a monster combining a lion, a goat and a serpent. It was a popular image in the Roman world, the hero zapping the forces of evil. But at the far end of the room, facing in the other direction, was another roundel. In earlier times, in this sort of position, you'd have expected to find either Orpheus charming the world with his music, or the universally popular wine god, Bacchus. But here we find Christ. The pairing of Christ with Bellerophon is not as incongruous as it might initially seem to us. Historian Eamon Duffy.
I think as a historian, What impresses me about it is the juxtaposition of powerful imagery from pagan mythology, the whole story of Bellerophon, Pegasus, the Chimera, and the way in which Christianity adapts that material for its own purposes to convey a message of resurrection, of the triumph of life over death, and the implicit comparison of Christ's work on the cross to a hero slaying a monster. That paradox that the defeat of the founder of Christianity is actually a heroic victory. So Bellerophon's a figure of life triumphing over the powers of darkness. Eventually, that kind of symbolic image would find its own Christian versions in people like St. George killing the dragon, or St. Michael the Archangel fighting the devil. But at this stage, it seemed natural to adopt the pagan story, the myth, which people would know from plays, from poetry, from pagan imagery.
I wonder how many of the people that crossed this floor realised that they were in fact walking from one world to another, from the familiar realm of myth to the new modern world of faith. Everybody would recognise the energetic Bellerophon. They'd be less sure who was represented by the still figure facing away from them on the other side of the room, because very few of them would ever before have seen Christ represented. Now, how do you represent a God that you've never seen? There was nothing to go on, no likeness, no model, no description of what Christ looked like. It's a testing conundrum, both theologically and artistically, and I think we can all sympathise with the Dorset artist who had to confront it. Orpheus and Bacchus would have been easy in comparison. Orpheus would be wistful, young, artistic-looking. Bacchus, energetic and sexy, clearly ready for a good time. And both of these would be recognisable by their attributes. Orpheus would have his lyre, Bacchus a bunch of grapes, or something similar. What is the physical attribute that Jesus would hold? At this point, few people would have wanted to show the victorious, all-powerful Christ with that shameful instrument of suffering, the cross. He had told his disciples that he was the way, the truth, and the life, but it's very difficult to show any of these physically. He had announced that he was the light of the world, but it's really hard to show light in a mosaic, especially if, as here, you're dealing with a not very good artist. The mosaicist at Hinton St. Mary, instead of a symbol, gave him a monogram, the Chi Rho, those two letters of the Greek alphabet that begin Christ's name in Greek, written as though they were X and P in our alphabet. In our mosaic, they lie like a halo behind Christ's head. It was the symbol adopted by the Roman Emperor Constantine after his conversion to Christianity in the year 313. Our floor was almost certainly made about 40 years later. We can be pretty confident of that because both Christ and Bellerophon wear their hair in the fashion of about 350. It was Constantine's conversion at the Battle of the Milvian Bridge that in fact made our floor possible. Before he converted, no villa owner would have dared display their Christian faith so brazenly. Practicing Christians had been persecuted. But now, everything was different. Professor Dame Avril Cameron of Oxford University explains.
The Emperor Constantine seems to have converted himself to Christianity and started to favour the Christians. He is supposed to have seen a vision of a cross in the sky some time before the battle, and thereafter he never deviated from giving privileges to Christians, which was a complete overturning of what had been happening when Christians had not even been legal. And what he did was to give tax privileges to Christian priests, to intervene in Christian disputes, to declare Christianity a legal religion, to give money to Christian churches, to start building Christian churches. So all of those actions together gave a great sort of fillip to Christianity.
And it was this fillip that must have given the owner of our villa the confidence to show us Christ looking out at us, full face, unequivocally a man of power. He wears the rich robes and the stylish hairdo that might well have been sported by the villa owner himself. But this is no local ruler, and indeed no local god. The Chi Rho monogram makes it clear that what we're being shown is Jesus Christ. And there's a further clue to this man's true nature. On either side of Christ's head, the artist has put pomegranates. Now, to any educated visitor, this would recall at once the myth of Persephone, carried off to the underworld, rescued by her mother, and brought back to the land of the living, as a great allegory of the cycle of the seasons, of death and rebirth, of descent into hell and return to the light. By the inclusion of this simple fruit, the artist links Jesus to the pagan gods who'd also been gods of dying and returning, to Orpheus, who went to the underworld in search of Eurydice and returned, and to Bacchus, who was similarly associated with resurrection. This Dorset Christ pulls together all the hopes of the ancient world, the deepest of all human hopes, that death is only part of a larger story that will culminate in abundance of life and even greater fruitfulness. What kind of room was this mosaic in? We just don't know. In grand Roman villas, the room with the best mosaic was usually the dining room, but in this case that seems unlikely. There was no underfloor heating in this room, and it faced north, so it would have been far too cold for Dorset dining. Normally, the walls, as well as the floor, would indicate a room's purpose, but the walls of this room are long gone. There's one intriguing possibility. The figure of Christ faces east, and there would be just enough space for an altar between it and the wall. So this room might have been an early house church. People have often worried about the idea of Christ being shown on a floor, and eventually this worried the Romans too. In 427, the emperor specifically banned the making of images of Christ on mosaic floors, and he ordered all existing ones to be removed. But by the date of this proclamation, Britain had of course ceased to be a part of the Roman Empire. The villa at Hinton St Mary had probably long been abandoned, and so its floor remained untouched. On the whole, the withdrawal of Roman power spelt cultural catastrophe. But in this instance, we should be grateful, because it's that which allowed this astonishing survival. So far this week, we've been looking at religions that now have followers all round the world. Tomorrow, we'll be looking at a faith that died, and at one local god who was swept away by the great globalizing religions. We'll be in Yemen with the bronze hand of Wahab Talab. You can see the object described in this programme close up on the A History of the World website, as well as hundreds of others from museums across the UK. And if you have an object with a history to tell, why not add it to our growing collection? Find all this at bbc.co.uk/A History of the World. Thank you for downloading this episode of A History of the World in 100 Objects from BBC Radio 4. All this week, I've been looking at the ways in which around 1700 years ago, the great religions of the age created images that would bring the faithful closer to their gods, and how those religions became embedded in the great empires of the time. We've had images of the Buddha, Hindu gods, and Christ. Today's object is part of a human body, but it doesn't belong to a god. It's a gift to a god. It's a right hand cast in bronze. We all know the expressions to give your right hand for something, to be sitting at someone's right hand, or to be someone's right-hand man. Well, we can imagine the man whose hand this represented, wishing very much to be at the right hand of his particular god. He even bears the god's name, Talab.
Looking at a hand like this, it's an object that you could see in so many cultures through the Middle East over the last 2,000 years. The labels change, Judaism, Islam, Christianity, paganism, but the objects endure.
I suppose being a hand surgeon, I don't actually regard it as being quite so disquieting as someone who isn't used to this sort of thing, but a cut-off hand has eerie sort of features about it, and one has a slight concern that it might move.
A history of the world in 100 objects. Arabian bronze hand. 2nd to 3rd century. From Yemen.
The first 4 programmes this week have been about religions that have millions or hundreds of millions of followers. But 1700 years ago there were far more religions in the world than today, and many, many more gods. Gods at this date tended to have strictly local responsibilities, not the worldwide embrace that we're used to now. In Mecca, for example, before Muhammad, pilgrims worshipped in a temple which had a statue of a different god for every day of the year. Today's programme is about one of those numberless Arabian gods that didn't survive the coming of Muhammad. His full name was Talab Riyam, meaning the strong one of Riyam, a Yemeni hill town, and he protected the local hill people. Yemen in the 3rd century was a prosperous place, a hub of international trade that produced some of the most sought-after commodities for the vast market of the Mediterranean, the Middle East and India. It was Yemen that supplied the whole Roman Empire with frankincense and myrrh. I'm in the study room of the British Museum, and I'm holding the hand of a man called Wahab Talab. It's a life-size hand, just slightly smaller than my own, made of bronze, and it is surprisingly heavy. It's very lifelike, but as it's got no arm attached to it, it does look as though it's been severed. But according to Jeremy Field, orthopaedic and hand surgeon at Cheltenham General Hospital, this is not the case.
What they've done so carefully is the impression of the veins, which would probably go against it being some form of amputation, because if a hand was amputated, the veins would be empty, because obviously the blood drains out. These are very carefully crafted and really quite beautiful. I'm sure this is a human hand, but there are certain things that are slightly odd about it. The nails, the spoon-shaped nails, are really indicative of someone who potentially might have anemia for some reason. The fingers are really thin and spindly, and also there is this deformity of the little finger, which I think has probably been broken at some stage at the end of it.
It's small medical details like these that, after 1700 years of oblivion, bring Wahab Talab back to life. I find myself wondering how old he was. The veins on the back of the hand are very prominent, and above all wondering how he broke his little finger. Was it perhaps in battle? It doesn't look as though it was in the fields. This doesn't seem like the hand of a labourer. A fortune teller, of course, would look at once for the lines on the palm of the hand, but the palm of this hand has been left unworked. There are lines, though, but they're on the back, and they're lines of text. They're written in an ancient Yemeni language, which is linked both to modern Hebrew and to Arabic, and the inscription tells us what this object was for and where it was displayed.
Son of Haisham the Yursumite, subject of the Banu Shukayam, has dedicated for his well-being this his right hand to their patron, in his the god's shrine Du Kabrat.
It's a pretty baffling series of names and places, but if you're a historian trying to reconstruct the society and the religion of ancient Yemen, pretty well all you have to go on is inscriptions like this one. There are about 10,000 of them known, each one, it has to be said, more opaque than the other. But if you actually unpick the inscription on this hand, it does, in fact, contain a great deal of information. From it, we learn that this bronze hand was dedicated at the temple of the god Talab Riyam, in a place called Zafar, high in the Yemeni hills. The owner of the hand, Wahab Talab, tells us that he belongs to a clan, and that clan in turn is part of a larger tribal organisation whose god was Talab. So Wahab Talab had obviously been named after his own god, and as a further sign of faith he's dedicated his hand publicly to Talab at the centre of the city of Zafar, where it would have been seen along with other offerings of gold, bronze or alabaster, representing human figures, animals, arrows, spearheads, that sort of thing. And in return for these offerings, the god Talab was expected, in general terms, to see the donors all right. But Wahab Talab must have been pretty all right to start with. Only a man of real wealth could offer a bronze hand as beautifully made as this. This is the cast of a hand that all the perfumes of Arabia certainly did sweeten. But by the international standards of the day, his whole society was wealthy. At the time of our hand, most of South Arabia was effectively one state, a confederation of tribes like Wahab Talab's, known to historians as the Himyarite Kingdom. Many monumental buildings survive, and along with them, numerous inscriptions, which are evidence of a rich, sophisticated, and in some measure literate society. Yemen, at this point, is no backwater. It dominates the entrance to the Red Sea, and with it, the great trade route that linked Egypt and the rest of the Roman Empire to India. Writing in 79 AD, the Roman author Pliny the Elder explained why the Yemenis were so rich.
The chief productions of Arabia are frankincense and myrrh. They are the richest nations in the world, seeing that such vast wealth flows in upon them from both the Roman and the Parthian empires, for they sell the produce of the sea or of their forests, while they purchase nothing whatever in return.
The incense road was, in its way, as important for the exchange of goods and ideas as the Silk Road. Frankincense was used by the Romans in absolutely vast quantities and was the principal form of incense in the ancient world. The altar of every god in the Roman Empire, from Syria to Cirencester, burnt with Yemeni incense. Myrrh had various uses. As an antiseptic for dressing wounds, for embalming, it was essential for Egyptian mummification, and in perfume. Although it's not a strong fragrance, it has the longest life of any scent known. Indeed, it was myrrh that lay behind all the perfumes of Arabia, which could not sweeten Lady Macbeth's blood-stained hand, although they certainly would have washed and sweetened Wahab Talab's. Both frankincense and myrrh were very expensive. A pound of frankincense cost the equivalent of a Roman labourer's salary for a month, and a pound of myrrh twice as much. So when the Magi bring frankincense and myrrh to the infant Jesus, they're bringing not only gifts fit for a god, they're also as valuable as their other gift, gold. We've got no contemporary written sources, but this hand, other pieces of bronze sculpture of similar quality, and the ancient industrial slag recently discovered in South Arabia show that Yemen was then a major centre of bronze production. Wahab Talab's hand is clearly the product of skilled metalworkers. If you look at it carefully, you can see that it's been very beautifully finished at the wrist. So our bronze hand is definitely a complete object, not a fragment broken off from a larger sculpture. Offering replica body parts to the gods is by no means peculiar to Arabia. You find them in Greek temples, in medieval pilgrim shrines, and in many modern Roman Catholic churches, used to ask a god or a saint for bodily healing or as a thank you for recovery. So perhaps Wahab Talab wanted his broken finger healed, although the inscription suggests that it was a broader prayer for general good health. Wahab Talab's hand speaks to us from a religious world that was dominated by local gods who looked after particular places and peoples. But it was a world that wasn't going to last. Arabian aromatics had powered the religious life of the pagan Roman Empire, but when that empire converted to Christianity and no longer needed frankincense for worship, the incense trade was dealt a massive blow, contributing to a collapse in the Yemen economy. Local gods, like Talab, disappeared, perhaps because they were no longer delivering the promised prosperity. Suddenly, in the 370s, offerings to traditional gods just stop, and their place is taken by other gods with a wider universal reach. These are the religions of today. Within the next couple of centuries, the rulers of Yemen shift from Judaism to Christianity to Zoroastrianism, and finally, in 628, to Islam, which has remained the dominant religion of Yemen ever since. Gods like Talab no longer stood a chance. But some elements of Talab's world did live on. We know, for example, that like many Arabian gods, he was venerated through pilgrimages to his shrine. The religious historian Philip Jenkins of Pennsylvania State University is fascinated by elusive survivals like this.
There are aspects of the old pagan Arabian religion which do live on into Islam and into Muslim times, especially in the practice of the pilgrimage, the Hajj, what goes on at Mecca. Muslims would absolutely reject any pagan context. Obviously, they frame it in terms of Abraham and his story, but probably the events of the Hajj closely recall what would have happened in pagan times at that centre. I've suggested that religions die, but as when people die, perhaps they leave ghosts. And you can see across the Middle East many ghosts, many survivals of older religions in the newly successful religions. So as you look at Islam, for example, you see many, many survivals from Christianity and Judaism. The Quran is absolutely littered with stories which make no sense except in terms of what the Christians and Jews of that time would have understood the sacred stories. Also in terms of the buildings of Islam, the institutions of Islam, the mystical practices of Islam, you can see a great many of these ghostly survivals. Then as Islam spreads, it carries on drawing new kinds of pattern in from older religions and evokes new ghosts.
Eventually, that spreading Islam would conquer most of the world that we've been talking about this week. Indeed, it would conquer all the places from which our objects have come, except Dorset. Next week, we'll be looking at how the victorious Islamic rulers administered their conquests. We'll be in Damascus with the 9th Caliph and with 2 gold coins. You can see the object described in this programme close up on the A History of the World website, as well as hundreds of others from museums across the UK. And if you have an object with a history to tell, why not add it to our growing collection? Find all this at bbc.co.uk/A History of the World. Thank you for downloading this episode of A History of the World in 100 Objects from BBC Radio 4. Almost every day, a news broadcaster tells us that the world has just suddenly changed. The hyperbole of 24-hour news coverage is littered with clichés. Every day, it seems, the world is never going to be quite the same again. But there have been moments in history when the world was indeed suddenly changed, and the people living at the time knew it.
This was a new beginning.
I think it is a way of imagining not only the past but the future.
What went on before wasn't really relevant. This was a new dispensation.
A History of the World in 100 Objects. Gold coins of Abd al-Malik, minted at Damascus in Syria, between 696 and 697.
This series is a history told through things, and this programme is about 2 coins, about what we would now call a currency change. But they're 2 coins that sum up one of the greatest political upheavals ever, the permanent transformation of the Middle East in the years following the death of the Prophet Muhammad. For Muslims, the clock of history was reset when in 622 in the Christian calendar, Muhammad and his followers moved from Mecca to Medina. That event, the Hijra, became for Islam year one of an entirely new calendar. For his followers, the Prophet's teachings had so transformed society that time had begun again. The objects we'll encounter this week will show something of what the world looked like at this particular moment. They were all made in the years around Muhammad's death, in the year Hijra 11632 AD. And we're travelling to China, England and Korea. Everywhere we'll be looking at the interaction of power and faith. In the 50 years after the death of the Prophet, Arabian armies shattered the political status quo across the Middle East, conquering Egypt and Syria, Iraq and Iran. The power of Islam had spread as far in a few decades as Christianity and Buddhism had in as many centuries. We're in Damascus in the mid-690s, and the inhabitants of the city all have a strong sense that their world is in transition. Still in appearance a Christian Roman metropolis, Damascus now is turning into the capital of a huge new Islamic empire. The head of this burgeoning empire, the Caliph, is remote in his palace, and the Islamic armies are segregated in their barracks. But the people in the bazaars and streets of Damascus are about to have their new reality brought home to them in something they handle every day: money. In the 690s, Damascus merchants might not have understood that their world had changed permanently. Despite decades of Islamic rule, they were still, after all, using the coins of their former rulers, the Christian Byzantine emperors, and those coins were full of Christian symbolism. It was quite reasonable to think that sooner or later the emperor would return to defeat his enemies, as he had several times before. But he did not. Damascus has remained a Muslim city to this day, and perhaps the most visible sign that this new Islamic regime was going to last was the change in the coinage. I want to talk about two coins. The man who issued them was Abd al-Malik, 9th Caliph, leader of the faithful, to rule in succession to the Prophet Muhammad. Both coins were issued in Damascus within 12 months, across the Hijra years 76 and 77, that is AD 696-697. They're both of gold, and they're the same size, but they're utterly different. One coin shows the Caliph, the other coin has no image at all, and this change reveals how Islam was defining itself as a political system in these critical early years. I'm in the study room of the Department of Coins and Medals, holding one of these new coins. It's bright gold, it's almost exactly the size as a British penny, and a little bit heavier. On the front, where a Byzantine coin would have had the emperor, it has a full-length figure of the Caliph Abd al-Malik, and on the back, where the Byzantines would have put a cross, there is a column with a sphere at the top. Al-Malik is shown full figure, standing and bearded, wearing Arab robes and a Bedouin scarf headdress, with his hand resting on a sword at his waist. It's a fascinating image. It's a unique source for our knowledge of the dress and the regalia of the early caliphs, and it's probably the oldest known depiction of a Muslim. His pose is menacing. He looks though he's about to draw his sword, and the lines below his waist are almost certainly meant to represent a whip. What we have is an image to inspire fear and respect, an image that makes it clear that the Eastern Mediterranean now has a new faith and a formidable new ruler. A letter from one of his governors echoes the image's implicit message.
It is Abd al-Malik, the commander of believers, a man with no weaknesses, from whom rebels can expect no indulgence. On the one who defies him falls his whip.
He cuts an impressive, awe-inspiring figure, although a less reverential source tells us that he had such appalling halitosis that he was nicknamed the Fly Killer. But, bad breath or not, Abd al-Malik was the most important Muslim leader since Muhammad himself, because he transformed what might have been merely a string of ephemeral conquests into an abiding state, a state that would survive in one form or another until the end of the First World War. Abd al-Malik was a new breed of Islamic leader. He had no personal memory of Muhammad, and he shrewdly saw how best to exploit the administrative traditions of earlier empires, especially Rome and Byzantium, in order to establish his own. as Professor Hugh Kennedy of the School of Oriental and African Studies explains.
In the years that followed the Prophet Muhammad's death in 632, the caliphs were essentially the political and religious leaders of the Muslim community. All Arab Muslims in the first century of Islam realized that this was a new state, that what went on before wasn't really relevant. These caliphs were not the successors of the Byzantine emperors or of the Sasanian king of kings. They might look to these people for solutions to administrative problems, how you collect money and indeed what sort of money you make, but they wouldn't see themselves as performing the same sort of role. This was a new dispensation.
One of the administrative solutions that Abd al-Malik borrowed from the Byzantine emperors was how to manage the currency. Up until now, the new Islamic Empire had used hand-me-down coins from the pre-conquest era, or imported, and especially Byzantine, gold coins. But Abd al-Malik quickly saw what every Chancellor of the Exchequer has seen since, namely that there'll be economic instability if a ruler does not control the quantity and the quality of his own money supply. He understood that coins are literally the stamp of authority, asserting the dominant power in the society using them, and that power was now his. It's worth remembering that in the pre-modern world, coinage was often the only mass-produced item in use, and it was therefore a hugely significant element in the visual culture of a society. Money was a billboard for the boss. And so the boss, Abd al-Malik, was stamped on this first overtly Islamic coinage. The leader of the faithful had ousted and replaced the emperors of Byzantium. But something quite unexpected happened to those coins with Abd al-Malik standing on them. After a few years, they simply vanished. During the Hijra year 77, 697 AD, the standing caliph coin was suddenly replaced with a design that could hardly be more different. There's no caliph, there's no figure, only words. This is the defining moment for Islamic public art. From now on, no human image would be used in such a public arena for well over 1,000 years. Back in the Coins and Medals department, I'm examining the reformed coin in more detail. It's exactly the same size and weight as the earlier coin. It's also made of solid gold, but it says that it was made in the year 77, so 1 year later than the previous coin. And now there's nothing to see but text. On the front it reads, "There is no God except God alone. He has no partner. Muhammad is the messenger of God, whom he sent with guidance and the religion of truth, that he may make it victorious over every other religion." This is an adaptation of a text from the Quran. And on the back of the coin is another Quranic text. God is one, God is the eternal. He begets not, neither is he begotten. The inscriptions on this coin make, I think, two extraordinarily interesting points. Firstly, this is almost the oldest Quranic text to have survived. Before Muhammad, Arabic was barely a written language at all. But now there was, of course, a vital need to record God's words accurately. And so the first developed Arabic script, the Kufic script, was created, and it appears on this coin. But this coin also tells us something else. If coins reflect the dominant power in a society, it's clear that the dominant power in this empire is now not the emperor, but the word of God. Portraiture or figurative art has no place in the official documents of such a state. The tradition of placing the ruler on the coin, familiar across the Middle East since the days of Alexander, had been decisively abandoned. And the text-only coin remained the norm in all Islamic states until the First World War. Arabic, the language of God, inscribed on an Islamic coinage, became a fundamental tool for the integration and the survival of the first Islamic state. Abd al-Malik, Khalifat Allah, Deputy of God, 9th Caliph and ruler of the faithful, died in 705, but the message proclaimed on his coins of a universal empire of faith still resonates strongly. Today, there is no caliph. Long claimed by the Turkish sultans, the office was abolished in 1924. In fact, a universally accepted caliph has always been a rare thing, but the dream of a single Islamic empire, a caliphate, remains potent in the modern Islamic world. We asked the social anthropologist Professor Madawi al-Rashid to comment.
Muslims today, at least some sections of the Muslim community worldwide, aspire to this ideal of the caliphate as the embodiment of the Muslim community. It is related to the spread of the internet, of new communication technology that allows Muslims from different backgrounds to imagine some kind of relationship with other Muslims, regardless of their culture, language, or ethnic group. So among your second-generation Muslims in Britain, let's say, they have lost the cultural background of their parents, and they have actually developed linkages with other Muslims of their age who may have come from different parts of the Muslim world. It aspires towards a globalized identity, an identity where you have bonds based on belief rather than ethnic background or even nationality.
The yearning for one Islamic community, inspired and guided by the word of God alone, that dream first articulated in physical form on the coin struck in Damascus over 1,300 years ago, is clearly still very much alive. You can see the object described in this programme close up on the A History of the World website, as well as hundreds of others from museums across the UK. And if you have an object with a history to tell, why not add it to our growing collection? Find all this at bbc.co.uk/A History of the World. Thank you for downloading this episode of A History of the World in 100 Objects from BBC Radio 4. Yesterday, we were in the heat of Arabia, tracking the rise of the Islamic Empire and the reshaping of Middle Eastern politics after the death of the Prophet Muhammad. Today, we're still in the 7th century, but I'm shivering in the chill of East Anglia, at a place where, in the summer of 1939, poetry and archaeology unexpectedly intersected and transformed our understanding of British national identity. All the 100 objects in this series are, I hope, evocative of distant worlds. But some, like today's object, possess an almost magical power to carry us into the past. It's a helmet. Its discovery was part of one of the great archaeological finds of modern times, and it speaks to us across the centuries with a haunting intensity.
An embossed ridge, a band lapped with wire, arched over the helmet. Head protection, to keep the keen ground cutting edge from damaging it when danger threatened and the man was battling behind his shield.
A History of the World in 100 Objects. The Sutton Hoo Helmet. From the 7th century. Found in Suffolk.
I'm in East Anglia, a few miles from the Suffolk coast, and the wind is howling straight from the Urals. I'm at Sutton Hoo, where in 1939 one of the most important and most exciting archaeological discoveries in Britain was made. It uncovered the tomb of an Anglo-Saxon who had been buried here in the early 600s, and it completely changed the way we thought about what had been called the Dark Ages, those centuries that followed the collapse of Roman rule in Britain. I'm with Angus Wainwright, the National Trust archaeologist for the East of England. Angus, what can we see on the site now?
Well, we're standing amongst a number of large mounds high up on an exposed ridge looking down towards the River Deben. We're about 100 feet up here, And we're standing next to one of the biggest mounds, which we call excitingly Mound 1, which is where the great ship grave was discovered in 1939, and we've got about sort of 18 or 20 other mounds around us.
It was in this ship grave that the famous Sutton Hoo helmet was found. Surprisingly, there was no body, but in the ship's burial chamber there was an astonishing range of valuable goods drawn from all over Europe: weapons and armour, elaborate gold jewellery, silver vessels for feasting, and many, many coins. Nothing like this from Anglo-Saxon England had ever been found before. The discovery of this ship burial in the summer of 1939 captured the British public's imagination. It was hailed as the British Tutankhamun. But the politics of 1939 lent a disturbing dimension to the discovery. Not only did the excavation have to be hurried because of the approaching war, but the burial itself spoke of an earlier and successful invasion of England by a Germanic-speaking people. Angus, what did they actually discover when they excavated in 1939?
Well, the first thing they discovered very early on in the excavation were ship rivets. These are the iron rivets that hold together the planks of a ship. They also discovered that the wood that had made up the ship had rotted completely away, but by a rather mysterious process, the shape of the wood was preserved in a kind of crusted, blackened sand. So by careful excavation, they gradually uncovered the whole ship. And the ship is 27 metres long, so it's longer than the biggest of the ocean-going yachts. It's a really massive ship. It's the biggest, most complete Anglo-Saxon ship ever found.
We're inland. Why would anybody here want to be buried in a ship?
Ships were very important to these people. The rivers and the sea were their means of communication. It was much easier to go by water than it was by land at this time, so that people, say, in modern Swindon, would have been on the edge of the world to these people, whereas people in Denmark and Holland would be close neighbours.
The big question, of course, for anybody looking at the grave and what was found in the grave is that there's no body. Where do you think the body is?
Well, the absence of the body was a bit of a mystery when the excavation happened, and people wondered whether this could be a cenotaph, i.e. a burial where the body had been lost, so it's a sort of symbolic burial, if you like. But nowadays we think a body was buried in the grave, but because of these special acidic conditions of this soil, it just dissolved away. What you have to remember is that a ship is a watertight vessel, and when you put it in the ground, the water percolating through the soil builds up in it, and it basically forms an acid bath in which all these organic things like the body and the leatherwork and the wood dissolve away, leaving nothing.
We still don't know who that owner was, but the Sutton Hoo helmet put a face on an elusive past, a face that has ever since gazed sternly out from books, magazines and newspapers. It's become one of the iconic objects of Britain's history. It's the helmet of a hero. And when it was found, people were immediately reminded of the great Anglo-Saxon epic poem Beowulf. Until 1939, it had been taken for granted that Beowulf was essentially fantasy, set in an imaginary world of warrior splendour and great feasts. The Sutton Hoo graveship, with its cauldrons, drinking horns and musical instruments, its highly wrought weapons and lavish skins and furs, and not least its hoard of gold and silver, was evidence that Beowulf, far from being just poetic invention, was a surprisingly accurate memory of a splendid, lost, pre-literate world. Think for a moment of the helmet, decorated with animal motifs made out of gilded bronze and silver wire, and bearing on it the marks of battle. Now listen to the poet Seamus Heaney reading from Beowulf.
To guard his head he had a glittering helmet that was due to be muddied on the mere bottom and blurred in the upswirl. It was of beaten gold, princely headgear, hooped and hasped by a weaponsmith who had worked wonders in days gone by and adorned it with boar shapes. Since then it had resisted every sword.
Clearly, the Anglo-Saxon poet must have looked closely at something very like the Sutton Hoo helmet. That was Seamus Heaney reading from his own translation of Beowulf, and we asked him what the Sutton Hoo helmet means to him now.
I never thought of the helmet in relation to any historical character. In my own imagination, it arrives out of the world of Beowulf and gleams at the centre of the poem and disappears back into the mound. The way to imagine it best is when it goes into the ground with a historical king or whoever it was buried with, and then its gleam under the earth gradually disappearing. There's a marvellous section in the Beowulf poem itself, The Last Veteran is called. The last person of his tribe burying treasure in the hoard and saying, "Lie there, treasure, you belong to earls, the world has changed." And he takes farewell of the treasure and buries it in the ground. That sense of elegy, a farewell to beauty and farewell to the treasured objects, that hangs round the helmet, I think. So it belongs in the poem, but obviously it belonged within the burial chamber in Sutton Hoo. But it has entered imagination. It has left the tomb and entered the entrancement of the readers, I think, of the poem, and the viewers of the object in the British Museum.
The Sutton Hoo helmet belonged, of course, not to an imagined poetic hero, but to an actual historical ruler. The problem is, we don't know which one. It's generally supposed that the man buried with such style must have been a great warrior chieftain, and because all of us want to link finds in the ground with names in the texts, for a long time the favoured candidate was Redwald, king of the East Angles, mentioned by the Venerable Bede in his History of the Anglo-Saxons, and probably the most powerful king in all England around 620. But we can't be sure, and it's quite possible that we may be looking at one of Redwald's successors, or indeed at a leader who's left no record at all. So the helmet still floats intriguingly in an uncertain realm on the margins of history and imagination. Seamus Heaney again.
Especially after the 11th of September 2001, when the firemen were so involved in New York, the helmet attained new significance for me personally, because I had been given a fireman's helmet way back in the 1980s by a Boston fireman, which was heavy, which was classically made of leather with copper and metal spine on it and so on. I was given this and I had a great sense of receiving a ritual gift, not unlike the way Beowulf receives the gift from Hrothgar and after he kills Grendel.
In a sense, the whole Sutton Hoo burial ship is a great ritual gift, a spectacular assertion of wealth and power on behalf of two people. The man who was buried there and commanded huge respect, and the man who organised this lavish farewell and commanded huge resources. We are clearly in the presence of power. The Sutton Hoo graveship brought the poetry of Beowulf unexpectedly close to historical fact. In the process, it profoundly changed our understanding of this whole chapter of British history. Long dismissed as the Dark Ages, this period, the centuries after the Romans withdrew, could now be seen as a time of high sophistication and extensive international contacts that linked East Anglia not just to Scandinavia and the Atlantic, but ultimately to the Eastern Mediterranean and beyond. The very idea of ship burial is Scandinavian, and the Sutton Hoo ship was of a kind that easily crossed the North Sea, so making East Anglia an integral part of a world that included modern Denmark, Norway and Sweden. The helmet is, as you might expect, of Scandinavian design. But the ship also contained gold coins from France, Celtic hanging bowls from the west of Britain, imperial table silver from Byzantium, and garnets which may have come from India or Sri Lanka. And while ship burial is essentially pagan, two silver spoons clearly show contact, direct or indirect, with the Christian world. These discoveries force us to think differently, not just about the Anglo-Saxons, but about Britain. For whatever may be the case for the Atlantic side of the country, on this side of the island, the East Anglian side, we have always been part of the wider European story, with contacts, trade and migrations going back thousands of years. As I leave Sutton Hoo, I'm struck by a paradox. I travelled here through Constable country, the landscape that's become for us all synonymous with Englishness. The Anglo-Saxon ship burial here takes us at once to the world of Beowulf, the foundation stone of English poetry. You can't help feeling that here you're near the heart of English national identity. Yet not a single one of the characters in Beowulf is actually English. They're Swedes and Danes, warriors from the whole of northern Europe, while the ship burial here contains treasures from the eastern Mediterranean and from India. The history of England that you can tell from these objects is a history of the sea as much as of the land, of an England long connected to Europe and to Asia, which even in 600 AD was being shaped and reshaped by the world beyond itself. You can see the object described in this programme close up on the A History of the World website, as well as hundreds of others from museums across the UK. And if you have an object with a history to tell, why not add it to our growing collection? Find all this at bbc.co.uk/A History of the World. Thank you for downloading this episode of A History of the World in 100 Objects from BBC Radio 4. So far this week, we've been in Damascus handling the first Islamic coinage, and in Suffolk with the great Anglo-Saxon burial ship at Sutton Hoo. The famous helmet found there leaves no doubt that it was the grave of a warrior chief. If, pursuing this week's themes of war, empires and faith, we spin the globe of the world around 650 AD on its axis, and if we keep moving west to what is now Peru, we're going to find there another warrior commemorated. Here in Peru, a forgotten people have left a history not just a face, but an entire three-dimensional portrait of their fallen warrior. And from this small sculpture, from the clothes and the weapons that it shows, from the way it was made and buried, we can begin to unravel the mystery of a lost civilization. It couldn't possibly have had any contact with the societies then flourishing in Europe and Asia. But astonishingly, it shows a great number of similarities with them. What does that say about what it means to be human?
I suppose you could sort of compare them in our culture to Toby jugs. So you sort of imagine people sort of sitting around getting smashed, really, and they each having their own characteristic drinking vessel.
We had indeed the smoking gun and also the plethora of sacrificial acts on the human remains themselves, on the bones.
A History of the World in 100 Objects. Moche pot, shaped like a warrior. From Peru, 100 to 700 AD.
History has been kind to only some American cultures. The Aztecs and the Incas have an unshakable place in our collective imagination. But if I were to ask you where the Moche called home, you might be a little more hesitant. Experts in early American history are slowly coming to terms with civilizations that ran in parallel with and were every bit as sophisticated as their most advanced European counterparts. And the Moche are at the centre of that rethinking of the American past. Around 2,000 years ago, the Moche people built a society that was probably the first real state structure in the whole of South America. It developed in the narrow strip of almost desert land between the Pacific Ocean and the Andes Mountains. It was a civilization that lasted over 800 years, from the rise of the Roman Empire around 200 BC to the Islamic expansions around 650 AD. And it's a history accessible to us now only through archaeology, as the Moche have left no writing. But what we do have from them is pots. I'm in the Enlightenment Gallery at the British Museum, where we have an array of these South American pots on show. They're over 1,300 years old, and they're an extraordinary sight to look at, ranged on the shelves. A series of small sculptures about 9 inches, 25 centimetres high, made out of clay, brown with cream painting on it, and they conjure up a whole world. There's a pair of owls, there's a bat, there's a sea lion eating a fish, there are priests and warriors, and all of them sit like small sculptures, but with a looped handle and a spout, because as well as being statues, they're jugs. What we have here, in fact, is a pottery representation of the Moche universe. And I want to choose one of these pots to take us further into that world of Peru 1,300 years ago. He's a kneeling figure of a young Moche warrior. In his right hand, he holds something that looks actually quite like a microphone, but is actually a mace. It's a head cracker. And on his left forearm, he carries a small circular shield. His skin is a deep copper colour, and his eyes are staring white. Very, very arresting gaze. Before we try to squeeze evidence from them about the society they represent, I want to take a moment to admire these pots simply as great works of art. The Moche were master potters, and so their creations can best be judged by another master potter, the prize-winning Grayson Perry.
Well, he's a dumpy little fellow, and they're beautifully modelled. They almost look like they've been burnished. If I was to get this effect, I would probably use the back of a spoon, but they've probably used some sort of bone implement or something. But they were experts in mould technology, and they used a lot of moulds to replicate these things a number of times. Something I always call sort of a relaxed fluency, in that you imagine the person who's made it has made hundreds of these things, and they're kind of riffing on it, and so they're incredibly confident when they're making it. And I suppose there's something for me about this figurine and Moche pottery in general that feels kind of familiar to me as an Englishman. It feels like a culture that has a very strong community bond with lots of joking and human sacrifice.
Well, maybe he's right. Grayson Perry naturally warms to the accomplished confidence of these potters, but I'm not quite so certain as he is about the jokey side of Moche pottery. These pots seem to have been made entirely for burials and sacrifice, and to be about life and death at its most solemn. Excavations of Moche burials often uncover large numbers of these decorated pots, sometimes many dozens of them, all carefully ordered and organised around repeated themes and subjects. The sheer quantity of pots that survive tell us that Moche society must have operated on a considerable scale. Pots like this must have been an industry with elaborate structures of training, mass production and distribution. Moche territory stretched for around 350 miles along the Pacific coast, and theirs was, literally, a narrow existence, bounded by the ocean on one side and the mountains on the other, usually with just desert in between. But their largest settlement, at Moche itself, was the first real city in South America, with streets, canals, plazas and industrial areas that any contemporary Roman town would have been proud of. The remains of the canal network that they used to channel the rivers flowing from the mountains are still visible today. They also exploited the extremely rich waters of the Pacific for fish, shellfish, seals, whales and birds. There's one pot, for example, in the British Museum that shows a Moche fisherman in a large boat catching tuna. Carefully managing and irrigating their environment, the Moche grew maize and beans, farmed llamas, ducks and guinea pigs, and as a result were able to sustain a population 3 times as large as the area does today. And yet, as is usually the case in human history, it's not the great acts of water engineering or agriculture that a society honours in its works of art. It's war. The celebration of war and warriors is a central aspect of Moche art, and this certainly reflects the importance of the warrior to their society, just as to the Romans or to the Anglo-Saxons in Europe. For the Moche, though, war and religion were joined together in a way that would perhaps be less familiar to Europeans. Fighting for the Moche held a very strong ritual aspect to it. For protection, the warrior carries a small round shield, not much bigger than a dinner plate, and a heavy wooden club that could crack a skull with ease. His decorated clothes suggest he's a young man of high status, but he's clearly a foot soldier. There were no horses at this time in South America. That came later with the Europeans, and llamas, as you'll imagine, don't make great cavalry. So even the elite among the Moche travelled and fought on foot. Other pots show scenes of warriors fighting each other in single combat, armed, like this figure, with clubs and small shields. These may well be scenes of real fighting, but they also appear to be part of a common Moche myth that we can piece together from groups of pots. Taken as a whole, they tell a gruesome story. To lose a contest like this meant much more than just losing face. The defeated warrior would be sacrificed, decapitated by an animal-headed figure, and his blood then drunk by others. This bloody narrative, told by the Moche pots, is by no means just an artistic invention. As Stephen Bourget, a leading archaeologist, has found at his excavations, it happened.
We excavated this sacrificial site, which included about 75 male warriors sacrificed during various rituals. And we also found the tombs of 2 sacrificers. In one of the tombs, it also included a wooden club covered with human blood. So we had indeed the smoking gun and also the victims themselves, side by side within the temple. We found that these were male warriors, robust, strong males, aged between 18 to more or less 39 years of age. They had a lot of ancient injuries consistent with battles, but also a lot of fresh injuries, a lot of cut marks on the throats, on the arms, on the faces, indicating that most of them have had their throat cut, and a few of them had the skin of their face removed, arms separated from their bodies. Some of them were defleshed completely and transformed into skeletons. Even in one case, 2 human heads transformed into some kind of container.
It's grim and gripping stuff, and there's a lot of mystery still to unravel. The Moche stopped making these horror movie pots, and indeed pretty much everything else, in the 7th century, roughly about the same time as the Sutton Hoo ship burial. Why? There are no written records, of course, so we've got to guess, and the best bet at the moment seems to be climate change. It appears there were several decades of intense rain followed by a drought that upset the delicate ecology of their agriculture and wrecked much of the infrastructure and farmlands of the Moche state. If that's what did happen, there would clearly be neither the time nor the resources to make pots. People didn't entirely abandon the area, but their skills seem to have been used above all for the building of fortresses, which suggests a world splintering in a desperate competition for diminishing natural resources. Whatever the cause, in the decades around 600 AD, the Moche state and civilization collapsed. To most of us in Europe today, the Moche and other South American cultures are unfamiliar and unnerving. In part, that's because they belong to a cultural tradition that followed a very different pattern from Africa, Asia, and Europe. For thousands of years, the Americas have a separate parallel history of their own. But as excavation unearths more of their story, we can see that they're caught in exactly the same predicaments as everybody else, harnessing nature and resources, avoiding famine, placating the gods, waging war. And as everywhere else, they address these problems by trying to construct coherent and enduring states. In the Americas, as all over the world, these ignored histories are now being recovered to shape modern identities. Stephen Bourget again.
I think one of the fascinating things that I'm looking at when I look at Peru today is that they are, in fact, in the process of doing what also happened in Mexico, perhaps in Egypt, and eventually, I would believe, China, where these countries who have a great ancient past build their identity through this past, and it becomes part of their present. So the past of Peru will be its future. And, eventually the Moche, I think, would come an household name, just as much as the Maya or the Inca or the Aztec, for that matter. Eventually, it will become part of the world legacy.
The more we look at these American civilizations, the more we can see that their story is part of a coherent and strikingly similar worldwide pattern, a story that seems destined to acquire an ever greater modern political significance. And in the next programme, we're going to see what events of 1300 years ago mean in contemporary Korea. You can see the object described in this programme close up on the A History of the World website, as well as hundreds of others from museums across the UK. And if you have an object with a history to tell, why not add it to our growing collection? Find all this at bbc.co.uk/A History of the World. Thank you for downloading this episode of A History of the World in 100 Objects from BBC Radio 4. If in the course of today you use a mobile phone, drive a car or watch TV, or if you find your children playing with their robot pet, the chances are that at least one of these objects will have been made in Korea. As we all know, Korea is one of Asia's tiger economies, provider of high technology to the world. We tend to think of it as a new player on the global stage, but that, of course, is not how Koreans see themselves. For Korea has always been pivotal in relations between China and Japan, and it has a long tradition of technological inventions. It was Korea, for example, that pioneered movable metal type, and it did so well before it was invented in Europe. Besides its technology, the other thing that we all know about Korea today is that since the end of the Second World War in 1945, it has been bitterly and dangerously divided between a communist north and a capitalist south. Today's object takes us to Korea around the year 700, to a state newly unified that was enjoying great prosperity, to a moment in its history that is inevitably now read differently by North and South, but is still central to any modern definition of Korean identity. By 700, Korea was already a rich, urbanized country, a major trade player at the end of the famous Silk Road. But this programme's object isn't made of precious silk. It's earthy clay, but clay that tells us a great deal about Korea's golden age.
Looking at this Korean roof tile, I think it's great that it represents Korean culture.
왕조는 바뀌었지만 그 신라의 그 지식.
The culture of Shilla is the best, well preserved. It was the first time when all aspects of Korean culture merged together.
A History of the World in 100 Objects. Ceramic roof tile. 8th century AD from South Korea.
This week, we're looking at the world of the Silk Road, around the years between 6 and 700, when silk produced in China travelled to the furthest edges of the known world, east to Korea and Japan, west to the England of Sutton Hoo. One of the things I find fascinating about this period is that on both edges of the Eurasian landmass, similar political developments are underway. Tribes and little kingdoms are coalescing into larger units, ones that will eventually become the nation-states that we know today. England, Scotland and Denmark on one side, Japan and Korea on the other. For all these countries, these are the critical centuries. Lying between northeast China and Japan, the Korean peninsula was, like England at the same date, fragmented by competing kingdoms. In 668, the southernmost kingdom, Shilla, with the backing of China, then as now the regional superpower, conquered its neighbours and imposed its rule from the far south to quite a bit north of what is now Pyongyang. It never controlled the far north, but the unified Shilla kingdom for the next 300 years ruled most of what is now Korea from its imperial capital in the south, Gyeongju, a city splendidly adorned with grand new buildings. The object in this programme is a roof tile that comes from one of those new buildings, in this case a temple, and it tells us a great deal about the achievements and the apprehensions of the young Shilla state. I've got the tile in my hand now. It's about the size of a large old-fashioned roof slate, so just under a foot square, and it's made of heavy cream-coloured clay. The top and the sides are edged with a roughly decorated border, and in the middle of the tile is a fearsome face looking straight out at me. It's got a squashed nose, bulging eyes, small horns, and abundant whiskers. In fact, the face looks like a cross between a Chinese dragon and a Pekingese dog, and not friendly at all. It looks a bit like an oriental gargoyle, and that is pretty well what it was. It would have had a similar position to a gargoyle, high up on a temple or on a grand house. The features of the face, when you look at them closely, are pretty rough, and it's obvious that it's been made by pushing the wet clay into a fairly simple mould. This is clearly a mass-produced object, but that is why it's so interesting, because this is just one of tens of thousands designed to cover roofs that would once have been thatched, but in prosperous Shilla Korea were tiled with objects like this. Why did the Shilla want to build such a grand capital? And why did they need so many new houses? The Korean specialist Jane Portal explains.
The city of Gyeongju was based on the Chinese capital, Chang'an, which was at the time the biggest city in the world. And Gyeongju developed hugely once Shilla had unified the Korean peninsula, or most of it. A lot of the aristocrats from the kingdoms which were defeated by Shilla had to come and live in Gyeongju, and they had magnificent houses with tiled roofs, and this was a new thing to have tiled roofs. So this tile would have been a sort of status symbol for them.
Tiles like this were sought after not only because they were expensive to make, but above all because they didn't catch fire like traditional thatch. And burning thatch was probably the greatest threat to any ancient city. By contrast, a tiled city was a safe city, and so it's perfectly understandable that a 9th century Korean commentator, singing the splendours of the city at the height of its prosperity, should dwell lyrically on its roofs.
The capital, Gyeongju, consisted of 178,936 houses. There was a villa and pleasure garden for each of the 4 seasons, to which the aristocrats resorted. Houses with tiled roofs stood in rows in the capital, and not a thatched roof was to be seen. Gentle rain came with harmonious blessings, and all the harvests were plentiful.
This tile, though, wasn't intended merely to protect you against the gentle rain. That was the job of the more prosaic, undecorated tiles covering the whole roof. Sitting as the decorated end of a ridge, glaring out across the city, our dragon tile was meant to ward off a teeming invisible army of hostile spirits and ghosts, protecting you not just against the weather, but against the forces of evil. The dragon on our roof tile was in a sense just a humble foot soldier in the great battle of the spirits that was being perpetually fought out at roof level, high above the streets of Gyeongju. And it was only one of 40 different classes of protective beings that formed a kind of defensive shield against spirit missiles, and that could be deployed at all times to protect the people and the state. But at ground level, there were other threats. There were always potential rebels within the state, the aristocrats who had been forced to live in Gyeongju, for example, and on the coast there were Japanese pirates. Here again, as on our tile, a dragon would provide security. But every Shilla king had to negotiate one great and ongoing political predicament: how to maintain freedom of action in the lowering shadow of his mighty neighbour, Tang China. The Chinese had supported the Shilla in their campaign to unify Korea, but only as a preliminary to China taking over the new kingdom itself. So the Shilla had to be both nimble and resolute in holding the Chinese emperor at bay while maintaining his political alliance. In cultural terms, the same subtle balancing act between dependence and autonomy has been going on for centuries and continues to this day, and we can see it in our tile. The tile is very similar to ones made in Tang China at the same time, But this is emphatically not a Chinese object. Unlike the broad grin of a Chinese dragon, the mouth here is small and aggressive, and the modelling of the tile has a rough vigour that's very un-Chinese. And it's this robust and energetic engagement with the clay that made Korean ceramics so appealing to 20th century Europeans, and especially to potters. Jane Portal again.
All throughout Korean history, Korean ceramics tend to be lumpier, less perfect, more sort of spontaneous, whereas Chinese ceramics are perfect and dead in a way. And this is what attracted people in the 20th century, folk potters such as Bernard Leach, and they copied them, made studio pots, which were very influenced by Korean ceramics.
The United Shilla Kingdom, prosperous and secure at the end of the Silk Road, stands as one of the great periods of creativity and learning in Korean history, a golden age of architecture and literature, astronomy and mathematics. Fearsome dragon roof tiles, like the one here at the British Museum, long continue to be a feature of the roofscape in Gyeongju and beyond, and the legacy of the Shilla is apparent in Korea even today, as Cho Kwang-sik, Director General of the National Museum of Korea, tells us.
그 유물은 이제 갔죠. 그렇죠. 문화는 남아 있습니다.
The cultural aspect of the roof tile still remains in Korean culture. And even if you go to the city of Gyeongju now, you could see in the streets that the pattern still remains on the road, for instance. So in that aspect, the artifact has now become ancient but survives through the culture. And in a sense, I think Koreans feel that it is an entity as if it's a mother figure. So I think in that sense, Shilla is one of the most important in Korean history.
But in spite of surviving street patterns and strong cultural continuities, not everyone in Korea today will read the Shilla legacy in the same way, or indeed claim the Shilla as their mother culture. Jane Portal again.
It depends where you live in Korea, what people think about Shilla today. If you live in the South Korea, the Shilla represents this proud moment when the Shilla were able to repel aggression from China, and it meant that the Korean peninsula could develop independently from China. But if you live in the north of Korea, they feel that Shilla has been overemphasized historically because actually Shilla only unified two-thirds of the peninsula, the southern two-thirds of the peninsula. So in the north, it wasn't Shilla. So actually what Shilla means today depends on which side of the DMZ you live.
So among the questions at issue between North and South Korea today, not the least is what really was going on 1,300 years ago. And as so often, how you read history depends on where you're reading it from. All through this week, we've been considering the world of the Silk Road, and in England and Korea we visited its outer edges to west and east. In the next programme, we're at its heart. For thousands of years, the secret of silk was a Chinese monopoly. And as always with a highly lucrative technology like that, there was a race on to steal it. Eventually, as we know, the Chinese monopoly was broken. How the secret first escaped from China became the subject of legend and myth. And tomorrow we'll be talking about one particularly popular legend, an exotic fairy tale with the obligatory princess. And then, my best beloveds, you will hear a Just So story of how the oasis kingdom of Khotan got its silk. You can see the object described in this programme close up on the A History of the World website, as well as hundreds of others from museums across the UK. And if you have an object with a history to tell, why not add it to our growing collection? Find all this at bbc.co.uk/A History of the World. Thank you for downloading this episode of A History of the World in 100 Objects from BBC Radio 4. Once upon a time, in the high and far-off days of long ago, there was a beautiful princess who lived in the land of silk. One day, her father, the emperor, told her that she must marry the king of the distant land of Jade. The Jade King could not make silk, because the emperor had kept the secret to himself, and so the princess decided that she would bring the gift of silk to her new people. She thought of a trick. She hid everything that was needed, the silkworms, the mulberry seeds, everything, in her royal headdress. She knew that her father's guards would not dare to search her as she left for her new home. And that, my best beloved, is the story of how Khotan got its silk. The tale I've just told you, a just-so story of one of the greatest technology thefts of history, is one that's presented to us in paint on a plank of wood that's around 1400 years old. It's known as the Legend of the Silk Princess, and it's now in the British Museum. But it was found in a long deserted city on the fabled Silk Road.
I think the Silk Road, in terms of the movement of goods and ideas, is the internet of antiquity.
Because it wasn't just silk that travelled, and frankincense and rhinoceros horn and all these wonderful products which we associate with it, but a much more humble but continuous trade of people locally trading to people with rather different needs and situations.
A History of the World in 100 Objects. The Silk Princess painting. From 8th century Chinese Central Asia.
This is the noise of the people and the goods of the whole world on the move, passing through Heathrow Airport. We all spend part of our lives now on highways or airways, some real, some virtual, and as well as travelling them ourselves, we know that they fuel not just the economy, but our imagination. In this, surprisingly little has changed since the 8th century. In the world we've been looking at this week, a world of enormous movement of people and of goods, one of the busiest highways of all, then, as now, ran from China, the Silk Road. Not, in fact, one single road, but a network of routes that spanned 4,000 miles and effectively linked the Pacific to the Mediterranean. The goods on that highway were rare and exotic: gold, precious stones, spices, silk. And with the goods came stories, ideas, beliefs, and, key to our story today, technologies. In this programme, we're in the oasis kingdom of Khotan in Central Asia, which is where our painting was found. Khotan is now in western China, but it was then a separate kingdom and the beating heart of the Silk Road, vital for water and refreshment and a major manufacturer of silk. Khotanese storytellers created a legend to explain how the secrets of silk production, for thousands of years a Chinese monopoly, had come to Khotan. The result was the story of the Silk Princess, as told in our painting. The picture is on a wooden board, and it was found in a small abandoned Buddhist shrine in Khotan. The shrine was just one in a small city of shrines and monasteries which had vanished beneath the sand for over 1,000 years. They were rediscovered in about 1900 by the brilliant polymath Sir Aurel Stein, one of the pioneering archaeologists of the Silk Road, and it was Stein who revealed Khotan's importance as a pivotal trading and cultural centre. I'm sitting with the painting now. It's painted on a rough plank that's almost exactly the shape and size of a computer keyboard, and the figures are quite simply drawn in black and white with here and there touches of red and blue. It's pretty unprepossessing as a work of art, but then it was never intended to be a work of art, because this painting was made entirely to help a storyteller tell their story. Right in the middle is the Silk Princess herself, with her large and prominent headdress, And to make absolutely sure that we don't miss it and that we don't fail to recognise this is the focal point of the story, on the left, a servant woman is melodramatically pointing at the headdress. The storyteller would then have told us that inside it is everything you need to produce silk. Worms of the silk moth and the silk cocoons they produce, and mulberry seeds, because mulberry leaves are what silkworms need to eat. And then we see what happens next. In front of the princess, the silk cocoons are piled up in a basket, and on the far right, there's a man hard at work weaving the silk threads into cloth. So the princess has obviously arrived safely in Khotan, and her trick has worked. This story, simply set out in 3 scenes, is a key document of what was in fact a transforming shift of knowledge and skill from the east to the west. We've known for a long time that the Silk Road was vitally important in the developing world of the 8th century, but it's only relatively recently that it secured its romantic reputation, as the travel writer and novelist Colin Thubron knows well.
The place of the Silk Road in history is almost impossible to exaggerate its importance, I think, in the movement of peoples, the movement of goods, the transport of inventions in particular, and ideas, and, of course, in the movement of religions, whether it's Buddhism north from India and eastward into China, or the advance of Islam deep into Asia. All this is a Silk Road phenomenon. The term Silk Road was coined by a German geographer called Ferdinand von Richthofen as late as 1887. It was never called the Silk Road before then. And then, of course, there fed into it all the romance of silk itself, its beauty, its luxury. I think the place of the Silk Road in the Western imagination, the romance that it has, is actually quite a recent thing. Obviously, certain products on the Silk Road gathered a kind of mystique, particularly when they came from a long way away, not just a great cost, but also a strangeness, because people perhaps didn't know the civilization that had produced them.
As Colin Thubron implies, mysteries often generate stories to explain them, and since silk was by far the most important product travelling along this route, it inevitably inspired, in fact it needed, its own myth. Luxurious, beautiful and enduring, silk is almost synonymous with the land that first produced it over 4,000 years ago and monopolised it for so long, ancient China. Long before the Roman Empire appeared, silk was already cultivated in China and exported on an industrial scale. The mysteries of its production were a highly protected secret, but secrets as profitable as this one never last, and Khotan was one of the beneficiaries. But coming back to our painted plank, we can see that there's a 4th figure in the story. It's a man with 4 arms holding a silk weaver's comb and a shuttle. He's the god of silk, who presides over the whole scene and gives spiritual sanction, ensuring that we see the princess not as an industrial thief, but as a brave benefactress. And so the fairy tale takes on the status of myth. The Silk Princess may not be quite on a par with Prometheus stealing fire from the gods, but she is firmly in the tradition of great mythological gift-givers, bringing knowledge and skill to a particular people. The written versions of our painted story tell us what happened next. The princess gave thanks to the gods and ensured that Khotan would keep the secrets of silk forever.
Then she founded this monastery on the spot where the first silkworms were bred, and there are about here many old mulberry tree trunks that they say are the remains of the trees first planted. From old time till now, this kingdom has possessed silkworms, which nobody is allowed to kill.
And silk production is still a major industry in Khotan, employing more than 1,000 workers and producing around 150 million metres of silk a year as cloth, clothes and carpets. Of course, we've actually got no idea how silk in fact came to Khotan, but we do know that ideas, stories, gods and silk all moved along the Silk Road in both directions. The cellist and composer Yo-Yo Ma has long been involved in Silk Road studies, looking at how through the centuries ideas of all sorts, and particularly music, have moved between the Pacific and the Mediterranean.
I think over the years, members of the Silk Road Ensemble have been all over, from Egypt to Israel to India to Kyrgyzstan to China to Korea, but there's so much to learn. And I think what we're trying to do is to constantly learn. Old traditions, we don't want them to get lost, but we need to put them in a contemporary form. Being a musician, I was particularly interested in how music may have traveled. We have recordings only from about 100 years ago. So to look at that, you have to look at the oral traditions and to look at other kinds of iconography, such as what's in museums, what people wrote about, stories, and to be able to get a picture of how things were traded back and forth, both in the idea realm as well as in material objects. The Silk Road is a metaphor for looking at anything that has moved through time and geography. A lot of people talk about purity of things. Actually, the more I look at anything, and you look at the origins of where things come from, I think most of the things that actually you go deep enough, you find elements of the world within the local. And I think that's a big thing to think about, but it actually is reduced to common objects, stories, fables, materials, and silk is also one of those stories.
It's a story that's still with us centuries on, and I think that I'm using the painted panel just as it was intended to be used, as a vehicle for storytelling, to give you my version of the tale of silk. Who used the panel originally, we don't know, but we do know that Aurel Stein was surprised and moved by the shrine in which he found it.
These painted tablets, like all the others subsequently discovered, were undoubtedly still in the same position in which they had originally been deposited as votive offerings by pious worshippers. The last days of worship at this small shrine were vividly recalled by far humbler yet equally touching relics. On the floor, near the principal base, and near the corners, I discovered several ancient brooms, which had manifestly been used by the last attendants to keep the sacred objects clear of the invading dust and sand.
And it was not just the painting of the Silk Princess that these brooms kept clean. This Buddhist shrine also contained painted images of the Buddha, as well as the Hindu gods Shiva and Brahma. Other shrines in the complex have pictures of Buddhist, Hindu and Iranian gods, as well as very local deities. The gods that travelled the Silk Road were, like the traders themselves, happy to share accommodation. In this programme, we've been in the company of a legendary princess, uncovering the meaning of her story. Next week, we'll be with other princesses and great ladies, real ones, praying and plotting, suffering and singing in the courts of the world's great powers around 800 AD. And we'll begin with an extraordinary tale of bloodletting, a long way from the Silk Road. We'll be with a Maya queen in Mexico. You can see the object described in this programme close up on the A History of the World website, as well as hundreds of others from museums across the UK. And if you have an object with a history to tell, why not add it to our growing collection? Find all this at bbc.co.uk/A History of the World.